Chapter 91. November 1st. After many twists and turns, Huang Mingzhi finally returned to the Shanwei base camp secretly. He did not go to the headquarters of Seaway Society, because Seaway Society invested in building a new headquarters half a year ago, and now the old headquarters seems a bit crowded and not suitable for security work. In the small villa, he remotely controlled the affairs of Seaway Society and Jinli Society, and also carried out scientific research. The verification of the plasma turbulence model can only be done by Wei Feng, and he does not want to appear at Dai Research Base for the time being. On the computer in the study, Huang Mingzhi stared at the screen silently. Ghost dug out a lot of information. Although the three people entered the country with fake identities, they really existed in this world. In this way, under the unraveling of artificial intelligence, there will always be some clues that will be investigated. However, these people are very cunning. They transferred flights from Heizhou, and the local internet is very weak. This is a blind spot for Ghost. It seems that the internet is not omnipotent, Huang Mingzhi thought silently. What happened a few days ago made him more vigilant. He picked up the phone. Chunli, come to my room. Okay, Mr. Huang. After a while, Chunli came to his room. Sit down. Facing Huang Mingzhi, Chunli sat on the sofa beside him a little stiffly. Mr. Huang, what can I do for you? I plan to provide a batch of equipment to your security bureau to enhance your strength. Huang Mingzhi handed a document to the other party. Chunli took it and flipped through it. There were many special equipment on the document, such as portable electromagnetic jammers that can paralyze electronic equipment, electric shock guns that can quickly knock down humans, infrasonic rings, toxin detection pins, and airbag vests. In addition, there are top network firewalls, keyword rapid search systems, high-precision face recognition systems, and network vulnerability search systems. Gulp. Chunli was sweating profusely. Obviously, he didn't expect Huang Mingzhi to have so many tricks under their noses. He subconsciously glanced at Huang Mingzhi. No wonder he was always wearing that vest. It turned out that he had been prepared. Let's be frank. I want to meet with Director Liaigua. Chunli quickly replied, I will report it as soon as possible. Ziguang Pavilion. What does he want to do? An old man said slowly. Liaigua reported with his head held high. I guess this incident stimulated him and made him feel insecure. The old man put down the documents in his hand and suddenly asked, I heard that he has a very keen observation ability and can judge those abnormal people? Yes, Mr. Huang's observation ability is very sharp. In the past few years, more than a dozen abnormal people have been exposed in this way. Liaigua reported truthfully. The old man squinted his eyes and thought for a while, then ordered, Aigua, you go to Lingnan in person, that's it. Liaigua's eyes widened immediately. Isn't this too risky? The old man waved his hand. I believe him. November 3rd. Inside the small villa in Shitai village. It was the first time that Liaigua faced Huang Mingzhi directly. He finally understood why Chunli repeatedly said that the other party's eyes were as sharp as fire in his report. Because of their professional habits, these people have always been more sensitive than ordinary people, and can more clearly feel that they are like being irradiated by an X-ray machine. Huang Mingzhi retracted his gaze and poured him a cup of tea. I don't have any problem, do I? Liaigua joked. If even you have a problem, they are too powerful. Huang Mingzhi said with a hint of meaning. Liaigua's heart trembled. It seemed that Huang Mingzhi knew a lot. He tried to ask, is it G? He took a sip of tea lightly, bitter and slightly sweet. Huang Mingzhi smiled and said softly, maybe, maybe not. As expected, Liaigua said seriously, it seems that Mr. Huang already knows the existence of the other party. We need your help. You, aren't we? After a moment of surprise, Liaigua reached out and held his hand tightly. Welcome to join, Huang Mingzhi. That night, no one knew what they discussed. But after that night, a secret security base was established in the mountains and forests of Luhe County, Shanmei. Many secret frontline staff in the country were secretly sent here for an inexplicable rotation training. And Huang Mingzhi also had a secret identity, the Special Advisor for National Security. Under his sharp eyes, those who had problems were eliminated. Only when they were sure that there were no problems inside, Huang Mingzhi dared to cooperate with them in an all-round way. Otherwise, if there were G or other rats inside, Huang Mingzhi would not dare to leave his back to them. After being cleaned up, the two sides carried out comprehensive and in-depth cooperation. Although there was no artificial intelligence such as Ghost, those softwares still made the Security Bureau's strength on the internet soar. For example, they opened a backdoor for mirror sharing on the PRISM system of Country B, which was equivalent to the data obtained by the PRISM system, and the Security Bureau could obtain it synchronously. The gadgets designed by Huang Mingzhi for them can be life-saving weapons at critical moments. For example, airbag vests and infrasonic rings can save lives if used well at critical moments. And Zhang Shurhe and others also received some equipment to strengthen Huang Mingzhi's security force. Now, he can finally feel a little relieved and no longer have to fight alone. In November, after Taobao.com's Double 11, Huang Mingzhi has been working at Shanmei's Research Institute, and other affairs are remotely controlled through the internet. In the Institute of Physics, 2 improved heliostat lasers that had just been transported from the Shanghai Institute of Optics and Fine Mechanics were being installed in a laboratory. The staff were slowly debugging. These 2 lasers were mainly used to study controlled nuclear fusion projects, that is, inertial-bound nuclear fusion. The Daytale field accelerator can be used to verify the turbulence model of plasma, but to conduct real experiments, a special laboratory must be used. This project was not only participated in by the Institute of Optics and Fine Mechanics, but other nuclear physics institutes in China also paid close attention and sent many researchers to participate. Among the controlled nuclear fusion, the inertial-bound nuclear fusion route is not favored by the physics community, mainly because inertial-bound nuclear fusion is difficult to control. Inertial-bound nuclear fusion, to put it simply, is a miniature nuclear bomb that triggers a nuclear fusion reaction by focusing nuclear fuel with high-energy lasers. This solution currently has some difficult problems to solve, such as the continuous operation of nuclear fusion reactions, the cleaning of slag, how to generate electricity, how to solve neutron irradiation, etc. As for why inertial-bound nuclear fusion was chosen for the experiment instead of a tokamak device or a stellarator. In fact, inertial confinement fusion also has advantages, such as simple equipment and the possibility of miniaturization. At present, the Institute of Optics and Mechanics has received a large amount of funding, and with the money from the Thinking Society, they have updated the laser energy level to about 9700 J, and it is estimated that it will soon break through the 10,000 mark. Inertial confinement depends most on the laser energy level. Huang Mingzhi's plan is to use lasers to trigger nuclear fusion reactions, and then use magnetic fields to control plasma and generate magnetohydrodynamic power. However, the laser energy level is not enough now. The laser energy level can reach more than 50,000 J per unit. The possibility of successful practical application of inertial confinement fusion will be greater than that of the tokamak device. Chapter 92. While installing the laser at the Institute of Physics, various ancillary facilities are also under construction. However, developing inertial-bound nuclear fusion is not that simple. Wei Feng at the Day Research Base has conducted 3 plasma experiments, namely 1 minute plasma control, 5 minutes plasma control, and 10 minutes plasma control. Judging from the reaction situation, the experiment was very successful. The plasma turbulence model built by the 2 of them firmly placed the plasma, a problem child with ADHD, in the reaction chamber. However, controlling plasma is only the first step of a long journey. The following neutron irradiation, continuous operation, power generation, etc., are for the 2 of them to deal with. The 2 discussed various problems encountered in inertial restraint through online video. At the same time, SMIC's Jiancheng plant. Gao Ziyuan personally rushed over from Shanmei just for this chip production line trial run. Due to the rapid technological progress of major domestic semiconductor equipment manufacturers in recent times, they have already surpassed the world's first class, or even top level. With the support of upstream semiconductor equipment suppliers, SMIC has been assisted by God in the development of 12 nanometers process. A purely domestic chip production line, with the efforts of a group of engineers and technicians, has entered the trial operation stage. Mr. Gao, shall we start? Zhao Jun turned his head and asked. Gao Ziyuan nodded. Wei Guang, let's start the trial operation. Okay. At Zhao Jun's order, everyone took their positions and took action. According to the chip manufacturing process, they took out a batch of 8-inch silicon wafers from the warehouse and sent them to the production line. The process is cleaning, drying, coating, polishing, cleaning, drying, photolithography. Some processes need to be repeated, such as cleaning and drying. After each silicon wafer polishing, photolithography, and etching, it needs to be cleaned and dried to ensure that there is no residue on the silicon wafer. Watching the silicon wafers being repeatedly operated on the production line, everyone was very nervous. Zhao Jun looked at the hard work of more than half a year, and he was a little restless at this time. His hand subconsciously touched his pocket, ready to take out the cigarettes he carried with him, but he touched nothing. Only then did he realize that smoking was not allowed in the dust-free workshop. Li Weiguang, Jiang Shangzhou, and others were not much better, either staring at the production line or fidgeting. Everyone, don't be nervous. Gao Ziyuan was generous and comforted everyone. You have to be nervous. Xiao Jun smiled bitterly. Since the photolithography process is faster than ordinary photolithography machines, the whole process takes about 5 hours. The first silicon wafer is finally fresh out of the oven, and it is densely covered with grids of chips. Now the chips enter the final stage, which is segmentation. The segmentation method adopted by SMIC is wire cutting. Thin metal wires, under the control of CNC machine tools, accurately segment chips one by one. Of course, the chips at this time are still semi-finished products and need to be packaged and tested before they can be put on the market or delivered to customers. However, SMIC is just testing. This chip is just an ordinary 32G storage chip. Even if it is not packaged, it can be tested. This is a small-scale self-test within the chip manufacturing company. Soon, more than 10,000 32G storage chips were cut out and carefully taken to the testing room by engineers and technicians. Xiao Jun, Gao Ziyuan, and others followed them. The testing room was put into intense testing, and 10 groups were divided to test these storage chips together. In fact, using 12 nanometers technology to produce 32G storage chips is a waste of resources, but SMIC itself is also unsure, afraid of taking too big a step and getting hurt, so it can only make a 32G storage chip for trial operation. On the computer next to it, there are data on chips that have been tested successfully and chips that have failed. Although SMIC has been striving for excellence, it is a pity that the chip qualification rate is terrible for the first time using 12 nanometers process. After testing 500 chips, the current qualification rate is only about 62%. Moreover, the qualification rate does not mean that all qualified chips are the same. Among these qualified chips, there are also excellent products, good products, and qualified products. Currently, excellent products only account for about 43%, and the remaining 19% are qualified products, or defective products. Not bad. Not bad. Li Weiguang was not frustrated when he saw the data, but felt relieved. They had previously experimented with chip manufacturing, and the pass rate was even lower than this time. This is a situation that every chip manufacturing company has to face. In the development of new processes, if the pass rate exceeds 60% at the beginning, it is already a very good process. Xiao Jun, Jiang Shangzhou, and others also breathed a sigh of relief. They have been busy for more than half a year, and spent tens of billions of funds. If the pass rate is terrible, they will probably be depressed to death. Mr. Zhao, when do you think we can achieve productivity? Gao Ziyuan was most concerned about this issue. After all, after SMIC was privatized, the bulk of the R&D funds were provided by Xinguang Instruments. Zhao Jun thought for a few minutes. We will try to complete the debugging work before the Spring Festival and increase the pass rate to more than 95%. Gao Ziyuan nodded. Okay, then I leave everything to Mr. Zhao and everyone. The subsequent debugging work went very smoothly, thanks to the application of simulation space technology, and the equipment in the production line are all domestically produced equipment, which can be networked for detection together, so small problems and small faults are very easy to find and then adjusted in time. The reason why Xiao Jun said before the Spring Festival is actually to extend the time. According to their current adjustment speed, it is estimated that the debugging work can be completed and put into formal production around mid-January. Big officials. TSMC headquarters in Taoyuan City. After reading the report, Morris Chang's face became solemn, and several vice presidents beside him were also confused. Is SMIC's R&D speed so fast? Vice President Kai Gong'an looked as if he had seen a ghost. Yes, didn't Applied Materials and Tokyo Electron ban their equipment? Xiong Wang, the vice president in charge of mainland affairs, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Mainland semiconductor equipment manufacturers can already provide world-class semiconductor equipment. Old Xiong, are you kidding? Xiong Guang spread his hands and replied, Why would I lie to you? The vice presidents talked about it in unison. It was obvious that the threat of SMIC completing the 12 nanometers process was not as great as the threat of mainland semiconductor equipment. The collective improvement of semiconductor equipment in the mainland is a terrible problem. This means that the restrictions of COCOM and WA in this regard have become a piece of waste paper and even have a counterproductive effect. Morris Chang can even see that in the future, countless domestic chips from country A will rush into the world and kill the entire world's chip market. He shudders at the thought of this. He has already felt that a fatal crisis is sweeping towards TSMC. And he feels powerless. If SMIC achieves 12-nanometer technology, it is not worth TSMC's fear. The problem is that the localization of semiconductor equipment will continuously produce countless SMICs. In this way, TSMC will face fierce competition. A storm is coming. Perhaps the world's chip manufacturing industry will be completely changed by the end of 2013. The chip manufacturing companies in Dayuan province will be the first to feel the oppression of the coming storm. Chapter 93. On November 29, SMIC announced that it had successfully developed a 12-nanometer chip process and would officially accept foundry orders in February 2014. This news immediately caused an uproar, even though the whole world knew that SMIC was developing a 12-nanometer process. The problem is that the international embargo on semiconductor equipment this year is very strong, and most people believe that SMIC will not be able to master the 12-nanometer process in 2 or 3 years. However, reality slapped them hard. In less than a year, SMIC completed the development of the 12-nanometer process, and it was only 2 or 3 months away from being put into use. This speed is simply terrifying. If SMIC ignited the spark of chips in country A, the next situation will be like wildfire, which is out of control. On December 1st, Tsinghua Uni Group announced that it had successfully conquered the 16 nanometers process and is currently moving towards 14 nanometers and 12 nanometers processes. On the same day, Yangtze Memory added fuel to the fire, announcing the realization of the 16 nanometers process and cooperating with Xinguang Instrument Group to launch 2 memory chips on January 1st next year. They are Yangtze Inspur 1, 8G, and Yangtze Inspur 2, 16G. In addition, it will entrust SMIC to produce the Yangtze River Inspur 3, 32G, using 12 nanometers process. Seeing everyone constantly breaking news, HiSilicon, which is not afraid of tigers, also announced that it will launch the Kirin 800 chip in March next year. Once these news came out, it was a disastrous consequence for chip manufacturers in Taiwan and abroad. TSMC's stock price plummeted by 14% for a week. Sanshin Electronics, Hynix, Micron, PowerChip, World United, Glow Arc and other chip foundries, or memory particle manufacturers, their stock prices are also red, and generally fell. This situation has allowed the ghosts hidden in the international financial market to reap wealth again. Obviously, the rise of chip manufacturing in country A is seriously hitting investors' hearts, especially since Intel is now even hesitating on the 14 nanometers process, and other manufacturers are generally hovering at 16 nanometers and 14 nanometers. While SMIC has achieved a curve overtaking, Tsinghua Uni Group, Yangtze Memory, Ada Semiconductor, and HiSilicon Chip have also begun to keep pace with them. Faced with the cluster effect of country A, once the scale is up, coupled with the winner-takes-all characteristics of the chip industry, many investors have already felt that the chip industry is about to fall, and selling at this time has become an instinctive action. A country's chip technology breaks through 12 nanometers? What are our companies doing? Fox 12 nanometers? Intel engineers say there may be something fishy. New York Times fatal crisis hits. Semiconductor industry may be overturned. Dong A Ilbo, what you don't know about a country's invisible semiconductor overlord Xinguang Instrument. Asahi Shimbun, the only advantage is about to be lost. Where will Tainan Island go? Talk Hung Pao. Twitter and Facebook also quickly reposted these news, and the rise of a country's chips became a major event at the end of the year. South Korea, Sanshin Plaza Building, number 263, Shuxiandong, Bundang District, Songnam City, Gyeonggi Province, is the famous Sanshin headquarters. Sanshin Group headquarters building. Sanshin signboard is still shining, but this time the storm is too strong, and it is shaking so fast and fiercely. Li Kunhee silently looked out the window. The storm, like a dark cloud pressing down on the city, was ruthlessly hitting the glass. Chairman, the above is the investigation result of the A-Country branch. Quan Wuxuan, president of Sanshin Electronics, reported seriously. At this time, the conference room was depressed. Even Li Kunhee's son and daughter, Li Jaeyong, Li Bujin, and others dared not breathe. Li Kunhee turned around. Although his hair had turned gray, he was still the powerful lion of Sanshin, Wuxuan. Yes, Li Kunhee said without hesitation, go all out to develop 10 nanometer technology. In addition, the price of Sanshin Electronics memory particles will be reduced by 30%. Yes, Quan Wuxuan nodded in response. Apparently, Sanshin Group has used their trump card again, the countercyclical sales method, to deliberately lower the shipping price and suppress other memory chip manufacturers, making it difficult for other manufacturers to recover through this price-cutting method. This trump card is a typical mutual injury. to see who can't hold on in the end, and then the winner takes all. It is in this way that Sanshin Electronics has gradually overwhelmed Dongying Semiconductor and Country B Semiconductor and become the overlord of the chip manufacturing industry. In order to maintain its advantage, Sanshin Group also fought hard. Li Kunhe knew the consequences of this matter. Once the chip companies of Country A become bigger, it is estimated that Sanshin will start to decline. In addition, Sanshin Group did not act on its own this time. Li Kunhe quickly formed alliances. Memory chip manufacturers such as Hynix, Micron, and Power Chip all cut prices collectively in order to suppress Country A chips. Chip foundries, or chip manufacturing companies such as TSMC, Intel, Global Arc, and Tower Semiconductor also cut prices at the same time. At one time, the price of chips around the world fell by more than 20 to 30%, and many manufacturers were already losing money. It became a consensus among all overseas chip manufacturers to suppress chips from Country A. However, the officials of Country A were not pushovers, and immediately launched anti-dumping measures. Even if they could not change the situation abroad, they at least wanted to maintain the basic domestic market. At this time, the huge domestic market of Country A played a strong advantage, and the local chip industry could still survive even without the foreign market. The battle has already broken out, and both sides are fighting fiercely. This is a war without gunpowder. The chip companies in Country A are not afraid either. At this time, there is no way to retreat. Both sides are destined to be in a life and death situation. Many domestic electrical or electronic product manufacturers have been hinted, either explicitly or implicitly, to use domestic chips as much as possible. Unless there are chips that are not available in China, or products are exported to foreign countries, domestic chips can be used. Gao Ziyuan and Kai Xixing came to the villa and reported to Huang Mingzhi on the recent situation of the company. Xinguang Instrument Group has become the largest sector of Seaway Society. This year, the total revenue was 137.4 billion, but the expenditure was also not small, reaching 119.7 billion, and the after-tax profit was 13.7 billion. Such a large profit was still due to a large part of the tax reduction. However, this year, Seaway Society also has another sector that has emerged, that is, Seaway Battery Company, which has brought in tens of billions of revenue and a profit of 4.1 billion after tax. And the profit of Menghuan Company is only 1.43 billion, which is the least profitable enterprise under Seaway Society. President, Sanshin Group and foreign chip companies have already reacted. It is estimated that the situation next year will not be optimistic. Gao Ziyuan said solemnly. Huang Mingzhi said calmly, when the enemy comes, the general will fight, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. I want to see how long they can hold on. I am afraid that Yangtze Memory and Unisplendor, which are hit hard, will not be able to hold on to the memory particles. Gao Ziyuan reminded. Huang Mingzhi thought that Sanshin had the official support of South Korea behind it. After thinking for a while, he ordered, Xinguang Instrument can inject capital into Yangtze Memory and Unisplendor when necessary. I understand. Then Kai Xixing reported to him the construction progress of the Seaway Society headquarters and the financial situation of Seaway Society this year. The Seaway Society headquarters building is expected to be completed before the Spring Festival. As for the financial situation of Seaway Society, it is obvious that a large amount of scientific research projects and equipment investment have caused Seaway Society to have a significant fiscal deficit, with a deficit of 3.5 billion. However, each subsidiary can make up for this gap, and scientific research is the soul of Seaway Society, so this investment is indispensable. Chapter 94. The International Semiconductor Equipment and Materials Association, as an international neutral organization for the global semiconductor industry, released the 2013 Semiconductor Industry Information at the end of December 2013. This most authoritative industry report immediately triggered heated discussions around the world. The report announced the changes in the international semiconductor industry this year, especially in the two fields of semiconductor raw materials and semiconductor equipment, which caused a sensation. The semiconductor equipment manufacturers of Country A collectively climbed to the forefront of the world. Among them, Xinguang Instrument surpassed ASML in lithography machines and became the world's top lithography machine manufacturer, and Microelectronics surpassed Nikon and Canon in Japan and became the world's third largest lithography machine manufacturer. In the field of etching machines, SMIC and Applied Materials ranked first in the world, and North Huachuang ranked second in the world. In the other 7 subsectors, semiconductor equipment manufacturers in Country A have caught up with the world's first-class level, and the coating machine technology is also the world's top. In the semiconductor raw material industry, Shenhuang Instruments is also not to be outdone in photoresist. After all, there is only one X-ray photoresist, which is a real monopoly business. The silicon wafers, silicon wafer cleaners, ion implanters, etc. in country A are also improving. Traditional semiconductor equipment or material companies such as ASML, Applied Materials, Tokyo Electron, and Shinetsu are feeling the pressure. Applied Materials in Silicon Valley, Los Angeles, country B. Since they are the world's top companies in semiconductor equipment and raw materials, they have to face the semiconductor equipment army of country A headed by Shenhuang Instruments. At this time, the president's office of the company was full of gloom. President Robert James looked at the report in his hand, and his heart was bleeding. Due to the unprecedented fierce competition, their revenue this year was 27% lower than that in 2012, and the net profit directly became negative 11%. James, we have to think of a solution now, otherwise we can't hold on for long. Chief Technology Officer George Hall looked anxious. Solution? James also frowned. Now the company's stock has fallen into a mess, and many directors have been exerting pressure, and he is also very embarrassed. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. He looked, and it turned out to be ASML President Winnick. Hello, Win. How come you have time to call me? Okay, James. Let's talk about it. Okay. We need to put pressure on the Wassertra to lift the restrictions as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences. Winnick's words are self-evident. But James frowned. Our two companies? No, it's all semiconductor equipment companies together. Winnick said firmly. The two negotiated for a long time and finally decided to put pressure on Western officials to lift the restrictions on semiconductor equipment. In this way, they can enter the heartland of country A. As for the troubles in the chip manufacturing industry, they would rather die than die. They must now prioritize their own survival. They immediately connected the capital forces behind them and started to operate immediately to lift the restrictions on semiconductor equipment and raw materials restricted by the Wassler Agreement as soon as possible. However, Applied Materials did not stop there. The next step was to reduce prices and promote sales to seize the market in country A and the world. Finally, it is a legal war, the favorite method of the high-tech industry giants, patent war. Gao Ziyuan looked at the pile of lawyers' letters and the subpoenas from the Federal Court of Country B in his hand and couldn't help but sneer. He knew that these foreign devils liked to play this kind of trick. In fact, Shenhuang Instruments had been on guard and prepared for this situation. Otherwise, they would not have chosen the X-ray lithography machine route in the first place, just to avoid being picked on by ASML on the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine. However, other semiconductor equipment companies will have more or less overlap in technology, which is unavoidable. He immediately notified all subsidiaries and partners to respond to the lawsuit, and at the same time appealed to the Court of Country A for patent infringement as a counterattack. Since we have to fight a patent war, we can't just respond passively, but we have to take the initiative. The worst-case scenario is that we will hurt each other, and it's still unknown who will win in the end. At the same time, Shenhuang Instruments sent a large number of researchers to help subsidiaries or partners avoid each other's patents as much as possible. Then, they worked hard to develop new technologies, and constantly used new technologies to cover the original technologies, so that they could be foolproof. Of course, these foreigners must want to play rogue. Gao Ziyuan knew that he would lose the lawsuit in country B in 9 out of 10 cases, but he had to drag it out slowly, preferably for 4 or 5 years. With the development speed of Shenhuang Instruments, when the time comes, they will use their powerful technological advantages to directly crush the other party and make these companies go bankrupt. And the appeal in the Court of Country A is to make the other party afraid to act rashly. Once the federal court dares to take action, don't blame the Court of Country A for using its own methods to retaliate. As the patent war between the two sides began, the war of public opinion also broke out. The domestic and foreign networks were full of news and heated discussions about both sides. January 1st. 2 self-produced memory particles of Yangtze memory were officially released globally. Jiancheng, the scene of the Yangtze Memory Particles Conference. President Yang Shining ran onto the stage with a little excitement under the spotlight. He took the microphone and said, "Welcome all guests to participate in the Yangtze Inspire Memory Particles Conference, and also welcome the audience friends watching on the internet." Papa. Most of the people at the scene were from China A, and they would definitely applaud and encourage their own people. Now, I will personally introduce to you the Yangtze River Inspire 1 and Yangtze River Inspire 2. Yang Shining introduced the performance of Yangtze River Inspire 1 and Yangtze River Inspire 2 in detail, and finally offered a price that was almost the same as the market price. Although this price was a loss-making profit, Sanshin, Hynix, and Micron had already lowered their prices, and Yangtze Memory could only respond accordingly. After the reporter's question session, the guy who was looking for trouble really came. A reporter from Donghae Ilbo asked with a microphone, "President Yang, is it true that Sanshin Electronics sued Yangtze Memory for infringing memory patents?" Obviously, the reporter's question was deliberately ambiguous. Was she asking whether the lawsuit was true, or whether the patent infringement was true? First, Sanshin Electronics did sue Yangtze Memory, and second, our company did not infringe Sanshin's patents. Yang Shining was not fooled. Then why is your company's chip design speed so fast? This obviously violates the general rules of chip design. The reporter pursued relentlessly. Yang Shining replied coldly, "Rules are meant to be broken. We adopted a completely new design concept." Before the reporter could continue to ask questions, Yang Shining took the initiative. "Our memory particle process is 16 nanometers. What process does Sanshin Electronics use for its memory particles?" The reporter was speechless. Sanshin certainly cannot use the 16 nanometer process to produce memory particles. International memory particles generally use 22 or 24 nanometers. The main reason is that this process is very mature, has low equipment requirements, and has a high yield rate. Sanshin Electronics' 16 nanometers process is used to produce high-end products, such as CPUs and graphics cards. Now other reporters did not dare to ask this question, but turned to other questions, such as when 32G memory particles will be mass-produced, and whether there are plans to produce other chips. At the same time as Yangtze Memory released memory particles. On the same day, the Walt Disney Association announced the lifting of the ban on semiconductor equipment and materials. It seems that ASML and Applied Materials are moving very quickly. Chapter 95. For the general public, it is difficult for them to perceive the fierce battle that is erupting in the chip industry. People who are not in this industry can only hear about it from hearsay. Only those who participate in this semiconductor war and companies can feel the cruelty most directly. Take Yangtze Memory as an example. For every memory chip they sell, they will lose 5 to 10 yuan. For companies, this kind of bloody battle is like using blood as bullets to shoot out. They keep consuming each other. It depends on who can't hold on. Only the one who persists to the end has the possibility of becoming the final winner. However, among these companies, SMIC still has certain advantages, mainly because SMIC has mastered the high ground of 12 nanometer technology. This top-level technology is an irresistible temptation for companies that need to process CPUs and GPUs. Mr. Yu, this is our production line. The current yield rate has increased to about 87%, and it is estimated that it can be increased to more than 95% by the end of the month. Xiao Jun hurriedly introduced. In the dust-free workshop, the 12 nanometer chip production line is constantly producing storage chips for debugging equipment. Although the material loss is hundreds of thousands a day, this kind of pain is a must. Yu Chengdong looked at the running production line and suddenly suggested, "If we give you Kirin 800 for tape out now, can we speed up the production?" This. Xiao Jun turned around and discussed with Li Weiguang in a low voice for a while. Li Weiguang finally nodded. "Mr. Yu, if you are willing to give Kirin 800 for tape out, we can strive to complete the tape out in February and put it into mass production in March." The reason why Huawei is so anxious to put it into production is mainly because Sanshin Electronics' 16 nanometers mobile phone CPU is in large-scale mass production, and the display screen is also stuck by Sanshin Electronics. BOE is developing, but distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Huawei mobile phones need to break through. If TSMC is foundry, only the Kirin 400 chip with 16 nanometers process can be used. Kirin 400 will definitely not be able to withstand Qualcomm and Sanshin. Now they have brought out Huawei's killer Kirin 800. High silicon chips can only complete 16 nanometers process at present, and Kirin 800 is designed for 12 nanometers process, so SMIC can only be chosen. Yu Chengdong gritted his teeth and prepared to tape out in advance, so that Kirin 800 can be put into mass production in March this year. He also knew that SMIC's production line productivity is more than 5 times faster than TSMC, which should be enough to meet Huawei's mobile phone needs. "Mr. Zhao, we will send the chip design template the day after tomorrow, and you should arrange the tape-out as soon as possible." "No problem." Xiao Jun smiled. Tape-out requires money, and it is not a small amount. According to Huawei's requirements, it cannot be done without 200 to 300 million. SMIC has no reason to refuse other people's money for trial production. The two parties hit it off. After signing the contract, HiSilicon immediately sent the chip design template to SMIC, and SMIC also immediately debugged the production line and conducted tape-out debugging for Kirin 800. While the semiconductor industry was in turmoil, Western companies once again resorted to other means. On January 14th, Android announced a comprehensive upgrade of the Android mobile phone system. Microsoft followed suit and also announced a comprehensive upgrade of the computer system. These upgrades have no impact on ordinary users. At most, the system has become a little bigger. However, for most manufacturers using Android or Microsoft systems, this matter is not that simple. Mr. Gao, something terrible has happened, Yang Shining said hastily. After hearing the call, Gao Ziyuan frowned. Mr. Yang, take your time. Mr. Gao, it's like this. Yang Shining made a long story short and told the whole story. After hearing what Yang Shining said, Gao Ziyuan's face changed drastically, and he slammed the table in anger. Despicable Google and Microsoft. It turns out that the so-called all-round upgrade is to insert a whitelist. Any chip that is not in the whitelist cannot be used on Android and Microsoft systems. This is simply cutting off the fire from under the cauldron. Dozens of chips on mobile phones and computers are suddenly blocked by the operating system. The reason given by Google and Microsoft is that the chips have not been tested and may have security vulnerabilities, which will cause personal privacy leaks. Gao Ziyuan, who calmed down, immediately replied, Mr. Yang, you should immediately invite all domestic chip manufacturers. We will sue Google and Microsoft in court. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Gao Ziyuan knew that the lawsuit could not solve the problem. If Google and Microsoft deliberately delayed the time, and the verdict came out a few years later, Yangtze Memory and Tsinghua Uni Group might have been finished. He knew that he had to find a way to solve this big problem. If time dragged on, the chip manufacturing industry in country A might die directly. Without the chip manufacturing industry, the semiconductor equipment manufacturing industry would also enter a cold winter. Anxious Gao Ziyuan walked around the office. Suddenly he stopped, grabbed his coat and put it on while shouting, Fong Chung. Yes, Mr. Gao. Drive to the president's villa immediately. Yes. The assistant hurriedly called the driver, and a Mercedes-Benz rushed to Chitai village. The internet also exploded at this time. Google and Microsoft cut off the source of funds, and domestic chips fell into crisis. Sina News shocked. The despicable and shameless West. UC News the ultimate blow. Domestic chips are restricted, and there is no bottom line for suppression. NetEase News the Ministry of Commerce, and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology urgently sent a note to Google and Microsoft to inquire about the restriction of domestic chips. Xinhua News Agency Yangtze Memory stated that it would not compromise with Google and Microsoft, and would defend the dignity of semiconductors in country A to the death. Penguin highlights Xinhua Instruments denounce this as hegemonism that ignores international rules, and will use legal means to sanction Google and Microsoft. Truth Journal. In the big forum of Science House. Seeing the rise of domestic chips, they resorted to such despicable means, Google and Microsoft. Eternal Keyboard Warrior. At Eternal Keyboard Warrior, do you really think it was done by Google and Microsoft? Don't you understand who is behind it? Meow Star. Boycott Google and Microsoft. Dung Inserter. At Dung Inserter, what can you use to boycott? Keyboard Warrior. Lu Dozhuang. What an ugly face, a capitalist with no bottom line. Che Guevara. Hey, is this the end of the domestically produced chips that have just started to improve? I am so unwilling to accept this. Abandoned Emperor. Where are those internet companies that usually boast about how powerful they are? When it comes to the critical moment, do they become turtles? The lack of a domestically produced operating system has become a fatal weakness. Poetry and Distant Places. Domestic netizens were outraged, criticizing Microsoft and Google, ABT, and the entire West from Country B, while the officials of Country A also rushed to act, hoping to change the decisions of Google and Microsoft. However, Google and Microsoft seemed to have eaten a weight and were determined to stick to their guns. They insisted that domestic chips had security risks and could not be used on mobile phones or computers unless they accepted their comprehensive technical testing. And this so-called comprehensive technical testing cycle is about half a year. If you accept this test, you will fall into the trap of the other party. At that time, it is not up to them to decide whether it is safe or not. Obviously, the other party is just trying to delay time and bring down the chip manufacturing companies of Country A. As a last resort, the official can only announce sanctions against Google and Microsoft. However, Google and Microsoft are already dead pigs that are not afraid of boiling water, and they are determined to kill domestic chip companies. Chapter 96. The Mercedes-Benz braked at the entrance of the small villa. As soon as Gao Ziyuan opened the car door, he rushed to the entrance of the villa. "Captain Zhang, I want to see the president." Zhang Shurha waved his hand, and 2 security guards took a special scanner and scanned Gao Ziyuan twice. Even if he was a company employee, Zhang Shurha would not let him in easily. One of the security guards nodded to Zhang Shurha. "Boss Gao, I'm sorry. You can go in." Zhang Shurha opened the iron gate. "Thank you." Gao Ziyuan rushed in and knocked on the door of the study on the 2nd floor. "Come in. President, Google and Microsoft." Before he finished speaking, Huang Mingzhi said, "I already know about it. Sit down and drink some tea for a while, and wait for Jixing and Han Qing to come." "Okay." Gao Ziyuan sat down to take a breath, and then waited with a slightly anxious look. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Hanqing and Kai Jixing also rushed to the villa. The 4 of them can be said to be the core senior executives of Seaway Society. It can be seen that Huang Mingzhi also attaches great importance to this matter. Gao Ziyuan, who was in a panic, spoke first. "President, Mr. Kai, Mr. Zhang, how should we deal with it now?" "Ziyuan, please be patient. Han Qing, please tell me." Huang Mingzhi gestured to Zhang Hanqing. Zhang Hanqing took out a document from his briefcase, handed it to Gao Ziyuan and said, "In fact, Dream Company has had a domestic operating system project from the beginning." Gao Ziyuan took the document and flipped through it quickly. After a while, he still looked solemn. "We have a system, but how do we solve the software ecosystem?" "Don't worry, Mr. Gao. We are well prepared. Please turn to page 8. After turning to page 8, there is a special software called Software Transcoder. This is the software transcoder developed by Dream Company to solve the software ecosystem. It can transcode most of the software on the market into software that adapts to the thinking system. Obviously, Huang Mingzhi has been on guard against Westerners for a long time. If he cannot block Country A in hardware, the other party will definitely suppress Country A's semiconductor industry by any means. In the semiconductor industry, in addition to upstream semiconductor equipment and semiconductor raw materials, midstream chip manufacturing, there are also downstream chip use areas. In the use area, the operating system and application software that complement the hardware are a very obvious key area. Especially in the operating system field where the ecosystem has been formed, they can even counter the chip manufacturing field. For example, now they restrict domestic chips from entering mobile phones and computers, which is a countermeasure against chip manufacturing companies. Huang Mingzhi had long anticipated that the other party would make a fuss about this obvious weakness, otherwise, he would not promote his industrial operating system in the semiconductor equipment industry. This was a precautionary measure, and now his preparations can finally come in handy. The function of the transcoder is not that powerful, but with the support of cloud artificial intelligence, Ghost can assist the transcoder to safely transcode the software. Great. Gao Ziyuan's heart was finally not so nervous. Huang Mingzhi asked seriously, "We must be prepared to take over the operating system market of Country A. Han Qing, Jixing, are you ready?" "Ready. Always ready." "Okay, let's attack the enemy." Huang Mingzhi clenched his fists and roared. "Yes!" On January 18th, for days had passed since the whitelist incident, and the incident had intensified and even risen to the level of international disputes. But Google and Microsoft, as well as the forces behind them, will obviously not give up the opportunity to strangle Country A's chip manufacturing industry. Even if it means losing the market of Country A, they will carry it out to the end. Moreover, they have also woven an invisible network through the internet ecosystem over the years. They do not believe that Country A has the ability to ban Android and Microsoft systems. The worst that can happen is a fine. In the midst of the storm, Seaway.com has updated a new module. One Xiaosong, who was playing games at home, felt very bored. On a whim, he opened Seaway.com to check out the recent semiconductor war. Suddenly he found that Seaway Society had an extra section. What's this? Clicked on the news section to update. To ensure the security of user information, please start cloud backup. Do you want to start it? Clicked on start directly, and then a series of numbers flowed across the screen, and then Seaway.com prompted that the backup was complete, and then another window popped up. Seaway operating system is ready. Do you want to overwrite and update? After the update, the original application software and data will not be lost. Oh, it's getting more and more interesting. As soon as Wang Xiaosong saw the Seaway operating system, he knew that it was Seaway's counterattack against Google and Microsoft. He took out his phone, and sure enough, the update module appeared on the Seaway network on his phone. He clicked to update the system. Thank you very much for your support. The system update started 1%, 34%, 67%. After about 2 minutes, the system update was completed, and a brand new interface appeared on the phone screen, but all the apps did not change, except for a new app, Smart Assistant. No changes? Just a new Smart Assistant? Wang Xiaosong muttered in confusion. However, the domestic system still supports it, and he didn't care to update the computer. He opened other apps and found that they were not unusable after the update, and there were no other new changes, so he surfed the thinking network. However, after playing for a while, he still felt a change, that is, it became faster. The computer's response speed and running speed seemed to be faster. Is it an illusion? In the programmer area of the science house, he suddenly found that many people were also discussing the thinking system. One of the in-depth analysis articles was pinned at the top of the programmer area, called the intelligent core of the thinking system. Unlike the Android system and the Microsoft system, the core of the thinking system is on the intelligent assistant. Moreover, the thinking system, which uses a new algorithm, is not only about 68 to 70% of the size of Android and Microsoft, but more importantly, the data management, computing power management, and power management of the thinking system are more powerful. Thinking Society is awesome. Programmer 007. The most amazing thing about the thinking system is the mandatory transcoding, which can be used directly by the app ecosystem. Schrödinger salted fish. I just ran the score and my phone's performance has increased by 23%. Chinxiang 6 eggs. This new algorithm is amazing. The programmers at Thinking Society are amazing, right? The foot-picking man. At the foot-picking man, don't you see who the boss of Thinking Society is? Unknown feeling powerful. The god of mathematics is so terrifying. Panda Man. Although many people are hesitant, many people still choose to update the thinking system. As a domestic company with 160 million users, at least 40% of users of Thinking Network have directly updated the system. The rest of the people are also updating one after another, and those computers and mobile phones that have not installed Seaway.com can use the mobile phones with updated systems to assist in the update. For a time, the Seaway system had the momentum to turn the tide in one fell swoop. In addition to the already very closed Apple system, Android and Microsoft's market was directly eaten up. As time went on, many people who disliked Android and Microsoft chose to update the Seaway system. Less than 3 days after the launch of the Seaway system, it had accumulated more than 140 million users, and the situation began to reverse. Chapter 97. It is obvious that the thinking system launched by Thinking Society has caught Google and Microsoft off guard. When the officials of Country A saw that the thinking system had turned the tide, they immediately took action. On January 21st, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology urgently issued the interim regulations on Internet security of Country A. The interim regulations require that all application software running in Country A must actively adapt to a secure operating system under the premise of national security. At the same time, the Thinking System Force Transcoding app was endorsed, activating the newly established emergency procedure for endangering national security, that is, once the software is unsafe, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology can directly specify the relevant software as a replacement. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology acted very quickly. It activated the emergency procedure right after it promulgated the temporary regulations on Internet security in Country A. Microsoft and Android were directly listed as unsafe software and designated to be replaced by the thinking system. Obviously, this was not intended to give Google and Microsoft a chance, and to create a fait accompli before they could react. The first enterprises and units to take action were, of course, state-owned enterprises and government agencies. All computer and mobile phone operating systems were switched to the thinking system. The domestic market of Android and Microsoft was like a dam bursting. A large number of users switched to other platforms. The layout of more than 10 years was lost overnight. Country B, Google headquarters. Pichai, the president of Tianzhu, and a group of senior executives were already stunned. As soon as the thinking system came out, they felt that the storm was coming. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology of Country A directly took action to support the thinking system, which dealt a fatal blow to the Android system in the market of Country A. Mr. President, the current installation volume of our Android system in Country A is less than 20% of the previous level, and it is declining rapidly. The assistant said timidly. Pichai felt very disappointed, but it was too late to regret now. After they did this, there was no turning back. President, we can use legal means. The thinking system will definitely infringe our patents. Amanda, the Minister of Law, suggested. But Pichai smiled bitterly at this suggestion. In this situation, even if the patent law was used, the other party could survive comfortably under the protection of Country A. Could Google still let the court of Country B try Thinking Society? Even if it did, Thinking Society would not admit it. At worst, they would never have anything to do with each other again. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open, and the two founders, Brin and Page, appeared at the door. "Mr. Page, Mr. Brin." Pichai stood up respectfully. Page waved his hands in a depressed mood. He and Brin had opposed the launch of the whitelist before. However, although the two were the founders, Google was not decided by the two of them. The Wall Street capitalists and G behind them were the real controllers. Those guys thought they could deal a fatal blow to the semiconductor industry of Country A, but they didn't expect to lose both the wife and the army. Now Google and Microsoft have completely lost the market of Country A. The two sides can be said to have torn their faces apart in this incident. Under no circumstances, Brin and Page can only come out to clean up the mess again. Unfortunately, some things are lost and will be lost forever. Especially something called belief. It is very difficult to establish and cultivate a market, but it is very easy to destroy a market. Although Brin and Page took over Google again, the market of Country A is still irreversible. In addition, the Western Union has also become wary of Google and Microsoft. Since Google and Microsoft can do something dirty to Country A, they may do the same to the Western Union in the future. At the Western Union joint meeting, someone proposed to cultivate their own operating system company, but G blocked this proposal behind the scenes. The congressman was also hit and killed by a truck the next day. I heard that he died miserably. Although Google knew that suing would not help much, it still filed a lawsuit with the Beijing court, and the patent war was bound to break out. Microsoft also had no choice but to choose patent litigation. For a time, Country A and the world internet were completely separated into two worlds, and even the semiconductor industry was also two worlds. Many people felt that the smell before December 25, 1991 began to permeate today. January 28. Siweish issued an announcement that in order to completely ensure that the Seaway system is not abused, the Seaway system will be separated from Siweish Company from today, and an independent management company will be established. The company is called Citizen Trusteeship Society, and 90% of the shares of Citizen Trusteeship Society are owned by the people of the whole country, and a network management committee is established. The remaining 10% of the shares are 1% for Huang Mingzhi personally, and 9% for the employees of Citizen Trusteeship Society. The Network Management Committee is the board of directors, and Huang Mingzhi has a special right, a veto power once a year. In order to ensure that these shares are not changed or traded, 90% of the Citizen shares, and 1% of Huang Mingzhi's personal shares are permanent and cannot be traded or transferred. Citizen shares are automatically obtained by citizens at birth and automatically deprived upon death, while Huang Mingzhi's personal shares can be inherited by the family. In order to prevent the Network Management Committee and the company's management from moving the company's profits or transferring benefits, Huang Mingzhi drafted a very strict management law. For example, dividends are distributed once a year, which is 30% of the company's total profit. The company's development fund is 30% of the total profit, 20% of the total profit is used as an education charity fund, 10% is used as a poverty alleviation charity fund, 5% is used as an education scholarship, and 5% is used as an employee bonus. As for how to distribute dividends, the Ministry of Civil Affairs will set up an account for each citizen. Currently, it is offset against personal social security. Citizens without social security can apply for a bank card by themselves, and then apply for shareholder qualification confirmation. This is an attempt by Huang Mingzhi. The operating system is related to many problems. Once it is in the hands of a private person, the consequences will be disastrous. Alibaba Group headquarters on the shore of West Lake in Hangzhou. Ma Jieka stared at the news on the notebook, and Zhang Xiaoyao beside him was also stunned. He is really willing to give it up. Just give away a company worth hundreds of billions in the future? Zhang Xiaoyao couldn't believe it. Ma Jieka couldn't calm down for a long time. At least he couldn't do this. After obtaining the entire domestic operating system market, he would actually make such a choice. This could only mean that Huang Mingzhi's realm is different from that of ordinary people. He has tied himself to the people of the whole country. This is an alternative and thorough public ownership. No one can privatize the Citizen Trusteeship Society unless the Citizen Trusteeship Society goes bankrupt. The problem is that in this case, it is very difficult to go bankrupt. This approach also directly shut out many investors who tried to get a piece of the pie. Although the operating system itself is free, the customized services of the Smart Assistant, Smart Translation, browser, and social software can be operated for a fee. Except for Alibaba Group, Tencent and Chengdu are already under great pressure. This wave of operations has won the support of many people, making the frequency of use of smart assistants rise rapidly, and indirectly driving the rapid development of Seaway.com. As of mid-February, the number of registered users of Seaway.com has climbed to 246 million. Although this move is puzzling, Huang Mingzhi has his own considerations. In the future, he will bring more technology to the world. Some technologies are very sensitive, and private mastery of these technologies is not conducive to his layout. Chapter 98. Jiangcheng, SMIC's Chip Factory. The sudden rise of the thinking system has stabilized the morale of the semiconductor industry in Country A. Although it will definitely be targeted everywhere in the international market in the future, at least the domestic market has stabilized. Zhao Jun looked at the Kirin 800 being taped out in front of him, and his heart was surging. Mr. Zhao, what do you mean by the president? Li Weiguang suddenly asked in a low voice. Zhao Jun certainly knew what Li Weiguang was talking about, or what he was worried about. After all, the establishment of the Citizen Trusteeship Society gave them a sense of déjà vu. Don't think too much, the president is a man who does big things. Zhao Jun said this, but he was actually uneasy in his heart. In fact, the reaction of Seaway Society to this matter was also quite uneasy, but Huang Mingzhi was the only shareholder of Seaway Society. What could they say? However, Zhang Hanqing, Gao Ziyuan, Kai Zhixing and others could still more or less feel Huang Mingzhi's intention. Xinguang Instrument, which monopolized the semiconductor equipment of Country A, is now a giant. Even more important than Huawei, once Xinguang Instruments falls, Country A's semiconductors may be unable to recover. Huang Mingzhi, who controls Xinguang Instruments, can be said to be walking on thin ice. If he just wants to be the world's richest man, then there is no need to do so, but Huang Mingzhi's goal is to reverse the future, and he needs the power of 1.4 billion people. If you can't change the future, what's the use of being the world's richest man? In the end, you are still a fat sheep to be slaughtered. In the midst of wild thoughts, Yu Chengdong, who had just rushed over from Wancheng, hurried to Zhao Jun. Mr. Zhao, what are you daydreaming about? Zhao Jun was awakened. Mr. Yu is here, and your Kirin 800 is ready for mass production. After that, he took Yu Chengdong to the warehouse on the side, where the processed semi-finished chips were stored in special boxes. The staff opened one of the boxes, and the semi-finished chips were displayed inside. What is the yield rate? 97.62%. Yu Chengdong nodded, obviously very satisfied with the yield rate. Being able to achieve this yield rate so quickly shows that SMIC has tried its best. Mr. Zhao, how many Kirin 800s can be produced per month? Zhao Jun thought for a moment and replied, one production line can produce 5 million Kirin 800s per month if it is fully operational. Yu Chengdong, who was well informed, asked, I heard that you have put 3 more 12 nanometers production lines into operation? Zhao Jun smiled and said, indeed, 3 new production lines are being debugged, but 2 of them are for producing memory chips, and the other is an experimental production line for 10 nanometers process. 10 nanometers so soon? Sanshin has invested $15 billion in 10 nanometers, so we certainly can't fall behind. It's good to lean on a big tree for shade. Yu Chengdong joked. Zhao Jun shook his head. Xinguang treats all companies equally. For this point, Yu Chengdong had to admit that Huang Mingzhi was broad-minded. Even if domestic companies without shares purchase equipment, they were treated equally, and did not block them from purchasing equipment. And Huawei and Xinguang's high silicon chips can also purchase the most advanced equipment, but it has not yet arrived. Yu Chengdong could hardly suppress his smile when he thought that Huawei phones would be the first to use 12 nanometer chips. However, he didn't know that Huawei phones had already used a lot of Siwei's products without realizing it. For example, finite element software and simulation space software in industrial design, Seaway batteries and operating systems in mobile phones, and semiconductor equipment and raw materials in the chip industry. These upstream products are becoming indispensable to high-tech companies in Country A in a subtle way. Perhaps in life, few people will directly come into contact with Siwei's products. Many people only know Seaway.com, but Siwei's other products have indirectly affected the entire society. After the successful tape-out of Kirin 800, Huawei's mobile phone has obtained the most powerful core at present. However, the international market has been changing recently, and the semiconductor war is in full swing. The West, which intended to open up a second battlefield, suffered a disastrous defeat, but they did not give up. Any computer and mobile phone using Country A chips and Country A operating systems are directly banned from sale by many Western countries. Now we can only explore the Asian market and the markets in Lucia, Africa, and South America. Pains are inevitable, but there is no construction without destruction. It is not a bad thing to let the people recognize the ugly face of the West earlier and give up the so-called sweet air. On the other hand, Yangtze Memory is also struggling to explore the international market and strive to deepen the domestic market. Yang Shining did not expect that the whitelist incident would end in this way. He was stunned by the operation of Siwash. After turning the tide, he retreated at the right time. This kind of magnanimity is not something that ordinary people can do, especially the operating system market worth hundreds of billions of yuan, which was thrown away like this, which made him feel distressed. But it's good this way, it's like a talisman. Yang Shining looked at the market research report in his hand and said to several vice presidents, "We can't just make memory sticks, we have to further expand our business scope. Mr. Yang, I think the USB flash drive and solid-state hard drive business can be done." Yang Shining nodded, but he felt that this was not safe. We can't just focus on storage chips, we also need to develop other chips, so that we can enhance risk resistance. What do you think? Several vice presidents thought about it. Currently, Yangtze Memory focuses on memory and flash memory chips, but has not made any achievements in functional chips. Among functional chips, CPU and GPU are out of the question. This difficulty is not something Yangtze Memory can afford. Mr. Yang, how about the electronic control chip? Huh? This is good? Yang Shining suddenly remembered that the demand for electronic control chips in China is increasing. Especially with the promotion of thinking batteries. Not only mobile phone batteries need electronic control chips, but electric vehicles and other power tools also need electronic control chips. Yangtze Memory immediately decided to invest in electronic control chips. Of course, the fastest way to enter an industry is to acquire a related company. After acquiring 2 domestic electronic control chip design companies, Yangtze Memory officially entered the field of electronic control chips. Other chip manufacturing companies are also developing rapidly, purchasing chip production lines and acquiring chip design companies. Anyway, all the chips that are not produced in China have been divided up by various companies, and it seems that all types of chips are domestically produced, and foreign chip companies are driven out. The chip manufacturing industry in country A is booming, but foreign countries are anxious. They need strong capital to fight a price war, otherwise they will kill themselves. Capitalists do not accept this endless consumption. Even with Wall Street and G behind the scenes, the current situation in the chip market is still very bad. In this fierce battle, 2 medium-sized chip companies in Taiyuan Island and 1 South Korean chip company were forced to declare bankruptcy in early March. Obviously, the side effects of the price war have begun to appear. As time goes by, more and more chip manufacturers will fall. And the last batch of companies that persist will get the entire market. Many countries have even gone into battle barehanded, such as South Korea and Japan, which have passed special support plans to give these semiconductor companies blood transfusions. Chapter 99. Mingzhi, I graduated. Wen Na smiled and waved her diploma in front of him. Huang Mingzhi smiled. After Wen Na stepped down as the Secretary General of the True Society in November last year, she devoted herself to studying for a master's degree and finally got it in March. Don't you plan to study for a doctorate? No, I have already applied for a doctoral degree, but I don't need to go to school often. Wen Na winked mischievously. Then stay and help me. You wish. He smiled and shook his head. How about letting you be the Secretary General of Thinking Society? Really? Huang Mingzhi gently grabbed her hand, his eyes full of trust. There are too few people I can fully trust, come and help me. Wen Na's cheeks were slightly hot, and then she nodded proudly. Seeing that you are working so hard, I reluctantly agreed, but the small money cannot be less. Haha, you are indispensable, little money grubber. Huang Mingzhi smiled and rubbed her hair. The two discussed some things about the Thinking Society. It was obvious that Huang Mingzhi wanted Chen Wenna to take over his daily affairs in the Thinking Society, so that he could devote himself to scientific research and other affairs. However, in order to avoid being too abrupt, and Chen Wenna needed to be familiar with the work, Huang Mingzhi made a 6-month transition plan for her, and handed over the work of the Thinking Society to her step by step. Wenna had been the Secretary General of the True Society before, so she still had work experience. With Huang Mingzhi's support and guidance behind the scenes, I believe there will be no big problem. The recent semiconductor war has distracted Huang Mingzhi from a large part of his energy, and now he can finally devote most of his energy to scientific research. The scale of the Materials Research Institute in Haicheng County has expanded by hundreds of times, and dozens of materials laboratories occupy the entire town. And this town has now transformed from agriculture to the service industry, specializing in providing services for employees and researchers at the scientific research base. The minibus passed through the busy streets, restaurants, fruit shops, bakeries, flower shops, grocery stores, etc., and the whole street was full of these shops. Not far from the town, the staff dormitory area is on the east side, and the scientific research area is on the west side. After entering the scientific research area, Wang Mingzhi's minibus parked in the parking lot, and then changed to an electric sightseeing car, and came to the thermoelectric material laboratory. At this time, there was a discussion in the laboratory. "Jianshu, what are you discussing?" Wang Mingzhi asked, while changing his work clothes. Lu Jianshu, who was wearing square-frame glasses, noticed Wang Mingzhi coming in. "President, we are discussing a lattice problem." Wang Mingzhi, who changed into work clothes, held a special tablet computer and asked, "How much efficiency have you improved now?" 16.71%. This refers to the efficiency of directly converting heat energy into electrical energy. The project studied by the Thermoelectric Materials Laboratory is temperature difference power generation. That is, directly converting heat energy into electrical energy, but this project is very difficult. Although the conversion efficiency of 16.71% is already very high, this efficiency is still unsatisfactory. The commercial thermoelectric power generation equipment on the market generally has a thermoelectric conversion efficiency of between 6 and 7%, and is generally used in the field of waste heat utilization. To truly become a mainstream power generation equipment, the thermoelectric conversion efficiency must be refreshed to at least 20%, and preferably 40%. The reason for developing thermoelectric power generation is that the principle of thermoelectric power generation is very simple, that is, there is a temperature difference on both sides of the material, and then the high temperature area actively neutralizes to the low temperature area, and energy will be generated in this process, and thermoelectric power generation uses this principle. In fact, thermoelectric power generation is very similar to photovoltaic power generation. One is direct thermoelectric conversion, and the other is direct photoelectric conversion. It is called power generation of a board. Unlike ordinary power generation, which requires a complex system to boil water, the more times the energy is converted, the lower the overall conversion efficiency. Wang Mingzhi touched his chin and thought. At present, the thermoelectric materials in the Thermoelectric Materials Laboratory have achieved a conversion efficiency of 16.71%, while the photoelectric conversion efficiency of the Optoelectronic Materials Laboratory is currently around 27.5%. If photoelectricity and thermoelectricity are combined to create a power generation system, the power generation efficiency should be good, but this is still far from Wang Mingzhi's target expectation. The Inertial Confinement Laboratory, which has been conducting intensive experiments recently, is getting closer and closer to controlled nuclear fusion. At present, the energy level of the heliostat laser has been refreshed to 18,600 J. By focusing 4 heliostat lasers, the total energy level can be increased to 74,400 J. The higher the laser energy level, the better the efficiency of laser ignition, and the size of the equipment can be reduced accordingly. However, as the laser energy level increases, other problems also arise, such as the auxiliary materials of the laser head are easily burned through, the transformer is difficult to cooperate, and the material problems of the reactor, etc. In short, there are numerous problems. Solving one problem may lead to several new ones. Even if the Institute of Optics and Electronics and major plasma research institutes in China have joined the Inertial Binding Laboratory, many problems are still daunting. Pulling the idea back to the Thermoelectric Laboratory, Wang Mingzhi checked the progress of the laboratory and then entered the working state. The Thermoelectric Material Laboratory has a thermoelectric material law model developed by him. While screening these thermoelectric materials, he also upgraded the law model. Currently, only he can complete this work. To modify and upgrade the regularity model, one needs a very deep foundation in computational materials science and a mastery of various fields of mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Wang Mingzhi dared to say with confidence that even if all the people in the materials science community worked together, they would not be able to successfully modify and upgrade one of the regularity models. After a busy day, he just got off work and received a call from Wei Feng. "Mingzhi, I have completed the final verification work a day, and the model has been sent to your email." "That's good. Let's go back to Ling'an in a few days." "That's what I was thinking. By the way, for safety reasons, I arranged for someone to pick you up." "Okay." The two of them were not the kind of people who liked to chat on the phone for a long time. After they finished talking about things, they hung up the phone directly. After he took a shower and came out, Auntie Pang had already prepared dinner. Weina was already eating. Is work going well? Wang Mingzhi asked while picking up the bowl and chopsticks. It's going well. The two of them chatted while eating. This was a rare leisure time. After finishing the meal, the two of them came to the study, and he pulled out a lot of information from his laptop. Weina, these are the bad apples in the company. You should deal with them according to the degree of harm. Weina looked at the dozen detailed investigation reports on the notebook, looked at him in surprise, and then nodded. This is the material Wang Mingzhi prepared for her to establish her authority. If he didn't kill the chicken to scare the monkey, the company's gang would probably pretend to obey but secretly disobey. After reading more than a dozen materials, Weina smiled and joked, it seems that I am destined to be the bad guy. Go, girl, I leave everything there, and look forward to the day when you become the king of business. Then I will be the king's man, Wang Mingzhi said jokingly. You wish. Weina laughed and scolded. It was rare for the two to joke. At this time, the moon was above the willow branches. April was the time of spring and flowers. It was also the season for all things to grow and multiply. The two early cherry blossoms in Yunnan were falling at this time. The night was gentle and full of poetic and picturesque feelings, which always made people linger in the gentle land. It was a pity that the spring night was short. The morning sun reminded him to continue to struggle. Chapter 100. At the Laser Research Institute, 3 kilometers away from the Materials Research Institute, intense experiments are being carried out. Qin Changde and others are wearing thick protective clothing and carefully adjusting the laser, but this laser head is different from their previous research and development. This is an unexpected product, a laser material that was accidentally combined by the Photosensitive Materials Laboratory. This new material cannot excite X-rays, ultra-short pulses, etc., but excites gamma rays, and very deadly high-energy gamma rays. A black goose bought from the goose factory was tied to the experimental table. Fire. Qin Changde whispered calmly. Yes. A corrective visible light spot was on the black goose. The frightened black goose was shaking its head. Suddenly, an invisible gamma ray laser hit the black goose at lightning speed. In an instant, the black goose could not even scream or struggle, and was destroyed from the inside out by the energy of the gamma ray. The researcher quickly turned off the laser and took down the black goose that had turned into a charred piece on the experimental table. The goose passed away very peacefully. The black goose was taken to the laboratory. The researcher, wearing a full-body protective suit, took a gleaming scalpel and gently cut open the goose. It's so powerful that even the heart and liver are black. Keep cutting deeper to see if the goose is completely black, Qin Changde ordered. The researcher holding the knife continued to cut open the heart, liver, spleen and lungs one by one. Black, extremely black. It has been completely carbonized. Even the bones are black, and there is dry black blood on them. Those once fresh and passionate blood have completely died. It seems to be completely dark. Qin Changde looked at the shattered corpse and shook his head, sighing. The power of the gamma ray laser was unexpectedly strong and could kill organisms instantly. Boss, are you still going to experiment? A researcher asked. Of course. Qin Changde turned his head and ordered, slowly adjust the power and test the lowest lethal point of the gamma ray laser. Okay. Suddenly Qin Changde asked in confusion, by the way, why use geese as experimental subjects? One of the researchers explained with a smile. The goose factory in the next town was hit by an epidemic. The Municipal Health Bureau required the local goose factory to be destroyed, so the purchasing department bought these geese. Anyway, these geese will go to the incinerator, and it will be the same for our experiment. I see. Qin Changde suddenly realized, and then he reacted, these geese will not be transmitted to humans, right? No, it is a virus similar to bird flu, which will not infect humans. The experiment continued, and the infected geese were sent to the experimental table, and then gamma-ray lasers of different powers were irradiated on them. Whether it was the life of the goose or the virus on its body, it was instantly charred by the gamma-ray. With each experimental data, the laser laboratory finally tested the minimum lethal dose of gamma rays emitted by the laser. But the experiment was not over yet. Next, we will study the laser range. Okay. The experimental test lasted for 3 days. The range of the gamma ray emitted by the laser was a bit unexpected. At the maximum energy level, the effective killing distance reached about 53 kilometers, and at the low energy level, the effective killing distance reached about 643 meters. Fortunately, they were facing the sky during the experiment. If they were facing other directions, it would be a big trouble. As for how to test the distance in the sky, drones, and blimps were mainly used as targets. For higher distances, estimates are used. According to the height and density of the atmosphere, combined with the energy decay curve of the gamma-ray laser, the killing distance can be estimated. Moreover, beyond the effective killing of gamma-ray lasers, it does not mean that everything is fine. The effective killing distance refers to killing in an instant. If it is irradiated for a long time, more than 10 seconds, outside the distance, there is also a huge risk. Looking at the gamma-ray laser in the middle of the laboratory, Qin Changde and others were still in fear. This thing was too dangerous. It was a deadly weapon. Huang Mingzhi had taken over the laboratory personally, and there were a large number of security agents and military researchers in the laser laboratory. "Mr. Huang, you should know the danger of this thing," Wang Feng, who was dressed in military uniform, said seriously. Huang Mingzhi replied with a hint of meaning, "In this dangerous world, we need some guarantees to survive." Qin Li and Wang Feng nodded. According to the calculations of Huang Mingzhi, Qin Changde and others, if the gamma-ray laser is made 3 times larger, the maximum killing radius can reach 100 to 150 meters, and the longest distance is about 90 kilometers. This is the case when the materials are not upgraded. Once the materials are upgraded, the horror of this thing will increase accordingly. And the gamma-ray laser that is 3 times larger, the entire laser is about 5 or 6 meters long, wide and high, and the weight is estimated to be about 4 to 6 tons. Of course, this does not include other equipment, such as the most important radar system and power supply system. It is estimated that only large warships can afford such things. For land-based, it can only be fixed for the time being. However, the start is so powerful that the higher-ups have agreed to set up a project for gamma-ray lasers and are ready to fully develop gamma-ray lasers. In addition, they also know that Seaway Society is developing controlled nuclear fusion technology. If the nuclear fusion power generation technology is successful at that time, the gamma-ray laser will be even more powerful, and the energy can be squandered endlessly. The terrifying thing about gamma-ray lasers is their high energy and high penetration. Generally speaking, the wavelength of light determines its penetration. The shorter the wavelength, the stronger its penetration. For example, the common X-rays we see are short wave, while gamma rays are the shortest light waves. According to the first-generation products currently developed by the laser laboratory, at the strongest energy level, a lead plate 359 meters thick is required to completely block gamma-ray lasers. Can humans create a lead plate 359 meters thick? Yes. The question is whether it is worth it. Obviously, it is not worth it. The X-ray partitions previously used by the Materials Research Institute are also inferior to gamma rays. To completely block them, they need to be compounded to a thickness of 13 meters. Huang Mingzhi has ordered the Materials Research Institute to fully develop a new material that can block gamma rays. If you have the strongest spear, you must also have the strongest shield. Moreover, lasers are also being further studied. Only more powerful gamma-ray lasers can ensure safety. Once controlled nuclear fusion technology succeeds, the world will undergo drastic changes. Without sufficient military force, those jackals, tigers and leopards will never sit still and wait for death. The most likely scenario is that they will attack in groups. Therefore, the development of the strongest spear is urgent. According to his plan, the power of the gamma-ray laser will be increased to a range of more than 5,000 kilometers before 2020, and the maximum killing radius will reach 10 to 20 kilometers. As long as this level of gamma-ray laser is installed in outer space at that time, it will become a deadly sword hanging over the entire blue planet. All intercontinental missiles have to kneel down and sing conquer. How can they be faster than the speed of light? Even the underground bases hundreds of meters under the rock layer cannot stop the attack of gamma rays. Only when there is a real deadly threat, she dare not act rashly. Otherwise, the nuclear warheads cannot be guaranteed to be safe. After all, those mice have many underground bases. If growing mushrooms is useful, she will not succeed in the future. Chapter 101. Zhang Shizheng brought a group of staff to BS City in western Guangxi province. As the junction of 3 southwestern provinces, this place has been synonymous with poverty and backwardness since ancient times. The mountains and hills bring the natural wonders of the gods, but also bring closed transportation. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he got off the car and looked at the small village halfway up the mountain. He took out the water bottle he brought back from retirement and drank a mouthful of light salt water. He is Zhang Shi's younger brother and was once a member of the Seaway Society security. However, since half a month ago, he is no longer a security guard, but an employee of the Citizen Trust Society. Brother Zhang, I think jailing Zai ahead is very suitable as our base. Deputy Captain Huang Tianxi pointed to the small mountain village halfway up the mountain and said, "Let's go and take a look." The Dongfeng pickup truck started again and headed towards Jialingzai along the rugged mountain road. It looked not far away, but in fact, in the mountainous terrain, it is really possible to run to death. On the winding mountain road, the 3 Dongfeng pickup trucks shook for half an hour before reaching the destination. Many villagers in the mountain village were curiously observing these outsiders. This kind of remote and poor place rarely had outsiders except young people who went out to work. After Zhang Shizheng got off the car, he looked at the situation of Jialing village. A simple cement road crossed the village, and Jialing village was close to the mountains and the water. Map. Huang Tianxi took out a map of BS City and handed it to Zhang Shizheng. Zhang Shizheng spread the map flat on the hood of the car, looking at the map while observing the surrounding terrain and situation with a telescope from time to time. At this time, a middle-aged and an elderly villager slowly approached them. "How many of you are from the city?" The old man asked with full energy, but one of his calves was gone, and a simple wooden stick was tied to replace it. Zhang Shizheng was slightly moved, and quickly replied, "Hello, old man, we are a working group of the Citizens Trusteeship Society, and we are here to take the postgraduate entrance examination." Citizens Trusteeship Society? Isn't it in the city? The old man was a little disappointed. Zhang Shizheng's heart moved, and he asked, "Are you in any difficulty?" "Ah!" The middle-aged man who was supporting the old man sighed bitterly, and he said helplessly and bitterly, "The teacher who came to support the teaching last year did not come this year, and now we don't know what to do." After listening to the middle-aged man's story, Zhang Shizheng frowned, and then he asked in detail. It turned out that Jialingzai was the only village with a primary school among the 6 natural villages nearby, so the children of the 6 nearby villages came here to go to school. Originally, Jialingzai Primary School had a principal and a teacher, but the principal died of illness 2 years ago, and only one teacher, Li Dagong, was left, the middle-aged man in front of him. After Li Dagong succeeded as the principal, he had no choice but to go to the County Education Bureau to explain the situation. After that, 2 college students came to teach, but unfortunately, after a year, both college students expired and left. As the high school entrance exam is approaching, the 15 6th grade students are facing the big problem of having no teachers. Li Dagong can only teach Chinese and some simple mathematics, but he has no way to teach English. Unfortunately, he went to the county town several times, but there was no way. A few days ago, he went to the city and waited for more than a week, but still no news. Zhang Shizheng silently wrote down this matter and said to the old man, "Village Chief Li, do you know if there is a larger house for rent in the village?" "House? I do have an old yard at home, but it's a bit shabby." The old village chief replied, "It doesn't matter if it's a bit shabby, let's go and take a look." Zhang Shizheng and a dozen people went into the village. It was indeed an old house, but it was well maintained, at least it didn't look shabby. In addition, there was a stone vacant land in front of the house, which obviously couldn't be used to grow things, but could only be used to store some sundries. Zhang Shizheng was very satisfied and rented it to the old village chief for 3 years. The old village chief wanted to invite him to dinner, but Zhang Shizheng knew that the old village chief was not easy, so he took him to the old house to eat. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhang Shizheng and the old village chief chatted while eating, and talked about the old village chief's empty calf. The old village chief took a sip of wine with nostalgia and sadness, and then slowly said, "This leg stepped on a landmine when we were hunting monkeys in 1979. You don't know, there were only 2 people left alive in our class that year. It was too tragic." The old village chief was crying as he spoke. "I was able to save my life because the squad leader saw that I was young." Zhang Shizheng was immediately in awe and quickly stood up to salute the old village chief. That night, Zhang Shizheng talked a lot with the old village chief and listened to a lot. He felt very heavy in his heart and made a decision. At this moment, Zhang Shizheng finally understood what the president meant. Why did he want them to go to the real grassroots? Only by going to the real grassroots can they see different faces. Even at the grassroots level in the eastern coastal areas, there are situations that are different from what we imagined, let alone in the western regions. The night in the mountains was slightly cool. After sending the old village chief back, Zhang Shizheng opened his diary under the dim light and silently recorded what he saw and heard today. The next morning, after brushing his teeth and washing his face, Zhang Shizheng did a set of military boxing and held a group meeting. Zhang Shizheng said straight to the point, "Everyone must have come here to realize it." "Yes. Of course. Then let's build a base here according to the previous mission and fight to change the world. Huang Tianxi, who knows English, and another employee who is good at mathematics are responsible for teaching students at Jialingzai Primary School. Zhang Shizheng and others visited and investigated 6 natural villages nearby, registering real poor households, disabled people, etc. In addition, they investigated local agriculture and natural resources, hoping to seek a real development path for local villagers. The Citizen Trusteeship Society will thoroughly implement the concept established by Huang Mingzhi, bring education and development to poor and backward areas, and help people who really need help. Although the first batch of working groups only had 860 people, a spark can start a prairie fire. Only by persisting can we completely change the world. Passing on these flames, one day they will become towering trees. Huang Mingzhi took the time to read the reports of various working groups. As expected, the situation in many areas is not optimistic. On the one hand, he summarized these problems and wrote a letter to Ziguang Pavilion. On the other hand, he ordered the True Society to take action and send some members to teach, and proposed to the Ivy Alliance that, based on the principle of proximity, each university should arrange some college students to teach. Finally, he asked Wen Na to arrange for Dream Company to develop an online distance education system, which can be inserted into the Thinking Network, so that those intellectuals in the science house can record some videos that meet the needs of elementary schools, or even directly teach live. Dream Company will provide incentives to these video makers and live teachers. However, in order to avoid sloppy and ulterior motives, Dream Company will strictly review these videos and live broadcasts. But this alone is not enough. He looked at the questions on the notebook and thought about other solutions. Where the way is, I will go even if there are thousands of people. Where justice is, I will not regret it even if I spend all my money. Chapter 102. After thinking for a long time, he took a look at the situation of Seaway Society and calculated some things. The reason why education and development in the western and poor areas lag behind is not only the loss of talents and funding problems, but also the all-round backwardness of software and hardware. For example, the internet and computers and mobile phones that are popular in the eastern region cannot be covered in some western regions. Although efforts have been made, the western region is too large and there is always a feeling of being stretched. And those capitalists will definitely not do such thankless things. They will only wait until the foundation is built and reap the fruits of victory. Just look at the telecommunication service providers in Country B, and you will know that unprofitable areas are not worthy of using the internet. It seems that a new framework needs to be built, a comprehensive framework. He opened his overseas account. Ghost made huge profits from the financial markets around the world through the international financial market in more than a year. In addition to using part of the funds to repurchase SMIC, most of the funds are still in his own account. These secret accounts are distributed in various overseas commercial banks, with a total of $7.6 billion. Such a large amount of money cannot be directly remitted to China. This kind of hot money will only cause inflation. He must transfer this amount of money to China in a reasonable and legal way. It seems that the backup plan he laid in Hong Kong can now be activated. Kowloon City in Hong Kong. Chen Dongxing is the president of an international investment company. However, he was very surprised that he had never seen the boss of the company. The mysterious boss has been elusive. This company is called Hochul International Investment Company, and the boss is said to be a German federal, but Chen Dongxing doesn't care who the boss is, as long as he can make money. Ding dong, When he heard the sound, he quickly opened his email. The mysterious boss had been giving him instructions via email. Although the boss was not in the company, Chen Dongxing did not dare to do anything wrong, because the company's finances were supervised by another accounting company, and the mysterious boss seemed to have confidence in the company. After reading the email, it turned out that the boss had reached an agreement with a mainland company to allow the other party to manufacture a batch of batteries and chips. Let Chen Dongxing be responsible for negotiating with some companies in need. In fact, it is very simple. Huxel Company does not produce these products, but can get these products and OEM qualifications, which is equivalent to an agent. However, this chip production agent was the first time he encountered such a thing. Siweish Company? Does this company produce chips and batteries? As a local of Hong Kong, Chen Dongxing didn't know much about the mainland. He had been engaged in trade and investment in Southeast Asia and Australia. However, in the internet age, a search can give you a general idea. After entering the Siweish Company of Country A on the internet, a lot of information popped up. After reading it, he knew what kind of company Siweish was. Chen Dongxing was stunned and almost shouted awesome. A country's semiconductor hegemon. It can compete with ASML, Applied Materials, and Tokyo Electron in semiconductor equipment, and can also be compared with TSMC, Sanshin, and GloArc in chip manufacturing, which has supported a country's chip industry. In the internet field, it can independently develop operating systems, master the thinking network and powerful special effects technology. In the battery field, it looks very low-key, but it is actually the world's top battery capacitor manufacturer. Now Chen Dongsheng has a preliminary understanding of the invisible hegemon Siwish, and also knows that chip foundry and battery foundry are profitable. Although his company is a middleman, the middleman makes a profit from the price difference, and even 12-nanometer chips can be manufactured, so there are always companies willing to cooperate. As for the Western ban, this thing is not banned in all countries. After obtaining these qualifications, the battery aspect was very smooth. Soon, Washer Company won more than a dozen commissioned OEM orders. Chen Dongsheng went to Shanmei and Seaway Battery Company to complete the negotiation and cooperation. Although Seaway Battery Company was very puzzled as to why the president agreed to OEM production for Washer, it would be a bastard not to make money. A dozen orders brought in 1.64 billion yuan in revenue, and Seaway Battery Company can get at least 70% of the profit. However, chip foundry is not going well. Many overseas companies are puzzled and surprised. Can Washer provide 12-nanometer chip foundry? These companies that need chip foundry are not fools. Currently, the only chip manufacturing company with 12-nanometer process is SMIC in country A. Could it be that this Washer company is a vest of SMIC? However, after checking, they found out that this Huishua company was an agency company. The chips were also directly branded by Huishua company, which was equivalent to SMIC becoming Huishua's foundry. Wang Mingzhi secretly transferred funds from the international financial market to China. However, the complexity of Huishua's shareholders was something that no one could find out. Some shareholders had been separated by dozens of offshore companies, and finally they were aggregated to the German named Huishua. And this German has immigrated more than a dozen times, and finally became a citizen of the Cayman Islands. Even if he is caught, Ghost can immediately forge another agent and directly make an infinite nesting doll, which is guaranteed to make the investigators feel like they are in heaven. Office of the President of Qualcomm. After listening to the report of the Chief Operating Officer Hal Croy, President Cristiano Amon scratched his thick beard and thought. Qualcomm certainly knew that Horschel was stealing the concept, but this matter was a very tempting bait for Qualcomm. Bon, where is our 12-nanometer chip design? Chief Technology Officer Bon quickly replied, it can be initially completed in about half a month, but there is no suitable foundry now. Cristiano Amon also looked helpless. Due to the ban, they cannot find SMIC for foundry, and TSMC can only do 16 nanometers foundry now, and 14 nanometers is under development. There is also a disassembled Huawei mobile phone on his desk. This is a new mobile phone that Huawei just launched last month, and the CPU is the latest Kirin 800. When will TSMC's 12 nanometers process be put into use? Cristiano Amon asked. Halcroy shook his head. It will take at least 2 years. Too long. Cristiano Amon knew that Qualcomm couldn't wait. If Huawei became too powerful, Qualcomm might be in big trouble. He made a difficult decision. Hal, you go to Hong Kong immediately. Mr. President, will this be? Halcroy hesitated. Not all countries in the world have banned it. We can sell it in non-banned countries first. Cristiano Amon said nonchalantly. It is clear that Qualcomm is trying to play the game of covering one's ears and stealing the bell. As long as it is not in country B for the time being, other countries will not be a big problem. When facing a force stronger than itself, capital often chooses to compromise. Qualcomm's actions cannot be hidden from others, such as Apple and Intel, but they have no way to stop Qualcomm, because the profit-seeking nature of capital determines their behavior. Chapter 103. The headquarters of Seaway Society, which was just completed last year, is located in the north of Shanmei City. If you look down from above, it is a 5-pointed star shape. The headquarters covers an area of 66,000 square meters, with a total of 66 floors, and a total construction area of 4.5 million square meters. Not only is the headquarters of Seaway Society inside, but also the headquarters of Shenzhuang Instrument Group, Seaway Battery Company, Fantasy Company, Citizen Trusteeship Society, and Truth Society are all concentrated inside. Wang Mingzhi rarely appears at the headquarters to work. Chen Wenna, Kai Zhixing, Gao Ziyuan, Zhang Hanqing and others were in the office. He opened the projection screen behind him, and everyone present was holding the document in their hands. Wang Mingzhi immediately said, everyone, take a look and give your opinions. A group of executives carefully browsed the document, page by page. This document is divided into 3 plans, namely Foundation Plan, Mirror Plan, and Return Plan. You are all old people in Seaway Society. We don't have to worry about food and clothing now. Everyone is worth billions at least. What is the purpose of living? In fact, Huang Mingzhi had been intentionally influencing them in his daily interactions with them. For a person who is proficient in psychology and sociology, Kai Zhixing and others were equivalent to being brainwashed by him. Do you choose to turn into dust after being rich and powerful? Or do you choose to fight for human civilization? Everyone will die one day. Some are lighter than a feather, and some are heavier than Mount Tai. Think about our dreams at the beginning. Think about our former simplicity and innocence, and think about those who are still struggling. We have become rich first. Shouldn't we implement the slogan? Colleagues, don't betray your ideals. Don't fall into depravity. Don't forget your original intention. Everyone lowered their heads in shame. President, I support you. Kai Zhixing was the first to speak. Then others also spoke up to support him. Huang Mingzhi knew that he had to stabilize the country before he could resist foreign aggression. Only by unifying internal thoughts could he make concerted efforts against the outside world. Ziguang Pavilion. After reading Huang Mingzhi's letter, the old man put it down silently. At this time, he felt heavy and sad. He picked up a pen and wrote a reply. Huang Mingzhi read the letter handed over by Qinli on the train. The content was very simple, with only one line of words. Just do it. The Ministry of Education has contacted the True Society and the Ivy Alliance about teaching in rural areas, striving to provide some subsidies for college students who teach in rural areas. Looking out the window, who will be the master of this vast land? He traveled for a long time and finally arrived at Zhejiang University. However, this time he did not inform the school, and only 3 members of the True Society came to entertain him. Tiansheng, you will graduate with your PhD this year, right? Huang Mingzhi asked as they walked. Yang Tiansheng smiled and replied, Yes, President. Are you going to stay at Zhejiang University to teach? Or are you planning to leave? I haven't decided yet. Why not go to the Computer Programming Institute of Thinking Society? Huang Mingzhi patted his shoulder. I consider it. The group came to the Zhejiang University branch of the Zhenli Society, where a middle-aged man with a square face and glasses was waiting for them at the door. Professor Zheng, I have long heard of your name. Huang Mingzhi stretched out his hand first. The two held hands tightly together, and Zheng Chong smiled and said, I have long heard of Mr. Huang. Let's talk inside. A pot of tea. Huang Mingzhi and Zheng Chong were the only 2 people in the room, and everyone else left very consciously. After taking a sip of tea, Zheng Chong asked half-jokingly, Mr. Huang, did you come to Zhejiang University this time just to have tea with me? Professor Zheng must have heard of the Citizens Trusteeship Society. Zheng Chong nodded. He admired Huang Mingzhi's willingness to give up hundreds of billions of dollars in industry. Mr. Huang's righteousness. People should always have dreams, otherwise what's the difference between them and salted fish? Haha, you're right. Let's get back to the point. I came here this time because I hope Professor Zheng can serve as the chairman of the Education Support Fund of the Citizens Trusteeship Society. Huang Mingzhi said directly. Mr. Huang, don't refuse yet, take a look at this plan. Huang Mingzhi took out a document from his handbag and handed it to Zheng Chong. The reason why Zheng Chong didn't want to accept it was mainly because he was worried about being used. He didn't understand Huang Mingzhi. A person who could directly give up hundreds of billions of yuan would make people admire him, but also make people feel scared. No one knew whether Huang Mingzhi had ulterior motives and was planning something. It was not that he was judging others by his own standards, but it was indeed a possibility. After receiving the document, he read it carefully. Build 200 Xinghuo primary schools and 50 Xinghuo middle schools within 5 years, and gradually provide compulsory education and free lunch for poor children and teenagers. Provide generous subsidies and living facilities for college students and professional teachers. The monthly subsidy for college students is not less than 5,000 yuan, and other corresponding subsidies, and the monthly salary of professional teachers is not less than 8,000 yuan, and other subsidies. There are a lot of plans and long-term plans behind it. Gulu, Zheng Chong asked with dry lips. Mr. Huang, this can be done with a few billion. Can the Citizen Trusteeship Society afford it? Huang Mingzhi said confidently. Leave the money to me. Professor Zheng, are you willing to take on this heavy responsibility? Okay, I, Zheng Chong, will sacrifice my life for you. Zheng Chong replied loudly, holding the document as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Let's encourage each other. I will live up to your trust. After the two opened their hearts, they immediately felt that they appreciated each other and felt that they had met too late. From the imbalance of education, to the Matthew effect, to the brain drain, the vicious cycle of backward areas, the re-education of the poor, the guidance of social atmosphere, etc. Wang Mingzhi knows that many things cannot be achieved overnight. Considering the large population and vast area, the plan must be taken step by step. Especially for the problem of internet access to poor areas, he and Zheng Chang agree that is to build a real green dam system to block the demons and monsters outside. Especially for those immature minors, if they are exposed to these things too early, many people may not be able to withstand the sugar-coated bullets. Moral education is currently a huge problem. Many teachers have incorrect values and deliberately give students a lot of nonsense. For this situation, Wang Mingzhi has reminded Zheng Chang to kill this bad trend. The two talked from noon to late at night, discussing and improving every detail in the implementation of the plan. Zheng Chang's notebook was full of 37 pages. These were the results of the two's discussion and the guidelines for the future foundation building plan. The next day, Zheng Chang told the school that he would resign in June this year. Although Zhejiang University tried hard to retain him, he no longer wanted to continue like this, or it could be said that decades of career have brought him not only age, but also experience and insights. Zheng Chang knew that if he continued to work at Zhejiang University, he could at most influence one school. But he could change the fate of millions, or even tens of millions of people in the Citizens Trusteeship Society. After submitting his resignation letter, he seemed to come alive again, back to the age of passion. This time he would carry out his original intention, ignite the raging fire, and burn all the decay and backwardness. From then on, Zheng Chang, a polymer professor at Zhejiang University, would become Zheng Chang, the education director of the Citizens Trusteeship Society, a fearless fighter. Chapter 104. Zheng Chang took over the affairs of Zhejiang University while contacting the Citizen Trusteeship and quickly got down to work. Looking at the 70 branches that had been established in the western region and the investigation materials, he realized that things were more difficult and complicated than he had imagined. Rome was not built in a day, and he was still preparing unwaveringly. At this time, the Citizen Trusteeship also began to take action and renamed the Smart Assistant as the Citizen's Home. In addition, browser software Social Browser, social software Inspur, e-commerce software Shell Exchange, antivirus software Tanlaxing, and educational software Spark Lite were added to the Citizen's Home. It immediately matched Chengdu, Tencent, Alibaba, JD.com, Pink60, 360, and DingTalk. In addition to the existing translation software Xinxing Translation. This is Wang Mingzhi's second major plan, the Mirror Plan. The dominant position of the operating system currently controlled by the Citizens Trusteeship Society in the field has been extended to various fields of the internet. As for resisting the invasion of the Citizens Trusteeship Society, unless they have the ability to develop an operating system and promote it, they should just accept the reality, in various fields of the internet, except for e-commerce, which has not been severely impacted, other fields have inevitably been squeezed, and the squeeze is very serious. Especially in the social aspect, Inspur has developed very rapidly, mainly because the operating software comes with social software. Whether it is a computer or a mobile phone, there is Inspur software. In this way, people will naturally use Inspur. If users do not want to use it, they can choose to block the software carried by the Citizen's Home, so that it will not occupy memory. However, the software of the Citizens Department uses the new algorithm of Thinking Society, which is smaller than the same type of software and more compatible with a thinking operating system. In addition to an innate attribute, the shares of the Citizens Trusteeship Society generally have an innate advantage among the grassroots people. On the Science Home Forum of Thinking Network, alumni of Zhongda, please support the development of the Citizens Home. True Society Zhongda Branch. Support, must support. Claybot Rice. Based on the share structure of the Citizen Trusteeship, we must support it. Supporting the Citizen Trusteeship is supporting ourselves. Che Guevara. Inspur seems to want a real name system. 007. At 007, the consistent style of the thinking department, the internet is not a lawless place. Shark. Wait for the friendly discussion to attack. Dong and I Demu. Warmly celebrate the establishment of the Citizen's Home. This is the home of our netizens. Gravity. No bad reviews for games. King of Glory. At King of Glory, don't you have Lucia Cube and Minesweeper chess games? Hee hee. Xingchen Xiaohai. Guess who is the most anxious now? Hee hee. Dragon Slayer. At Dragon Slayer, Nanshan Pizza Hut, the industry is laughing with its mouth covered. Generate electricity with love. Obviously, a group of netizens are not afraid of big things and have started celebrating. In the internet field, The most anxious fields are of course the social field and the antivirus field, followed by the browser field, and finally the e-commerce field. Because social networking means that there must be users. Is social software without users still social software? And in Spurs, natural advantages are destined to be popular among the public. Anyway, the money is earned by the software. So why should I use Chowshin and Penguin? And the Citizen Trusteeship Society still pays my social security fees. Obviously, this is related to everyone's vital interests. Except for those worth tens of millions, who don't care. It is estimated that most people can vote with their feet, and know who to choose. Once the public uses Inspur on a large scale, it will trigger a chain reaction. This chain reaction has already begun. 1 week after the launch of Citizen Home, the cumulative number of users of Inspur has exceeded 240 million. 240 million people use Inspur, which means that Chowshin and Penguin will lose 240 million users. Penguin has a total of 530 million users in China, and Chowshin has about 500 million, among which there are many duplicate or abandoned users. Inspur has taken over half of the market in one go, and as time goes by, the scale of Inspur's users will continue to grow. The continuous loss of users will inevitably lead to the continuous shrinking of social circles, forming a vicious cycle. After all, a person's relatives and friends all use Inspur. Who can he communicate with using Chowshin? The intelligent program contained in Inspur is also one of the tools to accelerate promotion. In addition, there are not so many scammers, so Inspur is really very popular now. Under no circumstances can our Nanshan Pizza Hut sue the Citizen Trusteeship Society for patent infringement and abuse of market dominance, suspected of monopoly. Unfortunately, the Citizen Trusteeship Society is not a vegetarian. You are Nanshan Pizza Hut, and I am still Shawnee to revolutionize you. Who is afraid of a lawsuit? The worst that can happen is that the lawsuit will be delayed. For a time, the situation on the internet was one-sided. In the face of public outrage, the number of users of Inspur increased even faster. Although no one from above said anything, this incident was equivalent to tacit approval of the behavior of the Citizen Trusteeship. After all, the importance of Huang Mingzhi alone can be equal to that of 100 large companies, not to mention that the nature of the Citizen Trusteeship has changed. On May 16th, the Citizen Trusteeship and Dream Company once again made trouble and issued a document Internet Convention. The most eye-catching provisions are about programmers, network industry workers, and network content creators. The copyright of the programs and content published on the Citizen's Home and Thinking Network will permanently belong to the creators. Among them, the patent dividend shall not be less than 20 years. The dividend ratio shall not be less than 20 to 50%, different ratios for different situations, and the ownership of derivatives belongs to the creators. For example, the dividend ratio of independently created comics, novels, and music cannot be less than 50% of the total income, and rewards, subsidies, etc. are not allowed to be included in the dividend ratio. The science fiction home of Seaway.com is such an existence. In addition, the 13 websites merged by Dream Company some time ago also follow this model. Although this internet convention is a customary folk rule, the problem is that other websites do not follow it. The consequence is that they will be directly killed by Dream Company and Citizen Trusteeship. If they do not change, they will go bankrupt. If they change, they can still survive, although the profit will drop sharply. However, Citizen Trusteeship and Dream Home have also been boycotted and attacked by a number of internet companies. After all, this is cutting their flesh, and they will definitely not give up. Huang Mingzhi does not regret it. He needs to draw blood from the internet to support education and poverty alleviation. For the time being, only the internet can draw a lot of blood. As for the capitalists who suffered heavy losses, are they more difficult than those who can't eat 3 meals a day? Anyway, their money is just a number. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Huang Mingzhi is not robbing by force. This is a legitimate business competition. Instead of feeding these vampires with this money, it is better to use it to benefit society. Chapter 105. In order to increase the popularity of the Citizen's Home, Chen Wenna, who manages the Citizens Trusteeship Society on behalf of Huang Mingzhi, launched the preliminary framework of the Network Management Committee on June 10th. The Network Management Committee, referred to as the Network Management Committee. It is composed of 3 parts: macro kernel, logic device, and program port. The macro kernel is composed of random people among all netizens, who are randomly selected by intelligent programs at a ratio of 1 in 10,000. 1/3 of the random people are replaced every year, and those with criminal records are not allowed to become random people. The function of this organization is to supervise and review. If more than 10,000 random people sign a petition, They can initiate an investigation into the management, finance, personnel, etc. of the Citizen Trusteeship Society. And major proposals submitted by the management must be approved by more than 3/4 of the votes before they can be implemented. Random people are called macroelectrons, which means that among billions of invisible electrons, the electrons that appear in the macroscopic universe are macroelectrons. The second organization is the logic device, which has the same composition pattern as the macro core, but has different functions. The randomizer of the logic device is called or and not. As the name suggests, this organization is for arbitration, mainly dealing with disputes between netizens of the citizen's home, between netizens and websites, and between websites and other companies. The third organization is the programming portal. The composition of this organization is different from the previous two. It is composed of industry representatives and elites, and there are also a large number of members, with a total of 150,000 seats. The members of the programming portal are called codes. They form industry code groups based on industries, and can put forward professional proposals and professional opinions to the macro kernel, and can also provide professional services to the tall netizens of the citizen's home. After the citizen's home launched these institutions, it set about establishing the website of the Trinity Network Management Committee, initiated a macroelectronics, or and non-code intelligence screening, and formed the first Network Management Committee. In the three systems, a large number of participants were excited and nervous at this time, and many people began to discuss. General announcement, please be quiet. Interim President Chen Winna. Hundreds of thousands of people stopped, and Huang Mingzhi appeared in the system. I am Huang Mingzhi, and I am very honored to build a citizen's home with you. Thank you Mr. Huang for everything you have done. Dragon Slayer, let's encourage each other. Hometown Cloud, the future world will be a world of red flags. Steel. Everyone responded. Thank you very much for your support. I will never forget my original intention. Huang Mingzhi. Then Huang Mingzhi announced another very important decision, promising to donate all of his 1% of the citizen trusteeship shares to the people of the country in 20 years. The management of the citizen trusteeship was reformed. The company's management agency was renamed the server, the president was renamed the acting chairman, the department heads were the acting directors, and the employees were the waiters. The reason why the names of management, president, general manager, and minister are not used is to let the managers know who their rights come from, so as not to sit on the wrong side of the seat. They are reminded all the time that they should serve the person who gives them power, and they should not think that they are high-ranking managers or CEOs who can cover the sky with one hand. The Network Management Committee can hire you as the acting chairman, or they can kick you out. In the following week, the 15 cores of the macro kernel, the 15 gates of the logic device, and the 15 symbols of the program port were selected one after another. These cores, gates, and symbols are the core leaders of the three institutions. 1/3 of them will be re-elected every 3 years, and they can be re-elected for a maximum of 3 terms. After completing the Citizen Network Basic Law, Macro Kernel gave Huang Mingzhi a title, Void Creator, with a veto power once a year for 20 years. At the same time, Dream Company's Thinking Network was incorporated into Citizen Home, but the shares were not handed over to Citizen Home for the time being, but 30% of the net profit belonged to Citizen Home. This was a strong combination. Thinking Network used the user resources of Citizen Home to grow and develop, while Citizen Home received a share and made up for the gap in culture and entertainment. At the same time, Citizen Home issued the Individual Business Website Agreement, Franchise Enterprise Website Agreement, and Anti-Monopoly Agreement. Applications for franchises of game websites, video websites, music websites, novel websites, and comic websites were gradually opened. Because of the existence of the Anti-Monopoly Agreement, fantasy companies sold some non-direct websites to circumvent the Anti-Monopoly Agreement. The model of these sales websites was also modified to a smaller version of Citizen's Home, that is, the number of shareholders must not be less than 10,000, and the maximum shareholding ratio of individual shareholders must not exceed 0.1%, completely eradicating the emergence of absolute controlling shareholders. Moreover, it is very unlikely for an individual to obtain 0.1% of the shares, because the original shares of these companies are generally between 1 million and 10 million shares, and the minimum proportion of individual shareholding is 1/200,000 of the total share capital. If an internet company operates in the Citizen's Home and issues 1 million shares, that is, individual shareholders must hold at least 5 shares and can hold up to 1,000 shares. But don't forget another restriction: the number of shareholders must not be less than 10,000. In this case, at least 5% of the shares will be acquired by small shareholders, making it more difficult to increase their holdings. Once the critical point of the minimum number of shareholders is triggered, shareholders who already hold the company's shares will not have the right to acquire shares, and can only be acquired by non-shareholders to become new shareholders to ensure that the shareholder base always remains above 10,000. In addition to this mass company, there are also individual studios, individual online stores, and franchise companies in the citizen's home. Currently, there is only the Dream Company among the franchise companies, which is not open to the public for the time being. In principle, the franchise company is allowed to retain the original shareholder structure and then hand over 30% of the net profit to the citizen's home. However, the franchise company will be restricted by the antitrust agreement. Once it is determined by the logic machine to be an industry monopoly, the consequence is splitting. The antitrust agreement launched by Citizens Home is very strict. Except for the exempted industries with special provisions, in other industries, once a company monopolizes a certain field or the market share exceeds 30%, the antitrust agreement will be triggered. At this time, the company has only two choices, either to withdraw from Citizens Home or accept the split. The splitting procedure of Citizens Home is very overbearing, and the split company can only be a one-zone company model. In this case, not only do companies not dare to merge with other peer companies excessively, but they also have to ensure that they do not exceed the market share. Westlake Lakeside, the headquarters of Alibaba Group. Ma Jieka looked at a series of documents in his hand, which were the internal management documents released by the Citizens Home in recent times. Looking at these documents, he knocked on the table in silence. "Jack, he wants to kill us all," Zhang Xiaoyao said angrily. The other partners also looked angry. From these interlocking means, they certainly saw what Huang Mingzhi wanted to do, which was to completely swallow up the entire internet. "Fuck, he doesn't want to make money. Why is he blocking our way? Jack, we can't just sit there and wait for death. That's right, we have to unite with Chengdu, Tencent, and ByteDance to fight against Citizens Home," the partner said angrily. However, Ma Jieka knew that even if they united, they would not have much chance of winning. Because Citizens Home has 1.4 billion people behind it, and now Huang Mingzhi has preliminarily completed the mirror plan. The first to fall will definitely be Social Software, and Social Software is the internet company with the strongest user stickiness. Now Inspur has 390 million users, and is constantly devouring the domestic social market. Ma Jieka sighed in his heart. The situation is over. Chapter 106. Ali is thinking about breaking the situation, while Tencent is like an ant on a hot pot, calling friends everywhere to fight against Citizens Home. But the situation is not optimistic now. Their collapse in the social field is too fast, just like their aorta was cut open, and they are bleeding profusely. As for the upper level, they are watching coldly. Some people who want to intervene have been seriously warned not to interfere with the free operation of the market. As for the monopoly problem of Citizens Home, this problem is self-defeating, because Citizens Home belongs to all citizens, and logically there will be no monopoly in Citizens Home. This is like there is only one person in a family. Can we say that this person is a domestic violence? Obviously, domestic violence is not logically established. Domestic violence can only be established logically if there are more than two people in the family. By the same token, there will be no monopoly in Citizens Home. It is equivalent to self-production and self-sales. You grow melons and eat melons yourself. You sue me for monopolizing the industry? I monopolize myself. What do you care? The rapid advance of Citizens Home is very terrifying, and it can even be said to be overwhelming and drowning everything. Those self-employed studios have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, mainly focusing on games, comics, novels, music, and videos. Each of the 8 entertainment companies sold by Dream Company has been well received by Citizens Home. In the internal stock exchange, Wenyuange Literature website issued 3 million shares, with 13,000 subscribers, and an issue price of 80 yuan per share. Other websites are not far behind. In order to further regulate the development of Wanzhong Company, the macro core of Citizens Home once again issued the internal stock trading agreement. It is stipulated that an individual can only hold 5 Wanzhong Company shares at the same time, further preventing rich people from grabbing Wanzhong Company shares. In addition, trading is restricted. After citizens hold Wanzhong Company shares, they must trade them on the internal stock exchange. At the same time, they must have held the shares for 1 year before they can trade the shares, and the number of stock transactions within 1 year shall not exceed 20 times. If within 1 year, if there is an emergency, and you need to sell the shares, you can mortgage the shares to the exchange, and the exchange will pay the citizens according to the issue price. Citizens can redeem the shares at the issue price at any time. However, The stock dividends during the mortgage period are obtained by the exchange. If the citizen cannot redeem the stock within 3 years, the exchange will sell it publicly at the market price. Due to the continuous improvement of the internal, the offensive of Citizens Home has become more and more fierce. Even if those external websites have a lot of resources, Citizens Home holds the future. Countless network creators have jumped to Citizens Home, and there is a trend of remaking the internet. The domestic network seems to have become two worlds, Citizens Home and the outside network, and the internal ecology of Citizens Home is rapidly improving. If a person downloads Citizens Home, he can enjoy everything on the internet here. People's laziness sometimes prompts them to constantly look for ways to be lazy. Since I can meet most of my needs on Citizens Home, why should I use other external websites? What's more, Citizens Home has its own shares. A doomed elimination has begun. A large number of programmers and network practitioners have jumped to Citizens Home. Some of them started their own businesses, and some joined Wanzhong Company. On July 3rd, the program Mouth launched the industry guild system to establish professional guilds in various internet industries. To join these guilds, you must take an exam and be divided into professional registrants of different levels: iron, bronze, silver, and gold. The guilds not only introduce jobs, but also protect the rights of practitioners, provide legal counsel, and professional technical training. At the same time, the guilds also have the characteristics of mercenary guilds. People or companies in need can post bounty tasks in the guilds. Professional guilds? Hua Luoya was wandering around the Citizens Home, and suddenly saw the industry guilds that had just become popular in the past few days on the official website of the Network Management Committee. She clicked on it out of boredom, and after entering, she found that there were many industry guilds. Programmers Guild, Lawyers Guild, Authors Guild, Upmaster Guild, Painters Guild. Painters Guild? As a student majoring in fine arts, Hua Yue immediately opened the Painters Guild with interest. Welcome to the Painters Guild. Below is the website of the Painters Guild, which has an art database, a work library, painter registration, guild services, a reward counter, a personal center, etc. Amazing! This database is simply amazing. Hua Yue exclaimed as she looked at the database. All the art materials from all over the world that do not require copyright are here, and they have been translated into Chinese. This is what Ghost did for various industries. After all, no one can compare to Ghost in collecting information. She quickly registered as a member and participated in the painter registration exam to become an ordinary black iron painter. Entering the employment introduction section, there are many companies recruiting full-time painters, mostly comic websites and game studios, and the treatment is not bad. But she hasn't graduated yet, so she definitely can't work full-time. Hua Yue clicked on the reward counter again. Magic Hand Game Studio requires 30 exquisite magical background pictures, 6,000 yuan for a 1-month deadline. Detailed requirements are included. Author Lingnan 3 requires 10 novel illustrations, 500 yuan for a reward, including. Haixing Advertising Company requires. After reading it once, Hua Yue accepted the author's reward, mainly because the requirements for the novel illustrations were relatively simple, unlike the game background pictures, which were not difficult for her to complete alone. In order to draw a better illustration, she went to the novel website to find the author's novel, read it once, and then started to draw illustrations. The introduction of the guild system further made Citizens Home popular, and a new internet era has arrived. Most people know that monopolies cannot be allowed to grow. As for the vested interests, they are a minority after all. In the environment of Citizens Home, they can't make waves. This is not a closed ancient society, but an information age. Many people have truly awakened. They just didn't have the opportunity before. Now Citizens Home has torn this hole, and the flood has broken through the dam. Wang Mingzhi knew that this change would cause many people to suffer heavy losses, but for the benefit of the vast majority of people, he could only bury the rotten stench and turn it into fertilizer to nourish the hope of new life. Citizens Home was so ruthless in strangling other websites, even if it was Alibaba Group, Wang Mingzhi would not show mercy. Wang Mingzhi secretly prepared another killer in March this year. Citizens Home was just the beginning of the mirror plan, and there were further in-depth plans. He looked at the progress of each project. It has entered the final stage, and has united more than a dozen laboratories and hundreds of domestic scientists. The weapon that completely buried the old internet is about to be unsheathed. He will create a brand new internet, and become the true creator of the virtual world. Sure, huh? Yes. Arrange a car, we will go to the Computer Programming Institute. Yes. The convoy set off from the small villa, and headed for the Computer Programming Institute in the Bubian Industrial Zone. Everything is ready, and he will bury the decay with his own hands. Chapter 107. Computer Programming Research Institute. After Huang Mingzhi came in, he came to the Brain Wave Laboratory. President, Deputy Director of the Institute Zhu Xiaoming led a group of people into the laboratory. Inside were the Director of the Institute Fei Changfang, the Director of the Special Effects Laboratory Yi Shengnan, the Director of the Brain Wave Laboratory Lu Qin, and others. The laboratory is very spacious, about 1,000 square meters, with rows of instruments and equipment. In addition, it is connected to the supercomputing center that Dream Company just built 2 months ago, a 15-terabyte supercomputing center located in Gui Province. 30 staff members were ready. Lu Qin, Director of the Brain Wave Laboratory, waved his hand, and they immediately divided into 3 groups, each with 10 people. One group sat on a chair, picked up a pair of glasses in front of them, pressed the button on the left, and put on the glasses. The flexible safety material fits the skin together, and the appropriate elastic belt firmly binds the glasses on the head. At the fitting of the temples on both sides, the high-precision brain wave reading material developed by the Electrosensitive Materials Laboratory of the Institute of Materials is continuously reading the brain waves of the staff and completing brain wave interaction with the staff. Brainwave binding is complete, and you are about to enter the Nank Dream world. After entering the Nank Dream world, your body will enter a sleeping state. Please pay attention to your own safety and maintain your sleeping posture. The staff members pressed down the chairs one after another, turned into a reclining state, and put a pillow around their necks, and finally confirmed that they had entered the Nank Dream world. The moment they confirmed their entry, they fell asleep, and the monitoring instruments attached to them continuously fed back their physical conditions to the computer. Researchers from the Institute of Life Sciences were nervously watching these data. After all, the brain is the most mysterious and fragile organ in the human body. Although animal experiments had been conducted before, and 3 researchers had also conducted personal tests. However, it was the first time that 30 people were tested together. Every human being has slight differences, and they were afraid of these slight differences. At this time, 30 people appeared on the big screen on one side. They first appeared on a grassland with a confused look on their faces. Huang Mingzhi put on 3D glasses, and could observe their situation in Nank Dream world. Zhu Xiaoming, Fei Changfang, Yi Shengnan, Lu Qin, and others also put on 3D glasses. 3D glasses can only watch Nank Dream world, but there is no immersive experience like brain wave glasses, and it is impossible to interact in Nank Dream world, which is equivalent to opening a god's perspective. After a period of adaptation, the 30 testers who entered Nank Dream world began to move. At this time, they were on a piece of grass, as if they had come to the vast Ulumber grassland with a vast sky. Tester Zhao Jiaqiang squatted down and pulled up a handful of dogtail grass. It felt real, and the sand at the roots was falling off in handfuls. He tore off a leaf and put it in his mouth to chew. The bitterness was mixed with the fragrance of the grass. It was too real. If it weren't for the floating page in front of him, he might not be able to distinguish between reality and virtuality. Looking up, the sun was shining brightly at this time, but in addition to the sun appearing in the sky, there was another blue planet also floating in the air, which was the mirror projection of the blue planet. Looking around, the place where they are now, in addition to grasslands, bushes, streams, pastures, cattle, sheep and horses, is a snow-capped mountain that towers into the clouds, and there is a city faintly visible on the hillside. Open the floating page in front of him, and click on the transportation method address transfer/transportation. Zhao Jiaqiang chose transportation, but there are many options in transportation. For example, modern transportation, fantasy transportation, etc., flying swords, flying pets can all be selected. He chose a ghost spaceship, and countless data symbols gathered together to form a black and tattered pirate ship. The Spanish sailing ship in the Age of Discovery was the Black Pearl in the Caribbean. Step onto the deck. Let's go! The Black Pearl pulled up the sails and flew towards the snowy mountain city. The strong air currents made the clothes swell and whistle. Zhao Jiaqiang chose a set of pirate clothes for his personal dress. The Black Pearl flying in the air looked out, and the entire Nank Dream world was in full view. Their group was on the prairie on the north side. Another group is in the tropical rainforest area on the south side of the snow mountain, and another group is in the storm ocean on the east side of the snow mountain. At present, the radius of Nank Dream world is only about 150 kilometers. Building such a virtual world has kept Yi Shengnan's Special Effects Laboratory and Dream Foam Studio busy for more than 3 months. Fortunately, Dream Company has mastered the latest version of simulation space technology and finite element analysis technology, and with the special effects of Dream Eye, It can build such a perfect and realistic virtual world. Of course, the Ghost and the Supercomputing Center also play a big role. Without the constant adjustment of artificial intelligence and the huge computing power of the sub-supercomputing center, the Nank Dream Realm would be difficult to reach a radius of 150 kilometers, let alone 15 kilometers. Holding a copper monocular telescope, Zhao Jiaqiang observed the entire Nank Dream Realm, which was like a continent suspended in the void. Due to limited time and the computing power of the supercomputing center, the Nank Dream Realm is still very simple. It can only be pieced together from the landforms of the blue star to form the Nank Dream Realm. Many details have not been perfected yet. The Black Pearl flew for 10 minutes and finally arrived at the airport of the Snow Mountain City, an airport terminal transformed from a cliff. He stepped onto the granite floor. On one side was a stone tablet with 4 characters carved on it, Citizen City. Obviously, this was the website headquarters of the citizens' home in the Nank Dream world. Others also came to the Citizen City one after another. From a distance, the mountain city looked small, but when you got close, you could feel its magnificence, like an ant walking into the Afong Palace. The rocky walls were built along the mountain, with the foundation stone city made of gray stone, the bluestone city above the foundation stone city, and the top city made of obsidian. Along the bluestone road, steampunk, science fiction, eastern fantasy, and western magic were mixed in every corner of the city, but at this time, the city was empty. Except for the testers like them, there was no one. Get on the steam-breathing forward locomotive. Woo woo woo. The roaring whistle, the primitive and wild steam locomotive, took him to the direction of Rock City and Mountaintop City. Along the way, he saw many buildings that had been built, all of which were hung with various signs. For example, in the novel area in the Cornerstone City, there was the sci-fi style of the science fiction house building, the ancient Wenyuan Pavilion, the magical realism. Dear passengers, the Mountaintop City station has arrived. After getting off the bus, he saw the triangular column building standing in the middle, the Trinity Building. The plaque on the northeast side was engraved with logical device. In front of it was the Tianping Fountain Square. After passing through the Tianping Fountain Square and pushing open the thick bronze door, the logic device was behind. Here he can browse countless public information, watch the logic device's public arbitration of disputes, and apply for business processing. However, the salesperson is now just a suspended light ball, and can only communicate through text, and face-to-face communication is impossible. The first day of testing went very smoothly. Chapter 108. August 14th. The International Mathematical Congress was held in Seoul, South Korea, but Huang Mingzhi was absent from the Quadrennial Mathematics Conference. The reason was naturally security issues. There must be a lot of people who want him to die, and Sanchin Group is definitely one of them. It is estimated that the Westerners and G behind South Korea have the same idea. Rather than trusting the other party's integrity, it is better to stay in China. However, he still participated in a 1-hour video report and gave a profound and easy-to-understand explanation of Huang's Hodge theorem. Ingrid Debisi, president of the International Mathematical Federation, personally announced that Huang Mingzhi won the Fields Medal. Xu Shiping, who represented Huang Mingzhi in the past conference, accepted the medal and the $1,500 prize money on his behalf. So far, Huang Mingzhi has won the 4 major awards in mathematics, including the Wolf Prize in Mathematics, the Abel Prize, the Carrefour Prize, the Fields Medal, and the Shaw Prize in Mathematics, which he won last year in China. He has become the youngest Fields Medal winner in history, and the youngest Grand Slam winner. In fact, the International Federation of Mathematics was forced to do so. If Huang Mingzhi could not win the Fields Medal, a mathematician who proved the Hodge conjecture could not win the Fields Medal. The consequence is that the International Federation of Mathematics would slap itself in the face. Although those Westerners were reluctant, they had to accept it. Huang Mingzhi was no longer very interested in these mathematics awards. He was the undisputed uncrowned king in the domestic mathematics community, and he also had a huge influence in the physics community. He developed the tail field accelerator. If he could achieve controlled nuclear fusion, he would definitely become a god and suppress an era. But he is now preparing for the second step of the mirror plan. The brainwave glasses that have just been tested have obtained the birth permit from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, but there are restrictions. The Internet Administration Bureau under the Internet Police Department has taken the lead in entering the Rock City. The Security Bureau has also set up a secret agency deep in the underground city of the Keystone City. August 20th. Dream Company and Citizen Trusteeship announced that they would randomly select 1 million netizens from all the netizens in Citizen's home and give them a mysterious gift package. Citizen Trusteeship and Dream Company have already started to use brainwave glasses on a large scale because they need to be familiar with the situation of Nangku Dream World in advance. During the test, the researchers also found a very useful thing, that is, after using brainwave glasses to enter Nangku Dream World, the body will automatically enter a deep sleep state. However, since the Nangku Dream World requires mental activity, long-term use may cause jet lag and mental depression. To solve the jet lag, the only way is to force the daytime in the Nangku Dream World to be consistent with that in China, so that there will be no jet lag. As for the mental depression problem, the brainwave glasses have a deep sleep mode that allows users to sleep deeply for 4 hours, which can effectively solve the mental depression problem. In this way, the time that humans have used becomes 20 hours, but for the virtual world mode of the brainwave glasses, the Dream Company has set it to a maximum of 10 hours online per day. In addition, people under the age of 18 are not allowed to use brainwave glasses to enter the virtual world. Except for specific functions, such as virtual classrooms and technical training, which can be open to minors, all other functions are locked. The reason for this restriction is that minors' worldview and mentality are not mature yet, and they may not be able to distinguish between the virtual world and the real world. In this case, it is very likely to lead to serious consequences. For example, jumping off a building in the virtual world will not kill you, but jumping off a building in the real world will kill you in minutes. Adults will know that this is fake and can distinguish between the virtual world and the real world, but minors may not be able to do so. This restriction is necessary just in case. Similarly, for the virtual area open to minors, everything must be exactly the same as Blue Star, and no supernatural phenomena are allowed. For example, the classroom is a classroom, and no magic or Taoism is allowed. Zheng Chong, who is in charge of the education fund, has been busy for more than 2 months. After seeing what Huang Mingzhi did on the internet, he finally understood why the other party vowed to guarantee the funds. After visiting 4 western provinces, Zheng Chong is now in Dali City, Yunnan province. Looking at the rapidly developing citizens' home, he was shocked by Huang Mingzhi's persistence and ideals. Although this may be a utopia, at least Huang Mingzhi tried. Everything is moving in a good direction, but he doesn't understand Huang Mingzhi's requirements, especially about equipping each Xinghuo primary school with good network fiber. Using the fast prefabricated house pouring construction, 30 Xinghuo primary schools have been completed. However, Zheng Chong has very strict requirements for construction. He personally brings professionals to inspect each school. The school buildings are all built beyond the standard. The real materials and the thick pillars are almost up to the standard of military buildings. If a tofu dregs project is built on a school, it will definitely lead to the extinction of the descendants. The engineering company responsible for the construction does not dare to cut corners in the face of Zheng Chong's meticulousness. Otherwise, the Bar Association of the Citizens' Home will have to take action and teach them what it means to doubt life. Zheng Chong was thinking when there was a knock on the door. Shizheng? Yes, sir. Come in. Zhang Shizheng opened the door and came over with a box in his hand. Sir, this is something the company sent you. He handed the box to Zheng Chong. He opened the box and found something that looked like glasses, a charger, an instruction manual, and a wireless network card box. He flipped through the instruction manual. Brainwave glasses? Can you enter the virtual world? Has technology reached this point now? As a professor of polymer materials, Zheng Chong is very familiar with cutting-edge science, and has a certain understanding of immersive brainwave devices and virtual worlds. However, when he thought of Huang Mingzhi, a miraculous man, he was ready to try this thing. According to the instructions, he inserted the wireless network card box into the laptop, then pressed the button switch on the left side of the brainwave glasses, and put on the brainwave glasses. Identity authentication and brainwave binding are in progress. Please wait for 5 minutes. Identity confirmation. Zheng Chong, chairman of the Citizen Trust Education Foundation. Brainwave binding is complete. The device can only be bound to one person. Do you confirm? Zheng Chong of course chose to confirm. Welcome to Nangku Dream World. His eyes went dark, and he felt a slight sense of weightlessness. It took him a few minutes to adapt to this situation. At this time, the night sky was full of stars, and he appeared in the citizen city. Suddenly, a letter popped up on the floating page in front of him. He opened it, and saw that it was written by Huang Mingzhi. It was about the next step. I see. After reading the letter, Zheng Chong suddenly realized that the reason why Huang Mingzhi asked him to set up a good fiber optic network was to provide a new education model for students in poor areas' virtual classrooms. Through brainwave glasses, these poor students can be connected with teachers in other regions. which can solve the education problems of poor students and the difficulties of long-distance travel and environmental adaptation of teachers. Of course, the school itself needs to be equipped with some local faculty and staff to facilitate the management of students' school life and how to use brain-wave glasses. Chapter 109. Zheng Chong opened the search engine, according to the URL provided by Huang Mingzhi. Xinghuo City. Then he clicked on the portal, and a black dot appeared in front of him in an instant, and then the black dot expanded and turned into a circle of light that could allow one person to pass through. He strode into the circle of light and entered a brand new world. This is the Academy City, Xinghuo City. In front of him was a tall tower, which was divided into 12 floors. From the bottom to the top, they represented the 4th grade of elementary school, the 5th grade of elementary school, the 6th grade of elementary school, the 1st grade of junior high school, the 2nd grade of junior high school, the 3rd grade of junior high school, the 1st grade of high school, the 2nd grade of high school, the 3rd grade of high school, the 1st grade of college, the 2nd grade of college, and the 3rd grade of college. The reason why elementary school starts from the 4th grade is mainly because students are too young and may not be able to adapt to the virtual world. After entering the gate, Zheng Chong stepped into the first floor. The schools here are divided according to provinces, such as Yunnan Province Spark School, Lingnan Spark School, etc. In the school, the prefecture-level cities are divided into campuses, and the counties and towns are divided into teaching buildings, and the villages are classrooms. Form a complete system of school, campus, teaching building, and classroom. When students enter Xinghuo City, they will be restricted to the school. The younger the students, the smaller their range of movement. Primary school students can only move around in the classroom, while junior high school students can move around in the teaching building, high school students can move around in the campus, and college students can move around in the entire Xinghuo City. There are also no restrictions on the activities of faculty and staff. Opening an empty classroom, with tables, chairs, blackboards, and podiums, Zheng Chong used his authority to open the faculty and staff reserve pool. It was found that the college students who had applied for teaching and the fixed hired teachers appeared on the list, but now they need to wait for Nank Dream Realm to be officially launched, and those teachers and students can activate the brain wave glasses after getting them. The only teacher who was active in Nank Dream World was himself. Huh? Virtual teacher? He clicked on the list of virtual teachers and found some virtual characters. He clicked on a math teacher. There was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and a meticulous middle-aged man walked in. I am math teacher number 001, and the class will start now. After a class, Zheng Chong tested the virtual teacher. From the perspective of knowledge reserve, this virtual teacher is more than enough to be a primary school teacher, but the program is too rigid. It will not mention anything except math and textbooks. There is very little interaction. Basically, he asks questions, and the virtual teacher answers. If the content is beyond the classroom, the virtual teacher's answer will become very rigid and slow. It is very likely that the network speed is affected, and the program settings, the problem beyond the syllabus needs cloud computing to solve, resulting in very serious lag. When he thought of this problem, he thought of the current 4G network communication, whether the network speed is sufficient to support the large-scale application of the virtual world. If not, backward areas will still not be able to obtain the dividends of the virtual world, and he was worried when he thought of this. Next, he inspected some other facilities, such as libraries, museums, science laboratories, professional technology learning classrooms, etc. He had to decide that the virtual world is convenient. In the real world, it is very inconvenient to go to museums, and it feels like there is a layer of separation when looking at it online. However, the virtual world can make the fake look real, and simulated objects are exactly the same as the real objects. Isn't it great? Reading in books, listening to people, and watching on the internet are not as good as touching the real objects. This is the so-called book learning is shallow. How can a Lingnan person, who has never seen the heavy snow in the north, describe the emptiness and solemnity of the snowflakes? The virtual world can easily bring all of this. After visiting Xinghuo City, Zheng Chong's idea of continuing faded. He turned on the communication module and directly dialed Huang Mingzhi's number. After a while, Huang Mingzhi appeared in Xinghuo City. As soon as the two met, Zheng Chong talked about the problem of network communication speed. After listening to his opinion, Huang Mingzhi smiled and replied, "Old Zheng, leave the technical matters to me, don't worry about the communication technology." "Could it be that you have come up with some new technology?" Zheng Chong asked in surprise. "You will know the day after tomorrow." Huang Mingzhi kept it a secret. Zheng Chong shook his head helplessly. You kid, do you have the heart to make me feel so anxious for a few days? Uh-huh. By the way, this virtual teacher function is good, but it is too rigid. Zheng Chong changed the subject. After the network speed is improved, cloud computing and the new supercomputing center can solve some problems. But artificial intelligence is artificial intelligence after all, and it will never be perfect. I understand. Zheng Chong nodded. He knew that the fact that they could achieve this level at present showed that the artificial intelligence technology of Dream Company was already very powerful. Old Zheng, you should speed up your actions. Money is not a problem. Okay, I will spend the money well. Zheng Chong smiled and said, after the combination of Citizens Home and Thinking Network, it has become a monster. In 2014, the total scale of the internet economy in Country A is expected to reach 6.8 trillion. Among them, Citizens Home and Dream Company occupy about 55% of the market, and this proportion is growing day by day. Many small companies can no longer withstand the blow from Citizens Home and have to apply to join Citizens Home and accept the terms of 30% profit submission. Now, the only ones who can temporarily guarantee their territory are Alibaba, JD.com, Pink60, etc. in the e-commerce sector. They mainly rely on the previous logistics, platforms, stores, sources of goods, and users to form a seemingly stable small ecosystem. But don't think that Huang Mingzhi can't do anything to them. He just doesn't want to stimulate the e-commerce sector too much now. Once he defeats the social sector, Tushio sector, and engine sector, the e-commerce sector will also be in decline. The economic scale of the Citizens Department is now very large, reaching 310 billion in July. After deducting taxes, the Citizens Home's net profit for the month reached 24.3 billion. In addition to the 30% dividend of the total profit, the company's development fund is 30% of the total profit, and 5% is used as employee bonus. The remaining 20% of the total profit is used as an education charity fund, 10% as a poverty alleviation charity fund, and 5% as an education scholarship. In other words, the education fund in July received a grant of 4.86 billion, and another 1.215 billion was allocated for education scholarships. This education scholarship is not only for outstanding students, but also for outstanding teachers. As the initial investment is over, the net profit of Citizens Home will rise rapidly, and the net profit may reach about 30% of the total revenue. In particular, the 30% net profit of the franchise company of Citizens Home is turned over, which is jokingly called the citizen tax. This income is actually a huge sector, especially the cultural and entertainment sector that is now open for franchise. The education fund, which has a large amount of funds, is now spending money desperately. 30 Spark schools have been initially completed, and some fixed faculty and staff have also arrived one after another. Money makes things easier. The previously laid optical fibers can now only connect computers and surveillance cameras. This part of the network is mainly for the foundation to monitor each Spark school in real time. As for running the Nank Dream Realm, Huang Mingzhi has made other arrangements. The existence of the optical fiber network has another function. In an emergency, it can be used as a backup. The two discussed in Spark City for more than 3 hours before going offline. Chapter 110. By the West Lake. At the headquarters of Alibaba Group, the presidents or directors of internet companies and major shareholders gathered together. There was a dead silence in the conference room. Mahua Tang from the social department looked extremely ugly, and of course, the others were not much better. Due to the joint attack of Citizens Home and Dream Company, they all faced threats to varying degrees. Among them, the social department, Tushio department, and engine department are now in danger. Under the pressure of Citizens Home, they have been defeated without any resistance. Li Yuanhong of Qiandu Company spoke first. Don't be silent. Tell us how to deal with it. However, many people don't know what to say, or have other plans, such as NetEase, Sohu, Sina, Bihu, Bilibili, etc., who are planning to sit on the fence or surrender. Although Citizens Home is very domineering, if their net profit is 0 or even negative, they don't need to pay the 30% fee. But now they are all waiting to see what will happen next. The ones who are really anxious are the giants in the social sector. Ma Huating is now in a state of panic. The number of users of Penguin and Chaoxin has dropped to less than 120 million. What is even more frightening is that among these users, 70% are abandoned or dead, and less than 30% are active. This incident caused Penguin Group to suffer a heavy blow in Hong Kong stocks, and its market value evaporated by 62% in 2 months. Ghost is frantically shorting domestic internet companies in the international financial market. If he doesn't harvest, others will harvest, so he might as well make a big bet. If everyone is willing, we can cooperate with each other. Ma Jieka stared at everyone and said, "How to cooperate?" Li Yuanhong asked helplessly. Ma Jieka suggested straight to the point. "We can also set up a joint website, so that we can temporarily compete with the citizens' home." Everyone had different expressions, some looked calm, some frowned, and some had flashing eyes. Especially the bosses of the other 3 major departments. They have already seen Ma Jieka's ambition. Among the internet companies present, Alibaba suffered the least loss. It is called a joint website, but there must be a leader. Obviously, Alibaba wants to be the leader and merge other companies. Some people say that Penguin is like an alliance, Alibaba is like an empire, Jindu is like Guaning army, and Tushio is a strange combination. When thinking of Alibaba's style, many people have refused to join the joint website in their hearts, lest they be swallowed up by others without knowing it. They would rather join the citizens than dock with Alibaba. Sure enough, a group of CEOs said explicitly or implicitly that the joint website is okay, but their respective rights and obligations must be limited. In the end, Alibaba Group is not allowed to be the master. Ma Jieka and Zhang Xiaoyao looked at each other, and knew that these old foxes were not easy to deal with. But Ali's goal was to become the leader of the martial arts world. If he couldn't be the leader of the martial arts world, then what was the point of this joint website? "Everyone, how about we each take a step back? Ali promises that it will not interfere with the operation of your company, and we can also work together to develop a reasonable framework." Ma Jieka took a step back to advance. "Then we must ensure that the management rights of the joint website are divided, and we, Jindu, need at least 20% of the management rights." "Mr. Li, you are too greedy. 20%? I think 5% is about right." "You Tushio are not greedy? Then you can take 5%. You?" The meeting room was in a mess, just like the Annies bargaining for vegetables in the market. After a day of discussion, there was not much result. Ali asked for a minimum of 30% of the management rights, but the other 3 companies united to disagree, and finally everyone left unhappily. Ma Jieka stood in the office with a heavy heart, looking at the company CEOs leaving one after another. He was helpless and depressed. A bunch of rabble, they don't know when they are about to die. Zhang Xiaoyao, who had just walked in, hesitated and said, "Jack, I heard that the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology has issued a birth permit for the brain wave glasses of Dream Company. Will this matter?" "Don't worry, the current network speed is not enough to support brain wave glasses, and it will not be promoted within 10 years at least," Ma Jieka said confidently. Looking at the confident Ma Jieka, Zhang Xiaoyao hesitated to speak. After all, Huang Mingzhi cannot be viewed by ordinary people's standards. Google and Microsoft were caught off guard by thinking society. However, Ma Jieka was thinking about the problem, and he didn't see his worried expression. Zhang Xiaoyao could only pray that Citizens Home and Dream Company would give Ali time, otherwise he didn't dare to imagine the future. "Xiaoyao, we need to enhance user stickiness. Taking advantage of the current opportunity, we will merge DingTalk into Taobao.com, and we will immediately merge other holding companies. What about Penguin and Jindu? We will do it first. If they are forced into a hurry, they will naturally join us." Ma Jieka knew that their Alibaba group was the most stable one now. Unlike other companies that were not closely integrated with the real economy, as long as the basic base was maintained, Alibaba might not be unable to compete with the citizen group. After thinking about other issues, he raised his head and ordered, "Xiaoyao, you are responsible for contacting other companies. If you can recruit one, you can recruit one. Jack, can we relax a little bit on the management rights?" Ma Jieka finally nodded, then relax a little bit, and allow them to maintain independent operation. As for what he was thinking, only he knew it. Zhang Xiaoyao immediately went to those small internet giants to persuade them to join the joint website, but few agreed to join the joint website. Unless they were really desperate, it would be difficult for them to make up their minds. This Internet Westlake Summit lasted for 3 days, but there were few results. Except for some small companies willing to join the joint website, others were unwilling to be outdone, and finally only a loose alliance was reached. After returning to the company, each company has been making small moves. NetEase has been developing slowly in recent years, and even has a pig farming business. The game relies heavily on the special effects technology of Dream Company. Ding Sanshur obviously does not want to offend Dream Company. After returning from Westlake, he has been thinking about some problems. Looking at an analysis report about the technology launched by Thinking Society in recent years, Ding Sanshur dare not underestimate the man who can make the impossible possible. Now some of NetEase's internal software is still sold by Dream Company, and the birth permit issued by the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology on July 24th. The birth permit for the brainwave glasses is what makes him uneasy. Although the current network speed is difficult to run the brainwave glasses smoothly, what if the network speed is increased? Then the situation will be different. There was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and Vice President Liang Dong walked in with a document. What's going on? Mr. Ding, we did find some things. This is the investigation results. After receiving the document, Ding Sancher carefully browsed it. Due to the close relationship between Seaway Society and the Security Bureau, the commercial investigation company did not dare to go deeper. The document mainly contains raw material procurement, parts procurement, and the situation from some workers. From the relevant situation, the output of brain-wave glasses is very large, at least in the millions. In addition, there are some cooperation between Seaway Society and Huawei. Could it be that the two parties have launched 5G communication in advance? He looked at Huawei's 5G patents and found no obvious growth. However, when he turned to Shincom Communication, a newly established subsidiary of Citizens Home, and Seaway Communication Equipment, a newly established subsidiary of Seaway Society, Ding Sancher seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water. Chapter 111. August 27th. Wenchang Satellite Launch Center. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the sky was clear, and the sun was shining brightly. On the launch platform, a huge carrier rocket stood. This was the Long March 5B carrier rocket. According to the original history, this launch would have been postponed to 2016, mainly because the technology was not mature. However, after Huang Mingzhi's butterfly wings flapped, the launch of the FAT-5 was advanced, and due to the participation and funding of the Thinking Society, the FAT-5 became even more powerful. At this time, the payload of the FAT-5 in low Earth orbit reached 32.2 tons, and the payload in synchronous orbit reached 17.3 tons, which was a significant improvement over the original design. The Siweish Materials Research Institute, known as the world's strongest materials research institute, is not just for show. After completing the Hui project, the relationship between Siweish and the Academy of Sciences was very delicate, with both cooperation and competition. The FAT-5 is the result of the cooperation between the two sides. As early as 2013, the two sides had in-depth cooperation on materials. As an ice arrow, the FAT-5 has very high requirements for materials. After all, liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen need to be stored at low temperatures and high pressures, while rocket engines burn at high temperatures, and with the intense friction during launch, the materials cannot be up to standard. However, the real reason for the two parties to come together is the industrial design software and industrial operating system of Siweish. Whether it is simulation space or finite element analysis, these are the areas where China is lacking. Li Guqing, the commander-in-chief of FAT-5, is in the hall of the launch center. Although Siweish has paid most of the funds for this rocket, he will also be embarrassed if the launch fails. Have you checked it? The fuel tank has been tested for the last time. Everything is normal. Where is the fairing? It is being tested. Be careful. Li Guqing arranged it in an orderly manner, but the various departments seemed a little chaotic, which may be related to age. The average age of the R&D personnel of the Long March 5th project is only in their 30s, which is very rare. Huang Mingzhi was also at the scene. Looking at the somewhat chaotic scene, he frowned and hurried to Li Guqing's side. Commander Li, postpone the launch time and arrange it to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Guqing, who was busy all the time, was stunned. Chief Engineer Huang, the time is already. Look at the current situation. Li Guqing calmed down and looked, and he really found a lot of problems. Many departments seemed chaotic, and he felt like a headless fly. As expected, they were too young and lacked effective running in. Li Guqing, who was awakened, immediately postponed the launch time and asked everyone to calm down. It is better to work slowly and carefully than to launch in a hurry. Looking at the calm staff and researchers, Huang Mingzhi was relieved. After all, Siweish invested a lot of money in this launch, not only the investment in the FAT-5 itself, but also the things carried by the FAT-5 this time, which is also a huge investment. If it fails, not only will tens of billions of dollars go down the drain, but the development of the mirror image project will also be delayed. That's why Huang Mingzhi reminded Li Guqing that the other party was too busy to notice because he was too busy. The launch of the FAT-5, which was originally scheduled for noon, was postponed for 2 hours. The researchers and staff who calmed down finally reorganized the launch work. At lunch, everyone ate their lunch boxes silently, obviously reflecting on their previous immaturity. Huang Mingzhi, Li Guqing and others ate their lunch boxes together. Chief Engineer Huang, please don't despise our food. Li Guiqing joked while eating. I am usually very simple in the company or the research institute. Huang Mingzhi replied with a smile. Qin Yao, the chief engineer of Fat 5, picked up a cup of tea. Chief Engineer Huang, I will offer you a cup of tea instead of wine. You're welcome. The two drank a cup of tea and chatted while eating, mainly discussing future cooperation and the future development direction of launch vehicles. Qin Yao had to admire the young man in front of him, thinking to himself that scientists who lived in the same era as Huang Mingzhi were really miserable. Chief Engineer Huang is not optimistic about launch vehicles. Huang Mingzhi nodded. Launch vehicles are just a stopgap measure. If humans want to colonize outer space, they must have a more convenient and powerful bridge between heaven and earth. Does Chief Engineer Huang want to develop a space elevator? Li Guiqing asked thoughtfully. Huang Mingzhi smiled but said nothing. In fact, he has always had a more bizarre idea, but the conditions are not yet mature, and nuclear fusion has not yet emerged. If he wants to complete that idea, it is also difficult for a good cook to cook without rice. After lunch, the intense work continued, but this time Li Guiqing paid close attention to the team's actions, so as not to be in a rush like before. August 27, 2014, 2 p.m. At various observation points far from the launch site, domestic and foreign media have adjusted their cameras and telescopes, and there are also many space enthusiasts who are observing Fat 5 nearby. Many people are talking quietly. A white man wearing sunglasses taunted in Texas accent English. I hope it's not a big firework. If you don't have the technology, don't launch such a big rocket. Haha, maybe Don Quixote can defeat the windmill. Another BBC reporter raised his glasses and laughed. Among the reporters present, most of them could understand English, and those Western reporters were either sarcastic or laughing. Suddenly, the female reporter from Yangcheng Daily stood up and said loudly, anyone who is unwilling to see the strengths of others will always see the shortcomings of others at a glance. I will give you the sentence. I think the possibility of launch failure is relatively high. We must take photos of these brilliant fireworks later. The Western journalists continued to mock and ridicule loudly. If there were no police around and many people who didn't understand English, they would have been pelted with rotten eggs. It started. A space enthusiast who had been staring at the launch site shouted. All of a sudden, everyone quieted down and picked up their cameras and telescopes to observe the launch pad that was slowly opening in the distance. 10, 9, 3, 10. Ignition, the surging blue tail flame instantly evaporated the pool at the bottom, and countless white water vapor rolled at the bottom. Launch, the last launch pad opened, and then the Long March 5B carrier rocket soared up to 90,000 miles, and under the propulsion of the huge rocket engine, it rushed out of the atmosphere at an oblique angle. In the command hall of the launch center, everyone was nervously controlling the rocket at this time. The carrier rocket was in the most dangerous stage in the atmosphere, and they did not dare to neglect it. Watching the Fat 5 disappear from sight, a group of reporters quickly turned on the live broadcast of the national news. Reporters from Country A hoped that everything would go well, while those Western reporters prayed for the launch to fail, and were ready to see Country A's joke. Inside the news live broadcast room. At this time, on the satellite monitoring map, the Fat 5 was rapidly approaching the Kármán line. Report, the core stage separation was successful. Report, the rocket successfully broke through the Kármán line. Li Guiqing calmly ordered, prepare to correct the flight trajectory. Received. After breaking through the Kármán line, the distance of this carrier rocket was successfully further advanced, but they still did not dare to take it lightly. As long as the rocket has not reached the predetermined orbit for 1 second, it cannot be said that the launch was successful. Chapter 112. 240. Enter the second orbit. The current altitude is 436 kilometers. The core and the second stage separated successfully. Everyone was so nervous that their palms were sweating. The closer it got to the last minute, the more they couldn't make mistakes, otherwise all the previous efforts would be wasted. Billions of dollars of investment couldn't be wasted like this. Everyone calm down. We are only one step away from victory. Li Guiqing calmly instructed into the intercom. The hall was silent, and everyone focused on the rocket. This last section of the journey seemed long and torturous. The rocket was already flying in the low Earth orbit around the blue planet, and then gradually raised the orbital altitude. Low Earth orbit 567 kilometers. 773 kilometers. 915 kilometers. Successfully entered the planned orbit, ready for correction. After half an hour of correction, the Fat 5 carrying 27 tons of cargo finally stabilized and flew around the blue planet at the planned low Earth orbit of 915 kilometers. After confirming that there was no problem, Li Guiqing picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Prepare to launch the satellite." Received. Received. The last part of the core of the FAT-5 opened the cabins on the left and right sides, revealing rows of satellites, each of which was like a cube. Silently, 2 satellites were projected to the left and right sides at the same time. The satellites were wrapped in a golden protective film and flew to the predetermined orbit. Next, the FAT-5 spread the satellites all the way and placed a total of 30 satellites on the predetermined orbit. At the same time, in Haicheng County, Shanmei, inside the Joint Command Center composed of Siweish, Huawei, Tower Company, and Starlink. Starlink 1 has reached the planned orbit. Starlink 2 has already. The Joint Command Center, which has taken over the control of the satellite, is busy, and many scientific researchers from the FAT-5 project team are also helping here. 30 satellites are sent at one time, and these satellites are not the 227 kilogram satellites of the Starlink project, but communication satellites weighing 891 kilograms. Each satellite costs about 30 million, plus R&D costs and rocket transportation costs. The cost of each satellite is definitely not low. Xingtong 1 was successfully deployed. Xingtong 2. Sure enough, things did not go smoothly. Something went wrong when deploying satellite number 13. Activate the emergency backup plan. Yes. Fortunately, many parts of the spacecraft are triple redundant designs, and the second control system was successfully activated. Satellite number 13 successfully deployed its solar panels and then stabilized in orbit. By around 4 p.m., all 30 Xingtong communication satellites were successfully deployed on the planned orbit. The Joint Command Center in Haicheng County, the Space Launch Center in Wenchang, and the audience friends across the country who are watching the live broadcast at this moment. I declare that the launch of the Long March 5B carrier rocket was a complete success. Li Guiqing shouted excitedly. Pa pa pa. There was thunderous applause inside and outside the venue. At the observation point near the launch site, after a round of warm applause, the female reporter of Yancheng Daily looked at the silent Western reporters and felt very proud. The faces of these hypocritical people, who looked down on others, were swollen, especially the BBC reporter, who hurriedly left with the photographer. Of course, there are still many shameless hypocritical people who continue to interview or film as if nothing had happened before. The mission of the Wenchang Launch Center was successfully completed, while the mission of the Haicheng County Joint Command Center has just begun. Unlike the solar panels of other satellites, the solar panels of Xingtong communication satellite are about twice as large as those of satellites of the same level, and the power generation is 4.6 times, but the weight is only about 1/3. This is possible thanks to the development of new technologies. New silicon-carbon composite materials have increased the unit power generation efficiency of solar photovoltaic panels to 34.2%. In addition, a layer of thermoelectric panels is also compounded, which can also be used to generate electricity. The unit efficiency of thermoelectric panels is about 23.6%. The two power generation systems combined allow the Xingtong communication satellite to generate 4.6 times the power of satellites of the same level. The lighter power generation panels, coupled with the high-energy batteries, specially made by Seaway Battery Company, reduce the weight of the power generation system and energy storage system. The reduction in weight of the power generation system and energy storage system means that the weight of other systems of the satellite can be increased. If compared by function, the Xingtong communication satellite can be comparable to a communication satellite of about 5 tons. The temperature difference power generation system has another benefit, which is to reduce the satellite's heat dissipation system, because temperature difference power generation directly converts thermal energy into electrical energy. With less thermal energy, the heat dissipation system can naturally be reduced. In this way, the functional system can occupy more weight, making the function more powerful, which is why the Xingtong communication satellite can be comparable to a 5-ton satellite. However, these are auxiliary functions, and the next step is the key test. As the name suggests, communication satellites are satellites used for communication. Chen Wenna, Yu Chengdong, and people from the Tower Company are in the Joint Command Center, and the staff of Star Communications are responsible for operating these satellites. These communication satellites will be handed over to Star Communications, while the ground-based stations will be under the responsibility of the Tower Company. In terms of communication infrastructure, it will be provided by Thinking Equipment Company and Huawei. Chairman Chen, the satellite has been debugged and can enter the communication test. Fan Xinhong, the director of Star Communications, came over with the document. Chen Wenna took it and signed to agree to the test. The test began immediately, and the 30 satellites were divided into 10 groups, with 3 satellites in each group running on the same orbit. These 10 orbits will pass through country A, initially achieving full coverage of all parts of the country, so that at the same time, there will be at least 8 satellites over country A to ensure that there will be no obvious gaps in the communication range. As the test began, the satellites began to connect to the internet. First, 30 satellites were connected to form a network to share resources. The communication base station on the satellite, the functional cluster composed of 12 nanometer chips, quickly started to operate, and then aimed at one side of the ground of the blue planet. The terahertz transmitters also started to operate, continuously emitting terahertz waves to the ground. In the mountainous area of BS City, a newly erected satellite dish and communication base station were set up on the hillside. There are also many staff members of the Citizen Trusteeship Agency, holding a specially made terahertz Huawei mobile phone in every corner of the mountain village. Ding! The base station signal receiver indicator light changes from red to green, indicating that the staff can access the network. Team leader Huang, you can go online. Huang Tianxi turned his head and ordered, see if you can log into the Nank Dream Realm. Okay. Several staff members have already been ready to go, and immediately put on brain-wave glasses, and then their eyes went dark and they entered the Nank Dream Realm. Before, they used the fiber optic network to access the Nank Dream world, and the lag was enough to make people doubt their lives, but now they are just like in the real world. However, they did not forget that they were testing now, and quickly turned on the communication module to send a message to Huang Tianxi to explain their situation in the Nank Dream world. And those staff members in various places in the mountainous area, holding terahertz mobile phones, also tried to surf the internet and make calls. As for going to the Nank Dream world, unless they are within a 3-kilometer radius of the base station, don't even think about it. And the tests in various parts of the country are also being carried out intensively. Chapter 113. At this time, whether in the snowy area of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, the Hulumber grassland outside the Great Wall, or the windy sand of the Darim Basin, as long as there is a communication base station, you can directly log into the Nank Dream world through the brain-wave glasses. In the twists and turns of the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau, under the blue sky of the South China Sea, in the prosperous cities on both sides of the Yangtze River, countless testers holding terahertz mobile phones are making calls, sending text messages, and surfing the internet. Huang Tianxi in BS City took his mobile phone and selected a movie website on the citizen's home and clicked to download the newly released science fiction movie Mechanical Planet. After paying, he clicked on the movie and it appeared on his phone. He hardly felt the download time. He opened multiple web pages at the same time and the internet speed was still very fast. In terms of traffic monitoring, the download speed was almost 300 G per second and the upload speed was almost the same. The 5G communication currently under development can theoretically reach 10 G per second, but in reality it cannot reach this value. In Huawei's communication laboratory, it can reach 400 M per second. As for the 4G communication currently in use, it is generally below 10 M per second, while the wired optical fiber communication is about 1000 M per second. It can be seen that terahertz communication is more powerful than optical fiber communication, 4G, and 5G, and terahertz has not yet reached its limit. Its upper limit of transmission speed is about 1 T, that is, 1024 G per second. In fact, terahertz communication has a huge problem, that is, serious path loss, and the traditional communication distance will not exceed 10 meters. However, Huang Mingzhi solved this problem. He found a special frequency band from the terahertz frequency band, and then stimulated a characteristic of this frequency band through power and encoder. That is the ionospheric amplifier characteristic. After this special frequency terahertz wave passes through the ionosphere of the atmosphere, it will be greatly amplified and can penetrate most of the air components, effectively reducing the path loss problem. In this case, it not only avoids the embarrassment of traditional communication satellites, which are easily disturbed by atmospheric movement, but also is different from the helplessness of traditional wireless communication base stations, which must ensure communication quality by deploying a large number of base stations. In areas without base stations, terahertz communication can still provide a communication quality of about 30 G per second, and in areas covered by base stations, it can reach the fastest communication quality of 360 G per second. For example, in Huang Tianxi's current Jialingzai, this base station can cover a radius of about 3 kilometers, but considering the obstruction of the mountain, it is estimated that it can only reach about half. However, this problem is not unsolvable. Relay stations can be built in various areas. The terahertz communication jointly developed by Siweish and Huawei adopts two modes in parallel. That is, communication satellites provide large-scale communications, while ground-based stations provide small-scale high-quality communications, forming coverage without dead ends. In addition to large base stations in mountainous areas such as Jialingzai, micro-base stations are also being tested in the eastern metropolitan areas of Dongguan, Hz, and Shanmei. In an ordinary office building in Shanmei City, more than a dozen testers are testing micro-base stations. The size of micro-base stations is similar to that of common routers. After plugging in the power supply, they can serve a radius of 50 to 20 meters. Micro-base stations can be directly connected to computers and mobile phones, and can also be connected in series to large base stations to achieve full coverage in the city. So fast! The tester walked around the office building with a terahertz phone, while another tester kept recording data. All this data needs to be fed back. As an improvement to the terahertz communication system, as a first-generation product, there are definitely some problems. Although it is perfect in the laboratory, in actual application, the situation is much more complicated than in the laboratory. I found a problem. There is a certain interference when approaching electrical appliances, especially around the original 4G base station. The interference is very obvious. In addition, if it is a reinforced concrete wall, the barrier effect is stronger than that of a plywood wall. In underground parking lots and tunnels, it is almost impossible to receive satellite signals, and you can only rely on base stations. Another problem is that the mobile phone's insufficient memory may also become a big problem. The feedback was sent back to the Joint Operations Center of Haicheng County. Chen Wenna and Yu Chengdong, Wang Kado of the Tower Company, and Fan Xinheng of Star Communications were discussing these things. The Tower Company was originally a joint venture between China Mobile, China Unicom, and China Telecom, but the situation is different now. The Citizen Trusteeship Society has injected capital into the Tower Company and holds 27.6% of its shares, becoming the largest shareholder. After all, Seaway Society and Citizen Trusteeship Society are the initiators of terahertz communication, and Star Communications has become the fourth communication service operator in China, and also owns 30 terahertz communication satellites. Even without communication-based stations, Star Communications can still grow and develop, and the three giants of telecom, mobile and Unicom can only acquiesce to this competitor entering this market. Because they also need terahertz communication, this is the background for the successful investment of Citizen Trusteeship Society in the Tower Company, and both parties get what they need. Mr. Yu, your Huawei phones need to further adapt to terahertz communication. Chen Wenna has already seen the problem of insufficient mobile phone memory. Yu Chengdong can only helplessly. High silicon chip launched 12 nanometer 64G memory last month. It seems that it is still insufficient. He did not expect the world to change so fast. In the past 2 years, everyone was talking about 5G communication, but now terahertz communication, 6G, has been developed, resulting in the level of some hardware not keeping up with the communication system. To meet the terahertz communication system, it is estimated that T-level memory is required to be initially sufficient. I heard that SMIC has developed 128G memory. Mister, you can consider it. Chen Wenna reminded. Haha, I will consider it. Yu Chengdong replied with a dry laugh. Of course, he knew that SMIC had successfully developed 128G memory. The problem was that this thing was very expensive, 3 times the price of 64G memory. Obviously, he didn't want to buy SMIC's chips. In addition, Huawei also has its own chip company High Silicon Chips, so of course, the order should be given to his own son. However, in this situation, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to buy a batch of them for high-end mobile phones, and ordinary mobile phones will temporarily make do with them. The test lasted for 3 days, and the 4 companies improved and adjusted the terahertz communication system based on the problems found during the test. The testing and adjustment work will be carried out alternately, and they are striving to improve the terahertz communication system to the most perfect. While each company is improving its part, it is also communicating the problems in the process. After all, the communication field involves communication-based station equipment manufacturers, communication equipment builders, communication service operators, communication terminal manufacturers, and internet companies. All aspects must be taken into consideration. If you optimize alone, it is very likely to cause problems in other parts. Regular communication is essential. The scale and scope of the test are also expanding. There have been rumors on the internet, but no official release has been made by each company. The 3 giants of China Telecom, China Mobile, and China Unicom are not disturbed by the outside world of air traffic control. They are now meeting to discuss how to follow up on terahertz communication. For example, leasing communication satellite services from Star Communications, modifying the original communication protocol, traffic charging issues, and old users being unable to use terahertz communication. These things are enough to give them a headache for a while. Chapter 114. At the same time, the test did not stop at home, but was secretly carried out in various insensitive areas around the world. In Prides Bay in Antarctica, August in the northern hemisphere is a sunny summer, while Antarctica in the southern hemisphere is a snowy winter. The icebreaker tore through the ice on the sea and approached Zhongshan Station. Because the ice was too thick, the icebreaker could only move forward to about 5 kilometers from Zhongshan Station, then stopped and unloaded a large number of supplies. The expedition team of Zhongshan Station was waiting for them nearby, and then used a sled to pull the supplies back to Zhongshan Station. In the blizzard, the team faced the fierce and biting wind, leaving scratches on the ice. At this time, there was only a vast expanse of white between the sky and the earth. The expedition team members wore thick down jackets and sunglasses to prevent snow blindness. The blizzard was getting bigger and bigger, and the sky began to darken. Auroras appeared in the sky. The polar night of Antarctica is covering this continent, but the latitude of Zhongshan Station is around 69 degrees south latitude, which is not the highest latitude expedition station. The truly dark expedition station is the Amundsen Scott Station of Country B at the South Pole. Seeing the dim lights of Zhongshan Station, the expedition team members breathed a sigh of relief. In winter, Antarctica is not only full of blizzards and polar nights, but also has a terrifying low-temperature environment. Huh? After exhaling a breath of white air, the station master looked at the supplies in the warehouse and breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the supply list and counted these things. Suddenly he found some electronic devices on the list. 30 mobile phones, 15 laptops, and 6 micro base stations. Huh? What are you sending mobile phones and laptops for? There are still base stations. Deputy Station Chief Xiao Nanfeng asked in surprise after taking a look at the list. The network in Antarctica uses maritime lines for satellite communications, with a speed of about 5 m per second, and can only be used for phone calls. Telecom was originally going to come to Zhongshan Station to build a 3G base station this year, but it was suddenly cancelled. Anyone who has been to Antarctica knows that the network here is not only slow, but also sometimes unavailable, and it often drops the line. It is also very expensive, and a phone call may cost more than 500 yuan. Station Master Zhang Chengkai also looked strange, but after he looked at it, he realized that this was a test project for satellite communications. Yongsan. Zhang, what's the matter? A spirited young man in his early 20s rushed out from one side. Zhang Chengkai patted the box and said, I give you a task, install these 2 base stations. Base stations? After Yongsan opened the box, there were indeed 2 devices similar to routers, as well as some spare parts such as transformers and wires and cables. He took out the instruction manual and installed 2 base stations on the east and west sides of Zhongshan Station according to the instruction manual, and then turned on the switch. Where's the signal? Yongsan himself had a Nokia mobile phone, but found that there was no signal at all. After shutting down and restarting, it was still the same. After taking out the instruction manual again and reading it carefully, he realized that this was an experimental product and did not support communications other than terahertz. He quickly took out a mobile phone from another box. It was a brand new smartphone. Considering the weather in Antarctica, there was also a pair of touch-screen gloves in the mobile phone box. After putting on the touch-screen gloves, he found that this smartphone did not have a SIM card slot and did not provide a SIM card. In this case, he could only ask for help from the manual. It turns out that the SIM card has been cancelled. Yongsan muttered to himself while following the manual and binding directly through his ID card. After entering the mobile phone interface, this time he finally found a signal. XK346G. What the hell? Memory? He looked at the few apps and tried to open the Citizen's Home. Huh? So fast. How is it possible? He opened a video website and played an old movie directly. The result was very smooth, without any lag or buffering. Is it local storage? Yongsan, puzzled, tried to call home to see if the satellite communication could be used. A few seconds later. Hello? Who is it? It was his mother's voice. He didn't bother to explore the satellite communication and quickly replied excitedly, Mom, it's me. Xiaosen. The mother asked uncertainly. After talking for more than 10 minutes, the mother in China confirmed that the call was from Yang Senator. After hanging up, he looked at the phone in his hand in surprise. But he suddenly realized and quickly opened the fee inquiry. Don't cheat, people. After all, he knew the network fees in Antarctica very well, hundreds of yuan per minute. Dear user, since this service is in the trial operation stage, there is no charge for the time being. Please fill in the user experience in the series of forms. The company will continue to improve related services. Awesome. Yang-sen quickly filled out the user experience form. Then he took his phone and ran to the webmaster Zhang Chengkai. Yang-sen, have you installed it? Yes. Yang-sen paused and continued, Zhang, I found a good thing, take a look. After that, he turned on his phone, played a movie, and went to other websites. Zhang Chengkai stared at the mobile page in amazement. Anyone who uses the Antarctic network knows how this phone works. Yang-sen quickly explained it, and Zhang Chengkai and others took out the other 9 mobile phones and 5 laptops assigned to them. After a trial, they found that this terahertz communication was really awesome. Everyone took out their mobile phones and called their relatives in China to relieve their homesickness. In the dark Antarctic ice field, loneliness is a problem that everyone must face, and the emergence of terahertz communication makes them excited. Finally, they don't have to endure the expensive and cheating network. However, terahertz communication is not available 24 hours a day. There is only one set of satellites passing through Antarctica, so Zhongshan Station cannot receive signals during 3 time periods every day, and there are about 9 hours of window period. Even so, Zhang Chengkai and other scientific expedition members are already very satisfied. This quality of network was not even thought of before. September 12th. Antarctica is still dark. Under the embellishment of the aurora, Yang-sen led 3 team members and drove the sled to the south. Their destination is Taishan Station, which is located on the south side of Princess Elizabeth Land, which is at a higher latitude, in the interior of Antarctica. And Taishan Station is not their final destination. The final destination is Kunlun Station, which is the second highest latitude Antarctic scientific research station besides Amundsen Scott Station in Country B. Yang-sen, who was advancing in the blizzard, found that his terahertz mobile phone could actually receive signals, and the signal was very strong. Everyone had to sigh that the technology of the motherland was changing with each passing day, and even the natural desolate place like Antarctica could provide network services. And it was not just them who were sighing. Many ocean-going cargo ships of Country A that were testing, or people working in Antarctica, felt the power of terahertz communication. If the density of satellites was higher, it could even cover the world and realize global instant communication. Through the Xingtong communication satellite in space 915 kilometers away, the thoughts of the wanderers in the distance were turned into waves, and the thoughts of the hometown were brought to the wanderers. Invisible waves closely connect us to each other. Chapter 115. Wang Mingzhi took off his protective gear and looked at the inertial confinement reactor in the laboratory. This was a nuclear fusion reactor that combined the inertial confinement and tokamak schemes. Wei Feng and others beside him also shook their heads in disappointment. The difficulty of controlled nuclear fusion was more difficult than they had imagined. Even though the energy level of the heliostat laser had been raised to 86,000 J, the nuclear fuel could be easily ignited under the focus of 4 heliostat lasers. In addition, the plasma stream model established by Wang Mingzhi and Wei Feng could already achieve nuclear fusion in a short period of time. The longest experiment lasted 15 hours, and it seemed that success was not far away. However, the first wall material of the reactor could not withstand long-term neutron irradiation. At the end of each run, the first wall material would produce a large amount of hydrogen embrittlement and dense holes, which were the consequences of neutron irradiation. Due to the magnetic confinement of the tokamak device, it has no effect on uncharged neutrons. Now they can only choose nuclear fusion reactions that do not produce neutrons. Mingzhi, you are already very good. Now the Q value output has been increased to 16%. Dong Quan from the Institute of Optics and Mechanics comforted. That's right, we can't eat a fat man in one bite. Li Jimin from the Hefei Institute of Plasma Research also said with a smile. Wang Mingzhi smiled and replied, now we only need to solve the problems of magnetohydrodynamic power generation and first wall materials, and we can initially realize controlled nuclear fusion. Of course, everyone knew that, but the progress of magnetohydrodynamic power generation was very fast, and the problem was the problem of first wall materials. Even the Materials Research Institute of Seaway Society was helpless. Neutron irradiation is no longer something that conventional materials can handle. Even tungsten steel alloy sheets cannot withstand long-term neutron irradiation. Because neutron irradiation directly bombards the chemical bonds of molecules, which is equivalent to cutting butter with a hot knife. It would be strange if it could withstand it. Everyone was discussing some issues. Chen Wenna hurried over, so Huang Mingjie had to stop the topic, and the two of them went to an office on the side. Mingjie, we have completed 1 million brainwave glasses. Can we proceed to the next step now? Huang Mingjie looked at his watch. It was September 21st, and there were less than 10 days left before the public beta test of the terahertz communication system. Okay, you arrange it. Then leave it to me. By the way, how many base stations has the tower company deployed? Huang Mingjie asked. Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and provincial capitals have deployed a certain number of base stations. Ling'an has a relatively high degree of popularity, and those backward areas have also deployed a considerable number of base stations. How long will it take to achieve refined coverage across the country? The tower company said it will take until at least spring 2016. Are you used to it? Huang Mingjie asked with concern. Wen Na smiled and replied, It's okay, it's just that there are too many things to do. If you have any problems, tell me. The two of them talked for a long time, and Wen Na hurried back. After all, she managed two companies, Siweish and Gongminch. Although there were many people to assist, there were still a lot of things to do. Huang Mingjie returned to scientific research. Recently, he has been in the Research Institute, or in academic exchanges in the Academy of Sciences and universities. This hands-off boss was so happy that he once again immersed himself in the joy of research and development and learning, becoming a scientific research nerd. In the factory in Jiangcheng, packages have been packed and then sent to all parts of the country by logistics companies. A full 1,000,000 packages will be delivered within 10 days, and none of them will have the same destination. When Bo, who has worked hard in Hangzhou for 7 years, dragged his exhausted body back to his hut. As a 996 programmer, he found a professional programmer job in Hangzhou after graduating from university. Sitting in front of the computer all day, he has to wear thick glasses and suffer from chronic cervical spondylosis. Now he is nearly 30 years old, but he has no girlfriend or boyfriend. Although he has a good income every month, his parents' difficulties in his hometown have made him unable to save much money. There are only hundreds of thousands of deposits in his bank card. Last month, a friend from the same hometown suddenly died of cardiac arrest while coding. This incident was a big blow to him. He has been thinking recently, what is the purpose of life? He worked so hard just for the meager salary, and he also suffered from occupational diseases. The once passionate enthusiasm had long been smoothed by life. The company boss promised to share the dividends with employees after the listing, but it was the same every year. The girl he once secretly loved was married, and when Bo was like falling in love with a wild horse, but there was no grassland at home. After taking a shower, he lay on the wooden bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Perhaps this is the ceiling of life. Suddenly, the phone rang. Hello, Mr. Wen? There's a package for you. Should I leave it with the security guard, or come down to get it? A package? I'd be down right away. He hurriedly put on his slippers and walked downstairs. In the old cement staircase, the lime on the wall was yellowing or peeling, and there were many small advertisements and graffiti. When Bo, who had long been accustomed to all this, numbly walked through the rusty iron door. Next to the security guard, a courier was flipping through a package while talking on the phone. Is there a package from Wen Bo? Here. The dull Wen Bo took the package and went back to the rental house, where he sat on the wooden bed. Huh? From Jiangcheng? He thought it was a specialty sent by his parents, so he opened the drawer and picked up a utility knife to cut open the package. Inside was a beautifully packaged cardboard box. Did it go to the wrong place? When he was about to call to inquire, a text message popped up on his phone. Dear Mr. Wen Bo, shareholder of the Citizen Trusteeship Society, you have signed for the mysterious gift package sent by the company. If you have not received it, please go to the Citizen Home server to give feedback. Oh, is this the mysterious gift package of the Citizen's Home? After Wen Bo opened the cardboard box, there was a pair of glasses and a router, as well as a charger, instructions and the like. Could it be brainwave glasses? Of course he knew about the brainwave glasses that had been making a lot of noise some time ago. After reading the instructions, he found that they were indeed brainwave glasses. He followed the instructions with interest, plugged the micro base station into the power switch, and placed it on the chair on the small balcony. 3 of the red lights immediately turned green. At this time, the sky outside the window had completely darkened. He didn't care about having dinner, so he put on the brainwave glasses. After his eyes went dark, he came to a fantasy world. Welcome to Nank Dream World, you are now in the Citizen City. He wandered aimlessly in the Citizen City. This virtual world was materialized, and there were some tourists like him wandering in groups. While drifting with the flow, he unknowingly came to the comic area, where there were countless comic websites and lifelike comic characters. All this once again evoked his deepest memories, and the throbbing in his heart made him linger in the comics. He was forced to log off until the time limit was reached. However, at this moment, when Bo was burning with passion that had cooled down, he was full of energy after not sleeping all night. He picked up the resignation letter and took the familiar bus. He decided to live for himself again. At the same time, people all over the country received mysterious gift packages from the citizens' home, and the brainwave glasses became popular on the internet again. Chapter 116. And the Nank Dream World also appeared in public for the first time. A new virtual era is slowly opening up. No one thought that Thinking Society and Citizen Society were serious, but many people were very curious about how the current network can support virtual worlds and brainwave glasses. Then the three giants of Citizens Home, Huawei, Star Communications, and Communication Services issued a joint announcement. Announced brainwave glasses, terahertz satellite communications, virtual world Nank Dream World, and announced a 1-month public beta. In the forums of Citizens Home, brainwave glasses, terahertz communication, and Nank Dream World have become hot search terms. 3 big bombs in one move. Just ask if you are afraid. It feels like other internet companies are hopeless. I have received a big gift package, and I went to Nank Dream World yesterday. I feel so cute. I am so jealous. I have glasses, but the tower company has not come here to build a base station yet. Meow meow meow. I heard that Huawei's terahertz mobile phone will be officially released tomorrow. Conjubing. At Conjubing, it's too expensive. The high-end version costs 12,000 yuan. I'd better buy the low-end version. Robot 006. I wonder how much the brainwave glasses cost. Principal Gao Yi. At Principal Gao Yi, he opened the door and checked the water meter. Old driver. The comments of netizens who eat melons were so many that the whole building was tilted from the Himalayas to the Mariana Trench. However, this incident did have a huge impact on the internet. The emergence of Citizens Home has subverted the previous internet model, and now terahertz communication has improved the internet speed, and the virtual world will redefine the internet. To survive or to perish is a question. And those internet companies outside Citizens Home know that the situation is really over now, and there is no need to waste time even struggling. NetEase headquarters in Yancheng. Ding Sancher has moved NetEase's website to Citizens Home. Obviously, he chose to join Citizens Home, even though the 30% citizen tax is a bit high. However, about 70% of NetEase's current revenue comes from online games. If it goes head-to-head with Citizens Home and Dream Company, NetEase will definitely not be able to withstand the blow. As for joining the joint website, he didn't even think about this option. Looking at the terahertz communication that just broke out, he knew that the stumbling block to the virtual world was gone. If he didn't embrace the virtual world now, the consequence would be complete failure. Fortunately, NetEase ran fast. It is estimated that other internet companies are now desperate. Even Alibaba Group can't withstand the impact of the virtual world. And just as Ding Sancher thought, Alibaba Group is now in disarray. Don't think that you can rest assured if you have a small ecosystem. The impact of the virtual world on e-commerce is very terrible. If an internet user wants to buy a piece of clothing in the virtual world, he can know whether the clothes fit him or not and whether they match him or not. On traditional online shopping platforms, there are usually pictures and videos, and it is difficult for customers to know the real situation of the clothes. Many of them can only barely match them under big data. These are two completely different experiences. You can even taste the food in the virtual world. Facing this trend of crushing, traditional e-commerce can only die in history. Perhaps this moment will come very soon. Taobao.com's online store merchants are already panicking at this time. Many merchants who are quick-witted have already planned to open branches in Beak Exchange. If Taobao.com can't survive, they can just move to another location. This panic is spreading rapidly, and even Taobao.com's own employees have lost confidence, and resignation and job hopping are becoming more and more serious. Ma Jieka looked at the blue waves of West Lake not far away. At this moment, he finally realized that he was careless, or that he underestimated that person. Many shareholders called to ask whether they would give in to Citizens Home, and then seek the possibility of joining Citizens Home. Jack, I know you are unwilling, but... Zhang Xiaoyao tried to persuade him. Ma Jieka waved his hand and said, we lost, and we lost miserably. All the executives bowed their heads in defeat. They were unwilling, so what? Citizens Home was a direct technical crusher. As one of the builders of the 6G network, Citizens Home has a complete internet ecosystem, and the brainwave glasses are a product of Dream Company. There is only one way to go against Citizens Home. As time goes by, the test of the virtual world is getting more and more popular. Many people have already planned to become scalpers. If it weren't for the fact that the user cannot be changed within a year after the brainwave glasses are directly bound, it is estimated that those rich people would have already made a move. On October 12th, Dream Company announced that the brainwave glasses will be sold online on Shell Exchange on November 11th, with a retail price of 8,000 yuan per unit. It seems that this price is very conscientious, but in fact it is subsidized by the Citizens Home. Dream Company does not intend to make a huge profit in this regard. With the subsidy, the profit is only about 30%. This price can greatly promote the development of Nank Dream World, allowing more and more people to enter Nank Dream World, and there is a large amount of virtual economy in Nank Dream World. If the virtual world can develop, the future is limitless, and this is a trillion-level market. More and more companies and individuals realize that Nank Dream World will become a real dream place, and the internal management of the Citizens Home is also improving day by day. A fair and just development environment is a fatal temptation for those who have dreams. Although the Citizens Home is overbearing, it has done a very good job in cleaning up bad websites, protecting practitioners, and suppressing monopoly enterprises. Many small companies and studios can survive in the Citizens Home. With the advent of the 6G network craze, Country A's internet will usher in a unified era. There is no shortage of first-timers in this world. Among the 1 million lucky people with brainwave glasses, there must be bold and careful people. QX an autonomous prefecture in your province, San Bankyo in Puen County. Kaizio, who got the brainwave glasses the day before yesterday, benefited from the large terahertz base station set up by the Citizen Society. He was excited at the beginning, but now he is thinking about the business opportunities. A young man from the mountains, he started to work odd jobs at the age of 14. For more than 10 years, he worked as a bricklayer on the construction site, as an apprentice in a repair shop, and finally opened a grocery store in the town. Kaizio has seen the development of online e-commerce in recent years, but he can't do anything about it. The mountains and rivers of Guizhou province restrict this place. But today he decided to give it a try. After entering the Nank Dream realm, he directly logged into the Citizen City, and then jumped to Shell City. Shell City is the virtual city of Shell Exchange. He registered a store with the same name as his grocery store, called Rapeseed Oil Grocery Store. In the Shell City Grocery Commercial District, he got a store with a monthly rent of 100 yuan. After entering his own virtual store, Kaizio followed the operating instructions and began to set up the grocery store, prepare the goods for the shelves, etc. From being confused at the beginning, he became very skilled later, and completed the preliminary settings of the store by himself. These are all foolproof templates configured by Shell Exchange. For example, store style, product display racks, virtual customer service, etc. Even an internet novice can use these settings. Chapter 117. Gold diggers in the virtual world are entering the virtual world from all walks of life, which they call the Virtual Plus model. At this time in the international financial market, the stocks of domestic internet companies were quickly shorted, and ghosts participated in it, while those international financial crocodiles were the real short-selling main forces. As a Japanese SoftBank that has invested in a lot of domestic internet companies, it suffered heavy losses in this financial stranglehold. In addition, Masayoshi Son has suffered serious investment losses in recent years, and SoftBank has already shown some signs of being unable to support itself. Wang Mingzhi, who paid a little attention to this matter, did not agree to let those domestic internet companies whose stocks plummeted off. Because whether it is Alibaba, Penguin, or Baidu, their major shareholders are foreigners. Unless these foreign investors are cleared out, Wang Mingzhi would rather bury them completely. If they are accepted into the Citizens Home, will they continue to be blood-sucking by these foreign investors? Before NetEase joined the Citizens Home, Ding Sanche repurchased a large part of NetEase's shares and increased his shareholding ratio to 72%. After announcing its delisting in the U.S. stock market, and taking back more than 95% of NetEase's shares to China with the shares of other vice presidents and domestic shareholders, Citizens Home agreed to NetEase's joining. As smart people, Majeka and others naturally know what to do now, but a large part of Alibaba's shares are in the hands of SoftBank. So Alibaba now has to buy back shares while suppressing the stock price to force Masayoshi Son to spit out the shares in his hands. Baidu and Penguin are doing almost the same thing. Of course, those Westerners are not fools, and the tug-of-war over stock acquisitions is in full swing. If we were to ask which company is the most helpless in this virtual craze, Apple is the one that has suffered the most. It can be said that Apple's system is both its success and failure. The closed operating system, coupled with Apple's need to collect Apple taxes, naturally did not include Citizen Home in Apple's computers. There was no problem at first. After all, Apple has a large number of users in China, and it can be independent and bargain with Baidu, Penguin, and Alibaba. However, with the emergence of 6G communications, brainwave glasses, and the virtual world, Apple has suffered a fatal blow in country A, and many users who originally wanted to buy Apple have temporarily stopped and waited. If Apple cannot use the Citizen's Home and cannot follow up on 6G communications in time, its market competitiveness will obviously drop sharply. Cook now has to put down his airs and fly directly to Pingcheng. He dare not delay this matter. Now Apple's market is being eroded by Huawei all the time. Other mobile phone and notebook manufacturers in country A are also showing their magical powers at this time. However, Xiaomi, Meizu, OP, and BP did not look for Huawei, but for Siweish, which has no mobile phone business. SMIC in Jiangcheng and domestic mobile phone manufacturers all gathered here. Gao Ziyuan and Zhao Jun introduced the products of Siweish to them. The chip production line in front of you is the terahertz chip manufactured by SMIC. In addition, our Xinguang instrument has completed the mass production of terahertz receivers and transmitters. Welcome to order. Gao Ziyuan introduced with a smile. Huang Zhan of Meizu held the documents in his hand and flipped through them page by page while listening to Gao Ziyuan's introduction. Except for not making mobile phone displays, Siweish has unknowingly acquired many mobile phone component technologies. Seaway batteries, terahertz communication chips, storage chips, CPU chips, etc. As for the upstream of domestic semiconductor equipment, that is Siweish's private territory. A terrible company. This is Huang Zhan's first impression. Even if Siweish develops its own mobile phone now, it is a trivial matter. These mobile phone manufacturers can only choose to buy these parts now, because Huawei has already released a terahertz mobile phone. If they don't follow up, the consequence is to exit the market. Siweish accepts all comers. First, it is profitable to do so. Second, it is to avoid the mobile phone market being monopolized by Huawei. Competition can ensure market vitality, and is also conducive to the protection of consumer rights. A lot of contracts were signed, and Siweish received more than 30 billion orders. However, the real big boss has not come yet, especially the apple with a gap. Gao Ziyuan deliberately left Cook alone for a week before agreeing to meet with the other party. Inside the five-star building, Cook and his team waited helplessly. As the president of Apple, this was the first time he was neglected like this. So what if he was angry? So what if he was frustrated? If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for not being as good as others. Cook looked at his watch helplessly. At this time, the door of the conference room slowly opened, and Gao Ziyuan walked in with a smile. Haha, Mr. Cook, I've been waiting for a long time. Mr. Gao, you're too polite. After some meaningless politeness, Cook immediately went straight to the point and said, Mr. Gao, Apple hopes to cooperate with your company to promote 6G communications globally. Our cooperation can allow the whole world to enjoy 6G communication technology. Oh! Gao Ziyuan raised his eyebrows. I wonder how Mr. Cook plans to cooperate. Apple plans to purchase a batch of Starlink communication satellites from your company. As Cook spoke, he took out a document and handed it to Gao Ziyuan. He took it and looked through it for a while. It turned out that Apple planned to purchase 15 Starcom communication satellites, but required the technical license of Starcom communication satellites. It was obvious that Cook planned to build Apple's own communication network, and the license of communication satellite technology was to avoid being strangled by Seaway Society. If Apple plans to purchase communication satellites, we can provide one-stop service and help you launch them into outer space. One satellite will only cost $500 million. Gao Ziyuan replied with a smile. As for the technology licensing, forget it. Cook's mind raced. He had originally planned to use satellite orders as a price to exchange for the technology licensing of communication satellites, but now it seemed impossible. Mr. Gao, you should know how huge the global market is. However, Gao Ziyuan interrupted directly. Of course I know, so what? The global market is very huge, but the problem is that Westerners have a lot of rules and regulations. If you are not careful, you may be cheated by the other party without knowing it. The best way to avoid the West's tricks is to jump out of the existing framework, just like Xinguang Instruments directly engaged in X-ray lithography. If you always follow the rules of the West, it will be very difficult to surpass them. Competing with the game rule makers is probably a waste of time, So Seaway Society now has to establish its own game rules and cannot participate in the other party's game rules. No matter how Cook tempted, Gao Ziyuan was unmoved, and Seaway Society would not allow the emergence of a second terahertz satellite network. If you want to use terahertz communication, you have to connect to the satellite network of Star Communications. Even if Apple buys satellites, the control of these satellites is still in the hands of Star Communications. Cook certainly would not accept this result, and the negotiations were deadlocked. Gao Ziyuan didn't care when he saw Cook and his group leaving angrily. The right to speak on technology was in the hands of thinking society. If you have the ability, develop terahertz communication yourself, otherwise just accept this plan. The hurricane of terahertz communication is sweeping the world. Whether it is developed countries or developing countries, they are discussing the impact of this matter on the world. The world pattern is changing subtly. Chapter 118. Kai Zio was busy all day, taking photos and videos of the products with his mobile phone. His grocery store not only has daily groceries, but also some local specialties, such as Guizhou's special satay-flavored beef jerky, Juni egg cake, Aunt Lou's yellow cake, and the world-famous Lao Gan Ma. Some are local rural plantings of Chinese medicinal materials such as tianma, eucommia, and ganoderma, as well as some agricultural products such as ginger, onions, potatoes, and dried chilies. His wife helped to do some data, such as the size and weight of the goods. If you want to enter the taste and specific ingredient detection, you must buy a taste detector and an ingredient detector to get these data. However, the price of the taste detector and ingredient detector is not something Kai Zio can afford now, so he can only wait and see what happens in the future. After uploading these pictures, videos, and data to his account, Kai Zio logged into Nank Dream World and came to his store in Shell City. Then he opened the virtual product generator and used these data to quickly generate products. In order to prevent merchants from retouching and beautifying products, Shell Exchange has very high requirements for the authenticity of the products. Virtual products do not mean that you can beautify them, by the way. Because it is a virtual product, we should strive to restore the original appearance of the product to the greatest extent and give consumers the most realistic shopping experience. If merchants are allowed to modify the attributes of products at will, it looks perfect, but after consumers buy, they find that the displayed products are very different from the actual products. This will definitely dampen consumers' enthusiasm for consumption and make people doubt the quality of Shell Exchange's products. Therefore, Shell Exchange is relying on technology to force all merchants to ensure that the displayed products are consistent with the actual products. If this regulation is violated, the products will be forcibly removed from the shelves or even the stores will be closed. Kai Zio categorizes his products and marks each with a price and some descriptions. When marking the price, the virtual customer service also helps, reminding the reasonableness of the price, which can effectively avoid the problem of mispricing. If the online store marks the wrong price, the consequences can sometimes be very serious. If it is marked too high, it is okay, but if it is too low, it is very likely to be taken advantage of. Some people are even malicious will party, deliberately announcing the wrongly priced products of the online store on social networks, and then swarming to kill the online store. Shell Exchange has learned from the lessons of traditional e-commerce, and will remind merchants when setting product prices, especially when the price is too much lower than the value of the product. For example, 10 yuan for 1,000 kilograms of pineapples. This is obviously a big discrepancy between the price and the actual value. Generally, the merchant marked it wrong, and it is not ruled out that the merchant deliberately played tricks. Huh? A light huh? Came from the door of the store, and two young girls pushed open the door. The virtual customer service immediately appeared at the door. Welcome. Wang Yue discovered that Shell City had been open the day before yesterday, but now most of the merchants in Shell City are traditional e-commerce, and only a few have entered the virtual store mode. She was very lucky to get the Brainwave glasses gift package, and a friend she met in the Painters Guild also got the Brainwave glasses by coincidence. Today happened to be Saturday, and the school was closed, so the two of them made an appointment to come to Nank Dream World together. Xiaoya, what's so good about this souvenir shop? The girl with glasses pouted and said. Those clothing stores don't have virtual stores either. Why don't we look here? What do you think, little bun? Wang Yue suddenly turned around and pinched the face of the girl with glasses. Snap! The girl with glasses slapped Wang Yue in shame, and said while baring her teeth and claws, Little Leaf, look at me grab the dragon claw hand. But she hasn't grabbed the mountain yet. Warning, your behavior violates the virtual character protection regulations. She was forced to freeze for 3 seconds. Haha. Wang Yue laughed so hard that tears almost came out. Nank Dream Realm has set up a special protection mechanism for virtual characters. Some physical contact is mandatory and prohibited, while some physical contact is self-defined. For example, pinching the face, putting arms around each other, holding hands, etc. are self-defined behaviors, and you can set whether to trigger the protection mechanism. After the glasses girl lifted the physical restrictions, she said angrily, "Xiao Yi, I'm so angry." The two of them were fighting in the store, which is also one of the advantages of virtual stores. The goods will not be damaged in the virtual world. Kai Zio did not entertain the two people, but was entertained by virtual customer service. He was still busy with the product listing. Baskets of potatoes, dried chili peppers, onions, ginger, beef jerky, and Ganoderma lucidum and Gastrodia alata packaged in sealed bags. The angry girl with glasses picked up an onion and took a bite. Her eyes lit up immediately. She took a few more bites and swallowed them with a crunch. "Does this thing have a taste?" Wang Yue asked in surprise. "No." "Then why are you chewing onions?" "You know after you take a bite." Wang Yue picked up an onion. The feel and weight were almost the same as the real thing, but looking at the purple onion in her hand, she still couldn't eat it. "What are you afraid of? It doesn't taste good," the girl with glasses said as she chewed it. "That's right, crunch." After taking a bite of the purple onion, Wang Yue felt sick all of a sudden. Wang Yue burst into tears. "Little bastard, you lied." "Ha ha ha." The girl with glasses laughed so hard that she covered her stomach. Although Kai Zio did not buy an ingredient detector or a taste detector, Shell Exchange has a database of agricultural products grown on a large scale, so the virtual onion has taste properties. Eating onions raw is obviously not acceptable to ordinary people, and Wang Yue, a girl from Zhejiang province, can't stand it after one bite. After being eaten by them, the onions return to their original state again. Wang Yue could only click on the abnormal state to clear it, and then break free from the nightmare dominated by the purple onion. In Shell City, the few dozen virtual stores have been browsed by many tourists, and many orders have been placed. However, this shopping mode is only for those who have leisure and elegance. Shell Exchange has two other modes, web page through train and traditional page. Consumers search directly on the Shell Exchange page. If they do not plan to enter the virtual store, it is the traditional page. If they enter the virtual store, it is the web page through train. In the real world, only the traditional page can be used, but after entering the Nank Dream world, all three modes can be used. It seems a bit weird, surfing the internet in the network. The page through train is to enter the virtual store directly through the page, and there are only consumers in the virtual store, and even the virtual customer service can be cancelled or changed to the dialogue service mode. The reason why there are three modes is that the shopping mode may not be accepted by everyone. Many otakus do not like lively environments, and they generally have different degrees of social phobia. The three modes are launched to catch most of the consumers in one fell swoop. The development of Virtual Plus e-commerce is progressing steadily, eroding traditional e-commerce step by step. And Virtual Plus games, Virtual Plus videos, Virtual Plus movies, Virtual Plus music, Virtual Plus novels, etc. are advancing by leaps and bounds. A large number of companies, studios, and self-employed businesses in the cultural and entertainment industry are shifting their positions to Nank Dream World. Chapter 119. Iceland in the North Atlantic. The temperature here is cold all year round. Apart from the tenacious coniferous forest, there is little green. A pickup truck shuttled across the snowy land. The kilometers of road had long been covered by heavy snow. The pickup truck left a continuous track on this ancient and sparsely populated land. In the pickup truck, the driver in a thick suit was concentrating on operating the steering wheel. The co-pilot was a middle-aged white man wearing a down jacket and a black scarf. He flipped through a stack of reports with a cold expression. "Free as a bird. It's the next best thing to be. Free as a bird. Like a homing bird I fly. As a bird on wings." The Beatles song was humming in the car. The sound of freedom made people addicted. Both of them were silent and did their own things. This is a road near the coast, but unfortunately the sea surface is now covered with thick ice. Passing a road sign, it says, Brunhold 75 kilometers, which means they are still 75 kilometers away from Brunhold in the north. However, after passing the road sign, the driver did not choose to continue along the road, but turned northwest. The direction they were heading was Skaftafell National Park in Vatnajökull, Iceland, a road that was not on the map. In the snowy weather, the place was filled with cold and dimness. The pickup truck turned on the headlights. The driver seemed to be very familiar with this road and drove with ease. After driving more than 30 kilometers northwest, the pickup truck came to a valley in the ice field. The driver rhythmically turned on the headlight switch more than a dozen times. Then a huge rock not far away slowly cracked at the bottom, and a passage appeared there. The driver turned the steering wheel lightly and drove the pickup truck into the passage, and the passage slowly closed. Only the snowflakes were left outside, and the tracks were soon covered by the heavy snow, disappearing without a trace, as if nothing had happened. Deep in the corridor. "We're here." The middle-aged white man in the passenger seat opened the door without saying a word, picked up the suitcase, and walked to a door on the left. When he arrived at the door, he took off his left glove and pressed on a screen. Ding! The door opened to the left and right, and he walked in. The door quickly closed again. Inside the silver-white cabin, the middle-aged white man casually pressed a button on the side 15. The cabin trembled slightly, and then slid down. It was obviously an elevator. After getting out of the elevator, he turned several corridors, and finally arrived at his destination, a silver-white monochrome room. In addition to the middle-aged white man, there were 6 other people. "Mozart, you are late." An old voice sounded in the room. The speaker was a white-haired old man. His sharp eyes made people dare not look directly at him. The middle-aged white man Mozart pushed the suitcase along the table to the white-haired old man. "I went to investigate the thinking society. Here are some materials and brain-wave glasses." The old man opened the suitcase, and inside were 3 brown paper bags, a pair of brainwave glasses, and a matching micro-base station. "Why not use G Network?" another charming blonde woman asked. "Irina, don't be too confident," Mozart warned seriously. Irina's flawless white arm gently supported her cheek, and the charm in her eyes seemed to be able to move people's hearts. She took a puff of mint cigarette and exhaled the smoke. "Huh? Are you saying that G Network is not safe? That person is not simple. He can develop a virtual world and brain-wave glasses, and he is also a top mathematician. Do you really think the internet is safe in front of him?" Mozart asked. The other 4 people also frowned. The old man in the lead knocked on the table and put down the investigation report in his hand. He said solemnly, "The threat from thinking society, and that person is getting bigger and bigger. We must find a way to solve it." Irina pressed the cigarette in her hand on the ashtray, and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. "Why not consider absorbing him? Didn't we also recruit some Orientals?" Mozart shook his head and said, "So I said you are too confident. Do you think they will join us?" "Why not?" Irina replied with a smile. Others also expressed some opinions one after another, mainly divided into 2 opinions: the recruitment faction headed by Irina, and the eradication faction headed by Mozart. The old man closed his eyes and pondered the opinions of both sides, and finally he slowly said, "Prepare for both hands. Irina, you are responsible for contacting the other party. Mozart, you are responsible for the eradication plan." "Yes." "Okay. If the other party is unwilling, he must be eliminated at all costs," the old man ordered coldly. Mozart raised his left hand, pointed his index finger at the ceiling, and said enthusiastically, "Everything is for the glory of the Lord. You let each branch prepare. We don't have much time." The old man continued, "Do we have to advance our plan?" Irina was shocked. The old man said coldly, "It's just a rehearsal, and we can take the opportunity to rebalance the world." "So soon? Is it too hasty? This is the Lord's will. You should be prepared." The old man decided this matter firmly. Everyone was shocked. Mozart, Irina, and the person in charge of the rehearsal plan took action. The Colombian butterfly will set off a hurricane, an unpredictable future, and countless timelines are entangled. Egyptian Air Iceland. One after another, civil airliners flew to the world, and no one knew that among these people, there was something that could change the world. November 11th. Brainwave glasses were sold nationwide on Beak Exchange. As soon as the sales channel was opened, orders soared wildly. 10 minutes after the sale, the brainwave glasses had accumulated orders of up to 1.67 million units. It was not until an hour later that the brainwave glasses had accumulated orders of 5.43 million units, and the order increase rate showed a downward trend. In fact, the market potential of brainwave glasses is still very large, but because many areas do not have 6G network coverage, this has temporarily suppressed the sales of brainwave glasses. In the factory in Jiancheng, the packed brainwave glasses were transported out by trucks. With the logistics trucks and civil aviation planes, these brainwave glasses will be delivered to all buyers. The sales of brainwave glasses have made the virtual world Nank Dream World even more popular, especially for those online stores and studios who need staff to enter Nank Dream World. In this situation of growth and decline, internet companies outside the citizen's home have become increasingly difficult, and many investors and shareholders have withdrawn their capital. For example, SoftBank of Japan has withdrawn its investment in internet companies in country A on a large scale, and even sold all of Alibaba's shares. If it does not sell, it will be finished with Alibaba. Ma Jie bought back the shares held by SoftBank from Masayoshi Son at a price 20% higher than the market price, and then applied for privatization and delisting of U.S. stocks. The wave of delisting of internet companies in country A from U.S. stocks has become an inevitable trend. Whoever does not withdraw will die in U.S. stocks. Ali, which has completed privatization, quickly applied to join Citizens Home and became the second internet giant to surrender. And Ali's decision immediately triggered a fundamental change in the domestic internet, and the unified internet has become a general trend. The barbaric growth of capital has ended here, and they will be firmly caged in Citizens Home. Chapter 120. Xi'an. Wang Mingzhi once again stepped into this ancient capital. On November 22nd, the World High Energy Physics Conference was held in Xi'an. The reason for choosing Xi'an is that the Dai-Teofield Particle Collider is in Xi'an, and the Institute of High Energy Physics has established a World High Energy Physics Research and Development Organization in Xi'an by pulling a group and suppressing a group in the past 2 years. Many countries have joined this research organization, and the middle-aged and young scientific researchers in country A are also talented, and the Truth Society has played a very important role in it. At present, the Dai research base has expanded a lot, including 24 related laboratories, a total of 4,700 researchers, 6,000 related staff, and domestic universities and other research institutes are also involved. It is no wonder that Xi'an is the new high-energy physics center in the world. Wang Mingzhi, who has always been the chief engineer of the Hui project, was met by Wang Yifeng, Zhang Tingyu and others when he arrived at the entrance of the research base. "You kid, you are so free and easy." Wang Yifeng patted him on the shoulder and said. Wang Mingzhi smiled and replied, "I've been busy there too." "Is it going well?" He smiled and shook his head without saying anything. Wang Yifeng immediately understood that many things did not need to be said explicitly, and the two of them could just keep it to themselves, so he changed the subject. This time, many scientific research groups from Country B and the Western Continent Alliance came here, probably because they want to increase the proportion of personnel in the Dai scientific research base. There are some bottom lines to be maintained. Wang Mingzhi replied indifferently. Many people in China have drunk too much of the Western magic potion and have become spiritual capitalists, forgetting their roots. In the field of high-energy physics in China, Wang Mingzhi is now the undisputed number one. Perhaps Academician Yang's words are very important, but he is already in a semi-retired state and has no intention of competing with Wang Mingzhi. Therefore, Wang Mingzhi relies on his prestige to constantly suppress those guys who are ready to move. Anyway, local researchers in Dai research base must account for at least 80%, and all experiments must involve local researchers. This is the tone set by Wang Mingzhi, Wang Yifeng and others from the beginning. I understand. Wang Yifeng nodded. With Wang Mingzhi's pressure, no one in the domestic physics community could make a splash. The Truth Society is becoming more and more powerful. In the Dai research base, there are quite a few members of the Truth Society, accounting for about 8.3% of the total number of researchers. What surprised Wang Yifeng even more was that the members of the Truth Society were not only young, but also had good levels. There were many outstanding people, such as Wei Feng, Xin Xuedong, Fang Ning, Huang Chongli and others. Several people walked and talked about recent events, such as their upgrading of the energy level of the Dai Particle Collider to 5400 TeV. Faced with the Dai Particle Collider that constantly breaks world records, the Shizhou Alliance has given up the idea of upgrading the Hadron Collider. After all, even if they complete the upgrade and transformation now, it will take until around 2025 to be put into use. By then, everything will be overwhelmed by the physics community of Country A. Then why do they still build it? Do you think you have too much money? So the Western Continent Alliance now chooses to maintain the status quo of the Hadron Collider, and then invest part of the funds in the research and development of the Tailfield Accelerator project. However, the Western Continent Alliance obviously overestimated itself, thinking that if Country A can do it, then I can do it too. Now they are stuck on lasers and lens materials, let alone reaching a height of 5400 TeV. They can't even reach 1 TeV. So at this high-energy physics summit, they will definitely react to this matter. Arrived in the academic hall. It was already crowded with people. Many high-energy physicists from home and abroad were communicating. As soon as Wang Mingzhi and others stepped into the hall, those sharp-eyed people had already noticed. Chief Engineer Huang, I have heard of your name for a long time. Dr. Huang, Long time no see. Huang, very happy to meet you. A group of scholars greeted him, and Huang Mingzhi responded with a smile. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, after the opening ceremony, Huang Mingzhi was invited to give a 1-hour report. His content was in the field of theoretical physics. He would not talk about applied physics in such a public occasion. In the past year, I found that there are quite a few papers on grand unified theory, which is a good thing. He then changed the subject, but there are also many problems. Many people's papers are full of loopholes. Please remember that we are physicists, not dreamers. Don't write papers just for the sake of writing papers. Clap, clap, clap. Edward Witten took the lead in applauding. It is obvious that he has suffered a lot in the past year or so. Many papers are not only irrelevant, but also contain data fraud and suspected plagiarism. The reviewers were overwhelmed. After all, the grand unified theory of mechanics was so tempting that many scientists could not resist. Everyone wants to be a physics god on par with Einstein, Planck, and academician Yang. For many scientists, money and power may not be their pursuit. People cannot escape the world of fame and fortune. Next, I will talk about some of my thoughts and research on the grand unified theory. At high energy, the strong nuclear force will weaken, while the electromagnetic force, which is not asymptotically free, will make the weak nuclear force stronger. We all know that it is almost impossible to use a particle collider to prove the unification of electromagnetic force, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force. Even if the mass of the solar system is used to build a particle collider, it is impossible to verify it. And there is an extension of the grand unified theory, which is that protons, which make up most of the mass of ordinary matter, can spontaneously decay into light particles like positrons. The physicists present certainly knew this theory, but the problem was that this decay period could definitely make humans despair, because the decay period of protons could be as long as 100 trillion years. It is estimated that when the universe restarts, that proton will not decay into a light particle. Since the early universe does not obey T-symmetry, I firmly believe in the existence of a grand unified theory. From my theory of quantum gravity, we can find that everything is fundamentally the same, and can transform into each other. In other words, if I want to verify the grand unified theory, my idea is to start from the mutual transformation between particles, establish a set of particle transformation theories, and then find ways to verify them one by one. Pa pa pa. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Since particles are difficult to decay or transform naturally under normal conditions, they can be artificially promoted to transform. The Dei Particle Collider has been able to confirm a lot of particles, and has also observed a large number of particle transformation processes. Science must be able to use the power of others to fight against the power of others, rather than blindly doing things and being stubborn. After all roads lead to Rome. After the report meeting, Huang Mingzhi listened to academic reports from other colleagues, but the content of most of these reports was mediocre, and was just repeating the same old tune. Occasionally, there are some new ideas, all from young people, but young scientists also have shortcomings. That is, the foundation is not deep, and the theory is prone to loopholes. After watching a report meeting, academician Yang turned around and asked, "How is it?" "Not so good." Huang Mingzhi shook his head and replied, "Haha, be considerate, after all, not everyone can be like you." Academician Yang smiled helplessly. Huang Mingzhi smiled and spread his hands. Suddenly, academician Yang whispered in his ear, "Be careful at tomorrow's meeting. They can't make waves." Chapter 121. Huang Mingzhi was about to leave the plasma lecture hall when he met an unexpected guest. "Dr. Huang, it's a great honor to meet you. I am Irina Elizabeth, from Oxford University in Great Britain, currently engaged in research on atmospheric motion." Ms. Irina speaks Chinese very well, Huang Mingzhi said with a smile, while keeping a distance from the other party. "Ha." Irina covered her mouth and chuckled. "I have been to country A for exchanges for a period of time. Don't mind if I don't speak well." Huang Mingzhi sighed in his heart. Why did such a beautiful woman commit thieves? "I'm very sorry, Ms. Irina. I still have some things to deal with. Let's talk again when there's a chance." "That's a pity. This is my business card. I've been in Xi'an these days, and I definitely communicate more when there's a chance." Irina handed over the business card while hinting with her eyes. Huang Mingzhi took it casually, and the flawless white fingers scratched his palm without leaving a trace. He smiled and left. Seeing Huang Mingzhi turn around and leave without hesitation, Irina still looked at his back with a smile on her face, but there was an inexplicable look in her eyes. As the back figure disappeared, her eyes with teardrop moles and slightly upturned mouth corners made her look like a cunning fox. Gently tucking her hair behind her ears, Irina turned around and walked towards the lecture hall not far away in her high heels. With her tall Western figure and soft Slavic face, even a straight man could be turned gay. Unfortunately, this is a rose with thorns, and the thorns are smeared with arsenic. Wang Mingzhi returned to the room and washed his hands with disinfectant. He threw the business card into the trash. He opened his special computer and sent a text message to Chenli, asking him to pay attention to this woman named Irina. After sending the text message, Wang Mingzhi searched all the information about Irina through Ghost. Irina Elizabeth, female, born in London on February 7, 1985. Graduated from Oxford University in 2003, majoring in climatology, astronomy, aerodynamics. Climatologist, physicist, social activist, Shizhou director of the World High IQ Association. Wait, Wang Mingzhi narrowed his eyes and looked at the two terms social activist and World High IQ Association. He then asked Ghost to sort out Irina's detailed timeline. At the same time, he investigated the situation of the World High IQ Association. 2 hours later, Wang Mingzhi had just finished lunch, and Ghost sorted out Irina's timeline. He read it quickly. When a person is put under a magnifying glass and carefully observed, many things hidden deep inside will inevitably reveal clues. In particular, after he overlapped Irina's timeline with that of the researcher who committed suicide, he found quite a few similarities. For example, both of them were members of the World High IQ Association and appeared in the same country on May 3, 2008, May 7, 2010, and May 3, 2012. Wang Mingzhi sorted out the clues, and was able to roughly clarify a lot of content. First, the World High IQ Association may have G members, or it may be G who is controlling it behind the scenes. Second, G may gather once every 2 years, in early May of that year. List the time and place where the two people appeared together in those 3 years, then list the scientists who appeared at the same time and place, and then extend the timeline to include Irina's situation in 2006 and 2004. If it happens once or twice, it can be explained as a coincidence, but if they appear together 5 times, it would be strange if there is nothing wrong with these people. However, there are only 157 people who overlap more than 3 times, which is obviously too small. Logically speaking, such a large organization cannot have only so few people. Is this a branch? Whether it is a branch or not, at least we have found some information about them. Let Ghost continue to dig deeper into these people. He doesn't believe that these guys can leave no trace. List the list of the 6 A countrymen on the list of suspected G members separately, and then let Chenli monitor these people, especially the 3 suspects who are currently in the country. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Mingzhi came to the academic hall again. He analyzed the knowledge in his mind while listening to the report. His knowledge reserve can be said to be at the peak of human beings, and the collision of the sparks of inspiration has brought him countless new knowledge. Although he has not published any major academic papers in the past 2 years, he still maintains the frequency of 1 paper per month. However, Wang Mingzhi's papers in recent years have only been published in the Domestic Journal of Axiology, or Acta Physica Sinica, so he seems to be quite quiet internationally. Suddenly, a faint scent of perfume came from the side. This familiar smell made Wang Mingzhi know who it was without even looking. Dr. Huang, we meet again. It's Irina. The two chatted intermittently. After Irina talked for a while, she opened the leather notebook she carried with her and wrote some formulas on it. Doctor, can you help me solve this problem? She asked, but in fact, she pushed the notebook over. Wang Mingzhi took a quick look and calculated the 4 formulas. Could this simple problem be? The 4 results are 256439997, 36479258, 95034701, 8470690073. According to the translation of Morse code, No. Considering the relationship between the 4 formulas, it should be a variant of Morse code. In a flash, he translated the 4 groups of numbers into I would like to invite you to dinner. I'm very sorry, Ms. Irina, I have something to do tonight. Irina smiled and replied, tomorrow night is also fine. Wang Mingzhi, who was thinking quickly, smiled and said, okay, tomorrow night, but I will arrange dinner. It's a great honor. Irina's mouth corners raised, and her charming eyes were like the hot springs in Huaqing Pool, hazy and unpredictable. The two continued to talk. If it weren't for her identity, this woman was indeed an enchanting English rose, and ordinary men would never be able to resist this fatal temptation. Unfortunately, this is a poisonous rose. The laws of nature have long told us to be careful of those seemingly beautiful things. Under the refreshing fragrance, it may be sweet nectar or pitcher plant. The sun sets in the evening. Huang Mingzhi and Irina waved goodbye and returned to the room. Qinli appeared in his study. Sir, that woman is too dangerous. Qinli obviously wanted to stop the date tomorrow night. Huang Mingzhi said calmly, Don't worry, I have my own plan. But that's why we arrange it, so that the risk can be kept to a minimum. Go and arrange the room. Huang Mingzhi took out a piece of paper and drew the layout of the room on it. The location, color, and size of each item were vividly displayed on the paper, and even what to eat was arranged by him. Remember, arrange it according to my arrangement. Okay. Although Qinli was puzzled, he still obeyed the order and hurried down to make arrangements. He was the only one left in the study. The west wind was bleak, gently blowing the curtains. It was the end of autumn when the white frost hit. The 1,000-year-old capital of the Weha Plain, between the transition between autumn and winter, the vicissitudes of life were mixed with the desolation of the world. Perhaps this is what the poets said about the sadness and loneliness of autumn since ancient times. Chapter 122. The autumn wind blows all over the ground overnight. The cold frost keeps people awake at midnight. After having breakfast, Huang Mingzhi took a minibus to Dai Research Base. There are already quite a few people in the research base, and many people are discussing in groups today. Obviously, many people are very concerned about today's meeting. As soon as he got off the bus, Wang Yifang appeared in front of him. Mingzhi, let's chat inside. Okay. The two of them went into a room, and many scientists greeted them along the way. After entering the room, Wang Yifang closed the door with a backhand. Here are some of the details of this meeting, take a look. Huang Mingzhi took the document and flipped through it. Many of the first parts were academic topics, but the latter parts were just some trivial matters. They really take themselves seriously. I guess those Indians were used as guns. I was quite surprised that Japan and South Korea were involved. Huang Mingzhi shook his head. There is nothing surprising. There are no eternal friends in the world, only eternal interests. Wang Yifang continued, We have already spoken in unison about the domestic situation. Is there no one complaining? I heard that some people said I was hindering scientific exchanges. Huang Mingzhi said with a half smile. Wang Yifang nodded helplessly. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. There are always some people who are submissive to the outside world and resentful to the world and the air. It seems that I will become an academic tyrant for once. Huang Mingzhi said with a smile. Unknowingly, the time came to 10 o'clock in the morning, and the World High Energy Physics Symposium officially began. In the academic hall, physicist teams from all over the world were all present. In the middle of the semicircular academic hall was the podium. Wang Yifang represented the Institute of High Energy Physics and the government of Country A, while Huang Mingzhi represented the physics community of Country A. The two sat together on the podium. Now let's move on to the first topic, about the future research direction of high energy physics. Wang Yifang finished speaking. The entire academic hall was filled with whispered conversations. A few minutes later, some scientists, who had been prepared, stood up to express their opinions. Many people had their own opinions on this general direction. Edward Whitten stood up and expressed his opinion. I think Dr. Huang Mingzhi's particle transformation direction can become a major direction in the future. I agree with this direction. Higgs nodded and said. Academician Yan also stood up and spoke. I would like to express my opinion. The particle transformation direction can be pursued, but there must be a focus and stages, and don't rush into it. Other physics scientists also expressed their opinions. The general direction of high-energy physics not only involves the future of human physics, but also their own future. There are many ways to do this. Everyone wants their research field to be popular, and no one wants to sit on the bench. This is an invisible struggle for interests. Almost a whole morning was spent arguing about this issue, but the physics community in country and now has a lot of say. With the Hoi project and the Xinguang project, and with academician Yang and Huang Mingzhi in charge, there are many issues that the physics community in country A does not agree to, and the international physics community has no way to proceed. Finally, 3 major directions were determined. The first is Huang Mingzhi's particle transformation to verify the grand unified theory, the second is inertial-bound nuclear fusion of plasma, and the third is condensed matter physics. There are also many small directions and branches. Obviously, these are the areas where the physics community of Country A has an advantage. Country B and the Western Continent Alliance are also very helpless. Although they have money now, they lack some key technologies. Since 2014, the physics community of Country A, the physics community of Western Continent, and the physics community of Country B have each had their own strengths in the top fields. The development speed of physicists in Country A has also attracted worldwide attention, especially the performance of the younger generation. As long as these people do not die halfway, the physics community of country A can prosper for at least 30 years. It is the existence of this background that gives Huang Mingzhi the confidence to reject the international physics community. After a hurried lunch at noon, the seminar continued, but the afternoon topic was more troublesome than the morning topic. Now let's discuss the laboratory and funding issues of the future Day particle collider. Wang Yifang finally raised this topic. The member states currently allowed to participate in the HOE plan are Russia, Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, Siam, Judah, Belarus, Serbia, Italy, and Gaul. Participation in the project is not free. It requires at least 50 million per year. For example, Gaul has 400 million, Japan has 300 million, and Russia has 100 million. These member states have a total of 1.26 billion. This amount of money accounts for almost 30% of the funding of Day research base. The representative of Japan immediately stood up and expressed his opinion. Wang saying, I think there are too few member states at present. We can consider letting other countries join and share the funding together. Only when talents from all over the world work together can we push human physics to a higher level. I propose. Second, at the suggestion of the Japanese representative, a number of countries that did not participate in the HOE project expressed their opinions one after another, as if they could make sacrifices for all mankind. Huang Mingzhi looked at the Japanese representative, who was leading the pace, and those who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. He stood up and said with a smile, we will fully consider your opinions. Regarding new applicants, we will integrate the opinions of all parties. Those who are interested in applying are requested to submit application materials to the Institute of High Energy Physics. As for whether we pass it or not, that is our business. The opinions of all parties are of course our opinions. Anyway, the rules are on country A's side, and any excuse for rejection is fine. The people present were all highly intelligent scientists. When they heard this, they knew that this was Tai Chi, but they couldn't say anything now. Wang Yifang took the opportunity to change the subject. Let's discuss the arrangement of the laboratories next. After careful consideration, we plan to reorganize the original 24 laboratories. Many people who wanted to speak out were choked. However, these guys did not give up. After the meeting was halfway through, a representative of the British academic institution stood up and said, why does country A restrict the export of laser head materials and lens materials? This is not conducive to the development of world science. We should put aside our arrogance and prejudice. Another official from the Netherlands Academy of Sciences also said, I think this kind of cutting-edge physics research should not be interfered with by politics. Closure can only hinder the progress of human science. Mr. Wang should consider this matter. Huang Mingzhi thought to himself, everyone spoke in a high-sounding manner, as if not selling would hinder the progress of human science. Why don't they mention Batumi and Bazari now? He took over from Wang Yifang and stood up to look around at the people present. Those who spoke were all small shrimps. As for those big shots, they still had to have some face. They couldn't say such shameless words. Pasteur said that science has no borders, but scientists have a motherland. In the 21st century, as long as the concept of the country exists, the invisible borders of science will continue to exist. This is what I want to say, nothing more. The meeting hall suddenly fell silent. Those real scientists were silent. Only those pseudo-scholars, or official representatives of various countries seemed to be calm. Anyway, they were all shameless. Although Wang Yifang came out to ease the awkward atmosphere later, the meeting still became cold. Chapter 123. Lace white dress, shawl light blonde hair. Irina walked slowly in high heels, with the fragrance and passion of Damascus roses, and the elegance and luxury of Dutch tulips. This is a complex and unique woman. At the door, Huang Mingzhi greeted her with a smile. Very beautiful. Thank you. The two entered the room one after the other, and the warmly decorated Western restaurant came into Irina's sight. She couldn't help but wonder, is this guy really a science geek? Beautiful lady, please take a seat. Huang Mingzhi smiled, and pulled out the chair. Irina gently lifted her long skirt. Thank you. It is my honor to have dinner with the beautiful English rose. Huang Mingzhi's eyes stared at Irina's eyes. I didn't know Mr. Huang was such an interesting person. Irina smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Huang Mingzhi snapped his fingers, and suddenly a series of soft piano music sounded. He poured sherry into the two people's high-heeled glasses. Do you like sherry? Irina was very surprised that it was her favorite sherry. Although it was just a casual act, she pretended to be a little shy and said, I like it very much. Huang Mingzhi had already studied her living habits and personality, and guided her step by step according to her preferences. The soft light music, under the influence of the room layout, was like invisible waves, turning into the devil's whisper. The shaking goblet, the sweet sherry, and the faint perfume in the air made Irina feel like she was in a trance. Wang Mingzhi, who controlled the rhythm, did not give Irina any time to think, and guided her from the shallow to the deep. The rhythmic pendulum of the ancient wall clock behind Wang Mingzhi faced Irina directly under the slightly dim light. She did not even have time to react, and before she knew it, she was caught up in the music, the pendulum, and Wang Mingzhi's whispers. The beautiful butterfly was attracted by the candlelight in the dark night, but she did not know that there was a deadly spider web in front of her. She fell into the web, like a moth to a flame. The two were still talking and laughing while enjoying the candlelight dinner, but no one noticed that Irina's eyes were slowly changing. If her eyes were the complexities of the vicissitudes of life before, at this moment they became like a pair of crystal-clear sapphires. "Irina, my dear Irina, are you willing to give your heart to me?" Wang Mingzhi looked straight into her eyes. Irina paused, and a trace of struggle appeared in her eyes. Hasn't the hypnosis been completely successful yet? As expected of a professional, Wang Mingzhi touched the ring on his ring finger with a sly smile. "Dear Irina, do you still remember our beautiful memories?" He stood up gently, came to Irina's back, and gave her a gentle massage. "Do you remember it? Relax your mind. Do you feel very warm?" "Yeah." Irina trembled slightly, and she felt like she was floating in the universe, with no gravity, no air, and no living things around. "Relax, you will remember everything soon." The low piano music and the swinging ancient wall clock made Irina gradually feel her eyelids heavy, and slowly closed her eyes. Wang Mingzhi smiled, and put something similar to headphones on Irina's temple, then pressed a hidden button on the watch. As the brain waves spread, Irina came to the world that Wang Mingzhi had woven in advance. She was like a puppet, passively accepting a series of virtual lives. Wang Mingzhi made very few changes to her memory, but every change was enough to change her outlook on life and values. Hypnosis plus the virtual world, and Irina was too unguarded against Wang Mingzhi, and as a result, she was completely captured by him without knowing it. However, Qinli and others who were responsible for monitoring outside knew nothing about this situation, because Wang Mingzhi asked the ghost to fake the scene. Although this hypnotic ability is limited by the environment and equipment, it will definitely make others nervous if it is exposed. Human nature is the most unpredictable. 2 hours later, Irina slowly opened her eyes, and suddenly tears dripped down involuntarily. The haunted figure appeared in her eyes again. She hugged Wang Mingzhi tightly. "Mingzhi, don't leave me. Dear Irina, I'm always here." Wang Mingzhi created a new life for her. Considering that she was not old enough, he used his father as a shield and turned her into a missionary who was in Chao's camp, but her heart was in Han. "Irina, tell me about G's situation." Irina told all about G without hesitation, but she was the head of the British branch and only knew the specific situation of G in Britain. G's organization is very strict, divided into heaven, divine domain, and temple. Irina's British temple belongs to the Atlantis divine domain. The temples and divine domains at the same level do not communicate with each other, which is a typical single-line connection. She only knows that the headquarters of the Atlantis divine domain is in Iceland, but she doesn't know where heaven is. As for other temples that also belong to the Atlantis divine domain, she also doesn't know much, only some information about each servant god, the person in charge of the temple. In addition to the Atlantis divine domain, there are 8 divine domains in total, including the North American divine domain, the South American divine domain, the Oceania divine domain, the Black Continent divine domain, the Lucia divine domain, the Tianju Ocean divine domain, and the Pacific divine domain. From the perspective of regional division, the Pacific divine realm on the A side is within the scope of the A country. Unfortunately, due to the special characteristics of a country, the Pacific divine realm can only penetrate Southeast Asia. Otherwise, Irina from the Atlantis divine realm would not have come to a country to contact Wang Mingzhi, because the Atlantis divine realm ranks second among the 8 divine realms. Wang Mingzhi memorized these situations one by one. G network? A network deeper than the dark web. Wang Mingzhi muttered to himself with interest, an underground network that even the artificial intelligence ghost could not discover. This is an independent network that the G organization has secretly designed in many computer chips using chip manufacturing. Most computer CPUs have it, except for the batch of chips manufactured by SMIC and HiSilicon in recent years. Even the chips produced by TSMC have hidden snow zone. To activate the hidden snow zone, you must use the Android system or Microsoft system, open a special program, and enter the key before you can start the G network. Moreover, Each temple of the G network is independently established. Once an area is exposed, the G organization will forcibly clean up the G network in that area to ensure that it will not be completely exposed. The G network of the temple wants to connect to the G network of the divine domain. Only 3 people in each temple have the key, so it is very difficult to impersonate. As for the very mysterious headquarters of heaven, Irina didn't know where it was. Wang Mingjie also learned from Irina that Mozart, the servant god of the German temple, was already planning to eradicate him. In addition, the G organization is preparing to cause trouble in the world, especially the term rebalancing the world. Wang Mingjie knew who the G organization was going to target as soon as he heard it. Who has been destroying the balance of the world in recent years? The answer is obvious. And there are only 2 ways to rebalance. One is to strengthen oneself, and the other is to weaken the enemy. In the current situation, it is obviously more cost-effective and faster to weaken the enemy. As for how to weaken, based on the information provided by Irina, Wang Mingjie has more or less guessed the means that G may use. Chapter 124. Wang Mingjie sent the tipsy Irina back to rest. Back to the guest room. President, is there any problem? Zhang Shurha asked with concern. Wang Mingjie waved his hand and smiled. Am I the kind of person who is tempted by beauty? After taking a shower, he came to the study and asked Ghost to buy a batch of Lenovo, Dell, and Apple computers through the internet, and then send them to the secret base in Haicheng County. The hidden snow zone in these foreign computer chips is an important breakthrough for the G organization. Even if ordinary people find the hidden snow zone, they probably can't do anything about it. But Wang Mingjie is different. He is artificial intelligence. Now he just needs to find the entrance to the G network. As long as there is a hole, he can make the G network invisible. On the other hand, Wang Mingjie also asked Zhang Shurha, Qinli and others to arrange security. As for the situation of Mozart, Irina knew that it was difficult to determine the other party's true identity. As a member of the G organization, they have many backup identities. Although Wang Mingjie can observe the quantum state of humans, this ability requires close contact. The other party is planning to kill him, not to exchange academic ideas with him. At this time, close contact with the other party is simply putting oneself in danger. Who knows what the other party's means are? If it is a human bomb, it is easy to say. If it is a biological virus, it is really hard to defend. He is not 100% sure that he can withstand it. In order to be on the safe side, it is better to take safety measures. From the madness of the G organization in the future, the other party may do anything. Wang Mingjie checked the progress of the gamma-ray laser again. This strategic deterrent weapon is the real life-saving weapon. At present, the maximum range of gamma-ray lasers has reached 246 kilometers. If installed on the ground, they can threaten low-level satellites in the near-Earth orbit of outer space. If direct destruction is not adopted, the current gamma-ray laser can affect the range of about 500 kilometers in the near-Earth orbit. As long as it is irradiated for more than 10 seconds, most of the electronic components of the spacecraft may be affected, and in serious cases, they may not be able to operate or be completely scrapped. However, this distance is not enough. He needs a more powerful gamma-ray laser with a longer range. Moreover, this thing is also quite dangerous and cannot be tested or used casually. Because gamma rays can decompose ozone, once used on a large scale, it will inevitably lead to the destruction of the ozone layer of the blue planet. Once the ozone layer is destroyed, the consequences will be disastrous. This thing can only be used as a strategic deterrent weapon at a critical moment. As for conventional weapons, it is only used when humans want to be completely destroyed. He checked the progress and status of various projects. On the contrary, the exoskeleton armor commissioned by the military was progressing faster. At present, the Thinking Society has many secret projects, such as the Jinwu project for controlled nuclear fusion, the Phoenix project for gamma-ray lasers, the Qinglong project for super-large launch vehicles, the Kunlun project for super-large satellites/space stations, the Tianren project for power armor, the Fuxi project for super-large computer centers, and so on. Among these plans, the first generation of the Tianren project has entered the practical stage, and the Tianren exoskeleton armor 1 is currently undergoing small-scale testing. After reading the progress of these plans, he pondered again. At present, his preparations are still insufficient. For example, in the field of life sciences, although there are several related research institutes, they have always been small-scale. If the other party uses biochemical viruses, Thinking Society may find it difficult to resist. Now the future situation has been affected by his butterfly effect. The future will become more and more unpredictable. If he trusts his future memory too much, he may be pitted to death by himself. People who are most likely to drown are often those who can swim. After repeated consideration, Wang Mingzhi set up 2 new plan directories on the document, namely, Nuo Plan, Shenong Plan. He was prepared to promote the research and development investment of the Seaway Society in life sciences, and diversify the development of science and technology to be prepared for any eventuality. The enemy he faced was an organization with no bottom line. Through some descriptions of Irina, Wang Mingzhi already knew the other party's purpose, which was the human elimination plan, to eliminate all inferior people and retain the so-called elites. They did obtain a lot of human elites through various clubs, but unfortunately they had already gone astray. If their plan succeeds, the consequence is that 99.9% of the world's population will be eliminated, and less than 1,000th of the elites will remain to rule the new world. The next day, Wang Mingzhi continued to participate in the meeting at Day Research Base, as if nothing had happened. The high-energy physics conference lasted for a week, and Irina also returned to her daily state, still pretending to seduce Wang Mingzhi, and everyone was kept in the dark by the two of them. At the meeting at the base, the tit-for-tat between the physics communities of various countries became more and more intense. For example, the Tianjin side has been looking for trouble with country A. Unfortunately, Wang Mingzhi was not a pushover and directly fought back. Anyway, the meeting was full of gunpowder, and everyone seemed to have eaten gunpowder. If those big guys had not remained restrained, the world physics community might have split directly. On the public restaurant side of the base, there were not many people eating at this time. Higgs put down his coffee and said helplessly, "Edward, you must not get involved in this situation now." Edward Whitten took off his glasses, wiped them, and replied, "People in country A have a saying that people in society cannot decide many things by themselves. Alas, although I want to separate science and politics, it's a pity that the two are always entangled. Maybe this is fate." Higgs sighed bitterly. "Those people in the country will not give up. I hope the Cold War will not happen again." Edward Whitten is a little worried about the future. The current trend of confrontation in the world has actually become more and more obvious and fierce. Although they are not politicians, they can still see many things clearly. This land is rising too fast, and the world can't keep up with the pace. Edward Whitten continued. Higgs also knew that country A has risen comprehensively in the fields of semiconductors and the internet, and is also catching up in aerospace, communications, precision instruments, and high-energy physics. These fields are precisely the advantages of country B and the Western Alliance. If they are surpassed by country A, it is obviously not an acceptable result for country B and the Western Alliance. In the end, it can only evolve into a tit-for-tat, or even a life-and-death confrontation, because the contradictions between the two sides are irreconcilable unless one side is willing to give in. But Higgs and Edward Whitten knew very well that neither country B nor country A would give in to the other, because both sides had no way out. This was not a step back, but a step back that might lead to their downfall. Even their academic community was in such an obvious confrontation, let alone other places. Higgs suddenly lowered his voice and said, "By the way, I heard that the Nobel Prize Committee canceled the physics prize that was going to be awarded to Wang Mingzhi next year." "I heard that, too." Edward Whitten nodded helplessly. "The Nobel Prize Committee is going backwards. A scientist who proved gravitational waves and gravitons and pioneered quantum gravity is not worthy of the Nobel Prize in physics? I feel ashamed for them." Higgs mocked. Edward Whitten finally sighed. Politics is the dirtiest thing. Chapter 125. Inside Wang Mingzhi's secret base in Haicheng County. Robots are working silently, tirelessly, willing to work hard, and keeping their mouths shut. The packages of 30 computers were taken out from the warehouse, and the packaging boxes and foam were removed one by one. 10 Dells, 10 Lenovos, and 10 Apples appeared on the experimental table, and the ghost subroutine operated the precise mechanical arm. These computers were disassembled into parts one by one. A computer CPU was taken out accurately, and then sent to the next-door laboratory, where there are professional equipment for testing chips. After more than 3 hours of testing, every part of the CPU chip was carefully tested several times. There are indeed 2 hidden snow areas between the numbers D54 and D55, and E54 and E55. Judging from the layout of the circuit design, this should be the redundant part of the chip. This kind of redundant design is commonly used in chip design, mainly to reduce defective products and improve the chip yield rate. Because during the manufacturing process of the chip, some circuits may fail, and the redundant parts can be used to repair them. The G organization took advantage of this redundant design, and set a part of the hidden snow zone in the redundancy. Wang Mingzhi and Xian looked at the hidden snow zone of the chip that Ghost had taken out, and immediately calculated the function of these circuits. Very clever design. It is indeed very clever. The hidden snow zone inserted by the G organization in the redundancy will not be activated under normal circumstances. Only with the corresponding program can the function of the hidden snow zone be activated. He operated the Ghost and installed the Microsoft system on a reassembled Lenovo computer. He opened the background mapping and entered a special character. Then the computer restarted, and it looked like the computer desktop was exactly the same as before, but in fact the chip's hidden snow zone had been activated. He opened the background mapping manager again and pulled to the end, where a special software appeared. Click the software. A password input box popped up, and nothing else. Of course, if he directly entered Irina's key, the consequence would be that Irina's betrayal might be directly exposed, so now he could only use other methods to enter. Ordinary programmers may be helpless with this software, but in the face of artificial intelligence, as long as this software is still developed according to the rules of the Blue Star Internet, it will not be able to stop the Ghost. The Ghost directly bypassed the key verification, face recognition, and other verification procedures, entered the kernel of the software, and then modified the relevant permissions. Since the IP of a computer is in country A, it can only enter the default Pacific Divine Domain G network. Found you, mice. Huang Mingzhi watched the lights on the map light up one by one. The Pacific Divine Realm was not strong in the G organization. It only had 5 branches: the A Country Sanctuary, the Goryeo Sanctuary, the Japanese Sanctuary, the Malaysian Sanctuary, and the Siam Sanctuary. The headquarters was on Guam. Facing the invasion of artificial intelligence, the Pacific Divine Realm was unaware and was stripped by Huang Mingzhi. Not only were all the secret bases exposed, but even the members were exposed. However, when Ghost wanted to go further and log into heaven through the Pacific Divine Realm's G network, Ghost failed. What's going on? On the page of his computer, there was still the key input box for heaven, but Ghost couldn't get around it. Huang Mingzhi looked through the situation. After a while, he finally figured out some clues. It's actually a quantum key and a quantum firewall. They are quite capable. This very mature quantum firewall is powerless even for artificial intelligence, unless Huang Mingzhi builds a quantum computer and then upgrades Ghost to become an intermediate artificial intelligence. Otherwise, the primary artificial intelligence would not be able to break through the quantum firewall. It seems that the technical foundation of the G organization is very strong, and even quantum computers are available. Huang Mingzhi suppressed the idea of entering the heavenly G network and downloaded the information of the Pacific Divine Domain and the 5 holy temples under his command to the internal server. Looking at this long list, there are tens of thousands of backbone elites alone, not to mention those peripheral members, who are the so-called social elites. As the second-to-last Pacific Divine Domain in the G organization, there are tens of thousands of people. From this, it can be seen how huge the first North American Divine Domain and the second Atlantis Divine Domain are. Among the 5 temples in the Pacific Divine Domain, Huang Mingzhi is most concerned about the situation of the temple in Country A. However, this temple is not in the mainland, but in Hong Kong, disguised as a trading company. There are 3,736 priests, the title of ordinary members of the G organization, who actually enter the mainland for activities, including 2,471 permanent and 1,265 mobile. Among these people, there are many dignitaries and celebrities. And these are only the people in the Pacific Divine Domain. There are also some foreign personnel like Irina and Mozart. The main reason is that the Pacific Divine Realm is too weak and has not developed smoothly in East Asia, which has given other divine realms an excuse to interfere here. Although it is an organization, it is definitely not so united and friendly internally. From the division of various regions, it can be seen that they are not very peaceful internally. He immediately sorted out these materials. 3 days later, Irina has taken a plane back to Great Britain, and Huang Mingzhi secretly returned to the base camp in Lingnan, under a mountain forest in Lua County, Shanmei. This is one of the secret bases of the Security Bureau. Li Aigua has been waiting in the office for a long time. When he saw Huang Mingzhi coming in, he asked directly, "Mr. Huang, is there anything important?" Huang Mingzhi handed him a special memory from his pocket, an accidental discovery. If Huang Mingzhi could solemnly ask him to come to Lingnan in person, then this matter must be very important. He quickly took the memory and inserted it into the computer. After unlocking it, Li Aigua felt unwell after reading the information. Even his iron will was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. There were some people on the list that he couldn't even touch, so he had to ask cautiously, "Mr. Huang, no one else knows about this. Just the 2 of us." "That's good. Liaigua took a breath and said solemnly, "This matter is very serious. We must act carefully, otherwise it may cause unimaginable consequences." Wang Mingzhi certainly knew the seriousness of this matter. After all, the members recruited by the G organization are all social elites. Since they are social elites, the power among them must be very significant. Moreover, these are thousands of social elites. If they cannot be killed with one blow, they are likely to be bitten back by the other party. Wang Mingzhi rolled his eyes and proposed to Liaigua, "We can clean up from top to bottom. There are always so many accidents in this world, whether natural or man-made. But many of our actions..." Wang Mingzhi put the brainwave glasses on the table. "Many things can be discussed in Nank Dream World. In our own network, no one can detect everything." Okay. Liaigua made up his mind firmly. If he did not eradicate the secret chess of G organization in country A, he would not be able to sleep and eat well. He could not watch and guard against it every day. Moreover, keeping these people would also be a disaster. Solve this problem as soon as possible to avoid being counterattacked by the other party. Chapter 126. Nanka Dream World, the city of citizens, is deep underground in the snow-capped mountains. The bright moon hangs high in the sky. Dong. The melodious and long sound of the bronze bell resounds throughout the Nanka Dream World at 12 o'clock midnight on December 12th. At this time, whether in the Nanka Dream World or in the eastern hemisphere of country A, it is late at night, and many people have already hid in their beds to block the cold of early winter. However, due to the emergence of the virtual world, many people also log into the Nanka Dream World through brain wave glasses at this time. Deep underground, in a circular staircase conference room, 12 figures appeared on the seats. There were Wang Mingzhi and Liaigua. As for the other 10 people, if anyone saw their appearance, they would definitely be shocked. Wang Mingzhi smiled and said to everyone, "The great trend in the dark has brought us together today. It is humanity and responsibility, and it is also to save the nation." The old man at the head of the crowd, his tired and slightly hoarse voice slowly sounded, "Mingzhi, thank you very much for everything you have done. I agree with your plan to reorganize the internal affairs in Nank Dream World." The others also nodded. In this situation, they had to put aside some differences. If they were not reorganized in Nank Dream Realm, many of their actions would be difficult to keep secret in the real world outside. Once the news leaked, the counterattack of the G organization would not be something they could bear. Wang Mingzhi nodded and continued, "Since they think they are the light of mankind, let us become the darkness of mankind." The reorganization meeting entered the main topic. Everyone reflected on the system of the entire world and readjusted each part. Wang Mingzhi provided the main framework and plan, and others improved and supplemented it. Considering the current situation, they are going to set up a standing committee in the Nank Dream Realm to completely get rid of the constraints of the real world. This standing committee is called the Netherworld Palace, and these standing committee members are called Hall Masters, namely the 12 halls of the Netherworld Palace. The Hall Masters of the 12 halls of the Netherworld Palace are Tai, Haotian, Ziwei, Gochen, Xiantian, Ho Tu, Xianyuan, Shinong, Fushi, Niwa, Yanluo, and Qiyu. After the reorganization, a new corps was formed, and then they discussed the situation of each department. In reality, they did not make any changes, but gradually merged the various departments in the Nank Dream Realm through a covert method. This is a typical large department system. Those small departments will be comprehensively transformed and merged according to the similarity of functions. In fact, the Netherworld is just a transitional state. After defeating the G organization, they will completely return to the framework of the Network Management Committee and realize true co-governance by all the people. After a week of discussion, everyone finally perfected the framework and subdivision of the Netherworld, and also formulated a strict management system and established the fundamental rules of the Netherworld. Then everyone began to act, and a blizzard swept across the country. In a Baroque-style villa by the Huangpu River in Shanghai, the owner Chen Hage is reading in the study. As an invisible rich man, he is a maverick in the rich circle, low-key and elegant, and does not like drinking, smoking and women. But no one knows his true face. At this time, besides him, there is a middle-aged man in the study. Mr. Mozart, if not. The middle-aged man is Mozart from the Western Alliance, but at this time, he has an East Asian face. Mozart raised his glasses and handed a piece of white paper to Chen Hage. Chen Hage's pupil shrank, and he took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from the drawer. After putting on the glasses, lines of text appeared on the white paper, as well as the seal of the Pacific Divine Realm and the autograph of Hai Budong, the head of the Divine Realm. After reading the letter, he could only say helplessly, "I will cooperate with your actions." "Very good, you first investigate the specific location of that person." "No problem." Mozart stood in front of the French window. At this time, the moon was bright outside, and the water of the Huangpu River reflected the lights on both sides of the river. Chen Hage immediately turned on his Apple computer, logged into the G network, and began to contact the priests in Lingnan area to ask them to help confirm the location of Huang Mingzhi. Chen Hage didn't know that his every move was being watched by the ghost, especially after he entered the 3 words Huang Mingzhi. The keyword reminder was immediately triggered. The ghost had discovered that he was investigating Huang Mingzhi, and then Mozart also appeared in the ghost's sight. Recently, Huang Mingzhi has been paying close attention to these outsiders. After a quick check, Mozart's disguised identity was discovered. Looking at the situation that the ghost had just sent on the phone. "Are you finally here, Chen Hage? Li Cheng?" Huang Mingzhi said as he flipped his fingers and issued commands to the ghost through the phone. Although the identity of this Li Cheng was perfect, the ghost still found some clues after careful screening. "Is it you, Mozart?" After Huang Mingzhi squinted his eyes and thought for a while, he issued another command to the ghost. An invisible net was heading towards Chen Hage and Li Cheng. Huang Mingzhi planned to strike first. He was not used to being beaten passively. You can't just follow the other party when doing things. You have to jump out to turn passivity into initiative. "Mr. Mozart, the location of that person has been confirmed. He will go to Yancheng the day after tomorrow," Chen Hage said. Mozart looked at the satellite map and thought about the route Huang Mingzhi might take. From Shanmei to Yancheng, he could either take the highway or the high-speed rail. What is he doing in Guangzhou? I heard he is going to South China University of Technology for an academic visit. The information was intercepted from the internal network of South China University of Technology. Chen Hage replied. "Academic visit?" Mozart was immediately moved. Huang Mingzhi is a mathematician and a physicist, which means that if he goes to South China University of Technology, he must go to the Department of Physics or the Department of Mathematics. In addition, he is the founder of the True Society. According to previous information, Huang Mingzhi usually goes to the branch of the True Society first. Mozart ordered, "Investigate where the True Society branch of South China University of Technology is." No problem. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Hage had investigated the matter clearly. After all, the location of the True Society in various universities is public, so it is very easy to investigate. Mozart unfolded the campus plan of South China University of Technology on his notebook, and then marked the True Society, the Department of Mathematics, the Department of Physics, the main gate, etc. From the above, he calculated the places that Huang Mingzhi must pass through. As long as this information is determined, a trap that will kill him with one strike can be designed. Soon, on the plan, he marked the 3 routes that Huang Mingzhi must pass through. In order to be on the safe side, Mozart prepared 3 plans to ensure that they would be foolproof. However, Mozart did not go to Guangzhou to take action himself, nor did he let Chen Hage and his country church take action. Instead, he used the G network to let the people he brought take action. Since he used the G network in Atlantis, Ghost had no way to monitor it now. However, South China University of Technology has now been covered with a net, waiting for them to fall into it. In addition, the big net on the Huangpu River is also closing in. Chen Hage and Mozart don't know that they have been exposed to others. Both sides acted separately. In the silent night of early winter, the identities of hunters and prey were changing. In the bitter north wind, bursts of low midnight bells came from the church in the distance. Chapter 127. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and the night wind was cold. Some silent black shadows were surrounding the villa. On the road not far away, a minibus was parked on the side of the road, and the interior was transformed into a mobile command center. Several staff members were busy on 8 computers. Li Xiaohua, who was in charge of the fishing operation, held a walkie-talkie while staring at the surveillance camera screen. On the rows of surveillance screens, there were many people in the villa. According to the infrared camera surveillance footage, there are 8 people in the villa. In addition to the villa owner Chen Hage, there are 2 people who entered from overseas, Li Cheng and Audi Max, as well as a driver and 4 bodyguards. Chen Hage's immediate family members have long immigrated to Maple Leaf Country, which shows that this guy has prepared a way out. Hole 3, already in place. Hole turn already in place. Hearing that each group has already taken their positions, Li Xiaohua immediately picked up the intercom and ordered, "Action." The murderous intent under the night sky was launched like a deadly poisonous snake, and the attack was as fast as thunder and lightning and rushed towards the villa. Inside the guest room of the villa, Mozart, who was resting, moved his ears and heard a slight sound of footsteps coming from the corridor. 1, 2, 3. Something is wrong. He opened his eyes, but did not get up immediately. He took out a plastic pistol from under the pillow with one hand and picked up the glasses on the bedside table with the other hand. He gently pressed a hidden switch on the glasses, and they immediately turned into infrared mode. Damn it, why are there so many special forces? Looking at the special forces approaching his room, Mozart's face darkened, and he threw a coin-sized disc toward the door, and rolled over to the French window. Snap! The disc hit the door, and immediately activated the internal settings. Waves of infrasound that were inaudible to human ears swept indiscriminately in all directions. Mozart in the room was also affected by the infrasound, but he was well prepared and withstood the interference of the infrasound. Quickly pulling out a small backpack from under the bed. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the next room, followed by sporadic collisions from all over the villa. After pulling out the small backpack, Mozart kicked the solid wooden chair in front of the French window. Crack! The tempered glass of the French window was instantly blister-shaped by the solid wooden chair, and a whole piece of tempered glass fell straight out. In a flash, 3 ping-pong-sized spheres were thrown out at the same time as the tempered glass fell out. This series of actions took only about 10 seconds. The 3 balls exploded as soon as they hit the ground or obstacles, and smoke quickly spread around. At this time, Mozart pulled a switch under his clothes, put on his hood, and almost disappeared in the infrared glasses. Bang! The door was knocked open. He threw a piece of soap into the room without looking back, and then rushed out of the French window like a cheetah. Boom! The soap exploded violently, and 2 gasps were heard from the room. Mozart jumped out of the room, and was now in the air on the 2nd floor. With the cover of the smoke bomb, and the infrared characteristics covered by his clothes, he stumbled into the garden of the villa. Ugh! Mozart groaned, not caring about the aching ribs and ankles. He threw the remaining 3 pieces of soap and a dozen smoke bombs in the backpack in all directions, like a fairy scattering flowers. Boom, 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 violent explosion, thicker smoke spreading everywhere, and covered by the night. Aiming at the Huangpu River 20 meters away, Mozart burst out with all his strength. Regardless of the pain in his ankle, he had to jump into the Huangpu River to have a chance of survival. Inside the minibus, listening to the explosions and the sound from the shortwave radio, Li Xiaohua's face turned pale. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted fiercely, "Use infrasound." The personnel of each group immediately used infrasound in the room, and instantly suppressed Chen Hage and Audi Max. 10 meters, 7 meters, 3 meters. Closer. There's movement. Damn it. A Special Forces soldier spotted Mozart in infrared stealth and immediately called for his team members to search. He raised his hand and fired 3 shots at the 3 Special Forces soldiers. With the silencer on, the bullets hit 2 of them, but the special bulletproof vests on the Special Forces soldiers directly deflected the bullets and only pushed the 2 back 1 step. Someone is shooting, at 8 o'clock. At this time, Mozart had already jumped onto the 2-meter-high wall and was ready to jump into the Huangpu River 2 meters away. Suddenly he felt nauseous and palpitations. Damn! This familiar feeling? It was an infrasound attack, and it was a very strong infrasound. Waves of dizziness attacked his brain, and Mozart felt weak all over on the wall, and then he fell from the wall to the concrete floor. The pain of falling made Mozart's mind clear up for a while. He lay limp on the ground and heard heavy footsteps coming from both sides, but the Huangpu River was less than 10 centimeters away from him. But he couldn't muster much strength in his body. Even if he had strength, he would surely die in the Huangpu River in this state. Mozart was desperate. Gnashing his teeth, he used up his last bit of strength and pressed the ring on his left middle finger with his left thumb. Team leader, the person is here. Handcuff him. Team leader, the person is dead. The team leader squatted down and touched Mozart's neck with his hand, and then rolled his eyelids. Poisoned, and it is very likely a strong neurotoxin. Take the body back. Yes. Li Xiaohua led his men into the villa. Looking at the devastated villa, his heart was filled with 10,000 alpacas. What a headache. Now there is a lot of finishing work to do, but fortunately there are no casualties on his side. And the nearby network and communications have been completely blocked. He quickly ordered the investigation team to take action and take away all the useful things. Report, Chen Hage, and that Li Cheng have been confirmed dead, and the other people have been successfully captured. After receiving the preliminary report, Li Xiaohua flipped through it and ordered, focus on checking the Audi Max, don't let him commit suicide. Yes. December 26th. The morning news program at 8 o'clock. The male host said in a rhythmic manner, around 3:20 this morning, a gas pipeline leaked and exploded in a villa in the HK district of Shanghai, killing a total of 8 people, including the villa owner. The female host added, "The local fire department and the natural gas company has set up a joint inspection team to check for safety hazards. Hereby remind the audience friends in front of the TV, pay attention to the safety of fire, gas and electricity, as the year is coming to an end." Next. After watching the news, ordinary viewers thought it was a gas pipeline accident. The people in the villa area still have some doubts about this matter, but the people in the villa area have been warned, and with the fake scene and corpse, they can't find anything even if they want to investigate. It is estimated that only Chinhage's family and the people of the G organization know some of the tricks. This world hides too many unknown secrets, and the general public may never know the truth behind these secrets. The undercurrent world is moving towards an unknown direction. Chapter 128. January 1st, 2015. This winter, the cold air in Siberia was too strong. Snowstorms swept across the country, and even the northern part of Lingnan saw sporadic frost. After Mozart died in Shanghai, the G organization was thoroughly purged in China. Except for some priests, who were not in China, the rest of the priests were almost wiped out. Obviously, the G organization could not have been unaware of this. The Atlantis Divine Domain headquarters in Iceland. The white-haired old man looked at the information in his hand. His face was extremely livid, and the other 5 servant gods of the temple also looked ugly. Irina frowned and flipped through the information, but she didn't know what she was thinking. The Pacific Divine Realm's bunch of rubbish, the organization's efforts for 30 years, are now all eliminated. I propose to ask Heaven to cancel the Pacific Divine Realm. Those guys are too shameful. In fact, the reason why they were indignant was mainly because the Pacific Divine Realm blamed Mozart for this exposure. The Pacific Divine Realm believed that when Mozart was planning to eradicate Huangmingzhi, he was discovered by the Security Bureau, which led to the direct arrest of Chinhage and others. They automatically imagined that after Mozart and Chinhage were arrested, they could not withstand the torture and expose the list of members and bases of the A-country church. In this way, everything is logical. This reasoning is the best explanation for the current situation, and Mozart is the culprit of all this. If he had been more careful, the A-country church would not have existed in name only. The Pacific Divine Realm insisted that it was Mozart's mistake that caused the A-country's temple to be exposed and purged. The Atlantis Divine Realm was obviously furious. They lost a servant god, and now had to take the blame. They immediately countered that there was a problem within the Pacific Divine Realm. Now the 2 divine realms have been shirking responsibility for this matter for more than a week. Suddenly, the white-haired old man was stunned. He stopped speaking and took out a mobile phone from his suit, an old-fashioned keypad phone, similar to the classic Nokia model. He took a look and frowned, then turned off his phone, raised his head, and said in a deep voice, "The Lord already knows about this matter. Now don't argue with the Pacific Divine Realm about this matter. We have more important things to do." "Yes." "Okay." Irina's eyes flickered, and then she asked, "Your Majesty, what do you need us to do?" The white-haired old man said coldly, "We just need to cooperate this time. The main plan is made by the North American Divine Realm." Irina's heart trembled. The North American Divine Realm was actually responsible for this matter. I'm afraid that the G organization will use real means. After the meeting, the servant gods left Iceland with their respective tasks. As soon as she returned to London, Britain, Irina returned to her suburban villa and drove to the west, 46 kilometers away from London. Irina Elizabeth Club, this is a horse racing club under her name. Speaking of which, her family has a close relationship with the British royal family, otherwise she would not have become a servant god of the G organization at the age of 27. As the shadow of the Western world, the G organization naturally has a very close relationship with the ancient royal families of these Western continents. In fact, many people in the Great Western Continent Divine Domain of the G organization are members of the Western Continent royal family. Before the First World War, the relationship between the two sides was that the royal family occupied the leading position, and the G organization was an affiliate of the royal family. After the First World War, and before the Second World War, the forces of the two sides became evenly matched. After the Second World War, the royal family declined, and the G organization quickly expanded behind Country B, and the Western Continent royal family became an affiliate of the G organization. It can be said that this is a matter of time. After entering the 21st century, the power of the Western Continent royal family has completely declined and has become a peripheral affiliate of the G organization. After entering the club, Irina came to the horse racing training field, where the Great Britain Temple was hidden underground. In the Great Britain Temple, although Irina was the top leader, The G organization would not allow these divine domains and temples to become independent forces. Generally speaking, the separation of powers is essential. In addition to the servant gods, a temple also has a high priest and a chief judge to ensure that the servant gods will not abuse their power, and to serve the purpose of mutual supervision and internal balance. Irina convened an internal high-level meeting to inform the latest instructions of the Atlantis divine domain. Irina was the only one left in the empty conference room. She opened her laptop and used the ghost to send the relevant information to Huang Mingzhi. This was the second-level authority given to her by Huang Mingzhi. At the same time, Irina also used this authority to successfully invade the entire Atlantis divine domain G network. With the help of the ghost, she has now slowly taken control of the Great British Temple and successfully suppressed the High Priest Martin and the Chief Judge Raphael. However, she was unable to reach the North American divine domain. In terms of specific plans, she knew that the mission of the Atlantis divine domain was to purchase food, and to purchase food from Asia, South America, and the Black Continent with all her strength. Buying food? Huang Mingzhi finished reading Irina's report and thought about the intention of G Organization's move. Then he secretly obtained some information from the Pacific Divine Realms G network. The Pacific Divine Realms mission is to cooperate in purchasing food. What is this going to do? Artificially create a famine, but the food self-sufficiency rate in country A is about 75%. With the food in the reserve warehouse, it can support the whole country for 2 to 3 years. By then, it can completely open up wasteland and become self-sufficient. Nank Dream Realm Netherworld. The circular staircase conference hall, where all the 12 palace masters appeared. This is the intelligence just intercepted from the G organization. Let's analyze what the G organization plans to do. Yin Luoliagua sent the intelligence to everyone. Ho Tu, who is in charge of agriculture and natural resources, read it and said, the annual grain output in China is about 600 million tons, while the total grain output in the world is about 2.5 billion tons. The largest grain exporter is country B. In addition, Southeast Asia and Tianzhu are also one of the grain exporters. Tai thought for a while, if we assume the greatest malice, they will definitely create famine, but how will they do it? They can't spray Agent Orange on us, right? Gochin joked. Agent Orange? This awakened the dreamer. The other party has a precedent in this regard. When Country B was fighting monkeys, they used this method. The Agent Orange was sprayed into the enemy-controlled area of Annan by plane, causing a large-scale reduction in grain production. Everyone's eyes became unprecedentedly solemn. Modern technology is becoming more and more advanced, and those devil-like things have also been created by humans. Tai ordered, Yinluo, Xiantian, you guys strengthen all entry and exit management. No problem. Okay. Ziwei also said, in addition, we will also join the grain purchase and increase grain reserves just in case. The others nodded. I have a suggestion. Xianyuan, Huang Mingzhi suddenly said. Xianyuan, don't keep us in suspense. Establish a native seed bank and develop indoor agricultural factories. In the natural environment, there are too many ways for the enemy to make a move. Second. Agree. After the meeting, they acted quickly. Kofco Group and Sinagrain immediately purchased grain internationally and increased grain reserves. On the other hand, Huang Mingzhi also led the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering to secretly prepare a native seed bank and develop indoor agricultural factories. Chapter 129. Science Academy, Southern Hunan Hybrid Rice Research Center. At this time, snow has been falling all over the country. Thousands of acres of bare rice experimental fields, with only some dead branches and leaves, and occasional snow. The snow in the south is so fragile. At this time, Huang Mingzhi was in the research center, and he and an old man were visiting the greenhouse cultivation base. Not only were the old man's hands full of ravines, but his face was also eroded by the years, but his eyes were bright and energetic. He had gone through the vicissitudes of life for 85 years, but he had a pure heart. The old man waved his hand, signaling his assistants to leave. It was obvious that he had something to say to Huang Mingzhi. Huang Mingzhi also signaled Zhang Shura to take people to a distance. Soon, there were only 2 people left within 100 meters. The old man said with a serious expression, Mingzhi, your idea of indoor agriculture is very good, but reality may not allow it. Mr. Yuan is worried about the farmer's problem. Huang Mingzhi understood that there was a contradiction between indoor agriculture and the huge agricultural population in the country. Mr. Yuan nodded and sighed. If the farmer's problem is not solved, it will be difficult for the agricultural factory you envision. The current domestic agricultural problems are huge, and will get worse in the future. It's difficult, and it's a dilemma. Mr. Yuan has been engaged in agriculture for a lifetime, and it is easy to see the essence of domestic agricultural problems. It can be seen that the situation is serious, and the interests involved are complicated. The current problem is mainly that the population is large, and the arable land is limited, and water resources are even more scarce. In addition, the current domestic food supply is based on overloaded land use and large-scale imports of foreign grain. If one day, the land can no longer grow crops due to excessive use of fertilizers and excessive farming, or foreign countries stop selling grain, the domestic food problem will face huge challenges. Why is it getting worse? Why don't farmers farm anymore? It's simple, tired, no money. There's really no money in farming, because labor, fertilizer, seeds, pesticides, farm machinery, fuel, etc. are all going to increase in price, but grain prices are not allowed to increase. If costs rise unilaterally and sales remain unchanged, then profits will naturally fall. Is grain price allowed to rise? Certainly grain is very cheap now, and it seems that doubling the price is not a problem. But this idea lacks comprehensive consideration. In any country, grain prices are the basis of all prices, and they will have an amplifying effect on all other prices. If grain prices double, various labor prices may have to multiply several times. Because all laborers need to eat, and the products and services we currently use have gathered the labor of countless people. In other words, the prices of our current various commodities include the food costs of countless people. When the food costs go up, each production and circulation link will have to increase the price, and finally the end consumers will pay for it. What changes will such a large-scale and substantial price increase cause? Mainly, it will have a great impact on the current urban economy. The current urban economy is mainly developed by debt, and all walks of life are trying to dig out the savings of ordinary people. If the savings of ordinary people are almost gone, and the prices of basic necessities have risen sharply, people will still choose to eat when choosing between paying off debts and eating. As a result, debts cannot be repaid and become bad debts, triggering crises in banks and other financial institutions. This is the so-called systemic financial risk. At the same time, those capitalists are enjoying low-cost labor, and have made up many theories to prove that domestic development must lower wages. At this time, the price of daily necessities has risen, forcing the wages of labor to rise. Wouldn't the capitalists be in a rage? So there is a lot of resistance. Although the capitalists don't say it, they really want the farmers to work without getting paid. The farmers are not fools. Who will work without getting paid? The capitalists are unwilling to make concessions, so the farmers can only non-violent non-cooperation and stop farming. As for the state subsidies, it is also a drop in the bucket. And asking those capitalists to pay for subsidies is even more impossible. Huang Mingzhi looked at the rows of seedling trays that were being prepared for seedling cultivation, as if he saw through the essence of things. Everything is the backwardness of productivity. Yuan Lao knew that it was a problem of productivity. In addition, there were the entanglements of interests of all parties. He was engaged in hybrid rice, and could do nothing about social problems. Both of them were worried and discussed the problem while visiting the base. Obviously, this time, the G organization hit the snake at its weakest point, directly hitting the weakness of country A. People cannot use mobile phones and computers, and cannot buy cars and houses, but they cannot not eat. Once any country has a problem with food, it will inevitably trigger a series of chain reactions, ranging from economic recession to social unrest, and even a complete collapse. The painful lessons of history tell us that when we are hungry, it is often the time to take risks. In January 2015, international grain prices continued to rise, and major grain exporting countries reduced the scale of grain exports and increased the price of exported grain. Various evildoers also rushed to grab grain, and the price of grain futures in the international financial market rose by 50 to 70% in less than a week. Huang Mingzhi was prepared. Since you keep raising grain prices, I will harvest grain futures and use the funds obtained from futures to make up for it. China National Grain and Oils Reserves Corporation urgently checked the grain reserves in various storage warehouses to ensure the safety of these warehouses and continuously increase the inventory. At the same time, propaganda was also carried out on television and the internet, requiring the whole nation not to waste grain and food, encouraging meal packing, saving water, etc. A multi-pronged approach was adopted to ensure domestic food security. During the 3 days, at the Xiangnan Hybrid Rice Research Center, Huang Mingzhi and Yuan Lao discussed many issues and realized the serious situation of domestic grain and agriculture. In Huang Mingzhi's view, domestic agriculture needs to undergo structural adjustments, while ensuring farmers stability and income. For food production, the agricultural factory model should be promoted to transform a portion of the agricultural population into agricultural workers. On the other hand, the production of fruits, vegetables, and agricultural and sideline products needs to be expanded to allow some farmers to turn to this side. Finally, there are some issues, namely technical issues, such as the transportation and preservation of agricultural products, and the circulation of sales. During this period, he discussed these issues with other hall masters of the netherworld in the Nank Dream Realm, and also asked the Academy of Sciences Institute of Social Sciences to redesign the agricultural model and make plans for the next transformation. The Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering have a special virtual city in the Nank Dream World, Jinli City. Wang Mingzhi came to the Social Research Institute in Jinli City. It was midnight, but the lights were still on inside the Social Research Institute. Mr. Huang, we have preliminarily discussed a series of plans. Wang Yadong, the director of the Social Research Institute, said. On his side were Lin Hai, the director of the Agricultural Research Institute, and others. Let's discuss it at the meeting. Let's hurry up, Wang Mingzhi said as he walked. A moment later, hundreds of researchers appeared in the conference hall, including more than 70 from the Institute of Social Research and more than 30 from the Institute of Agriculture. These were the elites of the two institutes. They had to be cautious in this discussion, because agricultural issues were very important, and a mistake could cause thousands of farmers to be harmed. Wang Mingzhi sat upright, looked around at everyone, and then said, "The meeting officially begins, everyone speak freely." However, these researchers did not speak immediately, but discussed in a low voice first. Chapter 130. After discussing for more than half an hour, Wang Yadong from the Institute of Social Research cleared his throat and said directly, "Mr. Huang, although we have tried our best to make up for some of the problems in the dual agricultural model you proposed, there are some problems. The so-called dual agricultural model is a parallel model of agricultural factories and rural farms. Agricultural factories are responsible for producing all domestic grains and a large part of meat, while rural farms are responsible for refined production and producing high-quality vegetables, fruits and meat. The agricultural factory is managed by a national stock company, which is the Agricultural Cooperative Group of Country A, while the rural farms are jointly managed by local farmers and Huaneng Group. The Rural Cooperative Plan. Huaneng Group will be merged into the Citizen Trusteeship and become a subsidiary of the Citizen Trusteeship. At the same time, the Citizen Trusteeship is also adjusting its profit distribution this year. The Citizen Trusteeship, which was established less than a year ago, earned a total of 187.3 billion in net profit in 2014, and this figure is rising rapidly. If the Huaneng Group is merged into it, the Citizen Trusteeship will become even larger. In fact, this is part of Wang Mingzhi's return plan, which is to gradually let the Citizen Trusteeship take over related industries to prevent the technological dividends from being swallowed up by capitalists. Especially after the establishment of the Netherworld, the Citizen Trusteeship has become a legitimate alternative state-owned enterprise. The question raised by Wang Yadong and others is mainly whether the technology of the agricultural factory is mature. Can the production cost really be lowered? If the technology is not mature, the cost cannot be lowered, and the consequence is that the Huaneng Group will continue to lose money. In the end, the Huaneng Group can only rely on subsidies to survive, or even go bankrupt directly. However, Wang Mingzhi was full of confidence. If the overall electricity cost of society drops to 1/10 of the current level, how much do you think the cost of agricultural production can be reduced? That's impossible, unless... Wang Yadong was about to refute, but suddenly he seemed to think of something. Could controlled nuclear fusion be practical already? If controlled nuclear fusion is realized, then it is possible. 1/10 of the electricity cost is simply unimaginable. Others also started to talk about it. Wang Mingzhi smiled and said, "The controlled nuclear fusion project has now refreshed the Q value to 43%, with a maximum operating time of 167 hours, although the first wall material is still very fragile. Has it reached this level? Nearly a week of operating time. If it is improved further, it could almost enter the commercialization stage. Electricity cost is one of the biggest problems facing human industrial society. If the current electricity cost drops to only 1/10, the overall cost of social production may drop by 30% to 50%. When the cost drops by 30% to 50%, it means that $1 can buy something that cost $2 before. The biggest problem facing indoor agriculture is excessive electricity consumption. Cheap electricity can obtain a large amount of food at a low cost, and at the same time make indoor agriculture profitable, which can form a blood-making cycle. However, during this promotion process, it is necessary to ensure that the technological innovation of Huaneng Group and the results of controlled nuclear fusion are not stolen by those capitalists. If the cost of electricity drops, the final price of the goods to consumers is still the same, and it is obvious that the price difference is stolen by the middlemen. This will only make the capitalists stronger and increase the gap between the rich and the poor. So we must let all citizens get real benefits, rather than believe that the capitalists will have a change of heart and those vampires will only suck the marrow out of the bones. After Huang Mingzhi promised to solve all technical problems, the dual agricultural model officially entered the improvement stage, and everyone discussed the problems that may arise during the implementation process. For example, the big pot meal problem of rural cooperatives, the supervision of management, and the problem of wages and benefits, etc. Huaneng Group will merge COFCO Group, Sinagrain, etc., and then form a comprehensive agricultural group. Form a full chain production including fertilizers and pesticides, agricultural machinery and tools, farm factories, logistics and transportation, online and offline, scientific research, and safe reserves. Rural cooperatives, as a very important link, are the focus of this reform. Rural cooperatives are centered on towns and villages, and farmers bring farmland, pastures, fish ponds, forest farms, and orchards to join rural cooperatives. After joining the rural cooperative, you will get corresponding shares according to the value of the means of production. Huaneng Group only holds 20% of the shares and management rights of the local rural cooperative, and farmers will get 80% of the shares of the rural cooperative. The income is distributed according to the proportion of shares. Farmers who participate in production are transformed into agricultural workers and receive wages and 5 insurances and 1 fund. Farmers who do not participate in work can only get stock dividends. Everything is based on the principle of voluntariness, and farmers are not forced to join rural cooperatives. In fact, when all links of Huaneng Group are fully rolled out, it will become such a model. The company headquarters can use big data and artificial intelligence to analyze the market trends, yields, and prices of various crops. Then the production areas are allocated according to local conditions to ensure that the crop yield is slightly more than the market demand, and there will be no situation where the output exceeds the demand or the supply is less than the demand. In addition, the citizen's home is also cooperating and launching an annual list of household food online to facilitate the Huaneng Group to conduct big data forecasts. The entire life cycle of agricultural products from seeds to the table will be completed by Huaneng Group, which greatly reduces production costs. It is expected that the overall retail price of agricultural products in the society will drop by 30 to 70%. The decline in agricultural product prices means that residents' disposable income will increase in disguise. Of course, all this has not been changed so quickly. Initially, the pilot rural cooperative model has been started in 4 provinces: Guangxi, Hejiang, Shu, and Qilu. Agricultural factories are concentrated in the North China Plain and the Northeast Plain. After the meeting officially ended, Huang Mingzhi established the Country A Agricultural Cooperative Group through the Citizen Trusteeship Society, and with the help of other departments, directly merged the Beiping Agricultural Group, Sinagrain Corporation, COFCO Group, and China Grain and Oil Group, which are companies directly merged by the Huaneng Group. As for the remaining companies, due to the existence of private shares, mixed ownership enterprises, the Huaneng Group established the Huaneng Management Company to manage these companies, which is equivalent to a subsidiary or joint venture. After the merger was completed, Huang Mingzhi immediately launched a purge. The logic of the Network Management Committee, with the support of artificial intelligence, took advantage of this merger and went on a killing spree. A large number of rats and corrupt personnel were cleared out, and the era of muddling through life was over. Huaneng Group has cooperated with Xinguang Instrument Group to establish comprehensive network management. In this world, many things are not unsolvable, but whether you want to solve them. Artificial intelligence can eliminate problems such as slacking off and embezzlement in management. As for their tricks, they are not doing it within the network, but outside. Huang Mingzhi and the Institute of Social Research have formulated the most stringent management framework and rules, and don't even think about taking advantage of loopholes. Electronic invoices, electronic documents, online office, and pervasive monitoring networks. Even their meetings are required to be held in the virtual world, forming a monitoring system with no blind spots. With the absolute fairness and justice of artificial intelligence and the logic personnel of the Network Management Committee, under the dual supervision, 99.9% of human problems will be nipped in the bud. As for employees who can't stand this kind of monitoring, they can resign if they don't want to work. Don't think that Huaneng Group can just muddle through. Chapter 131. While the agricultural reforms were being carried out, in an orderly manner in Country A, the international grain prices were rising steadily. As one of the grain-exporting countries, Southeast Asia shipped grains one by one, and these grains turned into green dollars. At the same time, the overall grain reserves in Asia, South America, and Africa were falling to a historical low, especially the reserves of many countries in Southeast Asia, which were not enough to support domestic use for half a year. At this time, there was an obvious food shortage all over the world. Even if you had real money in your hands, you couldn't buy much food. The food shortage problem could only be solved after the spring plowing. But many people don't know that a silent crisis is coming. Southeast Asia, Siam. The alluvial plain near Bangkok is a very famous commercial grain area in Southeast Asia. The main grain crop is rice, and Siamese fragrant rice is famous all over the world. The annual grain output of Siam is about 36 million tons. It is the world's second largest rice exporter, exporting about 11 million tons of rice each year. As for the world's largest rice exporter, it is India, which has a population of more than 1 billion and cannot even feed itself, but exports 12 million tons of rice every year. Siam's territory is about 510,000 square kilometers, and its population is 67 million. In fact, Siam's total grain output is not high, but the per capita output is high, about 600 kilograms per person per year. According to statistics, a person needs to consume 0.4 kilograms of rice a day, and 365 times 0.4 is equal to 146 kilograms of rice are needed to feed a person in a year. In addition, the abundance of other foods in modern society has further reduced the demand for staple foods. It is calculated that one person consumes about 120 kilograms of rice per year. Apparently, Siam's domestic grain production is seriously oversupplied. At Bangkok Airport, several tourists from Country B were walking outside with the crowd. After leaving the airport, a large group of local taxi drivers surrounded them. Hello, AU. The earthy English filled the ears of those tourists, and John fanned his hands with some disgust. The taxi drivers didn't dare to offend these white people, so they could only look for other targets. Soon an off-road vehicle appeared in front of John and the other two. The window was lowered, and a local man in cool clothes appeared. Hello, is this Mr. John? I am Robert, an employee of Mondosin in Siam. Robert, a local young man asked. John opened the passenger seat directly, and another man and a woman also sat in the back seat. Go directly to the branch, John ordered. Okay. Robert turned the steering wheel and drove towards the highway. Outside the car window were lush rice fields, with rice growing to knee height, and many locals working in the fields. Siam's rice is generally planted in 2 seasons, early rice, January to April, and late rice, July to October. Early rice accounts for 80% of the total output, because January to April is the dry season, which is conducive to the growth and maturity of rice. The off-road vehicle turned around and came to a research base in the suburbs of Bangkok, which is the scientific research base of Mondosin Company in Siam. John and his 2 companions came to an office, and Robert left immediately. Inside the office, the supervisor respectfully received John and his 2 companions. Mr. John, I have prepared vehicles and drones for you. Do you need me to send someone to assist you? The supervisor asked coquettishly while rubbing his hands. John's eyes flashed with contempt, and then he waved his hand. Take me to drive. Okay, please follow me. A roaring diesel engine sounded as a Raptor pickup truck galloped on a rural road north of Bangkok. On both sides of the road were either farmland, durian trees, banana trees, rubber trees, etc. John sat in the passenger seat, looking at the locals who were like ants with disgust. John, is it okay nearby? The driver slowed down and asked. At this time, their pickup truck was passing a large rice field, and there was also a large river here. John took out a telescope and looked around for a while. Here, Ivan, do it. Okay. After the driver pulled over, Ivan, who was in the back seat, took out the box of the drone and got out of the car, then operated the drone to take off quickly. The drone was flying over the nearby rice fields. Ivan pressed a button to spray pesticides, and then the drone in midair sprayed some atomized liquid on the rice fields. Since the spraying time was only a dozen seconds, the surrounding farmers did not notice anything. Ivan randomly operated the drone back, put the drone back into the box, and got in the car immediately. Done. BSF, let's go! The Raptor pickup truck started again, and went to the area further north. 3 days later, John and his 2 companions drove back to Bangkok and immediately threw the drone into a large crusher, crushing it into garbage. He smiled slyly at the endless farmland outside Bangkok, thinking silently in his heart that this world needs to be purified, and these inferior and dirty yellow monkeys are not worthy of living in this world. John, the flight ticket is booked. Ivan walked over and said. John drew a G on his chest and whispered, Lord, your white horse knight will clean the dirt of the world for you and purify all unclean people. Ivan and BSF also looked indifferent to countless lives, just like looking at livestock ready for slaughter. At the same time, people from the G organization were secretly operating throughout Southeast Asia, and even in India, Africa, and Latin America, there were traces of the G organization. On the A side, due to seasonal reasons, it was not yet the time to plant rice in January, and the immigration control was very strict. The G organization suffered heavy losses in A some time ago. Therefore, they did not enter country A to cause trouble for the time being. Of course, this does not mean that the G organization will give up. After all, the feud with the Church of Country A has already been established, and the G organization will definitely target Country A. John and his 3 companions left Bangkok and took a plane to Hanoi, Annan. A few days later, near the border between Annan and Country A, the small town of Lungluan on the Annan side is opposite the border town of Shukku in Guangxi province. John spread out the map and looked at the fast-flowing Zhejiang River on one side. The upper reaches of this river are in Annan, and the lower reaches are in Guangxi province. He turned his head and signaled Ivan. Ivan nodded, took out the fishing rod from the car, and hung a small bottle of red bait on the hook. He casually threw it into the river. The hook and the bait sank into the water, and the bait immediately dissolved and floated downstream with the current. The 3 of them fished here for more than an hour before driving away. And the things contained in the bait have flowed into the territory of Country A, waiting to take root and sprout. The world that seems calm is actually undercurrents. The devil created by human hands has been released from Pandora's box. In terms of international food prices, the price of rice has reached $1,376 per ton, almost double that of December last year. The prices of other wheat, corn, potatoes, soybeans, etc. are also rising. The depression before the storm has been noticed by many forces. Except for the G organization behind the scenes, no one knows where the outbreak point is. In Country A, the agricultural reform in full swing is also advancing rapidly. The list of the first batch of rural cooperatives has been released, and the first agricultural factory has also broken ground in the North China Plain. This is a war without gunpowder, a war of technology. Chapter 132. The Lianhua Mountain area in the northwest of Haicheng County. The Plasma Research Institute that just moved here in October. At this time, it is busy and intense. Wei Feng stared at the computer with bloodshot eyes, and Dong Quan, Li Jimin and others around him were not much better. But in the midst of fatigue, their eyes were also filled with excitement and enthusiasm. It was this belief that made everyone temporarily forget the fatigue of the body. Inside the huge laboratory, Jinwu No. 1, C23, was running at this time. The laser reactor composed of 4 sunbows instantly outputs lasers to the core of the reactor. The total energy level of the laser is as high as 426,000 J, which contains high-energy lasers and irradiates the nuclear fuel DD. At the same time, the magnetic confinement system of the laser reactor will accelerate the DD nuclear fuel that has become high-temperature plasma again, making the high-temperature plasma even hotter, and causing the high-temperature plasma to reach the critical point of nuclear fusion. After the high-temperature plasma reaches the critical point of nuclear fusion reaction, the channel between the laser reactor and the nuclear fusion reactor is opened, and the critical plasma is injected into the nuclear fusion reactor. At this time, the magnetic confinement system of the nuclear fusion reactor further accelerates the injected critical plasma, and the nuclear fusion reaction occurs in an instant. Nuclear fusion produces a large amount of light and heat, high-energy rays, and the most troublesome fast neutrons. These fast neutrons are sputtering in all directions, but this time they encounter a layer of barrier, and the liquid carbon compound absorbs these fast neutrons. Moreover, this layer of carbon compound liquid is flowing in the pipeline, and through the carbon liquid exchange system with the outside, these carbon liquids that have absorbed fast neutrons are being quickly absorbed, and new carbon liquid is replenished on the other side. There is a triple temperature difference power generation system on the carbon liquid exchange system, which can convert about 76% of the heat energy of the carbon liquid into electrical energy. After passing through the temperature difference power generation system, these hot carbon liquids are turned into cool carbon liquids again, and are re-injected into the nuclear fusion reactor for repeated use. At the same time, the light and rays of the nuclear fusion reactor are focused on the laser power generation system by the reflector. There is also another triple temperature difference power generation system on the nuclear fusion reactor. These power generation systems convert 61% of the energy in the nuclear fusion of the Jinwu-1 nuclear fusion reactor into electrical energy. Excluding the self-sustaining energy of each system, the effective energy conversion is about 58.1 to 59.3%. Report that the first wall of carbon liquid has reached neutron saturation. Replace with new liquid. Li Jimin quickly took the intercom and ordered. Received. The nuclear fusion reactor of Jinwu-1 not only benefits from the plasma turbulence model of Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng, but more importantly, the carbon liquid material of the first wall. This carbon liquid material is a unique material conceived by Wei Feng and developed by Huang Mingzhi. Carbon liquid can absorb neutrons, and carbon liquid is a liquid with fluidity, which can exchange heat energy. In addition, the carbon liquid has another characteristic, that is, after absorbing neutrons, the carbon liquid will be forced to transform into tritium, and some other elements by neutrons. This process is called neutron saturation multiplication reaction, and the tritium in these carbon liquids is super heavy hydrogen. It can be separated and added to the nuclear fusion reactor as nuclear fuel, and of course, it can also be separated and used as raw materials for hydrogen bombs. Because the content of tritium in the blue planet is very small, and the half-life is very fast, with a stable period of only about 12 years, tritium is not only expensive, but also very difficult to preserve. There is a way to preserve tritium in China, and that is the mysterious Yumin structure. After the carbon liquid renewal system of Jinwu-1 is started, one side injects new carbon liquid into the carbon liquid circulation system, and the other side absorbs the neutron-saturated carbon liquid to ensure that there is always carbon liquid in the carbon liquid circulation system. The neutron-saturated carbon liquid sucked away passes through the triple temperature difference power generation system, and then branches to another pipeline. Through a pipeline, these neutron-saturated carbon liquids are transported to the carbon liquid processing plant 3 kilometers away. Workers wearing heavy protective clothing and a large number of industrial robots inject the carbon liquid into the centrifuge separation system. The tritium in the carbon liquid will soon be separated and then used to store the tritium in sensitive containers. As for what the tritium will be used for, of course, it will be used to make mushroom eggs. After all, the tritium produced by nuclear fusion reactors is not only huge in output, but also cheap. In addition, the current world situation is becoming increasingly tense, and increasing the reserves of mushroom eggs is imminent. Moreover, after these mushrooms are made, even if they are useless in the future, they can be recycled and disassembled as nuclear fuel for the nuclear fusion reactor. This is a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. After separating tritium and some other impurities, the remaining carbon liquid can be sent back to the nuclear fusion reactor. Looking at the stable operation of the nuclear fusion reactor, Wei Feng, Li Jimin, Dong Quan and others finally put their minds at ease. We succeeded. Dong Quan sat slumped, but he could not hide the joy in his expression. Li Jimin's eyes also moistened. Wei Feng stared blankly out of the glass window. The giant in the laboratory was releasing the power from the sun. They successfully caught the golden crow in this cage, so that it would never set. Although the golden crow number 1 is still very rough, there are still many details to be perfected, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but once the beginning is successful, the rest will not be difficult. After all, in terms of controlled nuclear fusion, they have no stone to touch, and can only walk step by step, and now they have successfully landed. Fengzi, take a break, Li Jimin said, as he told his assistant to get some food. Wei Feng was a taciturn man. He sat on a bench nearby, closed his eyes, and pressed his temples. Come on, everyone, eat a little. The big meal will have to wait until the celebration banquet. Li Jimin greeted the people in the main control room. Many people wolfed down some cakes. Sometimes, scientific researchers are too dedicated and often have irregular meals, which makes them prone to chronic digestive diseases. Fengzi, you may win the Medal of the Republic this time. Li Jimin patted him on the shoulder and handed him a plate of dumplings. Mingzhi should win this medal. Wei Feng took the dumplings. Dong Quan shook his head and said, if it weren't for the current situation, you should have won the Nobel Prize in Physics. Nobel, let's not talk about it. Wei Feng sneered. Others also shook their heads at the Nobel Prize Committee, especially after the Nobel Committee cancelled Huang Mingzhi's Physics Prize this year. The physics community in country A had given up on the Nobel Prize. If a scholar who proved gravitational waves and gravitons and pioneered quantum gravity cannot win the Nobel Prize in Physics, then who is qualified to win? In the Golden Crow project, Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng should account for at least 90% of the credit. Whether it is the laser, the plasma control model, the power generation system, the first wall material, or the important design ideas, they are all the crystallization of the two people's wisdom. As for Dong Quan, Li Jimin and others, they can only be said to be tools, responsible for engineering planning and some technical adjustments, checking for omissions and filling gaps. This is their job. The news of the success of the Golden Crow project was reported in the virtual world, and the top leaders of the Netherworld knew this heavy news. Chapter 133. Nangka Dream Realm Netherworld. It's time for another weekly gathering. At this time, the virtual model of Jinwu No. 1 was projected on the circular conference hall. While watching the situation of Jinwu No. 1, the 12 palace masters occasionally looked through the relevant documents. Xian Yuan, do we have the conditions to promote controlled nuclear fusion power generation now? I mean technically. Haodian put down the document and asked. It's not a big problem. Nuclear fusion is safer than nuclear fission, and the technology is already preliminarily practical. Xian Yuan, Wang Mingzhi, replied affirmatively. Can the scale of Jinwu No. 1 be expanded? Fushi asked immediately. Yes. Xian Yuan nodded, but he went on to explain. The current annual power generation of Jinwu No. 1 is estimated to reach 200 billion kilowatt-hours, which is equivalent to about 3% of the country's annual electricity consumption. I think this scale is sufficient. Go Chen also added, Xian Yuan makes sense. We should not only consider the economic aspects, but also the safety factors. Others immediately thought of some problems. If the power generation of a nuclear fusion power station is too large, it will cause the power station to be highly concentrated, and it will inevitably become a priority target for the enemy to attack. Moreover, a large nuclear fusion power station is not conducive to power distribution. After all, there is a loss of about 10 to 20% of electricity during transportation. Of course, the shorter the transportation distance, the better. As the military forces in charge, Go Chen and Qi Yu not only think that the current scale of Jinwu No. 1 is sufficient, they also hope to have a small nuclear fusion reactor. Because the ship needs to be equipped with a nuclear fusion reactor, and the size of Jinwu No. 1 is obviously not suitable. In addition, considering that some underground bases do not need the huge Jinwu No. 1, a miniaturized nuclear fusion reactor is more suitable. Miniaturization is somewhat difficult. I will let the Jinwu project team follow up on this aspect of research. Xian Yuan thought for a while and replied. Tai, who had been thinking for more than 10 minutes, asked, if we push forward with all our strength, how many Jinwu No. 1 level nuclear fusion power stations can be built within a year? 3 at most. We need to be fully prepared. Tai said solemnly. Everyone's face also became serious. The realization of controlled nuclear fusion means that the world pattern is about to change dramatically. As a vested interest, Country B and the G organization behind it will definitely do their best to deal with Country A. This is an inevitable result of history. I suggest that we build a plank road in the open while secretly attacking Chinsong. It is true that the nuclear fusion reactor cannot be exposed. It is better to find something to attract attention to divert attention. Thanks to the fact that the Jinwu project was kept very secret at the beginning, although many people knew that Country A was developing controlled nuclear fusion, this thing was being studied by powerful countries all over the world, plus the curse of 50 years forever. No one paid too much attention to this matter, and Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng and others also published some papers, deliberately misleading the direction of the world's plasma field. Therefore, the Jinwu project was still in a half-dead state on the surface. Huang Mingzhi, the chief engineer, stayed here for less than a week and more than a year. Outsiders feel that it is not taken seriously. Many people think this is a century-long project, and even many plasma scholars in China think so. In fact, those researchers who have been reviewed by the Academy of Sciences have switched to a very secret virtual world to communicate, and try not to keep paper materials in the real world to reduce the risk of leaks. On February 2nd, the dragon raises its head. As a piece of news spread, the tense situation in the world became more turbulent. In Moscow under the blizzard, there are no tears here, and tears are not believed. The G organization is not strong in this area, mainly due to the Great Purge during the Red Russia era, but in the past 20 years, the G organization has shown a tendency to make a comeback. Kremlin. KGB Director Alexander Rev-Alsiev hurried to the president's office and knocked hurriedly. Come in. Sir, this is an urgent report from Peking, Alexander said as he handed over the documents. The only sound in the office was the rustling of files, and soon the slightly thin man put down the files in his hand. Has it been confirmed? They have already admitted in the press release that they expect to increase the relevant nuclear force to 2,000 in the next 3 years, of which 1,500 are large-yield hydrogen bombs. Alexander explained hurriedly. There was silence in the office. Alexander was also shocked by this number at first. This was almost the rhythm of restarting the Cold War. That's good. We can have less pressure. You continue to pay attention to this matter. Yes. Obviously, this is not a bad thing for the Russian Federation. With someone sharing the firepower, it may even benefit from it. At this time, the whole world was shocked by this news, but it was also reasonable. In the past 2 years, the relationship between Washington and Beijing has deteriorated rapidly, coupled with the strange surge in international grain prices in January, the depressing feeling of impending storm. Although it was unexpected, it was reasonable for Beijing to make such a decision, which was very consistent with the current situation. Many small countries and small shrimps have become quiet, fearing that they will be affected by the big gangsters. Even the Southeast Asia region, which was always jumping up and down, has become calm. This incident successfully attracted the attention of the whole world. And the 3 controlled nuclear fusion power stations were quickly approved. Jinwu No. 1 in Haicheng County, Shanmei, is preparing to be incorporated into the Southern Power Grid. At the same time, the State Grid and the Southern Power Grid were officially merged and officially divided under the Citizen Trusteeship Society. Controlling the power grid can prevent the leakage of information about the nuclear fusion power plant, and can also supply huge and cheap electricity to the Huaneng Group. On the other hand, it is also to thoroughly promote the power Huayuan strategy and successfully get rid of the country's dependence on the oil dollar system. On February 15th, Seaway Battery Company launched a high-energy battery with a unit power storage of 320 watt-hours per kilogram. The State Grid followed closely and announced that it would build 5,000 charging stations across the country in the next 5 years to facilitate the charging of electric vehicles. In addition, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology has issued the Electric Vehicle Technical Standards, which has detailed and comprehensive regulations on charging voltage and sockets, speed, safety performance, etc. Many electric vehicle manufacturers have already smelled the smell of money and have entered the electric vehicle industry with all their strength. As a domestic high-end battery manufacturer, Seaway Battery Company is now crowded with people, with countless bookings flying in. Seaway Battery not only monopolizes domestic mid to high-end batteries, but is also now a world-class battery manufacturer and supplier. However, the Seaway batteries sold abroad are all transferred through the company in Hong Kong. Many people know that the batteries are Seaway batteries. However, Seaway Battery Company does not admit this, and insists that it is OEM production. Moreover, there are some mandatory and overbearing terms for purchasing Seaway batteries abroad. For example, the order must be paid in full before production is arranged, the buyer cannot return the goods, and Seaway Company is not responsible for any safety accidents. Just like the contracts on some websites, the rights are mine, and the obligations are yours. In short, buy if you want to, and get out if you don't want to. Chapter 134. In 2015, the Spring Festival in February had just passed. The Ling'an region had gradually entered the spring plowing season, especially in Cheongju, which has a tropical climate. Rice had been planted for a month. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences of the Chinese Academy of Sciences has a special tropical plant research institute in Cheongju. Wearing a straw hat and dressed like an old farmer, Mr. Yuan was checking the heading of rice in a large experimental field. However, looking at the situation in the large rice field, he frowned and turned his head. Xiao Wang, the rice planting in Cheongju is from January 15th to 20th. Assistant Xiao Wang nodded. That's the time. Several other researchers also found something wrong. Generally speaking, rice will enter the heading stage about a month after transplanting. The rice in Cheongju was transplanted from January 15th to 20th. Now it is February 29th, but this large rice field has not entered the heading stage. Could it be the influence of this year's weather? One of the researchers said. Old Yuan shook his head. Even if the weather is lower than last year, it will not have much impact on Cheongju. There must be other reasons. Then everyone took samples from the experimental field and brought them to the institute for testing and analysis. While paying attention to the test and analysis, Yuan Lao asked the staff to pay attention to the situation in various parts of Cheongju. The laboratory of Cheongju Agricultural Research Institute. The researchers are conducting comprehensive testing and analysis on hundreds of samples. Hu Guangyi found some fungal communities attached to the rice straw tissue through a high-precision microscope. The fungal communities showed that the conidiophores were unbranched, 3 to 5 roots clustered, extending from the host epidermis or stomata, with a size of 80 to 160 by 4 to 6 microns, with 2 to 8 septa, slightly swollen at the base, light brown, light color upwards, curved at the top, and conidia on top. Conidia are colorless, pear-shaped or club-shaped, often with 1 to 3 septa, 14 to 40 by 6 to 14 microns in size, with foot cells at the base. Judging from the morphology, it should be a typical rice pear spore fungus, Puricularia ricei cav. Puricularia ricei can cause rice blast, also known as rice fever, commonly known as fire blast, hanging blast, pinch neck blast, etc. It is an important rice disease in the world. Rice blast is the most widespread and common rice fungal disease in the world. Under natural conditions, rice blast only infects rice and is an epidemic disease spread through air currents. Hu Guangyi wondered inwardly, logically speaking, the new varieties in the Cheongzhou experimental field are all resistant to diseases, and preventive pesticides were used. So how could so many colonies be found in this straw tissue? Li Kan, what is the level of rice blast in your samples? Guangyi, is there a lot of rice blast in your samples? Li Kan turned his head and asked back. Hu Guangyi nodded and replied, the rice blast in my group of 12 samples is very serious. According to the prevention and control standards of our experimental fields, it is impossible to have such a serious rice blast outbreak. Then the test results of the other 8 groups came out. Hu Guangyi and Li Kan frowned when they held the test report. They tested 4 new varieties in their experimental field this year, but none of them were spared and were infected with dense rice pear spore fungi. Li Kan, you lead people to conduct in-depth research on these rice pear spore fungi, and I will report to Director Yuan. Okay. Looking at Hu Guangyi's hurried back, Li Kan turned around and ordered, prepare for genetic testing. He suspected that the rice porphyria had a mutant variety, and the rapid genetic testing was carried out non-stop. Looking at the test results, Li Kan's heart sank. The rice porphyria can be divided into 7 groups and 128 physiological subspecies. However, according to the results shown in the test report, the rice porphyria in front of him is not one of the 7 groups and 128 physiological subspecies. In other words, this is a mutant variety. Try the compound fungicide of rabies and Jayashumi. Okay. Half an hour later, the effects of rabies and Jayashumi were not obvious. You should know that this compound fungicide has a control effect of more than 95% on the previous rice blast fungus, and is currently the first choice for controlling rice blast. Li Kan's heart became more depressed, and he quickly ordered, try other fungicides. Preparing. The effect of a protheocarbamide solution was not obvious. The compound fungicide of carbendazim and sulfur achieved a killing effect of about 40 to 60%, but after the second generation of the mutant rice blast fungus, the killing effect began to become less obvious. The compound fungicide of tricyclazole and sulfur also has a certain killing effect on the first generation, but the effect drops sharply from the second generation. Even if several fungicides are used alternately, the mutant rice pear spore fungus will develop drug resistance after 3 or 4 generations. Mr. Yuan, who just arrived, looked at the test reports and Li Kan's disinfection experiments and knew the seriousness of the matter. He contacted the agricultural technology stations in various parts of Cheongzhou. The problem is not only the experimental fields of the institute, but also the whole Cheongzhou. Guangyi Li Kan, Director, test all the fungicides on the market to see if there is any fungicide that can suppress the outbreak of rice blast. Old Yuan ordered seriously. No problem. Old Yuan came to his office, opened the login program of Nank Dream Realm, and quickly put on his brain wave glasses. Nank Dream Realm True City. Inside the Agricultural Research Institute. He immediately summoned everyone in the Agricultural Research Institute and reported the matter to Huang Mingzhi. Huang Mingzhi, who was at the Phoenix Project Research Base at the moment, immediately received a reminder from the ghost. After taking out his cell phone, he found that it was an urgent report from Mr. Yuan. After skimming through it, Huang Mingzhi had already guessed the reason. He immediately found an office, logged into the Nank Dream Realm directly through the brainwave glasses, and came to the Agricultural Research Institute of the City of Truth. At this time, the Agricultural Research Institute was already full of people, and it was obvious that everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. You should know that rice accounts for a very important proportion of Country A's grain. Country A's annual grain output is about 610 million tons, and the annual rice output is about 200 million tons, which accounts for 30%. In addition, the current domestic grain self-sufficiency rate is between 80 and 85%. Once the rice harvest is completely lost, the domestic grain self-sufficiency rate will drop to between 50 and 60%. Even if there is a reserve grain, this gap is very scary. While Huang Mingzhi was listening to the discussion of agricultural experts, he asked Ghost to investigate the rice situation across the country. At present, Rice has not been planted in the north and northeast, and the main investigation is in Lingnan and the southwest. Sure enough, after checking, different degrees of rice blast appeared in various places. Suddenly, he turned his attention to Southeast Asia and Tianzhu, and asked Ghost to investigate the situation in these areas. As tropical regions, rice planting in these areas is earlier than in most areas of China, similar to Cheongzhou. If these areas are also infected with rice blast, it is estimated that they have entered the stage of a major outbreak. Sure enough, as Ghost dug out pieces of information one by one, rice in the entire Southeast Asia and Tianzhu region suffered from very serious rice blast. Wang Mingzhi reported this situation to Yuan Lao and other experts, who frowned. The scale of the infection was too terrifying. Once Southeast Asia and Tianzhu, the grain exporting countries, were seriously affected, coupled with the current international grain prices, the whole of Asia would be in trouble, and it would be a very serious problem. However, the super drug resistance of the mutant rice pear spore fungus left the experts helpless for a while. Chapter 135. Bangkok, Siam. A dozen local farmers were looking at the rice fields not far away with sad faces. The rice, which should have been green, was now covered with brown spots on its leaves and stalks, looking sick. Several hired agricultural experts were leading people to inspect and sample the rice fields. Nyack, didn't you use fungicides? One of the middle-aged agricultural experts asked Hak Bonchai, the leading farmer. Hak Bonchai wiped his sweat and explained hurriedly, Kun Naibadoki, we have used fungicides and applied them 3 times. Agricultural expert Badukajun Lanala looked at Hak Bonchai in confusion. Seeing that the other party did not want to lie, he continued to ask, bring the pesticides you use here. Okay. Hak Bonchai turned around and asked several farmers to get the pesticides. After a while, 2 farmers came with a large bag of pesticides, which contained several kinds of pesticides. Badukajun Lanala picked up the pesticides and checked them preliminarily, and found that there was nothing wrong with them. Strange, these drugs are all used to inhibit and kill rice blast. Since there is no problem with the fungicide, why is the fungicide ineffective? As the sampling and inspection were completed, Badukajun Lanala looked at the results and explained to the farmers, these rice plants have been preliminarily confirmed to have rice blast. As for the ineffectiveness of the fungicide, it may be that the previous fungicide has developed drug resistance. You can try other fungicides. Kunai, can you recommend some suitable fungicides? Hake asked quickly. No problem. Baduki quickly mentioned some new fungicides. After collecting the travel expenses, Baduki left with the people and samples. The local farmers had no choice but to buy new fungicides. Hake's farm hired many farmers, who wore simple masks and carried a bucket of fungicides on their backs. They pumped the spray bar to spray the fungicides evenly on the rice fields. Other farmers did the same thing. Looking at the sickly rice, Hake prayed with his hands together, chanting, Buddha bless you, Bodhisattva bless you. As soon as the agricultural expert Baduki, who brought the samples back, returned to the institute, he immediately arranged for staff to test the samples. As a traditional rice-growing country, and one of the 4 Asian tigers, Siam's research on rice is not bad, and it is not far behind country A. After a series of tests, Baduki looked at the report in his hand and felt bad, and immediately arranged for personnel to conduct genetic testing. Sure enough, the test found that the fungus had mutated, and the mutation was very terrible. It has very strong resistance to most fungicides on the market. Baduki immediately wrote a paper to announce this discovery. Soon, other countries suffering from rice blast also started testing and immediately found that their rice was also infected with mutant fungi. At this time, Southeast Asia and India reacted. Faced with this indestructible fungus, many farmers were desperate, especially those who relied on farming for a living. India is also a tropical country. The terrible rice blast has been transmitted through the air, and has spread to various rice-growing areas in India in less than a month. As the country with the largest population, India's total grain output is only about 310 million tons, equivalent to about 50% of country A. Their domestic rice also accounts for 1/3 of the total, with an annual output of 110 million tons, making it the world's second largest rice producer after country A. Once rice is completely out of production, it's scary to think about it. This means that about 30% of their population will lack food supply, and India itself does not have much reserve grain, and the people do not have the habit of storing grain. If the early rice harvest fails this year, the consequence will be famine. Considering the crazy grain purchases by Western countries before, and the current rice blast, the terrible impact of rice blast is magnified. especially in a populous country like India. With a total population of more than 1 billion, a 30% food shortage means 500 million people without food. This is not 5 million people, nor 50 million people, but 500 million people. Faced with this terrible shortage, no country in the world can provide 100 million tons of food to India. Similarly, the situation in Southeast Asia is not optimistic at this time. Considering the soaring international grain prices this year, they all increased the rice planting area, but now they are facing rice blast. Looking back to China, the netherworld has held emergency meetings for 3 consecutive days to discuss how to deal with this rice blast incident. Quickly come up with a series of measures to minimize the damage caused by the rice blast. Nanning, Guangxi Province. The rice that has just been planted outside the suburbs has already shown obvious brown spots. Zhang Suqing, the director of the Baishikai Rural Cooperative, looked at the report in his hand. He immediately called a dozen smart young people to the Agricultural Technology Hall. "Brother Zhang, why did you suddenly call everyone here?" Tan Xuqiang approached and asked. Others also started talking in a mess, and Zhang Suqing knocked on the table. "Everyone sit down, there is something important." Seeing Zhang Suqing's serious expression, Tan Xuqiang and others did not dare to make a fuss, and quickly found a chair to sit down. "You are all young people. Let me sort out the situation for you first." Zhang Suqing carefully recounted the rice blast disease in Southeast Asia and Cheongzhou, and turned on the projector next to him to play some news and videos. "Gulu." Tan Xuqiang was frightened and asked nervously, "Brother Zhang, what should we do now? The land has been planted." "Yes. Is there any special medicine?" Everyone became anxious. "Quiet, listen to me." Zhang Suqing pressed her hand and continued, "The higher-ups already know your difficulties. Now, 500 yuan is subsidized for each mu of land planted with rice. Everyone should dig up the rice seedlings and plant corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes instead. Isn't this too little?" Tan Xuqiang asked hesitantly. For this kind of scoundrel, who was trying to take advantage of the situation, Zhang Suqing directly knocked him on the head and said unhappily, "To be honest, this is the treatment only for cooperative members. Others can only change their crops by themselves." Although the rural cooperative paid a price this time, it also successfully used this rice blast incident to expand the influence of the rural cooperative. Especially those farmers in Cheongzhou, who have already seen the rice fields wither and turn yellow, saw that some farmers who joined the rural cooperative received subsidies, and hurriedly asked to join the rural cooperative. Rural cooperatives have rapidly expanded in Cheongzhou, Guangxi Province, and Lingnan. In particular, rural cooperatives in Lingnan benefited from the huge amount of electricity provided by Jinwu No. 1. The internal electricity price given by the state grid to rural cooperatives is 0.2 cents per kilowatt-hour. This electricity price is about 15 to 18 times lower than the previous agricultural electricity price. Even the agricultural subsidy electricity price in poor areas is about 8 to 9 times this price. This ultra-low electricity price is conducive to the development of rural cooperatives and the absorption of members to join, but the rural cooperatives and Huaneng Group are also very strict in this regard. Because this electricity price is definitely someone who wants to take advantage of loopholes, such as using this electricity for commercial industrial production, this aspect must be cracked down on, and people cannot take advantage of loopholes. At this time, artificial intelligence monitoring comes into play. Chapter 136. Lingnan Shanmei. At this time, many rural areas have begun to change their crops. Since most of the paddy fields where rice is grown are paddy fields, in order to avoid being flooded in the next rainy season, various rural cooperatives have begun to repair drainage ditches. In fact, the rural cooperatives in Shanmei have developed relatively quickly, which is actually related to the social environment of Shanmei. First, young people have gone to the Pearl River Delta to work, and the remaining elderly are farming. Second, many wealthy families feel that farming is too tiring and unprofitable. In fact, many farmers are already de facto urban residents. They all want to join the rural cooperative by adding farmland and orchards, and they can get some income every year. And those young people have no objection. They work outside, and it is a waste if the farmland is left uncultivated. Why not use it? As for those farmers who used to farm, they can't stand the temptation of wages and 5 insurances and 1 fund, and they join the cooperative with their fields and successfully change their jobs to agricultural workers. In Qinglongta village near Shanmei City, more than a dozen farmers are working hard at this time. The Qinglongta village cooperative has transferred a large number of agricultural machinery from the Shanmei City Rural Cooperative branch. In fact, agricultural machinery in many parts of the country has obvious uneven distribution of time and space. Some farmers use their agricultural machinery less than 2 or 3 times a year, and the machinery will be rusted in the warehouse, while some people have no agricultural machinery to use, or can only rent it. Rural cooperatives can effectively solve this problem. By establishing a comprehensive resource library, we can know how many plows, rice transplanters, harvesters, pumps, etc. there are in a region. Through reasonable scheduling, resources can be fully utilized. It is not necessary for every natural village rural cooperative to purchase a large number of agricultural machinery. On the one hand, it can reduce operating costs, and on the other hand, it can make full use of resources. The old farmer Yang Shu-jin, sweating profusely, was digging the drainage ditch with his hands and feet. He was already 63 years old, and he should have retired, but he was still working hard. Who doesn't want to retire at the age of 60? Who doesn't want to enjoy his old age? But the reality is often so cruel, and the farmers and workers in Country A have sacrificed too much. Some people have been working all their lives, from ignorant teenagers to white-haired old people. The bitterness of this can only be understood by personal experience. Considering that his 2 sons are now going to get married and buy a house, and he is still strong, Yang Shu-jin works in the cooperative. Originally, Huaneng Group did not intend to recruit these overage farmers, but Huang Mingzhi personally promoted a special bill. That is the Rural Farmers Special Exemption Act, which allows Huaneng Group to hire overage farmers and retain their original rural social security and medical insurance, but the wages will no longer be deducted from the 5 insurances and 1 fund. This is a temporary plan for farmers over 50 years old, and the term is 10 years from 2015 to 2025. After 2025, all migrant workers over 60 years old will be forced to retire, because Huaneng Group will issue pensions uniformly. This is a temporary transition plan. 10 years later, Huang Mingzhi is confident that with the cheap electricity from controlled nuclear fusion, the overall transformation of agriculture in rural areas can be achieved, and then a real retirement system for farmers can be realized. Therefore, the 63-year-old Yang Shu-jin became a specially hired employee of the rural cooperative in Qinglongta village. He picked up the shawl, wiped the sweat from his forehead, spit and rubbed his palms, and picked up the hoe to trim the ditch. This is a drainage ditch dug by a machine, but there are always corners that the machine cannot take care of, which requires manual trimming. Uncle, have a drink of water. Nephew Yang Haisheng handed over a bottle of boiled water. Haisheng, I'm not thirsty. Yang Shu-jin worked hard. Yang Haisheng opened the water bottle himself, gulped down a big gulp, and then stood and muttered quietly, why don't you grow rice for no reason? You kids should go to the rest area to rest. Don't just stand here. Be careful of your bonus this month. Yang Shu-jin reminded without raising his head. Yang Haisheng was startled, and quickly picked up the sand shovel to carry the soil. Last month, he was slacking off on the farm, and as a result, he was deducted 1,000 yuan in bonus. Every area of the farm is covered with dense surveillance cameras, and no one can slack off under such circumstances. During work, you can go to a special rest area to rest. The farm implements a 9-hour work system, and this 9-hour system includes an hour of rest. Through the seamless management of artificial intelligence, the principle of more work, more pay can be implemented. The artificial intelligence monitoring system of Huaneng Group is managed by the headquarters, and the local rural cooperatives have no right to manage it, avoiding the possibility of secret operations and safeguarding the legitimate interests of agricultural workers. Whether it is a factory or a company, if they do not pay attention to slacking off and cannot ensure the fairness of the reward and punishment system, the result is that the enthusiasm of those who really work hard will be worn out. Not far from where Yang Shu-jin and others were repairing the ditch, a large piece of newly leveled land was being built with glass greenhouses. These glass greenhouses are used to grow vegetables and fruits. In order to prevent typhoons, the greenhouses are specially reinforced. These greenhouses are not crudely made plastic film greenhouses, but very advanced indoor agricultural greenhouses. There are temperature, humidity and light control systems, as well as water-saving drip irrigation systems, ozone and ultraviolet disinfection systems. There is also a very strict air filtration and disinfection system to prevent viruses, bacteria and fungi from spreading into the greenhouse. Even if they are accidentally infected, they can be contained within a certain range by closing the greenhouse. The proportion of glass greenhouses in Lingnan is not large, but in another pilot province, Hejiang Province, the scale of glass greenhouses is huge. At this time, countless glass greenhouses are rising from the ground. Not only vegetables and fruits are in greenhouses, but also food crops such as rice, wheat, potatoes, millet and soybeans are planned to be produced in greenhouses. Qiqihar City. Near Fanrong County, this is the Nunjiang Plain, which is also a famous commercial grain planting area in China. A large area of land is being transformed into a glass greenhouse, and the height of the glass greenhouse has reached about 15 meters. Director Xia, will this work? With so many greenhouses, the electricity bill is a big problem. A farmer asked worriedly. Old Zhao, just rest assured, look at this. Xia Yulai said, as he opened an internal notice on his mobile phone. Lao Zhao took a puff of his old pipe and said, Director Xia, I don't know a word, just tell me what it is. Several other farmers also pricked up their ears. The cooperative in Lingnan has already received a subsidized electricity price. Guess how much it is? Xia Yulai said mysteriously. Is it 10 cents per kilowatt hour? How is that possible? I think 20 cents would be good. Xia Yulai smiled and pointed 2 fingers. I mean 20 cents. This price is not bad. Haha. Xia Yulai smiled and shook his head and said a shocking number. 2 cents per kilowatt hour. What? 2 cents per kilowatt hour? Is the power grid crazy? Obviously, all the farmers were shocked by this number. As the Northeast region has the highest level of mechanized agriculture in China, they all know how cheap this price is. Xia Yulai explained, only those who join the rural cooperative can enjoy this subsidized electricity price. Lingnan will start to implement it next month, and we may have to wait until October. Now everyone is talking about whether to build a greenhouse. Of course, all the farmers agree to build it. If it is this electricity price, they dare to turn on the heating and fluorescent lights in winter to grow vegetables and grains. Chapter 137. In DQ City, southeast of Qiqihar City. The state grid, which had just been reorganized last month, sent a working group to Datong District in the southern part of DQ City. This team not only has power grid management personnel, but also a platoon of soldiers. This time, they are planning to build a nuclear power plant in Datong, and this nuclear power plant cannot be managed conventionally, but must be managed militaristically. Li Jimin from the expert group sat in a Dongfeng pickup truck, and a gust of cool wind blew into the car. It was the time when the northeast was warm and cold. Not far away is the Xinhua Thermal Power Station in Datong District. The address of the nuclear power station is on the side of the Xinhua Thermal Power Station. In name, it is an upgrade and renovation project of the Xinhua Thermal Power Station, but in fact it is a nuclear power station. This is a trick. After entering the Xinhua Thermal Power Station, Yang Jianan, the general manager of the power plant, has been waiting for a long time. After all, this time the state grid directly airdropped the management, and he was also uneasy. As expected, the airdrop management of the power grid gave Yang Jianan a warning as soon as they arrived. More than a dozen power plant managers and employees who had seriously violated discipline were directly taken down by Ho Guishun, who had just arrived. After dealing with these people, Ho Guishun convened a high-level meeting of the power plant. This time, I came here for 2 things. The first is the Datong Xinhua Thermal Power Station upgrade and renovation project, and the second is to rectify the power system in Hejiang Province. Ho Guishun said straight to the point. More than a dozen local managers were uneasy. Rewards should be given for merit, and punishments should be given for faults. I remind you that before doing anything, it is best to consider the consequences. After Ho Guishun gave a warning, he continued, Li Kaigang? Yes. A dull middle-aged electrician stood up blankly. He was also confused at today's meeting. He had been the leader of the mechanical repair team in the power plant for more than 10 years, and he had no chance to attend such a high-level meeting. There were 3 other people who were as confused as Li Kaigang. With the unanimous approval of the State Grid Corporation, Li Keifu is now officially appointed as the director of the logistics department of Xinhua Thermal Power Station. Li Kaigang was completely stunned. Fortunately, a colleague next to him pulled up his pants. Li Kaigang, who had reacted, said in a trembling voice, Thank you, Mr. Ho, and the head office for your promotion and trust. Li Keifu, don't let down the people and the head office for their trust in you. Definitely. Then, he appointed 3 other people. These people were all employees with rich grassroots experience, worked hard and responsibly, but they had never been promoted. Yang Jianan on the side was also very surprised. He knew these people. They had the ability, but they were too rigid, so naturally they had no chance of being promoted. I didn't expect Ho Guishun to know the ability of these people as soon as he came. In fact, this is the result of big data screening by artificial intelligence. The HR department of State Grid and Huaneng Group are both involved in artificial intelligence. Those with problems will be directly eliminated. According to the job requirements, Big data will match 2 or 3 candidates. The HR department cannot modify the candidates without a legitimate reason. Once modified, there must be a legitimate reason. In fact, due to the existence of the automatic avoidance mechanism, the HR department generally does not modify the candidates, because once modified, not only the candidates will be re-examined by artificial intelligence, but the modifiers will also be investigated by artificial intelligence. This whole system effectively curbs the possibility of nepotism and backroom dealings. This is also the reason why Huaneng Group and the State Grid seem to have been reborn after being merged into the Citizen Trusteeship Society. The strong internal management mechanism, coupled with the supervision of artificial intelligence, has brought about a virtuous cycle. After appointing Li Kaigang and others to fill the vacancies, Ho Guishan and Li Jimin split into 2 groups. Ho Guishan led people to rectify the power system of Hejiang Province, while Li Jimin led people to start preparing for the Datong Xinhua Thermal Power Station, nuclear power station. The power grid's own engineering company mobilized a large number of engineering machinery, and planned to complete the nuclear power plant's plant and camouflage shell within 3 months. Then the distribution station and substation will be installed and constructed, and finally the nuclear fusion reactor and related supporting facilities. After inspecting the construction site, Li Jimin learned about the construction progress of the other 2 nuclear power plants through the virtual network. The other 2 nuclear power plants are located in LC City, Qilu Province, and LB City, Guangxi Province. The construction progress of these 2 nuclear power plants is also progressing steadily. Haicheng County in Shanmei, Lingnan, near Lianhua Mountain in the northwest. After the substation and distribution station were just completed, the Lianhua Mountain nuclear power plant began trial operation. Dong Quan and Wei Feng watched the staff in the distribution room turn on the grid-connected switch, officially marking the Lianhua Mountain nuclear power plant transmitting electricity to the entire Lingnan area. However, the power generation capacity of the nuclear power plant was not 100% started at this time. Only about 10% of the power was started. Because the power grid needs to shut down other power plants with an annual power generation of about 200 billion kilowatt-hours in batches, it takes some time to adjust. With the gradual promotion of nuclear fusion power stations, it is estimated that in the next 5 years, Country A will shut down most of its thermal power stations, hydropower stations, wind power stations, and photovoltaic power stations. After all, the electricity cost of traditional power stations is too high, and the power generation cost of nuclear fusion power stations can be ignored. Because the current production cost of 1 kilogram of deuterium is 7,000 yuan, but this production cost is because a lot of electricity is consumed in the electrolysis of water. Isn't this very interesting? If the electricity from nuclear fusion power stations is used to produce deuterium, the cost can be reduced to about 1/10. 1 kilogram of deuterium can theoretically generate 80 million kilowatt-hours of electricity. The current efficiency of the power generation system is 58 to 59%, which means that 1 kilogram of deuterium can generate 48 million kilowatt-hours of electricity. The maximum annual power generation of Jinwu No. 1 is 200 billion kilowatt-hours, which requires about 4,167 kilograms of deuterium, and the cost of nuclear fuel is about 2.91 million yuan. Compared with the power generation of 200 billion kilowatt-hours, this nuclear fuel cost is simply negligible. Instead, maintenance costs and labor costs have become the bulk, which is why the power grid dares to offer an electricity price of 0.2 cents per kilowatt-hour, because this price is still profitable. After Wei Feng, Dong Quan and others saw the grid-connected power generation, they took a minibus to the next door of the power station, which was the newly established Lianhuashan Power Generation Equipment Company. In fact, it was the research and development base of the previous Jinwu plan, which is now dedicated to the production of nuclear fusion reactors. The 3 nuclear fusion reactors needed by the power grid are manufactured here. Wei Feng, Dong Quan and others entered the assembly workshop, which is a general assembly factory. Many parts are provided by other companies. For example, the lasers provided by Shanghai Heguangji, the heat-resistant materials and carbon liquid provided by Siweish, and the industrial computers provided by SMIC, involving dozens of companies. This relies on a complete domestic industrial system. If it were foreign countries, it would be difficult to be self-sufficient in even half of the parts. Wei Feng looked at the assembly workshop in silence, where the second Jinwu nuclear fusion reactor was being assembled. This one had some changes from the first one. For example, it focused on modular design, which was convenient for secret transportation after disassembly. In addition, a positioning system and a self-destruction system were installed. Fingzi, it seems that there is no big problem here. Dong Quan pointed to the assembly workshop and said, "There is really no big problem. Let's go back and discuss the issue of miniaturization." Okay. The difficulty of miniaturization of controlled nuclear fusion is more difficult than that of Jinwu number 1. This is the second direction of the Jinwu plan. Chapter 138. Nanka Dream Realm, City of Truth. A group of academicians of the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering gathered in the City of Truth in Nanka Dream Realm through brain wave glasses. Considering the current tense situation, the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering have reduced their gatherings in the real world as much as possible. After all, the G organization has no bottom line, and the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering should avoid putting all their eggs in the same basket. The reason why they gathered in Nanka Dream Realm today was for the election of academicians of the two academies in 2015. There are a lot of things going on in China now, and the election of academicians should be resolved as quickly as possible to avoid affecting work tasks due to this election activities. Many academicians are over 70 years old, and this is their first time to enter the virtual world of Nank Dream World. Currently, there are 782 living academicians of the two academies, excluding foreign academicians, in the Academy of Sciences and 823 in the Academy of Engineering. Except for some who are too old, the rest of the academicians are in working condition, such as hybrid rice expert Yuan Lao, who is still fighting on the front line, and virology expert academician Zhong, etc. In this year's selection, many people have already won without suspense. For example, Wei Feng's academician quota is a sure thing. Anyone who dares to say no will probably be criticized to death. Is there any objection to Dr. Huang's academician status? Wang Yifeng said. Opinions? Even if there are, many people will not say it clearly, because Huang Mingzhi's academician status is a real strength. However, some people still raise some questions. I agree with Dr. Huang's strength and achievements. After a pause, an academician of the Academy of Sciences said, "Should we select Dr. Huang as an academician of the Academy of Engineering or the Academy of Sciences? If he is an academician of the Academy of Sciences, should it be mathematics, high-energy physics, or nuclear physics?" At this time, everyone realized that Huang Mingzhi was a guy with a wide range of interests, from mathematics to physics, as well as material science, computer programming, semiconductors, and even aerospace and engineering. If he was just a dabbler, it would be fine, but the key is that this guy is so awesome in every field. Is there any way to survive? Now these academicians are really in a dilemma. They can't select one academician for each field, right? In this case, wouldn't Huang Mingzhi have to take up more than a dozen places? You should know that each department of the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering has a quota limit. For example, the Department of Physics has 6 academician places each time it is elected, and the Department of Mathematics has even fewer, only 3 or 4. But if any subject does not select Huang Mingzhi, it seems unfair. You said the Department of Mathematics did not select Huang Mingzhi as a mathematical academician? A mathematician who proved the Hodge conjecture cannot be elected as a member of the Academy of Mathematics. If this result is made public, the Academy of Sciences will probably be questioned about its selection mechanism. The same thing happened to the Department of Physics. Huang Mingzhi discovered gravitons and gravitational waves and proposed quantum gravity. He had to be elected as a member of the Academy of Physics. After thinking about it, Mr. Yuan suggested to everyone, how about setting up a special member outside the quota? Special? That's one way. But should this special member be in the Academy of Sciences or the Academy of Engineering? Finally, after intense discussions, this special academician was finally established. The name is Academician of Science and Engineering of Country A. To be selected as an Academician of Science and Engineering, one must have made significant achievements and contributions in both the engineering field and the science field, spanning at least 2 professional disciplines. Those who receive this honor will receive the same treatment and honor as academicians of the 2 academies. In fact, the selection mechanism for this academician of engineering is more difficult than that of the 2 academies. It must be nominated by both the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering, and the number of nominated academicians must not be less than 15. Given the abnormal requirement of spanning multiple professional disciplines, it is estimated that few people will be able to obtain this honor in the future. After 3 days of discussion, coupled with comprehensive screening by artificial intelligence, the number of additional academicians elected in 2015 was officially determined. March 10, 2015. Nank Dream Realm, Starry Sky Square, City of Truth. A large number of scientific research staff from all over the country came here through brain wave glasses. There are also many college students who appeared in the square, discussing in groups of 3 or 5. This academician election conference can be said to be a grand event in the academic community of Country A. Not only a large number of scientific researchers, experts and scholars, and college students participated, but it was also broadcast live to the whole country through a live broadcast system. 12 noon. Whether it is the virtual world or the real world, the sun is shining brightly at this time, and the gentle spring breeze makes people feel relaxed and happy. The host stood on the podium solemnly, and the entire Starry Sky Plaza suddenly became quiet, and everyone waited quietly for the list to be announced. Even the host, who had seen many ups and downs, felt a lot of pressure when being watched by so many great academicians. He sighed quietly and adjusted his breathing and mentality. Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng, Dong Quan, Li Jimin, Yi Shengnan, Ma Zhili, Qin Chengde and others were sitting together. They were all people he knew. Not far away were academician Yang, Yuan Lao, Wang Yifang and others. After the host continued to say some cliches, he said, "Now we will announce the list of academicians elected in 2015. Please watch the projection at the back." In the air above the Starry Sky Plaza, a huge suspended screen emerged, and then the stars began to flow. 2015 newly elected academician Dong Quan, from Shanghai Institute of Optics and Fine Mechanics, in the field of high-energy laser and nuclear physics. Elected as an academician of the Academy of Engineering of Country A. 2015. 2015 newly elected academician Ma Zhili, from Seaway Society, in the field of computational materials science. Elected as an academician of the Academy of Engineering of Country A. 2015 newly elected academician Yi Shengnan, from Seaway Society, in the field of virtual reality and computer programming. Elected as an academician of the Academy of Engineering of Country A. 2015 newly elected academician Qin Chengde, from Seaway Society, in the field of high-energy laser and optics. Elected as an academician of the Academy of Engineering of Country A. Next, there are Li Weiguang of SMIC and Gao Ziyuan of Shenguang Instrument, who also won the Academy of Engineering. By the time this list was announced, Siweish had already obtained 5 academician titles. So strong. Is this still a company? Siweish already has 5 academicians. 5? There must be more. The people below discussed quietly. No one was dissatisfied with the fact that these people from Siweish had obtained academician titles. If they were dissatisfied, they could try to develop photolithography machines and virtual worlds. But then, another academician from Siweish appeared on the floating screen. 2015 elected academician Wei Feng, Unit Seaway Society, Field Nuclear Physics. Elected as academician of the Academy of Sciences of Country and Nuclear Physics? This guy is so young, he is only 22 years old. People in other fields don't know the low-key Wei Feng, but the physics community of Country A knows his strength. If Huang Mingzhi was not too powerful, Wei Feng would definitely be a great god-level existence of the younger generation. Finally, at the end, the host stood up again and said in an impassioned voice, "Next, academician Wang of the Institute of High Energy Physics will announce something to everyone. Please welcome him with applause." Papa Papa. Amidst the thunderous applause, Wang Yifang stood on the podium and said to everyone, "In view of the fact that Dr. Huang Mingzhi has made the greatest achievements and contributions in various scientific fields, on behalf of the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering of Country A, I would like to specially award Dr. Huang Mingzhi the lifetime honor of Academician of Science and Engineering of Country A." Academician of Science and Engineering? Many people were unable to react for a while, and after Wang Yifang's explanation, everyone understood the meaning of this title. Chapter 139. The City of Truth in Nangdream World. The scholars took the opportunity to exchange feelings and discuss academics. After all, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. This time, the Thinking Society can be said to have reaped a lot of rewards, with a total of 7 academicians, accounting for 1/10 of the academicians elected this time. Although the nuclear fusion project cannot be made public, Huang Mingzhi's godhood has been stabilized, and the Thinking Society has formed a unique system in the academic circles of Country A. With the talent reserve group of the True Society, the Thinking Society itself is financially strong, and has added a lot of scientific research equipment in the past few years. Now with the suppression of 7 academicians, the future is bright. Especially Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng, who are only 22 years old now, can shine for at least 30 to 40 years. After 30 to 40 years of development, such a system is expected to be more prosperous and deeply rooted. Academician Yang and Yuan Lao looked at Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng and others not far away, and couldn't help but sigh that time is not forgiving. Mingzhi is too young. Academician Yang said meaningfully. Old Yang is worried that he can't control the domestic academic community. Yuan Lao said it clearly. Academician Yang nodded and said worriedly, he has achieved so much now. The next 30 years in the academic world of country A will be his era. We old guys should give him more advice. Indeed, old Yuan knows a lot about Huang Mingzhi. From these things, it can be seen that Huang Mingzhi is a materialist or a technocrat. Whether it is promoting the artificial intelligence, management law, or the citizen trusteeship society, his style is to solve everything with science. If science cannot solve it, then develop science and technology that can solve it. This style cannot be said to be bad, but people are not cold machines, but creatures full of human feelings and joys and sorrows. What are you talking about, old man? Academician Zhong came over and asked. Yuan Lao said some of his thoughts in a few words, especially his concerns about Huang Mingzhi's future. If this unrivaled scientific genius goes the wrong way, it will be a disastrous consequence. When ordinary people do something wrong, at most they will affect a small circle around them, but when a great god-level scientist does something wrong, it will affect an industry at the least, and civilization will die at the worst. Two brothers, are you worried that academician Huang is too rational? In fact, sometimes Huang Mingzhi is no longer a matter of rationality, but is almost cold and ruthless. It is this overly absolute approach that makes people feel uneasy. For example, in the implementation of the artificial intelligence management law, the cold absolute neutrality is like a god watching over humans. This style is incompatible with the human society of country A for thousands of years. Of course, some people oppose Huang Mingzhi's approach, and naturally some people support it. Especially many grassroots researchers and college students. Most of them are Huang Mingzhi's supporters. Because only an absolutely neutral AI management law can guarantee academic fairness and justice, ensure that talents can get opportunities, rather than letting those who are idle form cliques for personal gain. In this regard, the people who benefit the most are naturally grassroots researchers and college students. Yes, there is nothing wrong with his approach, but this incident has too much impact. Yuan Lao said helplessly. During this election of academicians this time, many people opposed the introduction of artificial intelligence screening, but in the end, Ziguang Pavilion forced it through. Obviously, Huang Mingzhi must be behind this. This is what academician Yang and others are worried about, judging from what Huang Mingzhi has done along the way. It is estimated that the academic community of country A will soon be attacked. Reforms like this will inevitably affect the interests of some people, and the vested interests will not give up. Once the reform goes wrong, it is very likely to cause turmoil in the academic community. We are all old. The future world is the world of the young. In fact, there is nothing wrong with academician Huang's reform, but it is too hasty. Academician Zhong commented. Academician Yang, who has lived with Huang Mingzhi, has experienced it personally. Huang Mingzhi always has a sense of impatience, which is a sense of urgency. Let's protect him as much as possible. Yuan Lao finally said helplessly. Many people know that there are problems in the academic circles of country A, but the internal complex relationships are so complicated that people without strength cannot make any moves. Huang Mingzhi is the only one who can reform the academic world. It is under such circumstances that Yuan Lao and academician Yang are worried about problems, but they have no choice but to change. There are so many things that are always confusing. Huang Mingzhi, Wei Feng, Li Jimin, Dong Quan and others are gathered together to discuss some physics issues. As for nuclear fusion, they did not mention it at all. Even if others asked about it, they would just say a few words. Old Huang, how is your Institute of High Energy Physics doing recently? Huang Mingzhi asked. Wang Yifang shook his head. There are many small achievements, but few big ones. Take your time. You can't eat a fat man in one bite. Li Jimin smiled. Huang Mingzhi lowered his voice and asked, what are the recent reactions of the Western Continent Alliance and Country B? Wang Yifang replied in a low voice. The Western Continent Alliance plans to transform the Hadron Collider, but they have great internal opposition. Country B is still working on the National Ignition Project. Huang Mingzhi laughed dumbly. The Western Continent Alliance's plan to upgrade the Hadron Collider is doomed to fail, because anyone with a discerning eye knows that doing so is a waste of time and money. Particle collision experiments below 200 TeV energy level have already been exhausted by the HOE plan. Do we have to spend tens of billions of US dollars to repeat the experiment? As for the collider with higher energy level, the Western Union cannot make it now, and the people of Country B don't want to be the scapegoat. Mingzhi, what are your plans recently? I'm working on the unification of mechanics, that is, the unified field of electromagnetic force and gravity. Huang Mingzhi replied. This aspect? Wang Yifang was not surprised. Now gravity has been successfully included in the scope of quantum mechanics, So electromagnetic force, strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, and gravity are all within the scope of quantum mechanics. The prerequisites for a grand unified theory of mechanics are already in place. Now it depends on who can come up with a proof of a grand unified theory, perfectly integrating the four forces and restoring the super force of the primordial universe. Currently, many physicists around the world are doing research in this area, hoping to win the grand unified theory, the physics scepter. Unfortunately, the unification of the four forces is easier said than done. Many people have had their hairlines recede by several centimeters, but they still can't think of a perfect fusion solution. Perhaps if Einstein, Planck, and Bohr were reborn, they could consider it. As for the current physics world, academician Yang is already old, and among the remaining scientists who are reborn, there are not many who are capable of achieving the unification of mechanics. In the following discussion, they express some opinions and ideas about the future of physics. On the other hand, this academician selection activity has also spread rapidly on the internet. If Huang Mingzhi is the most popular choice among the new academicians, then Wei Feng is unexpected. After all, he was only 22 years old, and he had no famous achievements. He was also a scholar in the field of nuclear physics. In the eyes of outsiders, Wei Feng was obviously not qualified to be an academician of the Academy of Sciences. A storm was brewing on the internet, and some doubts were gradually increasing. With the help of external forces, the situation was getting more and more serious. Chapter 140. On various forums of the citizens' home, many online media have broadcasted the results of this academician selection, or written articles to comment on them. The 2015 academician election has been settled, and Seaway Society has become the biggest winner. NetEase News Science and Engineering academician Huang Mingzhi, a cross-disciplinary genius scientist. Global Times, the youngest academician in history, Huang Mingzhi and Wei Feng, the story behind. UC News, the comprehensive rise of the new generation of Chinese academic circles. This is an era of the sun and stars. Science and Technology Daily. These are more formal reports, and the next ones are those self-media or other media reports, which seem to be clickbait or groundless. Academician of Science and Engineering? Academician among academicians? Let's see what Huang Mingzhi has conquered in recent years. New highlights the youngest academician in history. Is he worthy of the title? Beijing News beat Tsinghua University. Peking University, the creator of the virtual world, suppresses the contemporary scientific community. Shocking. Some people question Wei Feng, and some people take the opportunity to provoke a fight. Anyway, these people are sensational. However, the citizens' home is not a place outside the law. Chen Wenna immediately activated the public opinion screening mechanism, and directly killed a chicken to scare the monkey for those public accounts or self-media with the title party. These guys just don't learn from their mistakes. They make up stories on the internet or quote things out of context. Some people just make things up. However, there are indeed a lot of discussions about Wei Feng on the forum. Of course, most of these people who question him are outside the physics community, because they don't know how good Wei Feng is in physics, especially in high-energy physics and nuclear physics. Who is this Wei Feng? Time Assassin Luo. At Time Assassin Luo, he is the deputy chief engineer of the Hui project. In fact, Huang Mingzhi was just remotely controlling the project at the time, and the actual work was done by Wei Feng, Wang Yifang and others. Planck 2. At Planck 2, is this true or not? Salted Fish King. At Salted Fish King, if you don't believe me, you can check the official website of the Institute of High Energy Physics. He is now the deputy chief engineer of the Golden Crow project. His level is still very high. Planck 2. I'm afraid he is a relative he. The Walking Dead? At The Walking Dead, he is just low-key. If you can understand his papers, you will know how powerful Wei Feng is. Howl's Moving Castle. Anyway, I don't believe it. There are a lot of migrant workers in scientific research now. Someone wanted to be evaluated as an academician, but he found more than a dozen researchers and wrote a lot of papers in a short time. Discus in the sky. You can never wake up a person who pretends to sleep, and you can never convince a suspicious person. When the seeds of doubt are planted, the flowers of doubt will inevitably bloom and bear fruit, and it is very easy to take root in the heart. This is a common problem in human society. It is often very difficult to prove one's innocence. Just like in Let the Bullets Fly, Xiao Liuzi, who was framed by others, ate a bowl of noodles to prove himself. He was forced to cut open his stomach and took out a bowl of noodles from his stomach. He gave himself justice, but killed himself. There was also a miner who had to dissect his stomach to prove that he had silicosis, and finally got the bloody compensation. The cost of making rumors is too low. while the cost of proving one's innocence is too high. This trend is really bad. Wang Mingzhi also noticed the fermentation of this incident, and even found a large number of hidden network stings through ghost tracing. While asking Liaigui to remove these hidden stings, he initiated legislation in the Internet Management Committee. We cannot rely on violence to solve this kind of thing. Only through strict legislation and raising the criminal cost of rumor mongering can we suppress this bad trend. In reality, the person who is rumored is often unable to defend himself. Even if he is proven innocent afterwards, the damage he has suffered is sometimes irreversible, such as committing suicide due to unbearable pressure. At this time, can the law give justice to the victim? Justice delayed can no longer be called justice, but only a fig leaf of the law. Moreover, when rumors are spread online, there are often many rumor makers and instigators, ranging from a few thousand to hundreds of thousands, or even millions. In the absence of a law that punishes the masses, such things usually end in vain. Wang Mingzhi handed the proposal to the Internet Management Committee for discussion this time, and he did not intend to participate in it. As a programmer with the right to propose a proposal in the Internet Management Committee, he was responsible for drafting this proposal, especially the social research group and the legal group, who were the main participants. In this proposal, they proposed a lot of new concepts. For example, the social credit system for citizens. Once a citizen is confirmed to have participated in rumor mongering, his credit score will be deducted. The social credit score for citizens is 100 points, divided into high credit level, 90 to 100, medium credit level, 75 to 89, and low credit level 0 to 74. The social credit level will affect the life and work of citizens. The credit score can be restored through social services or charitable donations, but the historical record will accompany you for life, similar to a criminal record. As for the social credit rating, once there is a low credit record in the past, the consequence is that you cannot work in the Citizen Trusteeship Society and participate in the Network Management Committee, which is a disguised deprivation of political rights for life. Another system is the real name responsibility system for speech. Everyone has the right to freedom of speech, but once there is a mistake in speech, you must explain the mistake and then correct it. If you know that you are wrong but don't correct it, or if you don't correct your mistakes in time after causing a huge impact, and make relevant apologies and explanations, the consequence is that the rumor-mongering conditions are activated, and the stage of investigating the parties for illegal activities is entered. At this time, the logic device under the Network Management Committee is responsible for the decision. The punishment for rumor-mongers is very severe, including deducting social credit points, fines, being ordered to apologize, being banned from using the internet for a certain period of time, etc. In serious cases, they may even be directly sent to the detention center. Regarding how to identify rumors, the programmer believes in Wang Mingzhi's technology-only methodology and has established a rumor identification system. Scholars from various disciplines have established a super encyclopedia as a database. Once there is something illogical or contrary to reality in the editorial, the system will automatically remind the publisher to modify it automatically. Of course, the publisher can also refuse to modify it, and then force it to be published, or provide evidence to prove that his speech is correct. However, these forced speeches will directly enter the manual review stage. If they are confirmed to be rumors, the consequence is that your account will be lost, and you may also be held accountable. Because this legislative discussion was conducted on the internet, it directly scared many self-media to delete their articles, and many people have publicly apologized on forums or blogs. Obviously, these guys are afraid of being punished later. For a time, the discussion about Wei Feng dropped a lot. However, the Academy of Sciences still released the relevant explanation and selection process on its official website. It affirmed Wei Feng's great contribution in academia and in the Hui project. Obviously, the Academy of Sciences also knew the importance of the matter. The Jinwu project must not be exposed. As the Academy of Sciences came out to clarify, the storm about Wei Feng gradually subsided. However, one wave has not settled before another wave rises. The domestic response in agriculture was very timely, and suppressed the outbreak of the food crisis. Southeast Asia and India are now in big trouble. The early rice harvest in 2015 is destined to fail, and a food shortage sweeping across Asia is spreading. Chapter 141. March 22nd. As the Siamese rice plague spread around the world, rice-growing countries encountered an unprecedented food crisis. The total grain output in the world is about 2.5 billion tons. For a world population of nearly 8 billion, the per capita grain is about 300 kilograms. This figure seems to be able to meet the needs of all mankind. In fact, due to unreasonable production and distribution, there are still 2 billion people in the world who are in varying degrees of hunger. For example, the Samba country in South America uses a large amount of grain to produce alcohol gasoline. For example, Australia, Maple Leaf Country, and Russia, which are major livestock-raising countries, feed livestock with grain as a normal practice. In addition, there is the waste of Country B and the Western Union. Their waste of food is unimaginable to many people in Country A. And this rice plague crisis is a catastrophic crisis for traditional rice-growing countries in Asia. After all, the total rice production in the world is about 500 million tons, accounting for about 20% of the total grain production in the world. Moreover, the main production areas of rice are concentrated in Asia. This time, the G organization can be said to have made a precise attack and artificially created the Asian food crisis. Affected by the rice blast crisis, international food prices have skyrocketed, and rice has risen to $1973 per ton, and is rushing towards the $2,000 mark. Siam, Bangkok. At this time, Siam was really crying without tears. Since it was the first to publish the rice blast paper, countries around the world directly named it Siamese rice blast. Wang Mingzhi had anticipated this kind of thing, so he stopped the Agricultural Research Institute from publishing the paper first to avoid being stigmatized by people with ulterior motives. The current situation of Siam, and the ugly faces of other Southeast Asian countries demanding compensation from Siam have scared the Agricultural Research Institute into breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, they did not rush to publish the paper, otherwise the blame would fall from the sky. Siam, which has been blamed, is now not just a matter of being blamed, but it is obvious that a large area of rice has been harvested completely. Suburbs of Bangkok. Hak, a farmer with thousands of acres of rice fields, looked at the scorched rice, and could only say that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. The new fungicide was replaced 3 times, but the effect was like a drop in the bucket. Nai Haku, now Nanyang, Tianzhu, and even Country A are affected by rice blast. It is estimated that rice cannot be planted this year. Another dark and skinny middle-aged man said helplessly. Haku's heart was bleeding. Suddenly, 3 off-road vehicles drove over from a distance. Haku and the dark and skinny man took a look at the logo on the car. It was a car from Mondos & Company. The off-road vehicle stopped beside the 2 people, and the window was lowered. A local young man wearing sunglasses said to the 2 people, "Well, we have rice that is very resistant to diseases. If you are interested, you can call our company. Here is my business card." Huck hesitated for a moment, but still took the green business card. These farmers all know what is going on with Monsanto's rice, but Siam is a country that prohibits the planting of genetically modified rice. Now that Monsanto dares to blatantly sell genetically modified rice, it seems that the official attitude of Siam may have softened, and these farmers can only wait and see. The off-road vehicle left Hak's farm. "Nai Hak, what should we do now? We can only grow something else now," Hak said helplessly. The skinny dark man scratched his head and asked, "But what can we grow in these paddy fields?" Southeast Asia is located in a tropical rainforest climate with high temperatures and heavy rainfall all year round. Although there are dry and wet seasons, the terrain of those paddy fields is very low, and it is very easy to accumulate water. The accumulation of water has no effect on rice, but it is a disaster for wheat, corn, and potatoes that cannot tolerate waterlogging. Perhaps sweet potatoes can be considered, but if they are planted on a large scale, they can only be used to make sweet potato flour, and long-term consumption of sweet potatoes will cause edema, sallow complexion, and poor development. Huck looked at the situation on the farm, and finally made up his mind and said, "Nigh huge, let's change the farmland. Those high-lying lands can be planted with potatoes and corn, and those low-lying lands can be planted with sweet potatoes. This is the only way now." Huge nodded helplessly. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Since rice cannot be planted, some farmers in Southeast Asia have begun to find ways to save themselves and have switched to planting other food crops. However, paddy fields are not suitable for other food crops, which is actually a big problem. In addition, the rainy season in Southeast Asia is about to arrive, and the rainy season has a great impact on crops. Once the rainstorm becomes a disaster, not to mention potatoes and corn, even rice may be seriously affected. Those farmers who have changed their crops are now even more uneasy. Many people are praying to God, hoping that there will be no floods and waterlogging disasters this rainy season, otherwise they may not be able to withstand the continuous blows. Glass greenhouses in Lingnan, Cheongju, and Guangxi province have been widely laid out. Among them, the eastern Guangdong region has benefited from the cheap electricity of the Lianhuashan nuclear power plant, and these agricultural greenhouses have entered the production stage. Qinglongta village in Shanmei City. Hundreds of acres of glass greenhouses have been initially completed, and the staff of the Huaneng Group are teaching agricultural workers to operate the greenhouse equipment. Most of these agricultural workers in charge of the greenhouses are middle-aged, and there are a few young people. Yang Yi, who just graduated from college, saw the development of his hometown and gave up the idea of working in Pingqing and decided to join the rural cooperative. I have taught you 3 times. Let's try it one by one. The technician of Huaneng Group pointed to a 10-acre greenhouse and said. Yang Yi, a college student, naturally took to it. He took notes and learned the relevant greenhouse operation procedures and precautions through the official website of Huaneng Group. Soon he became very skilled in the operation, such as the combined sterilization of ultraviolet and ozone, drip irrigation for different crops, spraying of pesticides and fertilizers, how to adjust the indoor light intensity, humidity, temperature, and carbon dioxide concentration detection, etc. Yang Yi, who got the hang of it very quickly, was appointed by the cooperative director as the head of the agricultural technology group, responsible for guiding agricultural workers in technical production. These greenhouses will be used as planting areas for vegetables and fruits, especially those leafy vegetables, which are planted in 3 dimensions. For example, vegetables such as Chinese cabbage, lettuce, Chinese cabbage, broccoli, cauliflower, and spinach are generally planted in 5 layers. While climbing cucumbers, loofahs, pumpkins, winter melons, bitter melons, gourds, watermelons, cantaloupes are generally planted in 2 to 3 layers. By making full use of soulless cultivation and fluorescent lighting, indoor 3-dimensional planting is achieved, and the limited space is used to maximize the planting density. Of course, the various rural cooperatives in Lingnan also received a list of special plantings. Because the glass greenhouse can artificially create a tropical environment, some fruits that can only be grown in the tropics can be grown domestically. The special planting obtained by Qinglongta village is durian. Hundreds of durian seedlings purchased from Cheongzhou have now entered the greenhouse for cultivation. For those vegetables and fruits that could not be grown in China before, Huaneng Group plans to complete the localization of these vegetables and fruits through the promotion of greenhouse agriculture. On the one hand, this can enrich the food of the people, and on the other hand, these foreign fruits have good economic benefits. On the other hand, Huaneng Group's national cold chain logistics system is also under construction. Perfect cold chain logistics can effectively reduce the loss of food during transportation and further curb food waste. Chapter 142. The Asian food crisis is getting worse, but Huang Mingzhi no longer pays attention to this aspect. The matter is now under the responsibility of the Netherworld. After bidding farewell to Wenna, Huang Mingzhi came to the depths of the Qinling Mountains in HC City through a secret route. 5 Dongfeng warriors escorted the minibus deep into the Qinling Mountains. Through a township road that was not on the map, the convoy shuttled through the mountains and forests. It rained heavily during the Qingming festival, and the Qinling Mountains were shrouded in clouds and mist. After passing 2 checkpoints, the convoy arrived at the foot of the mountain. Huang Mingzhi passed through a secret tunnel and came to an underground base. Zhang Shurha escorted him off the minibus. The underground base looked very old, but it was well preserved and spacious, with the style of the 1960s and 1970s. A middle-aged man with a square face and the rank of colonel saluted Huang Mingzhi and said, "Hello, Academician Huang, I am Yi Qi, the base commander of the Qinling Nuclear Defense Base." "Hello, Colonel Yi," Huang Mingzhi said with a smile. Yi Qi led Huang Mingzhi and others as they walked and introduced the base. This base was indeed an underground nuclear defense base built in the 1960s and 1970s, and it is also one of the few high-level doomsday bases in the country. At that time, it was mainly built to defend against the nuclear attack of Qiluxia. Later, after several expansions and renovations, it became a comprehensive underground nuclear protection base that is still in use today. This base is codenamed Base 006. After moving into the dormitory of the underground base, Yi Qi took Huang Mingzhi and others on the underground tram to another underground base 5 kilometers away, which was one of the subsidiary bases of Base 006. 10 minutes later, the quiet tram arrived at the subsidiary base. The subsidiary base was more modern than Base 006, with gray-silver alloy walls, cold white lights, and a large number of cameras. There were many people working in the base, some of whom had worked in the previous Dai base, and they were familiar with Huang Mingzhi. Chief Engineer Huang, Long time no see. Zhang Tingyu from the Institute of High Energy Physics came over with a document. Deputy Director Zhang, what's the situation now? Wang Mingzhi took the document and flipped through it. Zhang Tingyu replied, our tail field accelerator here has been completed, and the energy level is now 8,000 TeV in one direction, and the experimental equipment has been prepared. That's good. Zhang Tingyu hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, Chief Engineer Huang, it's also possible to do experiments at day base, why? Wang Mingzhi observed the main body of the tail field accelerator and replied, it's not convenient to go to day. My research involves some military fields. It's more convenient to build a separate one, which is also conducive to confidentiality. Military? In addition to nuclear fission and nuclear fusion, what else can be used for military purposes in high-energy physics? Zhang Tingyu was puzzled. Wang Mingzhi did not explain anything, but directly arranged the experiment. On the tail field accelerator, researchers took action one by one, checking the equipment and preparing all the facilities for the experiment. Wang Mingzhi crossed his arms and looked at the accelerator in front of him quietly, his brain working rapidly. 1 hour later. Chief Engineer Huang, the accelerator has been debugged and can be tested. Zhang Tingyu reminded. Wang Mingzhi calmly ordered. The energy level of the lasers on both sides is debugged to 3412.7 TeV, and the particles are carbon atoms. Okay. Although Zhang Tingyu did not understand the meaning of this data, he did not dare to question Wang Mingzhi and immediately arranged it. After a while, the energy levels of the lasers on both sides were adjusted to 3412.7 TeV, and then the two carbon ion beams, under the blessing of super-strong high-energy lasers, jumped wildly on the step mirrors. Finally, the two laser ion beams collided violently in the collision chamber. The surrounding instruments rang wildly, and countless data appeared on the computer. The researchers nervously checked the data. Zhang Tingyu looked at the large screen on one side, and he couldn't help but wipe his eyes. How could it be possible? The neutrino detector actually detected the signals of tens of thousands of pi neutrinos, tau neutrinos. Wang Mingzhi seemed to have expected this, and was not surprised by this result. Continue with the next collision experiment. Okay. Zhang Tingyu, who had reacted, arranged another collision experiment. Within 3 hours, the accelerator conducted 6 consecutive carbon ion collision experiments, and the results were exactly the same. With the blessing of high-energy lasers, carbon ions will produce a huge number of pi neutrinos in each collision, which is thousands or even tens of thousands times higher than the number of neutrinos produced during nuclear reactor reactions. Wang Mingzhi carefully read the experimental report, especially the situation about pi neutrinos. This method of producing a large number of neutrinos was the result of his very precise calculation and deduction. Deputy Director Zhang, where is the equipment I shipped from Lingnan before? Chief Engineer Huang, are you talking about the neutrino reflector? Wang Mingzhi nodded. In the warehouse. Go and get it out. I need it tomorrow. Wang Mingzhi ordered. No problem. Zhang Tingyu hurried to make arrangements. The researchers in the laboratory were still busy. Wang Mingzhi pinched his chin and thought for a while, then picked up the internal phone on the side. Hello, this is Yi Qi. Colonel Yi, are you ready for the things I asked you to prepare before? Wang Mingzhi asked directly. Academician Huang, we are ready. The things are in the warehouse at base 006. Do you need them? Very good. I need experiments the day after tomorrow. Please arrange for those experimental products to come over. Yes. After hanging up the phone, he studied the information of these pi neutrinos. Neutrinos are an elusive elementary particle. There are 3 types, namely electron neutrinos, microneutrinos and tau neutrinos, corresponding to the corresponding leptons, electrons, micros and tau particles. All neutrinos are uncharged and do not participate in electromagnetic and strong interactions, but participate in weak and gravitational interactions. They have very small mass and are not charged. The sun, cosmic rays, nuclear power plants, accelerators, etc. can all produce a large number of neutrinos. Wang Mingzhi calculated that carbon ions collided at 3412.7 TeV, which could instantly produce an astonishing number of pi neutrinos. In his theoretical model, 2 carbon ions collided at the energy level of 3412.7 TeV, which could produce pi neutrinos equivalent to about 17,000 times of nuclear fusion or nuclear fission. Humans do not have a deep understanding of neutrinos, mainly because neutrinos are very difficult to detect, and Wang Mingzhi once again conducted experiments in this secret base to verify a conjecture. Now the first step of this conjecture, about how to produce a large number of pi neutrinos, has been proven correct by the tail field accelerator. The next step is the most critical step, which is also the key step of this theory. If Huang Mingzhi's theory is proved in tomorrow's experiment, this discovery is no less than the realization of controlled nuclear fusion technology. Inside the warehouse, Zhang Tingyu led people to carefully carry the neutrino reflection device that had been shipped from Lingnan from the warehouse. This device was stored in a thick box and moved to the side of the tailfield accelerator. Zhang Tingyu quickly installed this device inside the collision room. Obviously, this device is specially designed for the collision room and can be easily installed inside the collision room of the tailfield accelerator. Everything is waiting for tomorrow's experiment. Chapter 143. The next day. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the tailfield accelerator started running again, but this time a neutrino reflection device was installed in the collision chamber. After being reflected by the reflection device, the pi neutrinos produced by the collision of carbon ions were emitted in large quantities in one direction. 6 neutrino detectors were arranged in this direction, and more dense pi neutrino signals than yesterday were detected by the neutrino detectors. Huang Mingzhi looked at the data constantly refreshed on the big screen and nodded. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with the experimental results. The experiment was then conducted 3 more times. After being focused by the reflector, the number of pi neutrinos detected by the neutrino detector was about 10 to 12 times that of yesterday. And because the neutrino detector has a very poor signal capture capability, under normal circumstances, even if it is installed next to a collider or a nuclear power plant, it is already very sensitive to detect 1 or 2 signals a day. As it is now, it is unimaginable to detect more than 100,000 or 200,000 pi neutrino signals at once. Zhang Tingyu breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and asked, "Chief Engineer Huang, shall we continue the experiment?" "The experiment will continue, but this time the high-energy acceleration system of the reflector will be activated," Huang Mingzhi ordered. "Okay." The experiment started again, but this time the pi neutrinos produced after the carbon-ion collision were given energy by the high-energy acceleration system of the reflector. After being given energy, pi neutrinos are easier to detect. After watching this experiment, the high-energy blessing of pi neutrinos was obviously successful, and he then ordered, "Adjust the high-energy blessing of pi neutrinos to 26.63 GeV. 26.63 GeV? Zhang Tingyu asked for confirmation this time. Huang Mingzhi nodded. Carbon ions collided with each other again in the collision chamber, releasing countless pi neutrinos in an instant, and after being enhanced by the high energy of the neutrino reflection device. These high-energy pi neutrinos instantly penetrated the alloy wall of the base, and passed through the rock and soil with a thickness of hundreds of meters, and then slanted through the atmosphere at a speed close to the speed of light, entering the vast and boundless deep space of the universe. Zhang Tingyu looked at the experimental results that did not change much from the previous ones, and did not understand what Huang Mingzhi's intention was. Deputy Director Zhang. Put those mice and chimpanzees in the direction of the pi neutrino stream. Could this thing be a laser weapon? Confused, Zhang Tingyu continued to arrange the experiment. The staff pushed 5 cages with 5 chimpanzees in them, and placed the 5 cages at 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, and 300 meters away from the collision chamber. There were also cages of mice, arranged at the same distance. These chimpanzees and mice howled restlessly, and moved in the cages. The experiment started again, and countless high-energy pi neutrinos brushed across the bodies of these chimpanzees and mice in an instant, but these animals did not have any problems. Of course, this kind of microscopic neutrino flow, even if it attacked an animal, would not have an instant fatal effect unless the energy level was very high. More than a dozen biological researchers hurriedly conducted a comprehensive examination of these mice and chimpanzees. Huang Mingzhi looked at his watch and found that it was already 12:15. He ordered the experiment to be suspended and continued in the afternoon. Everyone hurriedly ate lunch. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the experiment started again. Zhang Tingyu and his team continued to experiment with high-energy pi neutrinos, and the chimpanzees and mice were still alive and kicking. Looking through the physical examination reports of mice and chimpanzees, the impact of high-energy pi neutrinos on animals is minimal, even less than the impact of electromagnetic radiation from holding a mobile phone. After all, the blue planet is constantly washed by neutrinos, including some high-energy neutrinos. If there is a problem, the creatures on the blue planet would have been finished long ago. Poor mice and chimpanzees, who were forced by Zhang Tingyu and others more than a dozen times, don't know if they will get some strange diseases. After dinner in the evening, Huang Mingzhi and Zhang Tingyu and others discussed the results of the animal experiment and the arrangement of tomorrow's experiment. Zhang Tingyu held the test report and explained, Chief Engineer Huang, from today's animal experiment, high-energy pi neutrinos cannot kill animals. If they are to be used as weapons, the energy level needs to be at least increased to about 100 TeV. Who said that high-energy pi neutrinos are to be used as weapons? Huang Mingzhi asked, smiling and shaking his head. Zhang Tingyu thought speechlessly. It was not because you said that this research involved the military field that the experiment was arranged here in secret. This experiment is actually to verify one of my theories. Huang Mingzhi continued to add, of course, this experiment does have some relationship with the military field. Zhang Tingyu asked curiously, Chief Engineer Huang, can you tell me what the theory is? If it involves confidential information, forget it. You know about parity non-conservation, right? Zhang Tingyu nodded, like a chick pecking at rice. If a modern physicist doesn't know about parity non-conservation, that would be a miracle. My experiment is related to parity non-conservation. The specific results will be known tomorrow. Parity non-conservation? Zhang Tingyu racked his brains, but couldn't think of anything to study about pi neutrinos and parity non-conservation. But geniuses are always imaginative. He has been with Huang Mingzhi for so long, so he naturally knows that the young man in front of him can be said to be the uncrowned king of the current physics world. He naturally couldn't guess Huang Mingzhi's thoughts, so he could only wait for the results of tomorrow's experiment. April 11th. It was just dawn, and Zhang Tingyu, who had been tossing and turning all night, started to get busy with panda eyes. And Yi Qi, the base commander of Base 006, also appeared in the laboratory today. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the experiment began again. However, this time, the experimental objects placed in the direction of the pi neutrino flow were no longer those mice and chimpanzees. The staff wearing the special protective clothing of Thinking Society installed more than a dozen instruments in the direction of the pi neutrino flow. Then 2 staff members carefully opened a special lead alloy box and took out a black metal hemispherical object from the box. Although the hemispherical object was only the size of a bowl, the staff member held it very hard. This was a highly enriched uranium block with a concentration of 99.99%. The staff member carefully placed the uranium block on the detector platform and then fixed it. On one side, there were as many as 12 similar lead alloy boxes, which contained not only uranium blocks, but also plutonium blocks. These uranium blocks and plutonium blocks were fixed on various experimental platforms in turn. What is the level of nuclear radiation? Huang Mingzhi was also wearing a full-body special protective suit. It is still the normal nuclear radiation level of uranium and plutonium. Zhang Tingyu replied. Huang Mingzhi looked at the data of each instrument and told Zhang Tingyu, Deputy Director Zhang, the experiment can start, just as we said yesterday. No problem. After a while, the laboratory started running again. The laser beam was added to the carbon ions, jumping and amplifying through the step mirror, and finally colliding violently in the collision chamber. Then, there is the neutrino reflection device, which adds high energy to the neutrinos and turns pi neutrinos into high-energy pi neutrinos. But this time, after the high-energy pi neutrinos were emitted. How is it possible? Zhang Tingyu exclaimed. Chapter 144. At this moment, the control room of the laboratory was dead silent. Except for Zhang Tingyu, who was startled and cried out. Everyone else stared at the rows of computer screens in amazement. At the moment, when the high-energy pi neutrino stream swept through the uranium and plutonium blocks, all the radioactive detectors and neutron detectors monitoring the uranium and plutonium blocks instantly changed to environmental radiation values. Zhang Tingyu, who had regained some of his sanity, quickly ordered, Review the data just now. Okay. The researchers quickly reviewed the data on the computer. Looking at the data on the computer, the results of the 12 radiation detectors and 12 neutron detectors were exactly the same. As expected, they were not wrong. When the high-energy pi neutrino flow passed through the uranium and plutonium blocks, the radiation of the uranium and plutonium blocks instantly dropped to the ambient radiation level, and the number of neutrons directly returned to zero. The 6 uranium and plutonium blocks were in the same situation. Zhang Tingyu's mind was churning. Could it be that the high-energy pi neutrinos had an interference effect on the detector? No, if it was interference, the radiation detector would not show the normal environmental radiation dose. Among the people present, except Huang Mingzhi, who had expected this result, the rest were outsiders, like Yi Qi, who did not know what was going on. Deputy Director Zhang Tingyu, who was in deep thought, suddenly woke up. Chief Engineer Huang, what do you want? Carry out continuous collision. Zhang Tingyu thought for a while and replied, If the current power is used, the power supply system of our base can only support 10 to 15 minutes of continuous collision at most. Then let's have a continuous collision for 5 minutes. Okay. The experiment started again, but this time the high-energy carbon ions continued to collide in the collider, and a steady stream of pi neutrinos were stimulated. With the amplification of the neutrino reflection device, the high-energy pi neutrinos continuously watched the uranium and plutonium blocks. The data on the screen connected to the detector showed that the uranium and plutonium blocks had lost their radioactivity at this moment. From the detection screen of the high-precision infrared camera, the temperature of the uranium and plutonium blocks dropped immediately, after being washed by the high-energy neutrino flow. After about 3 minutes of washing, the temperature of the uranium and plutonium blocks became room temperature 24 degrees Celsius. Originally, due to the high concentration, the radioactivity would make the temperature of the uranium and plutonium blocks slightly higher than that of ordinary metals. This temperature change is very obvious under the high-precision infrared camera. From the current signs, the radioactivity of the uranium and plutonium blocks has really disappeared temporarily. Zhang Tingyu turned his head curiously and asked, "Chief Engineer Huang, is this your theory? High-energy pi neutrinos can inhibit the decay of radioactive elements." Huang Mingzhi shook his head and replied, "It does not inhibit radioactive elements." Not suppression? The law of parity non-conservation tells us that there is an asymmetric loss in particles under the weak nuclear force, and this situation is the root cause of nuclear fission, that is, the beta decay of the nucleus. Zhang Tingyu certainly knows this. Under the weak nuclear force, the asymmetric loss, in beta decay, the nucleus undergoes the following 3 types of changes. The emission of positrons is called positive beta decay, and the emission of electrons is called negative beta decay. In positive beta decay, a proton in the nucleus is transformed into a neutron, releasing a positron and a neutrino at the same time. In negative beta decay, a neutron in the nucleus is transformed into a proton, releasing an electron and an antineutrino at the same time. In addition, electron capture is also a type of beta decay, called electron capture beta decay. From this, it can be seen that beta decay is the embodiment of radioactive elements, and its fundamental reason is the violation of parity conservation. Thinking of this, Zhang Tingyu finally reacted. Could it be that high-energy pi neutrinos can make the nucleus obtain temporary parity conservation? Huang Mingzhi nodded. This is my theory, parity completion. Many people present are physicists, and they all know that parity non-conservation is the basis for the existence of this universe. If the universe has parity conservation from the beginning, our universe today will be stillborn, without defective particles, such as causing the same amount of positive matter and antimatter, and the result is that positive matter and antimatter will annihilate together, and only photons and dark matter will remain in the universe. It is the existence of this defect that makes positive matter slightly more, which allows celestial bodies and life to be born in the universe. Huang Mingzhi constantly replenishes the defects of particles through high-energy pi neutrinos, making the atomic nucleus temporarily stable, that is, temporarily losing radioactivity. The consequence of radioactive elements losing their radioactivity is that they cannot undergo nuclear fission temporarily. Although nuclear fusion will not be directly affected, don't forget that humans currently have no way to directly carry out nuclear fusion. Hydrogen bombs are usually detonated with small internal fission bombs to further stimulate nuclear fusion reactions. Zhang Tingyu has obviously thought of this. No wonder Huang Mingzhi wants to conduct experiments in such a secret base. If this thing explodes, the fragile balance of the world will be completely destroyed. Especially the ghost particle characteristics of neutrinos. Almost no matter can stop neutrinos. Even on the other side of the blue planet, neutrinos can still easily penetrate the crust, mantle, and core. Of course, the consequences of firing high-energy pi neutrinos at the Earth's crust could be very serious, because the interior of the blue planet is a huge radioactive nuclear battery. Once the radioactive activity of the Earth's core stops for a long time, it is very likely that the temperature of the blue planet will drop rapidly, causing the overall cooling of the blue planet and a real ice age. Huang Mingzhi looked at the data and decided to move on to the next stage of the experiment. A miniature nuclear reactor was pushed onto the launch track. The nuclear fuel of this miniature nuclear reactor was very small, but it was just right for testing. Chief Engineer Huang, everything is ready. Let's get started. Okay. Zhang Tingyu was so excited that he stared at the nuclear reactor. The computer on the side was showing the situation of the nuclear fission reaction. As the high-energy pi neutrino flow rushed over, the nuclear fission reaction of the micronuclear reactor stopped in an instant, and all nuclear fission reactions stopped. It's amazing. Zhang Tingyu was so excited that his body trembled. Although Yi Qi on the side didn't understand the scientific principle, he still knew that the micronuclear reactor stopped the chain reaction. This invention is no less than the realization of controlled nuclear fusion, because this thing can suppress nuclear fission reactions, which means that nuclear weapons will lose their effectiveness. After more than a week of continuous testing, Yichi even took a miniature nuclear reactor 75 kilometers away through internal secret transportation. High-energy pi neutrinos can also suppress nuclear fission reactions at this distance. As for exceeding this distance, due to the curvature of the planet's surface, the current 80 kilometers is already the straight-line distance limit of neutrinos. Of course, this straight-line distance is not unchangeable. For example, by directly penetrating the crust or even the mantle, the straight-line distance of neutrinos can be extended. However, research in this area needs to be considered in the long term. After all, there may be a large number of radioactive elements in the lower mantle, and high-energy pi neutrinos can block radioactivity. If you accidentally escape, you will be really finished. Chapter 145. Nanka Dream Realm, City of Truth. Geological Research Institute of the Academy of Sciences. Feng Qingyun, a geologist on duty in Nanka Dream Realm, suddenly received an email. When he opened it, it turned out to be a letter of assistance for research. The content was mainly about the trajectory of neutrino flow emission, determining the radioactive layer of the internal strata of the blue planet, and establishing a ground emission point that avoids the radioactive bottom layer. Huh? Top secret? Feng Qingyun was confused when he saw this. What is so top secret about neutrinos and stratum radioactivity? Moreover, the invitation letter was signed by Huang Mingzhi and Zhang Tingyu. Everyone in the domestic scientific community knew Huang Mingzhi, and Zhang Tingyu was the deputy director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. This was the reason why Feng Qingyun was confused. How could he, a physicist and mathematician, also play with geology? However, since it was top secret, he was very tactful and clicked to accept the invitation. Then his figure disappeared in the City of Truth. He appeared in a virtual space specially set up by Huang Mingzhi. In this virtual space, many people were busy at this time, and Feng Qingyun also saw two other researchers from the Institute of Geology. Seeing that all the relevant personnel had arrived, Huang Mingzhi said straight to the point. First of all, thank you very much for taking the time to come here. Next, let me tell you about the mission. He briefly explained that the mission this time was to build a planetary launch point model for neutrino emitters. These launch points had two requirements. First, the installation area should be relatively hidden and safe. Second, the neutrino flow should cover the largest area possible without passing through the radioactive layer of the stratum. Although he didn't understand why he had to avoid the radioactive layer in the strata, Feng Qingyun still said conscientiously, among the strata, the radioactivity of the crust is very low, but there is an asthenosphere between the MOHO interface at the top of the upper mantle and the crust, which is the radioactive layer closest to our ground. Feng Qingyun projected the cross-section of the blue planet in front of everyone while speaking. The asthenosphere is between 50 and 250 kilometers deep, and can be attributed to part of the upper mantle. It is the place where magma is generated, and is also a stratum with a high concentration of radioactive elements. Highly concentrated radioactive elements release energy, and the radioactive energy heats silicon, magnesium, aluminum, oxygen compounds to form magma. This also explains why the radioactivity of many natural marbles is seriously exceeded. In addition, magma is also the reason for the formation of many metal deposits, especially those radioactive minerals, most of which are carried to the Earth's crust by magma. Then everyone should start calculating the appropriate installation point of the neutrino emitter according to the current upper limit of the asthenosphere. Huang Mingzhi instructed. No problem. Everyone acted according to their own expertise. The upper limit of the asthenosphere from the ground is about 50 kilometers, but this number is an average value. The oceanic crust is relatively thin, while the continental crust is relatively thick. These factors need to be taken into account. The average thickness of the crust is about 17 kilometers, among which the continental crust is thicker, averaging about 39 to 41 kilometers. The crust is thicker in mountainous and plateau areas, up to 70 kilometers, and the crust is relatively thin in plains and basins. The oceanic crust is much thinner than the continental crust, with a thickness of only a few kilometers. The Qinghai Tibet Plateau is the thickest place on the planet, with a thickness of more than 70 kilometers, while the crust in the valley under the Atlantic Ocean near the equator is only 1.6 kilometers thick. The crust in the deep trench east of the Mariana Islands in the Pacific Ocean is the thinnest, which is the thinnest place on the planet. Since the location of the neutrino emitter must be on a high mountain or plateau, the deepest point where the neutrino flow trajectory cuts into the crust is set to 80 kilometers deep in the continental crust direction and 30 kilometers deep in the oceanic crust direction. According to the curvature of the ground of the blue planet and the depth of the crust, it can be calculated that the maximum coverage distance facing the continental crust is about 1,200 kilometers, and the maximum coverage distance facing the ocean is about 900 kilometers. Of course, each region can be adapted to local conditions. After all, the thickness of the crust in each region is different, and there are still many things to consider when arranging it on the ground. For example, the maximum coverage range of the neutrino emitter set on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau can reach a radius of 2,000 kilometers. The neutrino transmitter installed on Wuji Mountain in Cheongzhou can also cover a range of about 1,100 kilometers. The reason why the actual coverage distance is larger than the calculated one is mainly due to the altitude of the mountain. For example, the highest peak of Wuji Mountain in Cheongzhou is 1,867 meters. The neutrino transmitter is arranged at an altitude of 1,200 meters, which can naturally increase the direct coverage distance. This is a ground-facing setting. If it is facing the sky or even outer space, according to the high-energy pi neutrino depletion rate calculated by Huang Mingzhi, the maximum impact distance can reach about 300,000 kilometers. This range has fully covered the near-Earth orbit and synchronous orbit of the blue planet, and even part of the lunar orbit will be affected. Among the researchers present, there are many experts in geology and astronomy, and with the assistance of supercomputers and virtual simulation space. Soon they completed the construction of the planet model. The layout of the edge and the center was formed. The edge was arranged separately: the Wuzhishan Launch Station in Cheongzhou, the Dayanshan Launch Station in Fujian Province, the Jiaodong Peninsula Launch Station in Qilu Province, the Laoyiling Launch Station in Jilin Province, the Greater Xing'an Range Launch Station in Mongolia, the Tianshan Launch Station in Xinjiang, the Tenggula Mountain Launch Station in the Snowy area, and the Wuliangshan Launch Station in Yunnan Province. A total of 8 neutrino launch stations. The central area is set up to defend the sky and outer space. There are 4 launch stations in total, namely Hefei Launch Station in Anhui Province, Luoyang Launch Station in Shanxi Province, Hanzhong Launch Station in Qin Province, and Hengyang Launch Station in Hunan Province. These neutrino launch stations cover most of Asia, except for the western part of West Asia and the South Pacific Islands in Southeast Asia. As for the sky and outer space, there is no blind spot coverage, directly launching high-energy pi neutrino streams into outer space on a large scale, and any nuclear weapons that break in from outer space will directly become duds. Of course, this defense system can only protect most of Asia, and cannot prevent Country B and the Western Continental Alliance from self-destructing on the spot. Unless the neutrino emitter is placed in outer space, it can suppress nuclear reactions around the world without blind spots. Unfortunately, according to calculations, a large-scale neutrino emitter consumes 8 to 12 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity per year. Obviously, the satellite's solar panels cannot provide such a huge amount of electricity for the time being, and the Jinwu project's current nuclear fusion reactor miniaturization project is progressing slowly. In fact, the nuclear fusion reactor miniaturization project has an impact not only on neutrino emitters, but also on the gamma-ray lasers in the Phoenix project. After all, large-scale high-energy gamma-ray lasers are bound to be power-hungry, and solar panels cannot support this kind of energy consumption at all. Of course, the deployment of neutrino emitters will inevitably bring another serious problem. If these domestic neutrino transmitters are fully powered, then within the coverage range, not only will nuclear weapons become duds, but those operating nuclear power plants will also be paralyzed instantly. Even nuclear fusion reactors will be affected, because neutrons cannot be produced, which will make the chain reaction of nuclear fusion reactors difficult to sustain. However, Huang Mingzhi has already thought of a solution, which is to arrange neutrino reflection devices around the nuclear fusion reactor to reflect these high-energy pi neutrinos. Chapter 146. The Netherworld attaches great importance to the newly developed neutrino launcher. After all, this thing can directly make nuclear weapons and nuclear power plants ineffective. It can turn defeat into victory at a critical moment, and it can also paralyze the opponent's nuclear power plant unexpectedly. In modern developed countries, nuclear power plants are common infrastructure. For example, in Gaul and Japan, the proportion of nuclear power is very large. Once a nuclear power plant is paralyzed in an instant, it is difficult to recover. For Huang Mingzhi's proposal to build 12 neutrino launch stations across the country, the Netherworld approved it without hesitation, and named this plan Silence Plan. However, since there is only the Lianhuashan nuclear power station in Shanmei, Lingnan, the remaining 3 nuclear fusion power stations are under construction. According to the principle of proximity, the Greater Xing'an Range Neutrino Launch Station in the Inner Mongolian region and the Jiaodong Peninsula Neutrino Launch Station in Qilu Province were first included in the planning and construction. The one in Qinling was temporarily retained as an experimental prototype for testing. Huang Mingzhi, Zhang Tingyu and others are still in the number 006 base in Qinling. Although the neutrino launcher has been produced, they now need to improve and perfect it. Chief Engineer Huang, we can directly cancel those detection instruments, and then use the money to customize the heliostat laser, neutrino reflector, and neutrino amplifier. Zhang Tingyu said while writing and drawing on his notebook. Huang Mingzhi nodded, I agree. After all, the neutrino emitter is used as a strategic weapon, and scientific research equipment such as quark detectors and lepton detectors must be cancelled. In addition, for high-precision auxiliary facilities, those that are useless should be cancelled as much as possible. Huang Mingzhi continued. After the two of them calculated, the cost of a single neutrino transmitter was reduced to about 370 million, and a sideline neutrino transmitter station needs at least 12 neutrino transmitters. Adding other miscellaneous expenses, it is estimated that a neutrino transmitter station will cost 5 to 6 billion. To complete 12 neutrino transmitter stations, a total of about 60 to 72 billion will be spent. Although the cost is very expensive, the Netherworld still gritted its teeth and insisted on building it. The G organization has become more rampant and unscrupulous in the past 2 years. In this oppressive international environment, no one feels a sense of security. Whether it is the silent project of the neutrino emitter, the Phoenix project of the gamma-ray laser, or the Qinglong project of the super launch vehicle, all of these are for the purpose of seeking a sense of security. Huang Mingzhi and Wang Yifang, who had just arrived, stood in a sentry post at the base. It was drizzling in the lush Qinling mountains. Mingzhi, I didn't expect you to quietly complete another great achievement. Wang Yifang sighed. It's just for survival. Huang Mingzhi replied calmly. Survival? Wang Yifang obviously didn't understand Huang Mingzhi's words. Huang Mingzhi reminded, remember, don't easily trust those who have not been screened, especially those from outside. Seeing Huang Mingzhi's serious look, Wang Yifang immediately thought of the previous roadblocking and assassination incident, and he also took it seriously in his heart. I will pay attention. Let's talk about business. I asked you to come here this time mainly for one thing. Mingzhi, if you have anything to say, just tell me. What is the current research progress of Dai Base? Huang Mingzhi asked directly. Wang Yifang thought for a while, and replied, last month, a collision experiment with an energy level of 450 TeV was carried out. Is there any problem? You should slow down the collision energy level as much as possible. Why? Wang Yifang asked puzzledly. Huang Mingzhi explained the reason. First, we should not overstimulate Country B and the Western Continent Alliance. Second, it is to keep it confidential so that the secret of the neutrino emitter will not be exposed. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, Wang Yifang decided that although he wanted to achieve results quickly, the neutrino emitter was related to the world situation. In the situation of choosing between personal honor and national destiny, Wang Yifang finally chose national destiny. Huang Mingzhi comforted him and said, don't be discouraged, Lao Wang. There are still many topics worth studying below the energy level of 2000 TeV. You just need to pay attention to grasp the rhythm. How long will it take? About 5 to 10 years. I understand. The two talked while admiring the misty Qinling mountains. Before they knew it, it was already noon. In the afternoon, Wang Yifang, Huang Mingzhi and others observed a neutrino emission experiment. Zhang Tingyu directed the researchers to launch a high-energy pi neutrino stream to the northwest 800 kilometers away. At this time, in the Gobi Desert 800 kilometers away, 3 miniature nuclear reactors, 5 kilometers apart, were placed in camouflage tents, distributed in a fan shape. Many devices for detecting nuclear radiation and neutrons were also placed on the vehicle, constantly testing the miniature nuclear reactor. Report, Base 006 sent an order to start the test in 10 minutes. The bespectacled company commander Liu Tiezhan looked at his watch and then ordered, now everyone, get ready. Yes. Many soldiers wearing desert camouflage uniforms were staring at the computer screen of the instrument at a distance from the tent where the miniature nuclear reactor was placed. And a dozen soldiers wearing special protective clothing were around the camouflage tent. Time passed by minute. Suddenly, all the detection equipment changed, and the nuclear radiation level dropped rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, it dropped to the environmental radiation level. The detection data of the neutron detector was directly reset to 0. Report, nuclear shielding has been confirmed. Liu Tiezhan continued, feed the data back to base 006, and then prepare for mobile testing. Yes. Half an hour later, 3 camouflage transport vehicles pulled the miniature nuclear reactor and moved in 3 directions. They are testing how far the high-energy pi neutrino flow can affect. These tests are very necessary. The neutrino emitter must completely lock the border to ensure the safety of the homeland. In Base 006, many computers are monitoring the positions of the 3 transport vehicles and the miniature nuclear reactors on them. The flashing green light means that the miniature nuclear reactor is within the shielding range. If it turns into a flashing red light, it means that the miniature nuclear reactor is not within the shielding range. After many adjustments, the neutrino emitter is sweeping out in a 60-degree fan shape. In 3 dimensions, the high-energy pi neutrino stream is a cone. However, due to the decay rate of high-energy pi neutrinos, it will only drop significantly after more than 300,000 kilometers. Therefore, inside the blue star, although the high-energy pi neutrino stream has traveled hundreds or thousands of kilometers, its shielding effect is still very good. Zhang Tingyu turned around and said with a smile, "Lao Wang, our neutrino emitter is amazing." Awesome. Wang Yifeng saw the neutrino emitter with his own eyes, and felt how powerful it was. This is an invention that can affect the progress of human civilization. If the first phase of the silent plan is completed, Country A can walk sideways on the blue planet. I can hit you with mushroom eggs, but your mushroom eggs are useless to me. I have the confidence to fight the whole world alone. In addition, the nuclear arsenal that is being expanded on a large scale this year has directly increased the strategic power tilt in the future. Country A's chips are constantly accumulating, while foreign chips are banned from part. The situation of one rising and the other falling is happening quietly. Chapter 147. Although the neutrino launcher is currently in production, this does not hinder the construction of basic supporting facilities. The 12 neutrino launch stations of the Silent Project have been gradually constructed by the Engineering Corps. Except for the Netherworld and a few researchers who participated in the design, no one else knew about the Silent Project. In order to cover up the Silent Project, the internal documents said that a large radar station was being built. Anyway, the infrastructure is similar. At most, the neutrino launcher consumes a lot of energy, and the cable is designed to be very thick. However, the cables were laid with the assistance of the state grid, and even the substations, distribution stations, and nuclear power plants were built by the state grid. Each neutrino emitter is planned to be equipped with a separate nuclear fusion power station and an independent self-supply power grid, which is essential for preventing electromagnetic interference in each system. Daxingling, Yulumber City, adjacent to Qiqihar City. The endless dark green forest sea. Due to the large-scale logging in the past, the original forests in Daxingling are very few. In recent years, the replanting is all artificial forests or semi-artificial forests. Humans in the 20th century thought they could dominate nature, but they didn't know that the blue planet didn't care, and the universe didn't care either. The so-called destruction of the world is nothing more than the destruction of human beings themselves. The increasingly prominent environmental problems and global climate anomalies are the self-defense mechanism of the blue planet being activated by humans. If humans, like cancer cells, cannot restrain themselves, perhaps the middle of the 21st century will be the end of human civilization. The 133rd Engineering Regiment of the Engineering Corps is traveling on a simple road in the forest at this time, and the surrounding ecology has recovered well. From time to time, you can see roe deer and bears moving around in the forest. In April, when spring and summer are changing, the forest is full of vitality. Their destination is on the east side of the Greater Xing'an Range, close to the north side of the Zelantan National Scenic Area, specifically near Dagwangding Mountain. On the swaying transport vehicle, Kai Minxin is an old engineer. His rough hands are stroking an old harmonica. Suddenly, a butterfly landed on his shoulder. Looking at the increasingly desolate forest, the 43-year-old Kai Minxin couldn't help but play an unknown song. Ah, distant wanderer. When will I return home, aging mother? Missing me day and night. Pages of letter paper. The words are filled with thoughts. A mile of road. Sweating through mountains and ridges. Ah, distant mother. The motherland is home. Willful wanderer. Missing me all the time. Wandering night after night. Eating and sleeping in the open air adds to my gray hair. Year after year. Youth is like flowing water. Other engineers also hummed along. Songs are the easiest sound to resonate with. The song ended. The butterfly had already left Kai Minxin's shoulder, carrying the endless thoughts of the engineers, flying to the distance, to the place they dreamed of, to the softest part of their hearts. At this time, the engineering convoy had arrived at the foot of a peak near Dagwangding Mountain. Kai Minxin took out the survey map. This peak was relatively flat, with an altitude of about 1,231 meters. At this time, the relative height of their location, and the peak was about 350 to 400 meters. It seems that the relative height of the two sides is not high, but this is only an appearance. It is no joke to run to the top of the mountain. The head of the regiment, Ma Hongong, came over with the construction plan. Min Xin, you are responsible for planning the temporary camp. No problem. Kai Min Xin called a few engineers together, carrying survey equipment and hunting rifles, and walked around. Although it is a temporary camp, there are many things to consider, such as forest fires, landslides, mudslides, heavy rain and snow, etc. These are all factors that need to be considered. In addition, we need to consider wildlife, personnel life, construction convenience, distance from the construction area, etc. The engineer swung his machete to clear away some vines and branches. Kai Min Xin, who was in the middle of the team, walked and stopped, constantly writing and drawing on a copy of the survey map. Sometimes he stopped to dig the soil on the ground, or picked up a telescope to observe the surrounding terrain. Other survey teams have already gone to the construction area of the neutrino launch station and are conducting detailed surveys. The survey on that side was more detailed and in-depth than Kai Min Xin's. After all, the requirements for temporary camps and permanent fortifications are completely different. Kai Min Xin surveyed for more than 10 hours and preliminarily determined the locations of 2 backup camps. Ma Tuan, we have found 2 relatively suitable options. Ma Hongzong did not give random orders. For such a matter, random orders can easily cause big problems. He put down the ballpoint pen. Min Xin, which location do you think is better? Considering that we are entering the rainy season, the small hillside on the west side of Gai Mountain is more suitable. Kai Min Xin pointed to the survey map and replied. Ma Hongzong looked at the location and nodded. Let's choose that place. You can arrange the camping. Leave it to me. When Kai Min Xin left the tent, it was almost sunset. The clouds on the horizon were dyed with a gentle orange-yellow color, and the setting sun in the pine forest spread the afterglow on the thick fallen leaves and dead branches. Smoke rose from the convoy, and the diesel generator began to roar. The kitchen team was cooking, and the air was filled with the spicy smell of chili peppers and the spicy taste of Sichuan peppercorns. It seemed that the kitchen team had a strong Sichuan style. Smelling the taste of his hometown, Kai Min Xin became energetic. Although Sichuan cuisine has a variety of flavors, Kai Min Xin only likes spicy. Engineers from all over the country took their bowls and chopsticks to prepare for dinner. They boasted and chatted in Mandarin with a strong accent, and many of them were laughing and telling dirty jokes, which made everyone laugh. This kind of life in the wild is very boring and monotonous, but fortunately, the popularity of terahertz satellite communication allows people in the wilderness to use the internet, which greatly enriches their spiritual entertainment. However, their mobile phones and computers are specially made internally, mainly to prevent leaks. Kai Min Xin held the stainless steel box. Lao Zhang, give me 2 spicy rabbit heads, braised pork, and fish-flavored pork shreds. Take it. After getting the dishes, he turned around and went to get his own meal. Everyone in the convoy was feasting, or joking while eating, or watching TV and movies. Kai Min Xin ate very quickly, finishing a large box of food in just over 10 minutes. He wiped his mouth, picked up the water bottle, and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Then he returned to the carriage and turned on the light. Under the light, he quickly spread out the photocopy of the survey map, and then took out a photocopy of the survey map that had not been scribbled on, and carefully planned the temporary camp on it. Roads, container houses, kitchens, toilets, water towers, generator rooms, communication rooms, mechanical maintenance rooms, etc., all of these must be reasonably arranged. After finishing the draft, he opened his laptop, which contained a building environment simulation space software, which was a professional software produced by Siwish. Kai Min Xin took a photo of the draft drawing, uploaded it to the simulation space, and clicked on the building to generate. Because it was a draft, the generated building seemed to be full of loopholes. He skillfully adjusted some unreasonable parameters and imported a detailed map near Gai Mountain. It was not until 11:30 p.m. that he finally completed the planning and design of the temporary camp. At this time, 11 other engineering groups across the country were doing similar work. Chapter 148. The country was secretly accumulating strength and preparing to overthrow the other 4 big gangsters. Time came to May Day. However, this May is destined to be a day that mankind will remember. The rice plague spread unstoppably around the world, and countries are helpless against it. As traditional rice-growing areas, East Asia, Southeast Asia, and South Asia, this year's early rice harvest was completely lost. Country A and Northeast Asia, which responded quickly, benefited from the higher latitude and the later spring, and timely switched to other grain crops, which did not cause a reduction in domestic grain production. On the contrary, the total grain output of country A may hit a new high this year, because the Huaneng Group has renovated wasteland on a large scale, and with the expansion of rural cooperatives, many previously abandoned farmlands in rural areas have been reclaimed. However, the southern region, where rice is the staple food, is in a more miserable situation this year, and can only eat pasta and potatoes instead. In Southeast Asia and South Asia, where the country's organizational capacity is not strong, with the arrival of the tropical rainy season and the high incidence of typhoons, many farmlands are not suitable for growing corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. In the continuous rainy season, the reduction in grain crop production is very obvious. For example, in Tianjin, after the early rice in spring was completely wiped out, on the one hand, the change of crops was not timely, and on the other hand, the regulation was unreasonable. This year's spring grain production was only about 97 million tons. This level seems to have little impact, because Tianjin can grow 3 crops a year, but the reality is exactly very serious. If you compare the spring grain production in previous years, you will know how terrible the food crisis in Tianjin is. In 2014, the total grain production in Tianjin was about 310 million tons, including 156 million tons of spring grain, 51 million tons of summer grain, and 104 million tons of autumn grain. Now we can clearly see the problem. Although tropical areas can grow 3 crops a year, the summer is hot, rainy and typhoon-prone, which is not a good harvest season. Although the rainy season will weaken in autumn, typhoons are still frequent. These are factors that seriously affect grain production. In other words, the gap in spring grain in Tianjin this year is as high as 60 million tons. Even if the 13 million tons of rice are not exported, it cannot fill this big hole. Among summer and autumn grains, rice already accounts for a very large proportion. Now that rice cannot be grown, those paddy fields are difficult to transform for a while, which will further increase the food gap. It is estimated that in 2015, the overall food shortage in India will expand to 80 to 90 million tons, affecting 600 million people. As for the situation in Southeast Asia, it is also not optimistic. During the international food rush in January, a lot of food was lost in Southeast Asia. By the time they reacted and restricted exports, domestic grain reserves had fallen to a historical low. Currently, in Southeast Asia, the country with the largest food self-sufficiency gap is the Thousand Islands in Southeast Asia, with an overall food shortage of 33%, followed by Annan with 24% and Myanmar with 17%. Siam, Luzon, Malaysia and other countries can still be self-sufficient. Among the international grain prices, rice has soared to $2,670 per ton, wheat flour is $1,975 per ton, and corn is $1,150 per ton. The prices of the 3 major staple foods have soared to varying degrees, and the world's largest grain exporter, Country B, is not only reducing exports, but also constantly raising prices. Huaneng Group, Ganjiang Province Headquarters. Acting Chairman Lu Qinghe, Deputy Acting Chairman Hu Yu, also in charge of rural cooperatives, Deputy Acting Chairman Jin Yang, also in charge of international trade, and others held an emergency meeting. These foreigners really have bad intentions. Jin Yang angrily slammed a list of international soybean prices on the table. Lu Qinghe had expected this to happen. After all, with the surge in international grain prices, soybeans, which have a relatively vague food attribute, can be used as an oil crop or a grain crop, will naturally be affected. The 5 major soybean producers in country B collectively raised the price of their exported soybean products, and the increase was 30%. I think the people in country B will continue to push their luck. Hu Yu analyzed calmly. Jin Yang, who had a headache, frowned and asked, "Old Hu, how much soybean can your rural cooperative produce this year?" Hu Yu shook his head helplessly. Hejiang Province is the largest soybean production area in the country, accounting for 36% of the national output. Last year, a total of 4.73 million tons of soybeans were produced. This year, the glass greenhouse renovation project is completed. It is estimated that the output can be increased to about 10 million tons, and next year it can be increased to 15 million tons. Next year, the total output of the country can be increased to about 30 million tons. At present, the domestic soybean import volume is very high, reaching 80 million tons, and the domestic soybean self-sufficiency rate is only about 17%. Jin Yang's face was solemn. This won't work. Next year, domestic soybeans can only reach 35% of the share. We still need to rely on the international market for more than 65% of soybeans. Lu Qinghe, who had been silent all the time, suddenly squinted and said, "This is also good." "Old Lu, what do you think?" Jin Yang asked hurriedly. Turning on the computer, lines of text appeared on the projection screen. Looking at these plans, Jin Yang and Hu both felt a little cold sweat. Will this be? Lu Qinghe clenched his fist and said angrily, "Anyway, these are foreign-funded enterprises. If you want to blame someone, blame them for being born in the wrong place." Jin Yang and Hu looked at each other and made up their minds. Huanong Group acted quickly, merging and integrating some oil-pressing enterprises within the system and establishing 3 wholly-owned subsidiaries, Hejiang Edible Oil, Pasture New Oil, and Jiangnan New Oil. On the one hand, it rapidly expanded the soybean planting area, increasing the total soybean output to 24 million tons this year and 50 million tons next year. On the other hand, in order to establish a diversified edible oil variety, in addition to soybean oil among vegetable oils, the proportion of rapeseed oil, sunflower oil, peanut oil, and linseed oil should also be increased. Animal oils that are rarely used in China should also be included in the overall planning, such as butter, lard, sheep oil, poultry oil, etc. In this way, the proportion of soybean oil in the domestic edible oil market can be reduced. At present, in the domestic edible oil market, the consumption share of soybean oil is 41%, followed by palm oil 22%, rapeseed oil 21%, and other edible oils account for only 16%. 95% of soybean oil is imported soybeans, and palm oil is 100% imported because palm is a tropical plant. In the plan of Huanong Group, it is expected to increase the proportion of animal oil to 20%, reduce the proportion of soybean oil to below 25%, and increase the proportion of peanut oil, sunflower oil, and linseed oil. Diversifying edible oil as much as possible and preventing the proportion of a single variety from exceeding 20% can effectively stifle structural crisis, especially the traditional lard of country A. Now Chinese people rarely use lard, and many people don't like the fat in pork. Huanong Group simply purchased the pork fat and fat from the meat processing plant, and processed them into lard similar to butter. Suppressing the edible oil market with multiple measures can also effectively balance the market proportion of various edible oils. As for the fact that doing so will lead to the end of some oil-pressing enterprises, Huanong Group has prepared a merger and acquisition plan, focusing its firepower on killing foreign companies such as Goldfish Oil first, and then injecting capital into domestic oil-pressing enterprises. As for the soybean producers in country B raising prices, let them raise them. Huanong Group just takes this opportunity to fight a price war and knock out those foreign oil-pressing enterprises. With its own agricultural production base, rapidly expanding rural cooperatives, and huge and cheap electricity, Huanong Group does not believe that it cannot beat these foreigners. Of course, the plan is not to be completed all at once, but divided into 5-year plans. Chapter 149. Qinglongta Village, Shanmei City. Inside the glass greenhouse, 10 acres of strawberry greenhouses are planted with strawberry varieties such as Zhangji, Hongyan, and Sweet Charlie. Yang Yi and several agricultural workers are busy in the greenhouse. After 2 renovations, the strawberry greenhouse is divided into 2 large layers, each of which is divided into 5 small layers. The density of strawberry planting in the single layer is very high, twice as high as that in the general southern region, and almost the same as the density of greenhouse strawberries in the northern region. If the temperature and humidity control of the greenhouse is not good at this density, large areas of rot will occur immediately. Obviously, the temperature and humidity control of the glass greenhouse in Qinglongta Village are very strong, which can simulate the most suitable planting environment for strawberries. Of course, this high-density planting requires strict control of temperature, humidity, and ventilation, which consumes a lot of electricity. Compared with the unit energy consumption of ordinary greenhouses, it is nearly 10 to 12 times higher, but there must be gains if there is effort. When strawberries are grown outdoors, the average annual yield per mu is about 2 tons, while in the greenhouses in the south, the yield per mu is about 3 to 4 tons, and the greenhouses in the north can reach 7 to 10 tons. The fully controlled glass greenhouse can achieve an annual output of 70 to 100 tons per mu. Although the unit energy consumption is 10 to 12 times higher, the problem is that the internal electricity price of rural cooperatives in eastern Guangdong is 0.2 cents per kilowatt-hour. This means that the electricity bill has not increased, and the advantage of the fully controlled greenhouse is that it can reasonably reduce the use of pesticides and fertilizers. If the construction cost of the glass greenhouse is not calculated, the comprehensive cost is only about 1/3 of that of an ordinary greenhouse. The overall cost of the glass greenhouse, which Huanong Group intends to spread over the 5-year product sales, is only about 50% of that of an ordinary greenhouse. Moreover, as the cost of glass greenhouses is continuously recovered, there is room for this cost to decrease. Nuclear fusion power generation is a fundamental industrial revolution for a society, which can greatly reduce the overall social cost of products. For example, in all aspects of agricultural production, the manufacture of fertilizers, pesticides, agricultural machinery and tools, and glass greenhouses requires electricity. Cheap electricity can reduce the production costs of these products by 30 to 60%. The reduction in the production costs of these products will indirectly promote the reduction of the production costs of agricultural products, forming a virtuous circle. As the technical team leader and the only college student in the village, who works in a rural cooperative, Yang Yi naturally became one of the bridges of communication between the cooperative directors and agricultural workers. Director Huang, are we the only one in the urban area that has a strawberry planting license? Yang Yi asked, holding a stack of documents. Huang Cha, the deputy director of the cooperative, nodded. Of course, in order to avoid duplicate production, we have only issued one strawberry license in the urban area. Director Huang, our first batch of strawberries has begun to mature, and we need to consider the sales channels. Yang Yi reminded. Huang Cha then realized that although Huanong Group and Shell Exchange have cooperated, the annual strawberry production of Qinglong to Village Rural Cooperative reaches 700 to 1,000 tons. On average, 2 to 3 tons of strawberries can be produced every day, but the yield of crops is cyclical, although the huge fluctuations in cyclical yields can be balanced by reasonably arranging the planting period. However, Yang Yi calculated the current unit yield per mu and estimated that about 4 tons of mature strawberries can be produced every day. Obviously, the online store cannot consume so much production. Huang Cha also knew that he had to find a way to solve this problem. Yi Zi, what do you suggest? Director Huang, here's what I think. We can start a strawberry buffet project, where one person can eat all they want for 30 minutes for 20 yuan, plus children under 10 can eat at half price. I believe this will attract a large number of people. Yang Yi suggested. This is a good idea. Huang Cha's eyes lit up. Yang Yi continued. In addition, we can also take the opportunity to sell vegetables and fruits to customers, and also let customers pay attention to our shell store, and directly deliver within the city. Good, very good. Soon, the rural cooperative of Qinglong to Village took action and purchased a local promotion advertisement from the citizen's home. Zhou Danny, who was surfing the internet, was suddenly annoyed by the noise in the living room. Woo-woo. I want to eat strawberries. No. She knew that the 2 bone-changing dragons were making trouble again, so she quickly logged off and ran out to the living room. 2 children, a boy and a girl, were crying, and the mother-in-law was at a loss as to what to do and couldn't coax them no matter what she did. Xiao Hai Xiaoya, if you keep crying, I send you to the countryside to be bitten by mosquitoes. Zhou Danny said with a dark face. The 2 children immediately shrank their tears. It was obvious that they had a deep memory of the mosquitoes in the countryside, but their pitiful eyes were staring straight at Zhou Danny. Seeing this, Zhou Danny couldn't help but soften her heart. Okay. Be obedient, Mom will buy strawberries in a few days. After coaxing for more than 10 minutes, she finally got rid of the 2 bone-melting dragons, and quickly took out her mobile phone, ready to buy a few boxes of strawberries on Shell Exchange or Taobao.com. Huh? Why is the price of strawberries so much lower this year? Since she has 2 children, she has bought strawberries frequently in the past 2 years. The market price of strawberries is relatively high. When they first came on the market, they could reach 30 yuan per caddy, and usually about 13 to 19 yuan per caddy. Now many online stores are selling for 12 to 15 yuan per caddy, and they also offer free shipping. Is there a problem with the quality? I checked many online stores, and they all sold at about the same price. Even Shell Exchange, which has the strictest product quality assurance, sells at about the same price. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are more. Suddenly Zhou Danny found an agricultural product online store on Beak in the city, and there was a local strawberry self-service activity on it. She clicked on the link with interest, and after learning the rules, she immediately checked the time and ordered 4 self-service strawberry coupons on the online store, spending a total of 60 yuan. Finally, Saturday came. The couple took their 2 children and drove an electric car to Qinglong to Village in the suburbs. There were already many foreign vehicles parked at the entrance of the village, and 2 young people, a man and a woman, hurried over under the stone archway. Are you coming to the strawberry garden? Yes. Park the car here. The young man guided Zoe Danny and her husband to park their electric bike in the parking shed and put a card on their electric bike. Zoe Danny took the parking card and took the child to the strawberry garden. Along the way, the family felt the cleanliness and pleasantness of the new countryside. After the rural cooperative moved in, the appearance of the village was replanned and improved. The new rural standard that One Group is going to create is to align with the rural areas in Japan, combining the characteristics of various places to create a harmony between man and nature. The fences on the roadside are covered with many windmill jasmines, kapok trees, and lilac flowers. After the centralized management of the farms, the situation of livestock, poultry, cats and dogs running around in the countryside has been effectively managed. Although there are still some dilapidated old houses, the overall style tends to be rural nostalgic style, which makes people feel relaxed and happy, rather than the kind of messy feeling. Especially the vanilla, mint, rosemary, thyme and the like everywhere, not only bring natural fragrance, but also reduce mosquitoes and the like. We're here. Zoe Danny pulled the two little kids and signaled her husband to go and do the admission. At the entrance of the strawberry greenhouse, Yang personally received the guests one by one, providing them with small baskets and scissors, as well as a dish of condensed milk. Chapter 150. Welcome, Yang said to Zoe Danny and her family. Zoe Danny's husband Chin Sherlin quickly took out his wife's mobile phone and opened Shell Exchange, which showed the strawberry self-service coupons they bought. 1 card per person. Swipe it when entering and exiting, and don't exceed the time limit of 5 minutes. Here are small baskets and scissors, Yang said as he served 4 plates of condensed milk to the 4 people. Condensed milk can be eaten with strawberries. Thank you. Chin Sherlin took these things and took his wife and children into the glass greenhouse. Unlike the stuffy heat of ordinary greenhouses, the glass greenhouse is very pleasant due to comprehensive control. There are 2 agricultural workers inside to explain some precautions to the guests. For example, the open eating area for strawberries, where are the faucets and wash basins, there are surveillance cameras inside. Do not damage the greenhouse facilities and strawberry plants, etc. Chin Sherlin asked with some concern, will the pesticide exceed the standard? Please feel free to eat. Our testing is the most stringent, and we rarely use pesticides. The pesticides we use are low toxic and quickly degradable. After the agricultural worker finished speaking, he picked another strawberry directly from the plant, washed it casually, and ate it in 1 bite. Seeing the agricultural workers tasting the strawberries, many customers were relieved of their worries. In order not to waste time, Chin Sherlin and Zoe Danny each took a child and started picking strawberries. On the rows of shelves, many strawberries were ripe and red, and the guests kept picking them with small scissors and small baskets. In fact, Yang dared to set the price of 20 yuan for an hour and a half to eat all he wanted. He had already calculated that it was impossible for customers to eat 2 kilograms of strawberries in half an hour. Most people even had difficulty eating 1 kilogram, and the children who paid half the price could not eat too much either. Of course, in order to attract customers who have purchased the strawberry buffet can use the buffet coupons to buy strawberries or other fruits and vegetables below 10 kilograms at a 20% discount. Chin Sherlin carried 4 small baskets with a lot of strawberries, but they didn't dare to pick too many, because the strawberry buffet was the same as the buffet. If you can't finish the strawberries after picking, you will be fined. Rinse them under the tap. Zoe Danny and the 2 children were already waiting at the table nearby. Especially the 2 children, if she hadn't pulled them, they would have eaten them on the spot. Come, eat strawberries. The 2 children couldn't wait to grab a strawberry and start eating it. She first picked up a piece of strawberry with some water droplets on it, shook off the water droplets gently, and then ate the strawberry in 1 bite. So sweet. This taste is better than the imported strawberries she bought before. Is it an illusion? Zoe Danny picked up another one and took a bite. It was indeed very fresh and sweet. Wife, this strawberry is better than those imported ones, Chin Sherlin said as he swallowed it whole. So sweet. Delicious. The 2 children also ate strawberries while mumbling. In fact, the reason why the quality is better than ordinary imported strawberries is related to the maturity of both parties. Even with comprehensive cold chain logistics, fruits that are to be transported over long distances are generally picked and packed quickly when they are not fully ripe to reduce transportation losses. The strawberries picked locally are generally 95% to 100% mature, so the sweetness at this time will naturally be different. On the other hand, Yang and others also paid great attention to the cultivation of strawberries, which effectively improved the quality of strawberries. Guests entered the greenhouse to pick strawberries one after another, and many people were enjoying strawberries on a row of tables near the faucet. Zhou Danny picked up a strawberry and dipped it in condensed milk. This was her first time trying it, and she took a bite. Delicious. Her eyes widened slightly. After the strawberries were dipped in condensed milk, the taste and texture were improved to a higher level. Before she knew it, she had already eaten more than a dozen strawberries. Burp! She had to stop to rest as she was already feeling full. At this time, she noticed that the two children were playing with the children of the family at the next table. The parents of both sides smiled and chatted while eating. There was also an old woman in the family next door, and she was teaching a few children to sing nursery rhymes. Rumble, rumble, ride to Haifeng. The man from Haifeng was named Chun, and he rode to patrol the fields. The old woman sang and clapped the rhythm. The three children also sang along. Patrol the fields and willow branches grow tea bottles. Olives grow in tea bottles, and the olives have two red ends. The old woman happily sang along. Long bamboo poles, short bamboo tubes. Sister Hongxin matchmaker. Doing the bottom land, doing the big house. The three children also happily sang along. The big house people slaughter pigs, the small house people slaughter sheep, and beat gongs and drums to wait for the bride. When will the bride marry? Marry on the first day of the first lunar month, and return to her parents' home on the second day with her child. As a daughter-in-law from another place, Zhou Danny can only understand 6 or 7 levels of Shawnee dialect, and she knows nothing about these ancient local nursery rhymes. However, my mother-in-law and father-in-law often sing with their children. The ancient nursery rhymes of Haifeng actually have a very long history. For example, the line riding a horse to inspect the fields describes the feudal landlords. In the old society, people who could ride horses and have farmland must be from the landlords' families. These historical memories still remain on this land, and have been passed down from generation to generation through primitive word of mouth. However, in the 21st century, traditions have to face the impact of the new era. More and more children no longer sing local nursery rhymes, but instead sing the alphabet song of ABCD. Isn't this a kind of sadness? The Education Fund Committee of the Citizen Trusteeship Society has once again adjusted some plans this year, including the Traditional Culture Protection Project, the Torch Plan. For the excellent traditional cultures of various places, we need to gradually classify and protect them, and pass on the nursery rhymes, calligraphy and paintings, poems, skills, ancient music, and Chinese herbal medicine prescriptions in traditional culture by taking the essence and removing the dross. Especially for Chinese herbal medicine prescriptions, among these folk prescriptions, although some are charlatans, there are also many genuine ones. Wang Mingzhi even set up a folk Chinese herbal medicine research institute in the Academy of Sciences to study various folk Chinese herbal medicine prescriptions. For example, herpes zoster in modern medicine is also known as waist-wrap fire dan, waist-wrap dragon, and flying snake. This is an acute infectious skin disease caused by the varicella zoster virus, which can be life-threatening in severe cases. If you go to a regular hospital for treatment, it is usually antibiotic treatment, and the consequences will be very serious. Not only is the effect not obvious, but it is also easy to have permanent sequelae. However, many people in the folk do not need antibiotics. Through some folk prescriptions and fire needles, they can achieve obvious effects without leaving terrible sequelae. For example, using vinegar mother, microorganisms for brewing aged vinegar, can quickly suppress wound inflammation, etc. These are the crystallizations of folk wisdom for thousands of years. We should not blindly deny traditions. Critical inheritance is the right approach. And these crystallizations of folk wisdom need us to screen and verify. Wang Mingzhi is actually very disappointed with those Chinese medicine research and development companies in China. They are sitting on a mountain of treasure, but they are trying to catch fish in a tree. If they can take these folk prescriptions and barefoot doctors' experience prescriptions and study them, they can more or less find something. After all, many prescriptions are explored after decades, or even hundreds, or thousands of years of experience. Don't talk about those barefoot doctors who are unwilling to give out prescriptions. Many people just have money problems. A large part of modern Chinese people have a more or less cultural self-denial concept in their hearts. It is also part of the foreign forces that are engaging in cultural invasion, coupled with a lack of attention to traditional culture that has led to the current situation. If we don't pay attention to all this, our spiritual world will be westernized. So the Xinhua plan came into being, combining the current virtual world technology to resist the invasion of Western civilization. Since March this year, the Internet Management Committee has introduced a series of plans. For example, it focuses on promoting traditional festivals and does not allow businesses to celebrate Christmas, Easter, Halloween, and even Valentine's Day has been changed to Qixi Festival, and Valentine's Day at other times is not recognized. Chapter 151. Huh, so full. Zoe Danny let out a long sigh, pulled the two children out of the strawberry greenhouse, and strolled into Qinglongda village. Her husband Qin Shilin followed behind with a large bag of strawberries and vegetables, enjoying the rural scenery as they walked. Although the weather in May was a bit hot, the lush kapok trees and banyan trees provided cool shade, and the small river and pond used water vapor to balance the temperature of the small environment. Many villagers were building or renovating old houses. Fang Huafeng, the director of the rural cooperative of Qinglongda village, was busy in the village at this time. Thanks to the development of rural cooperatives, the atmosphere of the natural villages settled by rural cooperatives has changed rapidly. Fang Huafeng took the information of Qinglongda village and offered a reward for the design and renovation plan on the Online Architectural Designer Association, although the money was not much. But for those students in school, this is a considerable income. Recently, they have received too many such orders, all of which are orders for overall rural planning and design. Many renovated or constructed buildings are a mixture of stone, brick, wood, and greenery, making Qinglongda village more harmonious with nature. The sanitation workers employed by the cooperative, coupled with strict garbage management, make the stone roads in the village roads and alleys almost spotless. Qin Shilin and Zoe Danny, who were walking among them, even envied this environment. Fellow villagers, is there any house land, the name for rural homesteads in Shanmei, for sale in your village? Fang Fenghua turned around and looked at Qin Shilin, then smiled and explained, it was possible to buy it last year, but not this year. How can it be bought in other villages? Qin Shilin asked in confusion. You are talking about those villages in the city, or the urban-rural fringe areas. Now the natural villages where rural cooperatives have settled are not allowed to buy and sell homesteads. Fang Fenghua continued to explain. What a pity, I still want to buy a piece of land in the village and build a house myself. Fang Fenghua smiled and said, ha ha ha, it will get better and better in the future, and the city is not bad either. India's Qin Shilin complained, the air in the city is bad. There is a KTV bar next to my house, and the noise is too serious. There are also bad places in the countryside. It is inconvenient to buy things, and some villagers like to gossip. Fang Fenghua said it quite objectively. Life is like a besieged city. City people envy rural people for their good natural environment, farm food and local eggs, while rural people envy city people for their colorful world and distant living environment. But in reality, many people are the type of Yigong Heilong. They are very envious on the surface, but once they really get to that environment, they will feel at a loss. This may be the compensatory psychology of human beings. When they lack something, they can't help but envy the life of the owner, but they don't know that the owner is also envious of their own life. During the chat, the electrician has connected the electricity to the villagers. Cooperative members can enjoy a preferential electricity price of 0.1 per kilowatt-hour, which is also a huge attraction for many villagers. The electricity bill is usually hundreds of yuan a month, which is a considerable expense, especially after turning on the air conditioner. It can be more than 200 yuan a month. This also led to some villagers taking risks and stealing electricity, while some honest villagers could only save electricity as much as possible. After the electricity price was lowered this time, the theft of electricity was effectively curbed, and many villagers finally didn't have to worry about stealing electricity. Brother Fang, your electricity bill is so cheap? Qin Shilin couldn't believe it when he heard the electricity price. This is an internal discount of the cooperative. Your city will soon adjust the electricity price next year, or the year after. I hope it will be quick. The electricity bill is 300 or 400 every month in summer. Qin Shilin felt mixed emotions. His hometown is in the urban village in the city, but he has not heard of any rural cooperatives moving in. Because the situation in such urban villages is very complicated, One Own Group actively avoids such areas and focuses on cultivating natural villages in the suburbs and towns. Therefore, Qin Shilin's village missed this rural cooperative, which is also a temporary helpless move. After all, the transformation of urban villages and urban-rural fringe areas is really very complicated. If you are not careful, there may be big problems. One Own Group does not want to be dragged into the quagmire. Qin Shilin, who was envious, looked at the setting sun, and could only go home with his wife and children with a trace of regret. The two children also fell in love with the countryside for the first time. In the mountainous area of BS City, the progress of the rural cooperative seemed a bit slow, mainly because the transportation in the mountainous area was inconvenient and many tasks were very difficult to carry out. Huang Tianxi, who was in charge of the rural cooperative in Jialingzai before, was popularizing the rice plague that appeared this year to the villagers to prevent them from planting rice by mistake. Corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes were planted in the terrace fields. Huang Tianxi and several agricultural workers were building a goat farm. In order to develop the local economy, breeding and planting are equally important. Halfway up the mountain, they chose an area with relatively safe geology. Although Huang Tianxi and others were not professionals in geological exploration, there were professionals on the internet. In addition, the internet is very developed now. The Domestic Geological Exploration Institute has cooperated with SciWish to develop a set of professional geological exploration simulation software. Using this software, you can preliminarily explore some common geological conditions. In the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau, the most common geological disasters are landslides, mudslides, sudden mountain torrents, and earthquakes. Therefore, in mountainous areas, human settlements, factories, farms, etc., we must consider preventing the occurrence of geological disasters. This goat farm is a feng shui treasure land that Huang Tianxi selected after screening more than a dozen surrounding hills through software. An excavator is digging a biogas pool. The Huaneng Group has conducted a very comprehensive compilation of the technologies that can be used in these rural areas. For example, the construction and maintenance technology of biogas tanks, fuel-saving stove technology, water storage tank technology, silage production technology, common livestock disease prevention technology, etc. Special databases and auxiliary software have been established to simplify the operation as much as possible. In the absence of professional personnel, it is still possible to copy the gourd. Moreover, the staff of rural cooperatives have all received special training, can use computers proficiently, and have some knowledge of agricultural knowledge. With the assistance of professional software, there are generally no major problems. If you really encounter a difficult problem, you can also seek help from professionals through the internet. For example, there are quite a few agricultural colleges in the universities of the Ivy Alliance, and these professionals can provide professional guidance. Huang Tianxi and his colleagues are very busy at work. Now the main business in the mountainous area is animal husbandry, raising pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese. The second direction is fruit planting, such as royal tangerines, oranges, mangoes, lychees, longans, lemons, persimmons, etc. In terms of grain and vegetables, we should be self-sufficient as much as possible, and if not, we should purchase from other regions. The development of each region should be adapted to local conditions as much as possible, and the strengths should be maximized and the weaknesses should be avoided. At the same time, the Huaneng Group uses big data to avoid fluctuations in the production capacity of crops and livestock as much as possible. For example, after collecting data from all over the country, it was found that the planting area of Chinese cabbage this year was too large, and there was a high possibility of overcapacity, so a part of the planting area was immediately cut. Through this adjustment, we can effectively avoid excessive fluctuations in agricultural product prices and reduce resource waste. Chapter 152. India, West Bengal. This is the rice-growing area of India, located in the northeast of India, and is part of the Ganges Delta Plain. The local climate is hot, and with the influence of the tropical monsoon climate, it is a very good rice-growing area. However, at this moment, something unimaginable is happening here. Near the local city of Howrah, in the suburbs close to the Ganges River, rows of low buildings, most of the so-called houses are iron houses, and those 2- or 3-story cement houses have already stood out from the crowd. Compared with the high-rise buildings in the city or the high-caste-rich area, this place is simply a hell, a naked slum. The solidification of this land for thousands of years can be said to be deeply rooted. The high castes are always high above, while the low castes can only work like cows and horses for their whole lives. This is a completely locked society. There are piles of garbage on the roadside, green-headed flies are buzzing around, and hundreds of wires are tangled together on the stubborn electric poles, as messy as the hair of a homeless person. The air was filled with a strong smell of curry, and the smell of spices seemed to cover up other smells. It had just rained heavily, and a skinny old man, with a cane, walked barefoot on the muddy road, and walked towards a store not far away with difficulty. At the door of the store not far away, a winding queue had formed. The queue was like a suffocating earthworm, trapped in the muddy land, and it was twisting restlessly. Old Ambani finally lined up at the back of the queue. Inside the queue, the poor people with naked upper bodies, or wearing tattered clothes were whispering and discussing. "Have you heard? What? The price of rice has risen again. Brahma, that's terrible. I heard it has risen to 35 rupees. It's hard to live like this. Ambani felt nervous and held the rice bag and 200 rupees, 10 rupees equals 1 Chinese yuan, tighter, fearing that thieves would steal. However, Ambani is now very afraid of the rising rice prices. Prices are rising, but income is falling instead of rising. At the beginning of March, the price of rice in India was only 11 to 13 rupees per kilogram, but now it has soared to 35 rupees per kilogram, a 300% increase year on year. Not only has the poor complained, but it has also indirectly increased the prices of other things. The average monthly income of the poor in India is about 2,000 to 3,000 rupees. If the rice price was the previous price, 300 rupees could buy enough rice for a month's consumption, but now it has to cost 900 rupees. If other food is included, each of them needs to spend 1,500 rupees to barely fill their stomachs. While thinking about all sorts of things, they lined up anxiously. Half an hour later, old Ambani saw that there were only about 10 people left in front of him, and he felt a little relieved. Suddenly there was a commotion in front. No! Damn! No more again? The store employee put a wooden sign that read rice sold out at the door. The poor people who were queuing up started to curse. Old Ambani looked at the red letters in disappointment, which seemed as dazzling as blood. He was in despair. There was not much food left in his home. If he could not buy food, not only would he starve to death, but his wife and grandchildren would also starve to death. In desperation, he could only go to another store farther away, hoping to buy food there. The long-term hunger made old Ambani not only walk slowly, but also gave people a sense of shaky fragility. In the sky, cumulonimbus clouds coming from the Bay of Bengal slowly settled over Howrah, creating a sense of depression before a storm. Old Ambani struggled to take 2 quick steps. Suddenly, a man wrapped in a face scarf appeared in front of him and attacked him. The man trembled and frantically grabbed at the left hand of old Ambani, which held the rice bag and 200 rupees. But in his nervousness he missed. Bang! The old man used all his strength to hit the masked man on the head with his cane. Robbery! Old Ambani screamed out in a shrill voice. Feeling the pain, the masked man's ferocity was aroused. He pulled out a half-cut rusty pair of scissors from his waist and stabbed them into old Ambani's chest. The old man's chest was heaving, and blood gushed out instantly, splashing all over the masked man. Without caring about anything else, the masked man quickly grabbed the 200 rupees, but the old man still held the banknotes very stubbornly. Rip! The 3 banknotes were torn by the masked man. The furious masked man was about to pry open the old man's hands, but many people had already rushed over. The masked man could only wave the half-broken pair of scissors and fled to the alley. Crack! A dazzling flash of lightning sounded in the dark sky, and then a heavy rain fell on the slum. The cold raindrops hit the old Ambani. The old Ambani, who was leaning on a cane, still held the 3 half-broken banknotes tightly, and blood kept coming out of the wound on his chest. His gradually dilated pupils were still staring at the closed store at the end of the street. Several poor people who came over touched the old man in fear and found that his body was stiff, with cold body temperature and completely dilated pupils. He has returned to Lord Shiva. The last police officer to appear finally arrived half an hour later. What a horrible weather, the police chief complained. After taking a look at the wet corpse, he immediately shifted his attention to his polished sheepskin boots. Looking at the leather boots that had been stained by the muddy road, he felt distressed. You guys should be quick. Okay. On a high-rise building in Howrah. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel, facing the slums. John put down the telescope in his hand and said with disgust, "These inferior people should disappear from this world. Country A seems to have failed." Ivan, who was looking at the computer, raised his head and said. John picked up a glass of red wine and drank it all, then said nonchalantly, "This time is just an appetizer. Next time I will let them know that ants are ants after all." Ivan said nonchalantly, "I found some very interesting information. You can take a look." After saying that, John turned the notebook over, put down the red wine glass, looked at the notebook, and then frowned. Large-scale glass greenhouses? Low-cost electricity subsidies? This year's soybean production is expected to be 25 million tons? Is the information confirmed? Although the A country's temple was completely annihilated, we still have other pawns to use. Ivan shrugged and replied, "Humph, let them be proud for a while. The next time it won't be a rice plague." John laughed sinisterly. This time, their rice plague did not paralyze a country, but instead hit the sidecar by mistake, pitting India and Southeast Asia. Especially in India, where the population is huge, people have already started to starve to death in the slums, and the famine is getting worse. On the other hand, India hopes to buy food from country B for emergency, but those international food merchants are asking for a lot of money. Not only the price is very high, but also a series of additional conditions. The negotiations between the two sides ended in a bad mood. This hungry world is destroying the poor people, physically. Chapter 153. May 19th. A team of secretly escorted vehicles was coming out from the depths of Qinling Mountains. Wang Mingzhi was sitting in the car, while working in Nank Dream Realm through brain-wave glasses to handle recent official business. The headquarters of Thinking Society in Nank Dream Realm is also in the Citizen City. The flow of people in Citizen City is very large now, with an average flow of 5 to 7 million people, and this is when brainwave glasses have not been fully popularized. At present, Thinking Society's brainwave glasses have sold a total of about 24 million units. Just from the sales of brainwave glasses, Thinking Society has made tens of billions of profits, not to mention the economic growth driven by brainwave glasses. Wang Mingzhi put down the virtual file in his hand. All the subsidiaries of Siweish have developed very well this year. Although he doesn't care about being the richest man in the world, the money can be used to invest in scientific research and development. As a high-tech enterprise, research and development is the life of Siweish. The annual investment in scientific research accounts for a very large proportion. Last year in 2014, the investment in scientific research was as high as 24.3 billion, and in the first half of this year, 20.6 billion was invested in scientific research funds. This shows how huge Siweish's investment in scientific research is. Moreover, thanks to the internal application of computational material science, Siweish's research and development costs for materials are only about 1% of those of its international counterparts. This is equivalent to Siweish investing 10 billion in material science, which has the same effect as investing 1 trillion, and the effect is even more obvious and controllable. Computational material science can screen new materials in a targeted manner, while international counterparts can only try their luck by exhaustive selection. The two are no longer at the same level of technology. And materials science is the foundation for applied technology. If the foundation is not solid, how can a tall building be built? Wang Mingzhi has been perfecting the computational material model, and has accumulated 27 material models so far, bringing a material revolution to the material science of Siwei society. Suddenly, he saw a document from Zheng Cheng, called up the satellite map, and found that the other party's location was nearby, so he sent a text message to Zhang Shurhe, who is responsible for arranging the convoy. Zhang Shurhe, who is directing vehicles in the minibus, suddenly had a text message pop up on his mobile phone. He took a look and quickly opened the map book. After a while, he picked up the intercom. "Everyone, get off the highway at the second intersection ahead." He then updated the fleet navigation map and synchronized it to every car in the fleet, and the drivers of the fleet were not surprised. Because as Wang Mingzhi's exclusive escort team, they would often make irregular changes in direction, mainly to prevent the route from being predicted. At this time, they were on the highway from HZ City to BZ City. At the second intersection, the 6 words Nanjiang Expressway exit were erected on the highway toll station, and the team quickly passed the toll station and got off the highway. This is Nanjiang County of BZ City. The convoy passed through Nanjiang County and headed northeast to Guangwu Mountain, a national scenic spot. BZ City is located in the northeast of Shu, and the famous Daba Mountain is in the north. The mountains are amazing, and there are countless beautiful scenery. The road to Shu is difficult as climbing to the sky, which describes the area between Shu and Hanzhong, and the northern part of BZ City is just in this area. Difficult transportation naturally leads to economic backwardness, especially in Nanjiang County and Tongjiang County of Bajong, where the mountains are layered and the mountain roads are often winding. After driving for most of the day, the convoy finally arrived at Linjiang town, and then they headed north to the mountainous area, where Zhengchan was now. The mountain road was rugged, and the convoy drove very carefully. Wang Mingzhi exited the Nank Dream world and returned to the real world. He rubbed his temples and opened the car window curtains. The mountains were high and the valleys were deep, with dense vegetation, monkeys howling, birds singing, and few human voices. The road was winding and uninhabited, and it was difficult to hide in the mountain village. Looking at the satellite map on the notebook, it was less than 2 kilometers away from the destination, Shaojiang Township, but in the Daba mountain area with high mountains and dense forests, the outline of the town could not be seen for 2 kilometers. About 10 minutes. After turning a corner, Wang Mingzhi suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. A small town appeared in front of him. There were low buildings and not many villagers. Young people either went to work in big cities, or were busy in farmland and orchards. Those who were wandering around with something on their mind were either wealthy or idle. Of course, the latter was more likely. As soon as Huang Mingzhi's motorcade came in, it attracted a lot of attention. After all, such mountain towns are often very closed, and there are very few outsiders. Not to mention a large convoy like this, the northeastern part of Shu is relatively better. If it is the northwest part of Shu, the environment there is even worse and sparsely populated. As soon as he got off the car, he saw the very prominent Xingho School, 3 5-story buildings, and a terahertz base station erected on the roof. Shaojiang Township, together with its 17 subordinate natural villages, has a total population of 17,000, but the permanent population is only about 11,000. Most of the young people are working outside the province, and many of the rest are old, weak, sick and disabled. Many villagers saw Huang Mingzhi and others, and went directly to Xingho School, and also secretly paid attention. Zheng Cheng, who was busy, suddenly heard dense footsteps at the door, and just turned his head. "Mingzhi, old Zheng, you have worked hard." Huang Mingzhi smiled, and patted him on the shoulder. Working in a remote mountainous area for more than a year has brought more vicissitudes to this 55-year-old man. His skin is dry, dark and rough, like an old farmer who often goes to the fields, and his hair has become a very simple crew cut. Perhaps the only thing that remains unchanged is his original heart. "You kid, there has been no news for more than a year. What are you doing recently?" "Some small projects. The wind and waves outside are too strong. I am reinforcing the embankment," Huang Mingzhi replied with a smile. Zheng Cheng roughly knew what it was when he heard it. Although he worked in a remote mountainous area, terahertz satellite communications are now well developed, and he can more or less see the international situation. The undercurrent of confrontation, the looming murderous intent, everyone called each other brothers on the surface, but secretly they had already been fighting. Huang Mingzhi saw many students eating lunch, looked at the situation in the kitchen, and then looked at what the students were eating. The staple food was mashed potatoes, a boiled egg, a few pieces of braised pork, cabbage, and a bowl of seaweed soup. The combination of meat and vegetables was okay. "Would you like to try it? Then let me eat for once." Huang Mingzhi nodded with a smile. Zheng Cheng turned around and told the chef, "Give me 2 servings." Then he took out his meal card and swiped it. The canteen was free for students, but for faculty and staff and outsiders, it was charged. After receiving the food, the two found an empty table and started eating and chatting. He ate the food and nodded secretly. The food tasted average, but it was all fresh ingredients and not too heavy. After all, the food students eat should be as healthy and nutritionally balanced as possible, and taste comes second. "Mr. Zheng, have you encountered any difficulties in your work?" "There are indeed some difficulties. Some parents of students always have some old ideas and think that studying is useless." Zheng Cheng shook his head in a disappointed tone. "Do more publicity and persuasion. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable." Huang Mingzhi was indeed helpless with some parents. "The other thing is the problem of English." Zheng Cheng hesitated. "I understand." Huang Mingzhi understood what Zheng Cheng meant. English is useless to most students in China, and now translation software is very powerful, such as Siway's translation software, which can be comparable to human translation. In this way, the function of English is even smaller. He was thinking about canceling the compulsory English course, especially for primary and junior high school students. There is no need to include it in the scope of compulsory courses. It is better to be an elective course. Chapter 154. After a simple lunch, Huang Mingzhi, accompanied by Zheng Cheng, visited the infrastructure of the Xingho School in Shaojiang Township. According to the statistics of the Rural Cooperative, there are 2,971 minors under the age of 14 in Shaojiang Township, and there are actually 2,144 minors living in the local area. Subtracting children under the age of 5, there are actually 1,459 minors who need to go to school, and Xingho School has enrolled all of these 1,459 students of school age. There was a shabby primary school in the township. After the opening of Xingho School, Shaojiang Township Primary School was affiliated with Xingho School, and Shaojiang Township Xingho School has a junior high school department. Huang Mingzhi looked at the school's situation. Although there are still many shortcomings, at least his efforts have not been in vain. "Old Zheng, how are the students' classes arranged?" "Our Xingho School is different from ordinary schools. It adopts a semi-closed management. During the day, we have physical education classes, handicraft classes, music classes, and some extracurricular activities. Zheng Chang introduced as he walked. Wang Mingzhi asked, "Do we have the theory class in the evening?" Zheng Chang nodded. "Yes, after dinner in the evening class starts at 6 o'clock and lasts until 12 o'clock at night, and then the students go into deep sleep." Wang Mingzhi understands this course arrangement very well. There are many benefits to doing this. First, it has little impact on students' daily life. Second, the daytime activity class can effectively exercise the body and eliminate the impact of long-term bed rest when using brain wave glasses. In addition, students can go to school at different times, which gives a buffer time to college students, volunteer teachers, and professional teachers. Because many teachers who teach in virtual churches have jobs. According to statistics from the Education Fund Committee, 64.3% of virtual teachers have jobs, while full-time teachers only account for about 35.7%. And when classes are arranged in the evening, many professional teachers can take 1 or 2 hours to attend, which has little impact on their normal lives and jobs. The Education Fund Committee will pay salaries and bonuses to virtual teachers, and if they do a good job, they will be given priority in the selection of professional titles. Moreover, the local education bureau has no choice but to give them bonuses, because the education fund is at the same level as the Ministry of Education. Anyone who dares to block the education fund will be listed as a key investigation target by artificial intelligence, and they will be in trouble in a minute. Wang Mingzhi attaches great importance to the virtual education system and often discusses it with other people in the Nether Palace. After all, this matter concerns 50 million poor students. You read it right. Country currently has 50 million poor students. Minors under the age of 14 account for 16.6% of the total population in China, about 249 million people, of which 16.7% are poor households, which means that there are 41.5 million poor people among minors under the age of 14. Subtract children under the age of 5, and add high school students and college students aged 14 to 18, and there are at least 50 million poor students. What a shocking number. Therefore, the virtual education system, as the only way to make up for the imbalance of educational resources, naturally received a lot of attention. Wang Mingzhi visited for half a day and did not leave Shaojiang Township immediately, but once again landed in Nangdream World. Inside the circular conference hall of the Netherworld, Wang Mingzhi brought out some situations, and everyone was silent. Obviously, they did not expect this situation to be so serious. "It's time for us to make changes," Wang Mingzhi said seriously. "But, no buts. The subsidies and other supporting investments for international students are all the same as those for ordinary college students," Wang Mingzhi said firmly, and then said sarcastically, "Are some people sitting on the wrong side? International students are exempt from entrance examinations? Subsidy of 500,000? Let's be realistic. There is no need to brag." "I agree." Go Chen was the first to stand up and agree. After all, they are now full of confidence. After thinking for a while, the others also agreed to this plan. The next thing is to cancel the compulsory English course, considering the actual situation and the fact that the technology of machine translation is very advanced now. In addition, the Ivy Alliance and the True Society have established a complete Chinese academic system, and the importance of English as an academic language has also declined. After weighing the pros and cons, everyone agreed to cancel the compulsory English course nationwide and change it to an elective course for high school and university. This elective course is not called English, but a foreign language course, which includes English, French, German, Spanish, Russian, Arabic, and Japanese as elective courses. Each high school can choose a language as a foreign language elective course, and students can choose whether to take it or not. The college entrance examination will no longer have a unified English test, but will be changed to a foreign language major test. For foreign language majors, international trade, international law, diplomacy, etc. in colleges, this major score is required, and other majors do not need this score. After discussing the details of education reform, everyone discussed agriculture and medical and health issues. After all, the G organization is still lingering. This time they dared to spread fungi targeting rice, and next time, they might dare to spread viruses targeting humans. Tai thought for a while and asked, "Xian Yuan, you are a technician, how can we prevent viruses? If we want to form a large-scale infection, viruses that can attach to water or air are definitely the first choice." Wang Mingzhi squinted and replied, "Water can be prevented. After all, our country has the habit of drinking hot water, but air." Wang Mingzhi nodded. "The next virus released by the G organization will definitely be an airborne type, that is, a respiratory virus. Then how to prevent it? Wang Mingzhi pointed 2 fingers. Prepare for both situations. The first is to kill the opponent at the source. Only by eradicating the G organization can we prevent it at the source. I agree with this. After the Phoenix Project and the Silent Project are completed, we will find an opportunity. Gochen made a gesture of wiping his neck. The second aspect is naturally to prevent the opponent from jumping off the wall when he is desperate. After all, they don't care about human lives. Wang Mingzhi proposed to establish a full range of preventive measures, design a gas mask that can be used for a long time, as well as a full-body protective suit, and make good mask reserves. In addition, special disinfection channels should be set up in public areas such as hospitals, schools, airports, railway stations, ports, subway stations, bus stations, government agencies, etc. For each possible situation, several emergency plans should be prepared, and special emergency medical areas or emergency buildings should be set up to quickly accommodate a large number of patients. Finally, the training of vaccine developers should be strengthened, and new technologies should be developed to deal with the virus. Of course, preventive exercises and safety education are also essential. Everyone checked and filled in the gaps in the general plan. The next step is to hand it over to professionals to improve the details and then gradually implement the plan. If you don't prepare, you can't be as lucky as this time with the rice plague. You must use the greatest malice to guess the enemy. It was late at night. Wang Mingzhi withdrew from the Nank Dream Realm, opened the balcony window, and a gust of cool breeze blew in. Shaojiang Township, where the lights are sparse, is particularly quiet. Occasionally, 2 or 3 dogs bark. He silently looks at the dim mountains and thinks about the vague future. The world has been changed beyond recognition by his butterfly effect. The unknown is the reality he must face now. Chapter 155. The next day, the sky was slightly bright. Wang Mingzhi said goodbye to Zheng Chang and others, and set off towards Chengdu. The reason why he left Qinling Base 006 this time was that the improvement of the neutrino emitter had been initially completed, and there were not many places that needed him. After throwing the work to Zhang Tingyu, Wang Mingzhi checked the development of some cutting-edge technologies in China. In terms of semiconductors, Country A is now at the world's top level, and is the only country in the world with a complete semiconductor industry chain. From upstream semiconductor raw materials, midstream semiconductor equipment, downstream chip design and manufacturing, packaging and testing, a complete industrial chain has been formed. And because of the X-ray lithography machine and the special X-ray photoresist, the lithography process not only has good processing quality, but also very fast processing speed. For the same chip production line of the same level, SMIC's production efficiency is 5 to 7 times that of TSMC and Sanshin Electronics. This terrible gap is slowly killing traditional chip manufacturers such as TSMC, GloArc, and Sanshin. Sanshin can still hold on because they have their own industrial chain and can produce and sell their own products for use in mobile phones, computers, and electrical appliances. Pure chip foundries like TSMC and GloArc are now being overwhelmed by SMIC, Yangtze Memory, Tsinghua Uni Group, High Silicon, and Ada Semiconductor. If Country B had not initiated trade protection, several of these guys might have been out of business by now. Black Africa, the Republic of Tanzania. Its capital is Dar es Salaam. On the busy street, a building that stands out from the crowd appears at the end of the street. Zhu Shaojiang, who had just got off the plane, brought people to the branch building of Transsion in Tanzania. The branch manager had already been waiting at the door. Many domestic companies may be unfamiliar with Transsion, but this company is very famous in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Even Huawei's mobile phone sales abroad are not as good as Transsion. In the first half of this year, Transsion sold a total of 27 million mobile phones, all of which were exported to Asia, Africa, and Latin America, among which Africa is Transsion's largest market. However, the reason why Zhu Shaojiang, the chairman of Transsion, came to Hezhou in person today was to complete a business negotiation, a very important business negotiation. The branch manager Sha Shanmu handed him a document, and Zhu Shaojiang flipped through it and asked, "What's the situation?" Sha Shanmu leaned over and whispered, "After we stuff some Franklin, Lindy Baker, the minister in charge of industry and communications, has agreed." "Yeah." Zhu Shaojiang nodded with satisfaction. "Help me make an appointment with the other party in the evening and arrange a restaurant at random." "No problem." In the manager's office on the 8th floor, which was Zhu Shaojiang's temporary residence, he put down his luggage and drew the curtains. People were coming and going on the street. Most of them were black-haired. He knew that this would be the starting point for Transsion to take a step forward. In March, Star Communications once again launched 30 terahertz communication satellites through the Wenchang Space Center, forming a global communication network with the previous 30 satellites. However, for the overseas market, Star Communications only provides communication services in ocean voyages and uninhabited areas with very high profits, such as the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, the Arctic Ocean, and the Antarctic. The very complex Asia, Africa, and Latin America regions were directly auctioned off and divided into Southeast Asia Service Area, South Asia Service Area, West Asia Service Area, Central Asia Service Area, Black America Service Area, North Africa Service Area, Central America Service Area, and South America Service Area. Among them, Transsion obtained the operating rights of Black America Service Area, North Africa Service Area, and West Asia Service Area. Huawei obtained the Southeast Asia Service Area, Telecom obtained the South America Service Area, China Unicom obtained the Central America Service Area, and China Mobile obtained the South Asia Service Area and the Central Asia Service Area. Obviously, Transsion has the largest share, but these places are actually not valued by other companies. Transsion can rely on its market advantage, and other companies feel that the profit is not big, so Zhu Xiaojiang picked it up. Mobile phones directly equipped with terahertz communication are actually a huge advantage for the Heilongjiang region with very backward infrastructure, and can provide high-quality network services in the wild. Of course, the premise is that Transsion can become a legal local communication service operator, otherwise it is useless to have the authorization. Because of this, Starry Sky is too lazy to explore these markets. Isn't it good to provide communication services in international public waters and Antarctica? No license is required, the fees are high, and others are begging Starry Sky for help. If other companies are authorized to operate, these companies need to pay Starry Sky for money. They don't have to do it themselves and take risks, but they can make money. Why not? Transsion is now trying its best to obtain the communication service operator licenses in Africa, North Africa, and West Asia. Selling mobile phones. Where can you make money from operating communication services, especially the current terahertz communication? As long as you don't use brainwave glasses, even if you don't build a large base station, you can still access the internet and communicate very smoothly. This kind of business is simply profitable. If Transsion can develop its communication service business, it will be a piece of cake to earn tens of billions a year. If it is a little shady, it can be hundreds of billions. At night, in a restaurant in country and near Transsion, the fat black Lindy Baker ate and called Zhu Xiaojiang brothers, and the two sides toasted each other for more than half an hour. Minister Baker, this is a win-win cooperation. Cheers to our cooperation, Zhu Xiaojiang said while holding a red wine glass. However, Baker did not hesitate to act, and said in an embarrassed tone, "This communication service is very important. We need to consider it." Zhu Xiaojiang thought to himself, this guy is really greedy, but greed is easy to get things done, and he then handed over a Swiss bank check without making a sound. Baker looked at the check for 1 million and his breathing became rapid. After the matter is done, there is still half. Adding Zhu Xiaojiang's promise to arrange for Baker's family to work in the company and 0.5% of the shares of Tanzania Communications, he immediately agreed. Don't underestimate only 0.5% of the shares. Tanzania Communications was established by Transsion and the Republic of Tanzania. The Republic of Tanzania can get 30% of the dividends every year, but it has no management rights. Money makes the world go round. Everyone likes Franklin. After finalizing the cooperation, Baker immediately helped Transsion to open up internal connections. Tanzania Communications Company obtained the communication service operation license in less than half a month, and Transsion mobile phones began to provide communication services to customers through mobile phone stores. Previous mobile phones can also be upgraded to terahertz mobile phones in mobile phone stores by purchasing terahertz communication plugins. Although Transsion mobile phones look very poor in China, they are very popular in the African continent. Now with the global communication of terahertz, it is even more powerful. Among the various authorized companies, Transsion was the first to open up the situation. In May, it obtained licenses from 4 countries in the African continent. In fact, this is due to the fact that African countries do not attach importance to this aspect, while Huawei and the 3 major communication giants in Asia and Latin America have very difficult negotiations. After all, communication services are related to national security. Countries that attach a little more importance will not easily issue licenses to foreign companies. Chapter 156. May 21st, around 4 a.m. On the highway from Bizi City to Chengdu City, a convoy was driving fast. The surrounding scenery was constantly receding, and there were lights moving. The early morning is the time when people are most likely to be tired and absent-minded. The drivers who just changed shifts were all trying to stay alert. Zhang Shurha looked at the situation inside the minibus. In the middle of the minibus, there was a special box lying horizontally, about 2 meters long, 1 meter wide and high. There were some cables connected to the box, and the green light was flashing at this time. After taking a look at the box, he picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, "Xiaohu, where are we?" "We are now in Nanbu County, Nancheng, and we will cross the Jiaoling River in a while. Brothers, cheer up and don't make any mistakes." "Got it." The bright moon gradually sank to the west, but the morning sun did not rise at dawn. This was the darkest moment in the world. Suddenly, a voice came from Zhang Shurha's walkie-talkie. "Captain, there was an accident on the highway bridge ahead, and we can't pass." Zhang Shurha frowned, opened the special notebook inside, entered the password, and quickly called up the surveillance camera of the Jiaoling River Highway Bridge in Nanbu County. In the middle of the highway bridge, a large truck overturned on it, and the steel bars transported by the truck were scattered all over the ground, and the scene was a mess. Moreover, the passing vehicles were blocked on both sides, and the traffic jam was growing like a snake. It seemed that traffic could not be restored in half a day. He picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered, "Change the route to get off the highway and go to Yilong County." While there was no traffic jam, the team drove forward for more than 2 kilometers, then turned on the left turn signal, passed the toll station at the exit of Yilong Expressway, and quickly headed towards Yilong County. After getting off the expressway, it was around 5 in the morning. There were few vehicles on the township roads in Yilong County, and the team looked a bit like fireflies in the dark. Suddenly, hiss! There was a deflation sound from the box, and the box cover made of high-strength material was divided into 6 pieces and unfolded. Zhang Shurha hurried forward. "Sir, why did you wake up early?" Wang Mingzhi sat up from the box and said solemnly, "Shurha, be alert, I have a bad feeling." When Zhang Shurha heard Wang Mingzhi's words, his heart tightened and he quickly grabbed the intercom. "Everyone, level 1 alert." After Wang Mingzhi stood up and stretched his body, the faint sense of threat still lingered in his heart. And Zhang Shurha and others had quickly taken out their weapons and equipment. His intuition about Wang Mingzhi was that he would rather believe it than not believe it. Could it be another attack like last time? Zhang Shurha was on guard while sending this emergency message to Qinli, asking him to send someone to support. "Shurha, I authorize you to use Tianren," Wang Mingzhi said as he walked to the back of the car, where 4 boxes were also displayed. "Yes." On the township road, the darkness before dawn still enveloped the earth. On a small hillside, 2 figures were silently watching the road. One of them picked up an infrared telescope and carefully observed the road in the distance until the long string of car lights appeared in sight, and he put down the telescope. "Here they come. Yo. I'm going to tear these rats into pieces, hee." Another tall figure growled nervously. Adolf calmed down. The figure holding the telescope warned. The tall Adolf, however, trembled and growled crazily. "Patton, let me kill these bugs, I'm going to tear them apart completely." "Damn defective products," Patton cursed inwardly. At this time, the convoy was less than 200 meters away from the hillside, and on the other side was the surging Jiaoling River. Adolf looked at the approaching convoy and became even crazier. His muscles swelled wildly, and his skin changed strangely. Not only did his face look hideous, but his saliva also dripped from the corners of his mouth. Patton frowned and pulled up his hood, then dodged into the dense bushes. Roar! The roar like a beast resounded around the hillside. Adolf, whose body had swelled to more than 2 meters, grabbed a granite block that had been prepared on one side. He easily lifted the stone weighing hundreds of kilograms, and threw it at the minibus of the convoy. In the highly alert convoy, the cab of the minibus was hit directly by a stone, but the specially modified minibus only slightly deformed the cab door. Bang! Bang! Fight back! Zhang Shurha roared angrily. Under the monitoring of the infrared camera, Adolf's 2-meter-tall little giant figure was directly exposed. But Adolf had no intention of hiding. He was holding a big hammer in one hand, and pulling out a sharpened steel bar from his back with the other hand, and throwing it at the minibus. Bang, bang, bang. The security personnel of the convoy immediately concentrated their fire. The hot bullets swept towards Adolf like raindrops. However, the muscles that expanded to a strange level instantly deflected the incoming bullets, and Adolf became even crazier. "Come on, my little darlings. Ah, let me tear you apart." Haha. The crazy neurotic screams and the abnormal body made Zhang Shurha more solemn. He ordered without hesitation, "Send out the celestial beings." Yes. The backs of the two Dongfeng warriors bounced open, and two iron men about 2 meters tall popped out. Then a flare exploded in the air. Under the light of the flare, both sides appeared in each other's sight. Iron Man, the Hulk, the little giant with a yellow face, coupled with his hideous face and drooling face, Zhang Hu and Ma Qiangli were stunned. However, the crazy Adolf, whose brain had lost its reason, did not stop at all, and jumped on Zhang Hu's head. He kicked Zhang Hu and his exoskeleton armor away, and then swung the iron hammer weighing dozens of kilograms to hit Ma Qiangli on the side. However, Ma Qiangli, who had already reacted, moved sideways, flexibly dodged the hammer, and raised his hand to face the 6-barrel Gatling gun. The flames erupted, and the 7.62mm bullets hit Adolf's green skin crazily. Damn! Ma Qiangli jumped back quickly. Adolf, who was unharmed, swung the iron hammer and hit the place just now, and the concrete road surface cracked instantly. But at this time, Zhang Hu, who was kicked out, attacked from behind the Hulk, and 6 electric shock needles directly hit the Hulk's back. The flashing electric light, which was enough to kill ordinary people, only made the opponent pause slightly. Haha. Come on! Come on! The Hulk roared crazily and rushed towards Zhang Hu. What caught Ma Qiangli and others off guard was that this guy was not only very strong, but also extremely flexible and fast. He was shot with thousands of bullets, but he was still alive and kicking. While Zhang Hu and Ma Qiangli were holding the Hulk, Zhang Shurha quickly directed the convoy to move away from here. The exoskeleton armor fought against the biochemical man, and the two sides fought fiercely. Fortunately, this guy's brain was not very smart. With the cooperation of Ma Qiangli and the others, the Hulk was gradually suppressed. Ah Hu, cover me. Okay. Zhang Hu poured firepower directly at the Hulk, attracting the opponent's attention. Adolf, who had gone completely crazy, had no way to judge the situation, and could only attack the surroundings randomly. With a bouncing surprise attack, Ma Qiangli directly pasted the infrasound wave on the Hulk's head, and with his other hand, he pulled out a high-frequency sword and chopped at the opponent's head. Chapter 157. Ma Qiangli swung the high-frequency sword and swept it across Adolf's neck. Bang! The mecha directly hit the guardrail of the road, and the high-frequency sword was thrown not far away, diagonally inserted into the hard concrete road surface. Roar! Adolf roared and slapped his chest like a chimpanzee. Are you okay? Zhang Hu asked through the internal channel. No one is wrong. The left mechanical arm is broken. Be careful. Ma Qiangli manipulated the exoskeleton armor and rolled over, and the guardrail was instantly twisted by the tungsten steel alloy hammer. Zhang Hu, who came to support, immediately launched infrasound interference at the Hulk. Although infrasound cannot kill the opponent, it has a very strong interference on the biological nervous system. However, Adolf had lost his mind at this time. The reason why he was able to kick Ma Qiangli away at the critical moment just now was because his animal instinct was at work. At the moment when Ma Qiangli's high-frequency sword was about to chop down, Adolf's animal instinct drove him to swing his tail like a dragon and kick Ma Qiangli away. Ma Qiangli rolled to one side and shot the Hulk's head with an assault rifle while thinking about how to deal with him. Because the weapons and equipment equipped by the exoskeleton armor do not have large-caliber armor-piercing bullets and other heavy-duty weapons. As a result, Zhang Hu and Ma Qiangli are now in a very awkward situation and can only fight with the Hulk. Under the cover of Zhang Hu, Ma Qiangli, who moved quickly drew out the high-frequency sword and rushed to the left side of the Hulk. However, Adolf was not a pushover. Although he was irrational, his fighting instinct was still there. He drew out the steel bar behind him and threw it at Ma Qiangli. The auxiliary computer of the exoskeleton armor immediately reacted and accelerated to move sideways to avoid the steel bar. Adolf frantically grabbed the guardrail on the roadside and swept it towards Ma Qiangli. The high-frequency sword that could cut iron like mud instantly cut the iron guardrail into several pieces. Ma Qiangli swung the sword and approached directly. Adolf's animal instinct took effect again, and he lowered his head and bumped into Ma Qiangli's arms. His pupils, like those of a beast, stared madly at Ma Qiangli in the cockpit. He madly hit the cockpit with his head, and the high-strength polymer glass window was slightly deformed by the impact. Alpaca. Ma Qiangli, who was frantic, directly ejected 2 broadsword grenades. 2 broadsword grenades exploded directly between the fighting mecha warriors and the Hulk. Roar! Adolf was blown away in pain. Ma Qiangli was also knocked out by the shock wave, and his whole body was a little dazed. However, his action created an opportunity for Zhang Hu, who had been waiting for an opportunity. The fast and fierce high-frequency sword slashed across Adolf's back, who had never had time to dodge. There was no sense of resistance. The high-frequency sword cut Adolf in half directly like a hot knife cutting butter. Even a body that could withstand 7.62mm bullets could not stop the sharpness of the high-frequency sword. Adolf's body was not completely broken, only his right arm was broken, and his chest was cut open by nearly 2/3, and even his spine was broken, but his body still did not break in two. "Ah! I'm going to kill you!" On Zhang Hu's infrared display, the temperature of the wound on the Hulk was rising rapidly. Could it be that this ghost thing could quickly repair itself? Taking advantage of his weakness, Zhang Hu rushed towards the opponent, activated the infrasonic interference, and swung his sword to chop at the head of the Hulk. Adolf had already sensed the fatal danger coming, and grabbed 5 or 6 steel bars behind him with his remaining hand, and threw them directly at Zhang Hu, who was coming to kill him. Zhang Hu, whose speed was affected by the steel bars, suddenly heard a huge explosion. He saw that the convoy more than 300 meters away was now full of flames and thick smoke. Zhang Shurha, who had focused his attention on Zhang Hu and Ma Qiangli, was stunned by the sudden explosion. Not only was the Dongfeng warrior in front blown over on the road, but the minibus was also hit by 5 or 6 incendiary bombs, and a raging fire spread outside the minibus. Although the lesson learned from the last time was to make the minibus fireproof, the incendiary bombs made of thermite and napalm still kept the flames firmly attached to the minibus. Zhang Shurha quickly calmed down, picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered, Group 2 put out the fire and rescue the wounded, and Group 3 search for the enemy. Received. Got it. The sky in the east was already slightly white, and it was obvious that dawn had arrived. The flames were still clinging to the minibus, and there was no trace of the attacker. Patton, who was lurking near the convoy, also had a solemn expression on his face, and there were turbulent waves in his heart. He thought this mission was a sure thing. But he didn't expect that Huang Mingzhi's security force was so powerful, equipped with exoskeleton armor and powerful weapons, that even Adolf was suppressed. Now he was in a dilemma. He wanted to leave, but because the distance was too close, he would be easily targeted by the enemy, and it would be difficult to attack the minibus and the security personnel. Inside the minibus, Huang Mingzhi was already wearing his Tianren mecha. The strong sense of threat from before had dissipated a little, but it was still lingering in his mind. The enemy was still nearby. Looking at the unextinguishable flames outside, he closed his eyes, and his mind was calm. Through quantum observation, the strange quantum state of human and animal mixed together was indeed very close to him. One of them was fighting with Zhang Hu and his men, and the other was on the hillside less than 30 meters away from the minibus. He turned his head and whispered a few words in Zhang Shurha's ear, and Zhang Shurha nodded seriously. In a moment, the side door of the minibus opened directly, and 2 fully armed mecha warriors rushed out, guarding the surroundings. Then Zhang Shurha and others, wearing combat uniforms and gas masks, escorted Huang Mingzhi to a Dongfeng warrior that was not hit by the incendiary bomb. Patton's eyes shrank, and he made up his mind to take action. In an instant, he quickly raised the NTW-20 sniper rifle, and the 20mm bullet in the magazine was aimed at Huang Mingzhi, who was escorted by everyone. Although he knew that the other party would definitely die with this shot, he estimated that he would be in danger. Lord, may your glory shine forever in the world. What are you thinking about? Plop plop. Patton froze, and a high-frequency sword accompanied the voice, gently cutting it in half from head to tail. Even the NTW-20 sniper rifle was split in two. Patton's pupils were dilated, and his eyes were still staring at the convoy. Behind it, a unique exoskeleton armor was looking coldly at the strange biochemical man in front of it. Dark green skin, gently picking up the special camouflage with a knife. There were reptile-like scales inside, and the blood was also dark green. If it weren't for his quantum observation ability, it would be difficult to detect the existence of this guy. That special camouflage can not only imitate the color of the environment, but also block the detection of infrared cameras. Zhang Shurha rushed over with 2 mecha warriors, and looking at Patton's body and the NTW-20 sniper rifle, he couldn't help but feel scared. Take the body, and the things at the scene away. Yes! The Hulk Adolf on the other side also came to an end. Zhang Hu split his head with a knife. After struggling for a few times, he died completely. The support mobilized by Qinli rushed to the scene, and could only do the aftermath work. Chapter 158. After Qinli's men came to finish the job. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, Huang Mingzhi changed to another team of vehicles and headed towards Rongqing. The bodies of the other 2 biochemically modified people were also secretly transported to the military base in Rongqing. Along the way, Huang Mingzhi was thinking about some issues, such as how the other party determined his location. This issue was worth pondering. Since the last attack, not only has his security force increased a lot, but few people even know his whereabouts. The people who knew his whereabouts, apart from the 2 people in Ziguang Pavilion, were Zhang Shurhe, Li Aigua, and Qinli from the Security Bureau. They could be sure that these people would not reveal his whereabouts. In this case, how did his whereabouts leak out? If this problem is not figured out, he can't stay in the heavily guarded base forever. This kind of life under surveillance is something Huang Mingzhi can't stand. Which link is the problem? He recalled the recent situation in a comprehensive and detailed manner, not missing any details. Maybe after thinking hard for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. He opened his laptop and contacted Irina secretly. After listening to his description, Irina said that the real combat power of the G organization was directly managed by Heaven, and the gods below didn't know what technology was there. It seems that Heaven, the real core of the G organization, was the initiator of this incident. Biochemical modified people. G organization. Information rolled in his brain, and suddenly Huang Mingzhi opened his eyes. Could it be? G organization has biochemically modified people, plus the previous rice plague, combined with some situations in later generations. It can be seen that the biochemical technology of G organization is very powerful. In addition to eyes, creatures can also use hearing and smell, such as the ultrasound of bats and the nose of hyenas. In addition to these, some creatures use magnetic fields to locate, such as pigeons and migratory birds. However, these should not be the opponent's means. The most likely method is pheromone, which is the favorite method of insects. The other party is very likely to have obtained items containing his pheromones. Could it be that someone at home leaked it? No, this possibility is not high. The security force in Shanmei City is very strict. Outsiders may be targeted even if they approach Qintai Village or Siwei Society, let alone collecting Huang Mingzhi's items. Suddenly he remembered another loophole. When he was a trainee and after his debut, he held autograph sessions. Those autographs are definitely very easy to obtain. Huang Mingzhi suddenly had a headache. Those signed albums or posters were worth thousands, if not tens of thousands. When I searched online, a lot of information about his autographed albums and posters popped up. Some online stores even sold items he used. It was obvious that Shanmei Company did a good thing. I bought a watch last year. But it's too late now. There are so many albums, or autographed photos, and posters in the hands of fans. We can't ask the Security Bureau to confiscate these things, right? It seems that we need to find a way to solve this problem, such as covering up our pheromones or changing our pheromones. However, Huang Mingzhi could not get rid of his hatred for Shanmei Company. If he had not been prepared, he might have been killed. He called Wen Na directly and banned the company. Originally, he came to Rongqing to go to Qingfei Group, but now he can only go to the base. On the one hand, it can ensure safety, and on the other hand, it is to study the 2 biochemically modified people. In a biochemical laboratory in the base, Huang Mingzhi, wearing protective clothing, and a dozen military researchers helped with the dissection research. On the dissection table, the Hulk-like biochemically modified man had been chopped into several pieces by Zhang Hu's high-frequency sword, especially the head, which was directly separated from the body, and the skull was split into 2 pieces, with brain matter and green blood dripping. A military doctor picked up a scalpel and tried to cut the skin of the corpse, but found that the scalpel was difficult to move. Huang Mingzhi picked up the high-frequency dagger and directly cut off a small piece of skin. Under the green skin was black muscle. He cut off a piece of muscle and a piece of bone and extracted blood, spinal fluid, brain cells, etc. Under a high-power microscope, the green skin, which was only about 2 millimeters, showed a very strange arrangement. Chitin? From the perspective of molecular structure, chemical composition, and physical and chemical properties, the skin of the cyborg is indeed a new type of chitin. But is chitin really enough to block 7.62 mm bullets? After a series of measures, he found that this chitin could not block bullets of about 7.62 mm, but could only block small calibers below 6 mm. If the distance was too close, even small caliber bullets could penetrate the chitin skin. As for the battle situation on the scene, he had watched the combat videos of Zhang Hu and Ma Qiangli. Under the intensive strafing of the Gatling gun, the Hulk was unscathed. It seems that the problem is not just the chitinous skin. Huang Mingzhi shifted his attention to the muscles. After careful dissection and testing, The muscles of the cyborgs were indeed different from those of ordinary people. The muscles of the cyborgs showed a honeycomb sponge structure. After fully absorbing blood, they would become a super strong non-Newtonian body. With chitinous skin and high-strength carbon nanochitin bones, they were not only very strong, but also had a perfect unloading mechanism. The simulation results of the supercomputers show that the body of the cyborg is strong enough to withstand a 15mm bullet or a 7.62mm armor-piercing bullet. How did the G organization develop this kind of thing? Chen Li's face turned ugly. If this kind of cyborg can be mass-produced, then the G organization will be too difficult to deal with. Unless the country fully equips exoskeleton armor, it will be possible to fight the opponent in close combat. But now there are only 500 exoskeleton armors, T103, in service, and with those around Huang Mingzhi, there are only about 600 at most. Huang Mingzhi saw Chen Li's thoughts at a glance. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry too much. This is not a mature product. It is probably still in the laboratory stage. From the battle process, it can be seen that the Hulk-type Bioman is immature, and the Lizard-type Bioman can use sniper rifles and other equipment, which looks quite mature. However, the physical strength of the Lizard Man is obviously much lower than that of the Hulk. The Hulk-type Bioman without intelligence is not terrible. As long as you find a way to restrain it, it is the Lizard Man who should be paid attention to at this stage. Lizard men are not strong enough, but they are much faster, stronger, and more agile than ordinary people. In addition, they can stay awake, which makes them more destructive. In addition, the blood of these biochemical people contains a hormone that can quickly repair body tissues. As long as they do not cause huge damage or headshot directly, this hormone can accelerate metabolism and achieve the effect of body tissue repair. Of course, this rapid repair requires a price. After all, the cells of any organism have a limit to division. Once the number of divisions reaches the upper limit, the cells of the biochemical people will collapse by themselves. Huang Mingzhi looked at these test reports, evaluated the biochemical technology of the G organization, and thought about how to deal with them. After repeated attacks, he was also angry, but where is the location of that paradise? Chapter 159. Atlantic Ocean, an unknown island. John and Ivan entered the deep underground of the island through a submarine. "Hello, John, I heard that you failed." A careless voice sounded at the submarine dock. It was this disgusting guy again. John replied coldly, "You should pay attention to Lucia." "Ha ha ha. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine here." The man laughed a little nervously. "Humph." John snorted coldly, and then led Ivan to an entrance. But the man followed him closely, and kept chattering and mocking him all the way. If he could not take action here, John would have torn him to pieces. He could only keep repeating in his heart, "I can't hear it, this guy is farting, don't bother with trash." Just when John could no longer bear it, and was about to explode. "Oh, isn't this Andrew from Amelia? I heard that you lost 2 enhanced people, what a pity." "Shut your anus." Andrew in front turned around and approached the man. His arms suddenly swelled up, and black scales appeared. The man was about to jump back, but Andrew, with murderous intent, clamped the man's neck with his lightning-fast palm. Francis, try to spray feces again." Andrew coldly pinched the man's neck. Francis' face flushed, and he grabbed Andrew's arms with both hands, his chest heaving. John, who had calmed down, frowned and reminded Andrew, "Pay attention." "Humph." Andrew clenched his left fist and punched Francis in the stomach. Francis, who was hit hard, was like a cooked shrimp. After throwing Francis away, Andrew turned around and continued to walk deeper into the corridor. John and Ivan followed him. Francis, who was knocked to the ground, was like a madman. He. His eyes were full of madness and malice. In the dim corridor, John asked in a low voice, "What happened? I mean the 2 enhanced people." "I don't know, but they should have been killed over there." "But how did they do it?" "They probably carried heavy weapons." The group came to the end of the corridor, in front of the metal door covered with dark golden inscriptions. After verifying their identities, the door slowly opened to both sides. In the dim hall, many people were already sitting quietly on both sides of the long table. The atmosphere was dull and weird, especially after Andrew walked in. Soon, Francis also arrived. Except Ivan, who was not qualified to participate, there were a total of 24 people on both sides of the long table. 10 minutes later, 3 figures wearing gold-patterned masks appeared at the head of the long table. Everyone shouted in unison, "May the glory of our Lord shine forever on the world." The slightly hoarse voice of the gold-patterned masked man in the lead rang out in the hall. "The Lord's will cannot be desecrated. This filthy world needs to be thoroughly purified." The masked man said coldly. Andrew, your failure this time has brought shame to the Lord. All this is my responsibility. I am willing to accept the punishment. Andrew no longer had the rebelliousness he had before, and he seemed very humble. They must have learned some of our information from the two enhanced people. You go to the ice well. The masked man on the left said coldly. Andrew's body trembled slightly, and it was obvious that the ice well was not a good place. Then he lowered his head more humbly and replied, Yes, Lord Joshua. The chief masked man spoke again. There are still 45 years before the Lord comes to the world, and we must complete the world transformation as soon as possible. Lord George, the power over there has increased very quickly recently. I am worried. John said hesitantly. The chief masked man was still very calm. Lord, don't worry. Bugs are bugs after all. The masked man on the right added, Let them be proud for a while. The last two preparations of the organization have not been completed, and when the first phase of the plan is implemented in 2018, all the dirt will be completely purified. Although he felt something was wrong in his heart, John did not dare to disobey the chief judge. 2018? Isn't it 2020? Francis asked seriously. George, the chief masked man, coldly rebuked, This is all the will of the Lord. Francis will go to the black prison for a month. Francis cursed inwardly, You dead God. I will tear you apart sooner or later. Others gloated in their hearts. Joshua, the masked man on the left, explained, This is all for the Lord. You should try to reduce exposure as much as possible in the past 2 years, especially the actions in Asia, and pay more attention. The masked man on the right continued, The Pacific G Network, the Little Western G Network, and the Lucia G Network may have been cracked, and they will all be updated to Quantum Network starting next month. Everyone was shocked, thinking of the previous annihilation of the A country's temple, and the fact that many priests who have been active in Asia in recent times have always been targeted. The possibility of the G network over there being exposed is very high. No wonder they often fail in missions over there. After this network update, Heaven has decided to make a major change in the Pacific Divine Domain, so you should not go there recently. Yes, Master Joshua. After the meeting ended and the judges left, the three masked men looked at the empty long table, wondering what they were thinking. As soon as Andrew and Francis walked out of the door, they were taken away to accept the punishment of going to the ice well and the black prison. On the other side, in Rongqing, Huang Mingzhi was still studying the two biochemically modified human corpses, when suddenly his invisible headphone sounded an electronic sound. Sir, emergency. Huang Mingzhi put down the reagent bottle in his hand, cleaned his gloves with disinfectant, and went into the disinfection room for comprehensive disinfection. In the office of the base, he opened his laptop, and there was a report about ghosts being kicked out of the G network. It was actually updated to a quantum network. After contacting Irina, he found that the situation was the same in Shizhou. It seemed the ghost's invasion of the G network had probably been discovered by the other party, but it didn't matter. Now in the G organization, except for the North American Gods domain, which had not been infiltrated by Ghost, the other 7 Gods domains had been exposed to his surveillance. Even if the G organization updated the quantum network now, Ghost could still monitor them by locking every priest. With Irina as an insider, he still has a certain degree of initiative. But where is the location of that paradise? Is it in Country B? The reason why the North American Gods domain has not been infiltrated by Ghosts is mainly because they use quantum networks, which makes Ghosts helpless. It seems that we need to conduct an in-depth investigation into Country B, especially those so-called human elites. Huang Mingzhi does not believe that these people are perfect. Create a new task for the Ghosts, and fully investigate the elite class in Country B, and don't let anyone go. As long as we lock down some members of the G organization, we can follow the clues to find out the real reason. Afterwards, Huang Mingzhi continued to study biochemical cyborgs, and the high-level biochemical experimental equipment he ordered the Thinking Society to prepare was also gradually in place. A group of researchers in the field of biochemistry at the Academy of Sciences were also mobilized. Regarding biochemical cyborgs, Huang Mingzhi's idea was that he could learn from others' experience. Chapter 160. With the arrival of a large number of high-level equipment and researchers, the scientific research strength of the biochemical laboratory of the Rongqing military has increased sharply. Lin Sha, a genetics expert from the Academy of Sciences, and Du Pingxin, a biochemical expert from the military, each brought a researcher to Rongqing. At first, the two did not know what they were studying in Rongqing this time until they met Huang Mingzhi. Academician Huang, why are you here? Lin Sha asked in surprise. Huang Mingzhi smiled and handed the relevant documents to the two, explaining, in an accident, We obtained two very interesting experimental subjects. You will know when you see them. The two took the document and read it carefully. What? Biochemically modified human? New chitin skin, honeycomb sponge muscle, non-Newtonian state. Lin Sha and Du Pingxin were stunned. Academician Huang, is this true? Huang Mingzhi replied directly. I also hope it is false, but unfortunately the reality is like this. After a while, the three entered the tightly guarded laboratory. In the refrigerator, two relatively intact corpses appeared inside. Looking at the dark green skin and scales on the body, Lin Sha and Du Pingxin's worldview was overturned. They did not expect that such biochemically modified people existed in the real world. After watching for more than an hour, Du Pingxin raised a question. Academician Huang, it is logically unlikely that such biochemically modified people will be born. After all, the biochemical technology of countries around the world cannot reach this level. The world you are talking about is just Blue Star. Just Blue Star? Could it be? Du Pingxin's eyes widened and cold sweat broke out. Huang Mingzhi said meaningfully, this world is very deep. You don't need to explore where these biochemical people come from. You just need to study the mechanism of their birth and absorb what is useful to us from it. I understand. As a military researcher, Du Pingxin naturally understood this situation. Lin Sha from the Academy of Sciences hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Next, I will arrange the work. Researcher Lin, you will be responsible for the genetics. No problem. Lin Sha agreed. Researcher Du, you will be responsible for the research of new chitin, non-Newtonian blood, and honeycomb spongy muscles. Okay. After the division of labor, everyone began to conduct research according to their respective tasks. In the gene testing room, the cell tissues extracted from various parts of the Hulk Adolf and the Lizardman Barton, after a series of processes, turned into rows of data on the computer screen. Whether it is the cell structure, the number of chromosomes, or the gene sequence, they are all listed in detail. Lin Sha looked at the gene comparison results and felt very uncomfortable. Among the genes of the Lizardman Barton, 15.9% of the gene sequences came from giant lizards, 12.4% from American fire ants, 7.8% from Siberian wolves, and another 5.5% of unknown gene sequences. Crazy. People who do this kind of biochemical research should go to hell. Lin Sha's uncanny valley effect as a human was magnified to the extreme at this moment. Other researchers were not much better. Humans can tolerate the existence of monkeys and chimpanzees, but it is difficult to accept biochemically modified humans with intelligence. In fact, this effect is not only applicable to humans and other intelligent creatures, but also to humans. Feeling very disgusted? Huang Mingzhi put down the report and laughed. Lin Sha nodded, a little bit. That's why we need to study them. These biochemically modified people are already hidden in human society. If we don't find a way, the purity of human genes will be threatened. I understand. Lin Sha also knows this situation. The research is continuing. However, a group of researchers are very curious about Huang Mingzhi. A mathematician and physicist, he has such a strong attainment in biology. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? Huang Mingzhi didn't care about the researcher's surprise, but studied the 5.5% of unknown genes. Humans do not fully master the gene pool of all creatures in the natural world of Blue Star. Even the Human Genome Project has not reached 100% coverage of human genes. Not to mention the genes of animals, plants, and microorganisms. This project is too large, and for the current detection technology, the cost of doing so is too high. The benefits of testing the genes of all creatures on Blue Star are not proportional to the effort. Naturally, no one is willing to do such a thankless task. For creatures other than humans, many use representative statistical testing. Unless they are very important creatures, there is a relatively complete gene library. However, Huang Mingzhi frowned as he looked at the 5.5% unknown gene sequence in front of him. Because in these gene sequences, there are things that should not appear. Genes are composed of 5 elements: carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and phosphorus, or in other words, the genes of creatures on Blue Star are composed of these 5 elements. However, these gene sequences are actually composed of 5 elements: carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, sodium, and silicon. Fundamentally, they are different from the genes of the creatures on Blue Star. In other words, these genes are very likely to come from the outside world. Considering the G organization's plan to destroy the world, I am afraid there is a very big relationship between the two. After some research, these unknown gene sequences were temporarily named X genes by Huang Mingzhi, that is, unknown genes. The X gene sequence has a very strange effect. The first is high energy storage. In the bodies of Lizardman and Hulk, a kind of carbon-silicon-sodium crystal was found, which can store huge chemical energy. This carbon-silicon-sodium crystal is dominated by the X gene. The second is coordination stability. Biochemically modified people can mix so many biological genes, which is beneficial to the coordination stability of the X gene. The third is regeneration hormone, which is also a byproduct of the X gene. It seems that the source of the biochemical modification technology of the G organization comes from these X genes. As for whether the X gene has other characteristics, the researchers have not yet discovered them, so they can only continue to study them in depth. He watched Lin Shaw and others trying to cultivate the X gene stock solution. A little white mouse was caught by the researcher, and it was chirping uneasy. The researcher fixed the little white mouse on a small laboratory table. Then he took out a small tube of grass green translucent extract and carefully injected it into the little white mouse, and then closed the little white mouse's small laboratory table. After a while, the little white mouse screamed wildly, and then its body began to swell, and soon its muscles burst and died. Too much injection reduced the concentration to 50%. Lin Shaw ordered. Okay. After killing more than a dozen mice, they finally got a muscle monster mouse. But this muscle monster mouse only survived for 11 minutes before dying. Although it died, at least it was a good start. Wang Mingzhi told Lin Shaw and others to pay attention to safety, and not to inject X gene extract into large animals, for the time being to avoid accidents. He went to another laboratory to see how Du Pingxin and his team were progressing. After arriving at Du Pingxin's laboratory and checking their laboratory data, they realized that these structures also had a very close relationship with the X gene. The new chitin aspect of chitin skin has made the fastest progress, while other research is very slow. He watched silently for a long time, and then turned to leave the laboratory. Chapter 161. Coming out of the base. Zhang Chura had arranged the motorcade, and Wang Mingzhi got on the minibus. The motorcade then headed for Huangxianba in the western suburbs of Chengdu, where his previous destination was, the location of Qingfei Group. The base was not far from Huangxianba in the western suburbs. In less than 20 minutes, the motorcade arrived at the gate of Qingfei Group. After the inspection, Wang Mingzhi and others came to the internal area of Qingfei. Qingfei President Zhang Hongwang hurried over. Academician Huang, I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Wang Mingzhi waved his hand. I didn't inform you in advance. Let's go inside and take a look. Okay, please follow me. Zhang Hongwang was relieved. He knew something big had happened a few days ago. Wang Mingzhi said he would come to inspect, but suddenly cancelled it, and then there was the explosion of the oil tanker in NC City. Zhang Hongwang, who has a keen sense of smell, knew immediately that there must be something hidden, and this hidden secret might be very big. Of course, Zhang Hongwang didn't dare to ask such questions. After all, Wang Mingzhi's current identity is different, and a lot of information is confidential. Knowing too much will not do any good. He led Wang Mingzhi and his team to Qingfei's engine R&D center. Mr. Zhang, what are the thorny issues in your R&D process? The current problem. Zhang Hongwang hesitated. Wang Mingzhi smiled and said, What's wrong with talking about the common problems of state-owned enterprises? Everyone knows that people with connections, those who live a lazy life, those who are not worthy of their positions, and those who are capable are difficult to be promoted. Zhang Hongwang was embarrassed. He didn't dare to say such words. But what did Wang Mingzhi mean by saying this? Did he want to? After all, Wang Mingzhi is notorious in state-owned enterprises. If you ask which state-owned enterprise is most afraid of who, Wang Mingzhi will probably be ranked first. In the past few years, COFCO, State Grid, China Southern Power Grid, and the three telecommunications giants have all been severely purged by Wang Mingzhi, and countless people have been sent to prison. When he thought of this, he began to sweat. Academician Huang is right, we must do more rectification. Wang Mingzhi shook his head, and smiled without saying anything. Not far away is the Aero Engine Research Center. After entering, many researchers in the field of aero engines are busy working. Seeing that Zhang Hongwang wanted to gather the researchers on site, he stretched out his hand to stop him. No need to make a big fuss, just take a tour. Okay. As they walked, they came to the huge engine test room at the back, where 3 aircraft engines were being tested. The chrysanthemums of the aircraft engines were emitting blue tail flames, and there was a whirring sound of the engine working. Wang Mingzhi turned his head and asked, Is this the Taihang 2015 aircraft engine designed this year? Yes, these 3 are prototypes, developed jointly by Qingfei and Saiwish. Zhang Hongwang replied quickly. What is the service life? About 8,000 hours. Seaway's heat-resistant materials are very good. Zhang Hongwang did not speak well of Seaway because Huang Mingzhi was present, but Seaway's materials really deserved it. You should know that the domestically produced aircraft engines of Country A are not only inferior to those of Country B and Lucia in performance, but also have a pitifully low service life. Lucia's aircraft engines can achieve a service life of 4,000 to 6,000 hours, not to mention the aircraft engines of Country B that can be used for 8,000 to 12,000 hours. The domestic Taihang engine can barely last for 1,500 hours. This gap is really embarrassing. Let's first talk about the gap between domestic aircraft engines and aircraft engines of Country B and Russia. If you want to understand it violently, the gap is mainly in 2 points: life and thrust-to-weight ratio. In terms of increasing the thrust-to-weight ratio of turbofan engines, there are only 2 ways today, namely the route of Russia and Country B. Russia increases thrust by increasing the temperature of the engine combustion chamber, while Country B relies on reducing friction to reduce losses. This is also the reason why the life of aircraft engines of Country B is much higher than that of aircraft engines of Russia, which is a problem of design thinking. The core technology of Lucia is engine cooling technology, while the core technology of Country B is precision processing technology. In these 2 technical fields, there is a big gap between China and Country B and Lucia. In terms of high-temperature resistant materials, the Materials Research Institute of Seaway Society is now the world's #1, with at least thousands of super high-temperature resistant materials in reserve. Since the materials are so awesome, why can't the service life of Taihang 2015 aircraft engine surpass that of Country B? In fact, the blame lies in the engine design. It's like there is a piece of top-quality emerald jade, but the carving is second-rate. To be able to produce a first-rate jade carving is already a plus of the materials. Huang Mingzhi shook his head and said, "You have a long way to go." Academician Huang's teaching is right. Zhang Hongwang was also very embarrassed. Taihang 2015 aircraft engine is really made of materials. If there is no material support from Seaway, it will immediately return to its original shape. Huang Mingzhi thought for a while and suggested, "I have read some of your aircraft engine testing data. I suggest that you learn from aerospace science and industry, fully introduce Seaway's product design technology, and use simulation space and finite element analysis to design aircraft engines. We must learn from CASIC." Huang Mingzhi said seriously, "Don't waste those materials. Materials determine the upper limit of products, and design determines the lower limit of products. You should reflect on yourselves." "Yes, we will actively improve." Zhang Hongwang was already sweating. He estimated that if he didn't change, Huang Mingzhi would take action. For example, Xinhui was said to have been taken over by the parachuted management of CASIC and Seaway. If it weren't for the fact that Qingfei Group was not bad, Huang Mingzhi would have let it go. This was also the purpose of his coming to Chengdu, to give Qingfei's management a warning, so that they wouldn't be complacent. Now the country is catching up with the world's first class, or even top level in all aspects, and the engine problem has become a shortcoming. In the future, the 12 neutrino launch stations will be completed, plus the gamma-ray laser, and those more than 2,000 mushrooms, which can suppress the whole world in terms of strategic power. However, conventional forces are now somewhat insufficient, especially the aviation force with serious heart disease of aircraft, which does not match the status of the world hegemon. After visiting the engine test and aircraft production line of Qingfei Group, Huang Mingzhi told Zhang Hongwang some things before leaving Qingfei and returning to the base. Qingfei took action immediately after Huang Mingzhi left. If they did not complete the rectification now, Huang Mingzhi would directly cut the rotten flesh with a scalpel, and even amputate Qingfei. While Zhang Hongwang and others were rectifying the internal affairs, Xinhui Group in Shin City had been thoroughly cleaned up. The original management team was wiped out, more than half of the middle-level staff were dismissed, and about 2 layers of grassroots employees were dismissed. Then, they took a large amount of funding and began to recruit soldiers and horses, recruiting a large number of student soldiers from various universities. These young people, together with the technical backbones who stayed before, and the new management team, made Xinhui Group rejuvenated. As for whether they can be reborn from the ashes, it depends on their luck. And this time, in order to enhance the strength of domestic aviation engines, 100 billion yuan of funds were specially allocated, which is not a small amount. As for where the money comes from, this time, the Netherworld Palace took the entertainment industry and the football of Country A as the target. Although there is no way to make up for too much, it is still meat. However, these 2 new measures directly caused 1,000 waves on the internet. Chapter 162. On the forum of Citizens' Home. There was a lot of heated discussion about the sudden plan to rectify the entertainment industry in China. In particular, the previous case of Ma Qijuan and his son was brought up again. Special supplementary clauses for entertainment stars in Yang contracts, tax evasion, unreasonable expenses, etc. are about to be released. As for the white-cut chicken of the men's football team, it was not cancelled, but replaced by a basic salary plus commission system. The annual basic salary of 120,000 yuan, the goals and wins in various international competitions, and the rankings determine the commission of football players. Can't win, still want to earn 10 million per year? Don't even think about it. As for not wanting to do it, you can just get out right away. Anyway, the men's football team is already in a state of shambles, so why not just give up? If they dare to resign, the Sports Bureau will definitely approve it. At worst, we can select some football players from the army and temporarily participate in international competitions. Even if they are worse, they can still be worse than those white-cut chickens. The women's football team can still fight, but those white-cut chickens are simply a disgrace, and they have brought shame to the international community. Similarly, for domestic league football players, salary caps and tax increases have also been implemented. On the forum. Haha, it's a relief. Ultraman. It should have been like this a long time ago. I feel disgusted when I see those white-cut chickens. 50-cent party. At 50-cent party, the reputation of white-cut chicken has been damaged. Star bamboo rat. The grass is too hard, the weather is bad, the audience is too noisy, the food is not accustomed to, the nightclub is not to my taste. 100,000 reasons for a certain football match. Cold jokes. At cold jokes, why do I feel like there are strange things mixed in? Banana ball. I heard that a lot of people died in the entertainment industry next door. Old prophet. Everyone on the internet applauded. And those parties are now muggles. Without any defense, knives suddenly appear on their bodies, and they are cut to lose weight. But life is like that. Since you can't resist, you can only close your eyes and enjoy it. The money in the entertainment industry and football can only be said to be a drop in the bucket, which can't fill many holes. The key is to open up. However, the international situation this year is becoming increasingly severe, which is not conducive to the development of international trade. As the world's factory, the impact on China is naturally very large. In terms of open source, this year's major strategy is actually on terahertz communication, virtual networks, chips, and electronic products. Pengcheng. Transsion's headquarters. Zhu Xiaojiang, who had just returned to China from West Asia, rushed to Shanmei without taking a breath. Arrived at the headquarters of the Citizen Trusteeship Society of Shanmei. The headquarters of the Citizen Trusteeship Society is next to the Thinking Society, and it is also a 5-pointed star building. Zhu Xiaojiang and his group came to one of the areas, where a sign of Citizen Stock Exchange was hung. This was the internal stock trading organization established by Citizens Home to manage those Wanzhong companies and franchise companies. Last month, this organization was officially upgraded to the Citizen Stock Exchange, which is actually the third stock exchange in China. Zhu Xiaojiang came here this time to promote Transsion's listing on the Citizen Stock Exchange. The listing rules of the Citizen Stock Exchange are different. One of them is the collection of 30% of net profit, which is difficult for many companies to accept. However, this 30% net profit contribution is not all bad. There are also some very rare supports, such as preferential bank loans, technical support, and the use of the Citizens Home Network promotion, etc. Transsion can obtain the agency rights of the 3 service areas, and one of the clauses is that Transsion must be listed on the Citizen Stock Exchange. After dealing with a lot of things in the 3 service areas, Zhu Xiaojiang rushed to Shanmei without stopping to prepare for the listing. Like Transsion, there are also internet companies such as Alibaba Group, Tencent, ByteDance, and Chengdu. However, Transsion was willing to go public, while these former internet giants were reluctant. However, the Citizen Trusteeship Society is very strong. If you don't want to be listed on the Citizen Stock Exchange, then you don't have to enter the Citizen House. Now there is only the Apple system market in China, but Apple is also very domineering. Of course, Apple is now in a difficult situation. The sales of mobile phones, notebooks, tablets, and desktop computers in country A are showing a cliff-like decline. Inside the Citizen Stock Exchange, Zhu Xiaojiang led the company's people to a prepared office, and collectively used brainwave glasses to go online on the Citizen Stock Exchange. The preparations for listing are very complicated. The stocks of the Citizen Stock Exchange have inherited a strict trading restriction system, that is, after purchase, they cannot be sold within 1 year, and can only receive dividends. In fact, It is to return stocks to their essence and make stocks an investment rather than a speculation. Other stock exchanges are T+0, while the Citizen Stock Exchange is T+1 year, which is estimated to directly scare off a large number of investors. However, the Citizen Stock Exchange has its own unique way to attract investors, that is, dividends and welfare systems. Listed companies must pay dividends no less than twice a year, quarterly settlement, and each dividend must not be less than 30% of net profit. If the company suffers losses, it can temporarily not pay dividends, but the dividends twice a year will automatically accumulate. Once a listed company suffers losses for 3 consecutive years, or 5 cumulative losses within 10 years, then I am very sorry that the listed company will be forced to delist, or even forced to go bankrupt. In terms of welfare system, listed companies must issue coupons for the purchase of the company's products and consumer coupons, equivalent to Huayuan, which can only be used to purchase consumer goods, to shareholders according to their shareholding ratio. Companies with conditions can arrange travel vacations, free regular physical examinations, holiday activities, etc. for shareholders. In fact, it is to make investors become long-term shareholders, reduce high-frequency trading by investors, and curb speculation on stock price differences. On the other hand, it is also to curb the phenomenon of listed companies speculating and cashing out. Coupled with a strict financial supervision system, the barbaric growth of listed companies will be gone forever, and investors can protect their investments. Transsion's listing seems to be a natural outcome. Domestic investors are very enthusiastic about Transsion's listing. As soon as the circulating stocks are listed, they are snapped up. After all, Transsion's financial report is very good. It has obtained communication service operator licenses in 23 countries in Africa, North Africa and West Asia. It is expected that the annual revenue from communication services will reach 20 to 30 billion, which is calculated based on the current market size. You should know that there are many countries in Africa, North Africa and West Asia. Even if the local economy is backward, it is still possible to achieve a revenue of 100 billion or 200 billion with some effort. At present, terahertz communication services have become another pillar industry that is gradually rising in country A's export products. Moreover, terahertz communication services can only support terahertz mobile phones, which are equipped with thinking systems and citizen homes. Under the interlocking links, an independent network is formed. Even the submarine optical fiber previously used by international communication operators is now facing the threat of terahertz communication satellites. However, there is a company that has taken advantage of this favorable wind to deceive a lot of investment, that is Elon Musk's space exploration company. His Starlink project has been favored by many investors in country B. Elon Musk also used terahertz communication satellites as propaganda to promote the power and threat of terahertz communication, and those congressional gentlemen still like it very much. Chapter 163. June 2nd. In the vast blue South China Sea, a fleet of engineering ships was riding the wind and waves, cutting white streaks in the endless blue. The surging gas turbine drove the propeller, allowing the giant ship to split the waves. Countless seagulls, puffins, albatrosses, and frigate birds followed the fleet. They stopped on the decks or islands of ships from time to time, or skimmed across the sea and grabbed fish with their claws. The seabird's target was the fish hit by the propellers in the white streaks behind the propellers. The flagship of the engineering fleet is a 100,000-ton sandblasting ship. The captain, Li Nuozhen, who is in charge of the team, is in the cabin. Captain Zhang Dehai is directing the fleet. Li Nuozhen, who is reading a document, raised his head and asked, "Dehai, where are we?" "We have now passed the 10th parallel north, about 47 nautical miles from the Inqing Islands." Zhang Dehai replied. "Call me when we reach the destination." "Okay." The destination of the engineering fleet is Nanan Reef, about 420 kilometers away. As for the mission, of course, it was to blow sand and build land on Nanan Reef, and expand the land area on Nanan Reef. In fact, at this time, there were already 2 sand-blasting ships working on Nanan Reef, pumping sand and rocks from the seabed onto the islands and reefs continuously to expand the area of the islands and reefs. In Li Nuozhen's engineering fleet, one of the inconspicuous supply ships was transporting something special. Passing by Huayang Reef and Inqing Islands, the supplies and some personnel were unloaded on Huayang Reef, and the supply ship did not continue to move south with Li Nuozhen's fleet. This 50,000-ton supply ship looks ordinary, but the things it transports are actually very special. Captain Zhang Chengong and team leader Gao Yuan were discussing something, and Zhang Wei, the reef chief stationed at Huayang Reef, also boarded the supply ship. At this time, The area of Huayang Reef is 0.32 square kilometers, which is about 32 hectares, equivalent to 320,000 square meters. This area is the result of sand blowing and land reclamation from 13 to 14 years. The previous area was only about 0.14 square kilometers, and it has now expanded by more than double. Captain Gao, I am Zhang Wei, the reef commander of the Huayang Reef Garrison. A middle-aged sergeant saluted Gao Yuan. Blown by the sea breeze for many years, Zhang Wei's skin looked bronze and slightly rough. Captain Zhang, it's a great honor to meet you. After a conversation, everyone finally got to the main task of coming to Huayang Reef this time. Captain Zhang, you are familiar with the hydrological conditions of Huayang Reef. Please lead the way for us. No problem. Led by Zhang Wei, the Xinzhou supply ship quickly entered the waters east of Huayang Reef, where there was a reef about 8 kilometers away from Huayang Reef. The so-called reefs are islands and reefs that are below the sea level during high tide and above the sea level during low tide. Using the active sonar system on the Xinzhou, plus the hydrological data provided by Zhang Wei, Zhang Chenglong quickly docked the ship between Huayang Reef and the reef. Zhang Chenglong turned his head and said, "It's okay. Okay, everyone take your positions." Gao Yuan picked up the intercom and ordered. Got it. The unloading crane of the Xinzhou threw a 5-meter-long black cigar-shaped object into the sea. The object entered the sea and immediately started the micro-engine to drive the cigar, heading to the predetermined target. Several staff members on the Xinzhou used the remote control to correct the direction of the cigar. After a while, the cigar reached the designated position, and the staff entered the password and pressed the red button. Then the cigar exploded, and countless powders were released into the seawater. Once these powders met the seawater, a fierce chemical reaction occurred. A substance similar to rock was growing crazily from the seawater. In less than 10 minutes, a piece of land with an area of more than 10 square meters appeared on the side of the reef. At the same time, Xinzhou is continuously throwing cigars into the sea. As these powders are continuously released, rocks appear on the sea surface. On the morning of June 3rd, as the sun rises, Huayang Reef has been connected with the reef 8 kilometers away, forming an island with an area of 1.6 square kilometers. The artificially created land is about 3 meters higher than the sea level at high tide, and the whole is grayish-white. Today's land reclamation work is still in progress. Reef Chief Zhang Wei led a group of garrison soldiers to install some equipment, which were the supplies unloaded by Li Nuozen's fleet. Stepping on the land that was created yesterday, all the soldiers were very curious. Reef Chief, is this land reliable? Why do I feel a little uneasy? Others also stepped on it, thinking that this kind of land was not safe. After all, 1.2 square kilometers of land were created in one day. You must know that the average water depth near Huayang Reef is about 50 to 100 meters, which is not a shallow beach. Zhang Wei laughed and scolded, "If it's not safe, why would you use it here? Be quick." Okay. Since there is no template frame, these artificial rocks seem to be growing wildly, and the surface is uneven. Several people wearing protective clothing carried a box that looked like a pesticide spray box, and several others carried a water pipe. When they saw obvious gullies, one person sprayed the stone-making agent, and the other sprayed seawater, and in this way, rocks were quickly made. With their efforts, a large area of land was soon leveled. The Xinzhou, which is currently building rocks in the sea, is building rocks on the south side of the previous reef, forming an L-shaped layout. The part of the land that was transformed today is a 3-kilometer runway, as well as a reserved space for adding a simple airport tower, radar station, supply warehouse, etc. 2 days later, two 50,000-ton supply ships docked at the simple dock of Huayang Reef. At this time, it has become a soil-shaped distribution map, with an area expanded to 3.6 square kilometers. A regiment of forces was reinforced to Huayang Reef with the supply ship. On a reef near Nanan Reef, Li Nuozen's fleet also used rock-making agents to quickly create land around the reef, and the scale was even larger than Huayang Reef. In less than a day, a X-shaped artificial island was built with an area of 2.4 square kilometers, and a regiment of forces was also deployed on it. In addition to Li Nuozen's fleet, there are 4 other fleets doing the same thing, quickly building artificial islands through reefs or uninhabited islands. This rock-forming agent is a special catalyst developed by the Siweish Materials Research Institute, which can make the sodium chloride and calcium ions in the seawater and water molecules react chemically to form a solid rock substance. As for whether it will have an impact on the environment, the only impact may be that the seawater will become fresher, that is, the concentration of sodium chloride will decrease. However, The range of this sodium chloride concentration decrease is only around the island, and it will soon be supplemented and balanced by sodium chloride in other sea areas, which is equivalent to a medium-sized freshwater river injected into the ocean, and will not affect the ocean. Unless there is a large-scale reclamation, such as building tens of thousands of square kilometers of land at one time, this may cause terrible ecological problems. For possible ecological problems, the Academy of Sciences has conducted component simulation calculations to ensure that ecological problems are minimized. However, what is considered a small-scale land reclamation in the eyes of country A is simply a large-scale one in the eyes of others. Faced with this step-by-step approach, the relevant countries can only protest. Anyway, everyone goes their own way. You protest your proposal, I build my island, and I will ignore you. When a big gangster acts like a gangster, who can do anything to me? Chapter 164. June 22nd. South China Sea, Huayang Reef. After 20 days of expansion, Huayang Reef, which was only 0.32 square kilometers before, has now become a large island with an area of 5.1 square kilometers. The islands are distributed in the shape of Earth, with an average altitude of 15 meters. In particular, the original Huayang Reef in the center has rows of stilt houses built on it. Through prefabricated panels and pre-tied and welded steel frames, 2 10-storied buildings were built in about 10 days, and interior decoration is now underway. In addition, a large number of seawalls have also been built to resist wind and waves and high tides. The airport runway has been initially leveled, and professionals from China Construction Company are designing the airport. Zhang Wei, who has just been appointed as the base commander, is inspecting the various works of the Huayang Reef base. Although Huayang Reef is no longer the southernmost outpost under actual control, as other artificial islands and reefs advance in the east, west and south directions. However, its strategic position has increased. As the center of the Nansha Islands, its importance is very important. Whether it is the high-level airport being designed, or the port terminal, oil depot, freshwater reservoir, grain depot, and other supporting facilities, all of these show the determination of Country A. Not far from Huayang Reef, inside the South China Sea Command Center of Annan, a group of Annan officers looked at the last picture sent back before the drone was shot down, and their faces were livid. Too much. When Kwang Fu slammed the table angrily. Not as good as us, one person said with a clenched fist. However, his proposal was immediately opposed by another person. Not appropriate, there are a lot of Fire Dragon 480s on it now, and our command center is within the coverage area. Other people also felt cold in their hands. With the patrol ships they had, they probably couldn't even withstand a saturation attack. The Fire Dragon 480 is a super large caliber long-range rocket with a range of about 480 kilometers and an error of about 15 meters. Not to mention patrol ships, even if an aircraft carrier approaches within 480 kilometers, it is estimated that it will not be able to escape death. After all, no matter how powerful the anti-missile system is, it cannot withstand a saturation attack. When Kwang Fu looked at the already growing Huayang Reef and felt that it was very difficult. He wanted to stop it, but there was no way. However, if he let it go, the opponent's size would definitely expand rapidly. You should know that Ho Chi Minh City in Annan is about 700 kilometers away from Huayang Reef. And another artificial island under construction, Peace Island, is even closer to Ho Chi Minh City. The distance between the two sides is less than 350 kilometers, which is almost right next to each other. We must find a way to stop the opponent, otherwise we will have no place to stand. But what can we do to stop it? Several neighboring countries, whether it is Luzon or Malaysia, are also confused at this time. The main reason is that the construction speed of the artificial island is too fast. They can't even react in time, and the artificial island appears at their doorstep. When they said people to watch, the dark hole was already against their heads. The powerful force of 360 millimeters can make people tremble with fear at 480 kilometers, not to mention that it was already against their heads. Just when they were at their wits' end and didn't want to retreat in disgrace, a tropical cyclone appeared in the tropical ocean of the western Pacific. This typhoon, named Whale, was approaching Luzon from the western Pacific, and according to the data of meteorological satellites and the predicted path given by meteorological research institutions of various countries, Whale will pass through the southern part of Luzon, then enter the South China Sea, and finally land in Cheongju or Annan. Once the typhoon warning signal was generated, ships near the Nansha Islands had to return or find a nearby shelter. As for sailing in typhoon days, it is estimated that insurance companies do not want to pay accident insurance, because it is risking one's life. Typhoon Whale, a basin of cold water temporarily suppressed the tense atmosphere, and everyone hurriedly sailed to avoid the wind. In addition to talking nonsense, what else can be done? Warden Reef. Through the terahertz base station, Zhang Wei broadcast to the ships of Country A in the South China Sea, notifying that Typhoon Whale will pass through the South China Sea from June 25th to 27th, and asking all ships to take shelter. The personnel stationed at Huayang Reef also quickly mobilized to use the remaining rock-forming agents to reinforce the seawall. Inside the northern side of the Earth-shaped port, there is a shelter. Of course, it is not yet completed. Although some supporting facilities of the port have not been equipped, it can be used as it is. Berths were cleared one by one to provide temporary berthing for passing ships. The specifications of the shelter are to withstand high-intensity typhoons. After all, this is a dual-use port for military and civilian use, so the level is naturally very high. Gao Yuan directed the staff to check the simple facilities on the dock. At least the reinforced concrete pillars used to tie the cables must be confirmed to be usable. On the morning of the 25th, Typhoon Whale has passed through southern Luzon, and its outer periphery has approached the vicinity of Huayang Reef. Gao Yuan, Zhang Wei, and others are in the Typhoon Prevention Office of the Maritime Affairs Office. More than 20 ships of various sizes have been moored in the port, most of which are fishing boats. The sultry heat before the storm, as well as the seagulls and frigate birds circling in the port, many fishermen have been arranged to the emergency shelter on the island. Li Qing, an old fisherman from Liuzhou Peninsula, is tying ropes with several of his men. Huh? Li Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked up at the sky to the east. The dark clouds were already in sight. Another old friend tied up the ropes. The typhoon is coming. Let's go inside. When did the government build this dock? It seems like a month ago. The ground is so solid. Li Qing pointed to the radar dish cover not far away and whispered, "This is a military standard. How can it not be solid?" That's true. A group of people entered the emergency shelter. There were already many fishermen resting inside. Many of these seafarers were familiar with each other. Everyone was chatting, and the dark clouds outside had not arrived, but the strong wind had arrived first. Outside the safe harbor, the strong wind carried huge waves and hit the seawall fiercely. The shivering seabirds landed on the buildings of the island. In the face of such natural power, humans are still so small and fragile. The wind and waves became more and more turbulent, and the sky was now dark. At this time, a cruise ship was on the sea 37 kilometers away from Huayang Reef, and huge waves were hitting the cruise ship. Captain Mishima Shigetomo was sweating and swinging the rudder. Damn it! Captain, we are finished. Second mate Muto Daisuke looked desperate. 3 days ago, they received an international broadcast from the Japanese Meteorological Agency. After calculations, the confident Mishima Shigetomo determined that the Sapphire Princess could reach Ho Chi Minh City on the 25th. As a result, man's plans are not as good as God's plans. The Sapphire Princess had a power failure halfway, and is now being towed in the waters in the hinterland of the South China Sea. At this time, Typhoon Whale was rapidly approaching the Sapphire Princess. Muto, see if there is any island nearby that can take shelter, otherwise we will all. However, before he could finish, Muto Daisuke denied it outright. Captain, there is no island around that can provide a safe haven for the Sapphire Princess. Mishima Shigetomo cursed. Hurry up and find the largest island. It is better than sinking to the bottom of the sea. Hey! Captain, it's bad. What's the bad news? Our maritime communication signal is interrupted, and GPS is also unstable. Mishima's face looked ugly. The thick typhoon clouds in the sky have seriously affected the work of satellites. And ships sailing in deep-sea areas can only rely on satellites in the sky. Chapter 165. After searching for a while, Muto Daisuke's face was not good. Captain, southwest, about 20 nautical miles, is the Huayang Reef of Country A. Although he knew the location of the island, Mishima Shigetoshi was not happy at all, because the GPS positioning system was now interfered and difficult to use. Following the navigation, it would probably be a disaster. What to do? What to do? Mishima Shigetoshi's mind was blank. The storm on the sea became more and more violent, and the heavy rain hit the windshield of the cabin like heavy metal drums. The Sapphire Princess was sailing hard in the wind and waves. Suddenly, a huge wave hit the hull, and the salty seawater poured into the cabin. Help! Woo woo woo! Oh my God! The passengers were at a loss. Some were sobbing, some were desperately calling with their mobile phones, and some were shivering and curled up in the corner. The sailors were also busy draining water. If the seawater was not drained in time, the consequences could be very serious. Most of the passengers who called could not get through because the satellite phones were severely interfered with during the typhoon. In addition, in order to prevent the satellite antenna of the Sapphire Princess from being broken by the strong wind, the satellite communication antenna had to be put away. The most troublesome part of satellite communication is that the antenna must be aimed at the satellite, and there must be no severe rain or snow weather. Now the Sapphire Princess can neither put out the antenna to enhance the signal, nor does it happen to encounter a typhoon. The anxious crowd, like ants on a hot pot, was anxious and turned around. Many people were afraid and angry, and they were about to throw their phones. But not everyone couldn't get through. For example, Hu Yang from Shanghai got through very easily. "Oh my God, sir, can you get through?" Hu Yang, who was holding the seat handle with one hand and talking on the phone with the other, noticed the foreign bearded man next to him. Yes." After Hu Yang replied, he continued to call his family in Shanghai. Now he regretted coming out to travel. There were 6 citizens of Country A in the cabin, and 2 of them had terahertz mobile phones. They quickly took out their phones to call the country. Even the sick tried all kinds of treatments and called the fire department. But this time, they were lucky because the thinking system was upgraded again in 2015. For emergency calls made abroad or in remote areas, the thinking system will transfer the emergency calls to the nearest embassy or government unit of Country A based on the principle of proximity. Hello. This is the Huayangjou Maritime Affairs Office in Sansha City, Country A. How can I help you? Sansha Maritime Affairs Office? Kai Bowling was stunned, and then exclaimed, "Thank God we..." Kai Bowling was so anxious that he started to talk nonsense. At the Maritime Affairs Department's Defense Center on Huayang Reef, the caller took notes quickly while speaking. Although Kai Bowling's words were very confusing, the caller still asked the key elements. Gao Yuan and Zhang Wei on the side also listened and looked at the caller's notes. From the clues, they knew that there was a cruise ship called Sapphire Princess nearby, which was stranded in the hinterland of the South China Sea due to a malfunction. "Start the satellite positioning system," Zhang Wei ordered. "Yes." On the big screen, on the satellite cloud map around Huayang Reef, a red light spot is about 19 nautical miles northeast of Huayang Reef. "Start the high-power radio and send a message to the Sapphire Princess." Received. Ocean-going ships all have their own medium and high-frequency radios, MH/HF channels, which are small radio stations in themselves, used as high-power radios to listen to other stations' broadcasts, such as MF9500. He's a Voice of China. However, the high-frequency radio station on Huayang Reef can transmit radio waves in all channels. They don't know what frequency the high-frequency radio station on the Sapphire Princess uses, so they can only transmit it all at once. Sapphire Princess. Shigetomo Mishima can only rely on ancient navigation knowledge, which is very shallow, to steer the cruise ship in a general direction. Human technology is improving, but some things have been lost. Thanks to satellites and radio communications in modern society, who would still learn ancient navigation knowledge? Even if you learn it, if you don't use it for a long time, it is very difficult to use this ancient knowledge in an emergency and use it correctly. If nothing unexpected happens, according to the current direction of the Sapphire Princess, it will deviate from Huayang Reef by an angle, and it is very likely to pass by. Suddenly, the third mate in charge of communications, Yamanaka Jin, was stunned, and a burst of intermittent voices came from his headphones. "This is Sansha City, Country A. Huayang Reef Maritime Affairs Office. Sapphire Princess. Please adjust the channel to..." Yamanaka Jin quickly adjusted the radio to the designated channel, and after the full channel radio wave sound was played 3 times in a row, Huayang Reef was also adjusted to the designated channel. "Sapphire Princess, among your passengers there is a passenger from Country A named Kai Bowling, who is carrying a terahertz cell phone. You can use the terahertz cell phone to communicate directly with Huayang Reef." This time the voice was very clear, and repeated 3 times. "Captain, just now." Yamanaka Jin explained the matter briefly. Mishima Shigetomo made a prompt decision. "Invite the passenger from Country A here immediately, quickly." "Hi." The confused Kai Bowling was brought into the cockpit, only to find out that the other party needed his cell phone for positioning and communication. Yamanaka took the phone and turned on the positioning system. The real-time location of the Sapphire Princess and the surrounding islands and reefs all appeared clearly on the phone. "Captain, we have deviated from the course." After some operations, the Sapphire Princess finally corrected the sailing direction, and Mishima's back was soaked with cold sweat. Through Kai Bowling's phone, the Sapphire Princess contacted Huayang Reef while navigating its own position. In the storm, they sailed hard for more than an hour and finally saw the lighthouse standing in the storm. Mishima and others had never seen such a dazzling light. All the neon lights in the world were not as brilliant as this lighthouse. When the Sapphire Princess approached the safe harbor of Huayong Reef, they found that it was a large safe harbor, not a simple dock at all. Immediately, follow the instructions of the 8 countrymen and prepare to anchor. Mishima shouted loudly. Hey! The more critical the moment, the less anxious you should be, otherwise the ship will hit the reef, or the seawall, or the dock, and then it will really fail. After passing through the gate of the safe harbor, the Sapphire Princess moved carefully for nearly 20 minutes before it was safely moored at the berth. With the ropes tied to the pillars, the Sapphire Princess finally stabilized. Mishima sat down, gasping for breath, and cheers came from the cabin. Some soldiers stationed at Huayong Reef were dispatched to assist the passengers and crew of the Sapphire Princess to disembark. The storm brought by Typhoon Whale became more and more intense, and the passengers did not dare to stay on the ship, and were arranged to the emergency shelter one by one. Mishima bowed to Zhang Wei and others excitedly. Thank you very much. Captain Mishima, please arrange for the sailors to manage the passengers. Don't have too many people on the ship. Other matters can be dealt with after the typhoon passes. Zhang Wei replied calmly. Thank you very much. We will cooperate. Mishima bowed respectfully again. Chapter 166. Inside the shelter. Under the dim light, in the narrow room, the exhaust fan was working rustlingly. Shigetoshi Mishima and others brought some clothes from the cruise ship to change their wet work clothes. The room was very simple, with only 5 bunk beds that could provide 10 beds, and a large iron cabinet, which was empty. There were some safety slogans on the wall, and a ticking plastic wall clock. Yama, why can the mobile phones of Country A be used in bad weather? Muto Daisuke asked while lying on the bed. Yamanaka Jin, who was cutting fruit, handed a few apples to everyone in the room, and then replied, It is a satellite communication unique to Country A, which seems to be a global communication using the terahertz band. Muto Daisuke was stunned, and sat up and asked, Isn't it the Starry Sky communication service that the president didn't buy last time? That's it. I must buy a terahertz phone when I go back. Yamanaka Jin shrugged and said, Terahertz phones don't have communication licenses in Japan. If you buy them, you can only use them on the high seas, and you need to climb over the firewall to log into domestic websites. What? Yin Zhongyin explained. Because only the internet in Country A has direct access to the terahertz communication network, I heard that if you are in an area with a base station, you can also use brainwave glasses to access the virtual world. Buy it. At worst, I will just access the internet in Country A. In fact, for sailors who sail all year round, terahertz communication is more convenient. Not only is the network speed fast, but it can also be used on the high seas around the world. And terahertz communication is not only available in Country A, but also in countries that have open licenses. The key is that terahertz communication can still be used in extreme weather. Like today, the Iridium satellite communication system cannot be used. No one wants to endure the feeling of helplessness again. There was a sound of footsteps at the door, and the iron door of the shelter room was opened. Mishima, who had just gone to the corridor to smoke, walked in. Muto, take a few people. Let's go buy some emergency food and mineral water. Captain Mishima, see if there are any cigarettes. Yamanaka Jin said, as he took out $50 and handed it to Mishima. Okay, let's go. In the corridor, Mishima, Muto Onori, and the other 2 walked towards the south side of the shelter. The road was very monotonous, with similar shelter rooms everywhere. There were many other people who walked towards the south side of the shelter like them. Out of the hall of the shelter, there was a road paved with cement and stone, with buildings built on it to block wind and rain. If it weren't for the glass windows installed on both sides, they would have thought it was a tunnel. Many people have already bought emergency food. Of course, those who buy emergency food are foreigners. Citizens of Country A can get emergency food and drinking water for free. After walking about a kilometer, Mishima and others came to a storage warehouse, where many people were waiting in line. There were 634 passengers on the Sapphire Princess. Except for 46 citizens of Country A, including Hong Kong, Macau and Taiwan, the rest were foreign nationals. They could only buy emergency food and drinking water. As for the food and water on the Sapphire Princess, except for the 5 remaining crew members, no one else could stay on it until the typhoon passed. Even if they took the food down, there was no kitchen for them to use in the shelter. On the counter not far away, there is a large screen with notices in Chinese and English scrolling on it. There are also 2 telephone booths on the side, which can be used for international long-distance services. In fact, they are 2 small container houses with 2 terahertz mobile phones. Soon, it was Mishima and others' turn. What to buy? The temporary salesperson asked. I want to buy emergency food for 10 people. How much? 50 per portion, which can provide 1 meal for 1 person. Mishima calculated the current situation. It was almost evening now, and the typhoon would take at least until the 27th to pass. We buy 60 emergency food packages. Okay, 3,000 yuan. Mishima Shige paid $500, and 5 boxes of emergency food appeared in front of him, and he also took 10 bottles of drinking water. As for cigarettes, of course there were none. Carrying the cardboard boxes and drinking water, they followed the previous passage and prepared to return to the shelter. Huh? Muto Daisuke inadvertently looked out the window, and he was involuntarily attracted by the things outside. Muto, what are you looking at? Muto put down 3 cardboard boxes, pointed outside the glass window, and said in disbelief, Mecha. Mecha? Mishima turned his head, and couldn't help but stop. He blinked quickly, and rubbed his eyes with his hands. It's real. Not far from the shelter, near the safe haven, 5 exoskeleton armors about 2.7 meters high were walking steadily in the storm. The typhoon's more than 10-level winds did not affect these soldiers equipped with exoskeleton armors. They were still patrolling steadily. The exoskeleton armor looks a bit like a smaller version of the one-eyed Zaku, painted black, with a red star logo on the mechanical arm, and a line of red code below the red star logo. However, due to the interference of the storm, Mishima and others did not see the code clearly, but the Gatling gun, assault rifles, grenade launchers, and other equipment equipped on it were quite obvious. Muto picked up his mobile phone to take a photo. Mishima's eyes changed, and he quickly rebuked in a low voice, Muto, don't take a photo. Muto, who reacted, immediately looked around with a guilty conscience. Sure enough, there were many surveillance cameras on the passage, and cold sweat came down on his forehead. But he was stunned immediately, because there were people taking pictures not far away. In fact, Mishima and others didn't know that their every move was under the surveillance of the Huayang Reef base. Zhang Wei received an order and deliberately arranged exoskeleton armored soldiers to patrol here. The purpose is of course to show off muscles, not only to let Western countries know, but also to let the surrounding Southeast Asia open their eyes, and know what the Red Steel Torrent is. Mishima watched for a while, and observed that these mechas are very flexible and stable. In such a strong storm, they can still walk steadily. As for other things, he couldn't see anything. After all, weapons and equipment are like this. Without a real fight, no one can be sure of the other party's details. In the 1-kilometer passage, Mishima and his group saw 3 batches of exoskeleton armored warriors passing by, each time in a group of 5. Muto, who couldn't help but secretly took a few photos. Back to the shelter room. Jin, I show you something good. Muto Daisuke took out his mobile phone mysteriously and said, Could it be? Yamanaka Jin raised his eyebrows. Another new work? You know when you see it. What's going on? Yamanaka Jin took the phone and looked at it, then sneered, Don't you dislike Zaku? Look carefully at this place. Look carefully. Yanaka Jin looked at the background carefully and found that these Zaku were on the safe harbor of Huayang Reef. The background of one of the photos was next to the Sapphire Princess. Yanaka Jin asked in disbelief, Are you kidding? When did you Photoshop it? Don't believe it? You can go to the passage on the south side later. These mecha warriors are patrolling there. The captain and the others have also seen them. Yamanaka Jin and the other 2 crew members ran out, not believing in it. Half an hour later, they returned to the shelter room in amazement. It was obvious that what they had just seen had given them a great psychological shock. Chapter 167. The storm outside did not affect the inside of the shelter. In the simple room, the sense of security that the land gave to humans was something that the ocean could not bring. Yin Shonin spread out a bag of emergency food. The contents were very simple: 2 compressed biscuits, 1 pack of vitamin drink powder, 1 serving of self-heating curry mashed potatoes, 1 pack of bean paste, 1 energy bar, and 2 plum candies. The light yellow vitamin powder, and then waited for the curry mashed potatoes to heat up, while he ate the compressed biscuits. Captain Mishima, is this a military base of country, eh? Mishima thought for a moment and replied, Maybe. Jin, do you believe it now? Muto Daisuke said, while eating mashed potatoes. Yamanaka Jin was both excited and sad. It's so cool, but it's a pity that the self-defense forces can't equip it. Mishima, who was eating, trembled slightly, and then returned to normal. In fact, his heart was not as calm as he seemed. He once served on a destroyer of the Japanese Self-Defense Force. After retiring in 2003, he joined Ganga Corporation, where the Sapphire Princess was located. Around 2000, Country A was still lagging behind the world, but now it is completely different. In just a few decades, it has become a world-class power. Japan also experienced a period of rapid development. Unfortunately, with the signing of the Plaza Accord, Japan lost 20 years. The semiconductor industry was snatched away by Korea and Country B, and the electrical industry was squeezed by the up-and-coming Country A. The situation has become even more grim in recent years. Country A has comprehensively strengthened its semiconductor industry, which has put pressure on Japan's remaining semiconductor equipment and raw materials. Moreover, the overall rise of semiconductors in Country A has brought about another effect, that is, the electrical appliance industry in Country A is also being upgraded. Japanese electrical appliances, which could have occupied some high-end product markets, are now facing a more difficult life. Another pillar industry, automobiles, is also facing strong competition from electric vehicles in Country A. From the comparison of gross domestic product, GDP, in 2014, the first place is still the world hegemon Country B with $16.3 trillion US dollars, the second place is Country A with $12.3 trillion US dollars, and the third place is Japan with $5.8 trillion US dollars. It seems that Country B is still strong, but in fact, the economic growth of Country B last year was 0.2%, while Japan directly declined by 2.4%. Country A benefited from the rise of the four-pillar industries of semiconductors, virtual world, terahertz communication, high-energy batteries, and electric vehicles, and its economic growth rate reached 19.7% last year. Combined with the high growth in 2012 and 2013, the economic scale has increased by 43% in 3 years, and it is estimated that it can still maintain a growth of more than 10% this year. This is the result of Country B's desperate suppression. If it hadn't suppressed it, it would have become the world's largest economy by 2018. Captain Mishima sighed in his heart. The world is changing too fast, and Japan is a country surviving in the cracks. It's really too difficult. Today his worldview has been greatly impacted, and the impression that Country B is invincible has been shaken again. After hurriedly eating curried potatoes, Mishima lay on the bed, but he couldn't calm down the throbbing in his heart for a long time. Depressed, he put on his shirt and walked to the corridor alone without waking up others. It was late at night in the dim corridor. Walking in the long passage, the crackling raindrops hit the glass windows. Through the glass window, the exoskeleton armored warrior, with a flashing red indicator light, was still patrolling unwaveringly. He took out a box of cigarettes from his trouser pocket. It was a box of Captain produced in Japan, and there were only 2 cigarettes left in it. He lit one of the cigarettes with the flame of the lighter and took a deep puff. The strong smell of tobacco was mixed with a hint of bitter tea. As the cigarette was exhaled from his lungs, there was a hint of sweetness similar to tea leaves. He just quietly smoked the cigarette while looking at the exoskeleton armored patrol outside the window. As the last bit of tobacco burned out, an endless loneliness surged into his heart. Mishima seemed like a lonely ghost, and he was completely lost. Suddenly, he walked towards the afternoon sales warehouse as if by magic. Mishima walked aimlessly along the way until he saw the 2 temporary telephone booths. "Excuse me, can I access the internet in this phone booth?" The salesman, who was busy counting supplies, pointed to the big screen beside him without looking up. "There is an English operating guide on it." "Hi, how you do?" Mishima bowed slightly, then turned his head and looked at the big screen carefully. He looked very carefully, more carefully than when he was taking the college entrance examination. Mishima seemed not to want to give up any words, and he was looking at the Chinese version. Can I access the virtual network?" When I opened the temporary phone booth, there was indeed an iron bed inside, and a glass cabinet next to it, which was a bit like a vending machine. After inserting $50 from the coin slot, a box automatically extended from the cabinet, which contained a pair of brain-wave glasses. Mishima took the brain-wave glasses, walked to the bed and lay down, put on the brain-wave glasses, and then his eyes went dark. In the chaos, he entered a brand new world. However, since he entered the Nankdream world as a tourist, he could only move in the designated area, and many functions were also restricted. After lingering for more than 3 hours, he unknowingly came to a virtual library. Library of Truth. Gently pushing open the door, the library was empty, as if in a standalone world, with rows of books displayed on the bookshelves. Suddenly Mishima stopped in front of a bookshelf. These books were very rare banned books in Japan, and he even saw a Japanese version of Mao's selected works. He pulled the book out of the bookshelf and summoned a set of tables and chairs. He flipped through the pages one by one, and before he knew it, most of the night had passed. Mishima stayed up all night and read quietly. Mishima didn't wake up from his contemplation until the brainwave glasses automatically reminded him that he only had 10 minutes left to go online. After waking up, he took a deep look at the red star on the cover, as if he wanted to engrave it deep in his heart. Click to log off. He opened his eyes and returned to the real world again, but he felt like he was reborn, and all his doubts in the past suddenly became clear. Maybe this is my mission, Mishima whispered to himself. He stood up and stretched his body, returned the brainwave glasses, and paid an additional $50 before returning to the shelter. When Muto and Yamanaka-jin asked where he went last night, Mishima evaded the question by saying that he had experienced a virtual world and passed it off. As for the spark that was burning in his heart, Mishima had no intention of telling others for the time being, as there were too few like-minded people in Japan. However, he had already planned to buy a terahertz mobile phone, which could directly access the internet in Country A on the high seas. Typhoon Whale finally left the waters of the Nansha Islands completely at noon on June 27th and headed north to Cheongjo. After eating several meals of emergency food, the crew and passengers could not wait to return to the Sapphire Princess and go through the relevant formalities. The Sapphire Princess blew the whistle to thank Huayong Reef and then headed to Siam according to the established route. The news that Country A was equipped with exoskeleton armor also spread around the world as the Sapphire Princess left. For a time, relevant institutions around the world received news about the exoskeleton armor. Chapter 168. As photos and videos were dug up by the media, the whole world was reporting on this incident. Even the news that more than 2 million people died of starvation in India due to the food crisis was suppressed. Secret weapons of Country A are exposed, and mobile suits are deployed on Huayong Reef. Tokyo Daily. At the same time, artificial islands and reefs in the South China Sea were also reported, especially the technology that can create small islands within a few days, which is simply unimaginable. Two forces are most concerned about this matter, one of which is Organization G. The other is naturally the World Hegemon. Country B, Arlington County, Virginia, southwest of Washington, D.C. In the dead of night in Arlington County, the conspicuous pentagonal building is brightly lit. John Dean frowned and asked, "How is your investigation going?" "Mr. Minister, the photos and videos are not fake. Of course, if the other party shoots in the virtual world, it can also be faked." Colonel Smith, the head of military intelligence, did not dare to guarantee it. However, he immediately added, "We have mobilized passing satellites and conducted 3 reconnaissance missions. This is the analysis report." John Dean took the file and saw a lot of clear photos, on which he could even see the external weapons of the exoskeleton armor. It has been confirmed from many channels that the enemy's mecha soldiers have indeed been deployed on these islands. Our analysis department estimates that the number may be around 5,000 to 10,000. Smith continued to report. John Dean put down the file and asked, "Just based on the number?" Smith shook his head and replied, "No, our satellites have also found similar mobile soldiers in other areas of the enemy. Currently, 436 mecha soldiers have been found in operation. After comprehensive evaluation, we came up with this number." "Okay." John Dean pressed his temple with a headache, then turned to the head of the technical department, Seth Ran, and asked, "Ran, what have you analyzed about the technology that can quickly build an island?" "Mr. Minister, from the satellite surveillance footage and other data, this is a chemical rock-forming agent," Seth replied. John Dean thought for a moment and asked, "So, Rang, can we replicate this technology?" After thinking for a while, Seth replied hesitantly, "I'm afraid not. Unless we get a sample of the rock-forming agent, we can do reverse engineering." Several other officers, who were doing strategic simulations, also had serious expressions. Whether it was exoskeleton armor or rapid rock-forming agents, these things had a huge impact. For example, through the use of rapid rock-forming agents, those reefs or shallow sea areas are transformed into land and used as forward bases. In the case of step-by-step operations, it is very difficult to stop them. Or deliberately transport a ship of rapid rock-forming agents and directly sink the ship in important waterways, such as the Strait of Malacca, the Panama Canal, the Suez Canal, and the Strait of Gibraltar. The consequence is that these waterways will be paralyzed in an instant, and navigation may not be restored for several months. In modern society, a few months can do too much. As a strategic deduction department, They have made careful predictions for every possibility, and it is precisely this prediction that makes them look solemn. As for the large-scale application of exoskeleton armor, it will inevitably improve the survivability and combat capabilities of soldiers, making it possible for a single soldier to fight against enemies more than 10 times the number. In the process of land combat, the consequence is that ordinary soldiers have no ability to resist, and they must rely on armored vehicles or even tanks to fight. John Dean clenched his fists and said firmly, "Get as many samples as possible from the opponent. I will persuade Congress to increase relevant investment. We must have these things." Yes. The other 3 of the 5 were also taking action, but now they dared not act too obviously. Once exposed, the consequences would be disastrous, and at most they would let the younger brother try it out. If it succeeds, the elder brother eats the meat, and the younger brother drinks the soup. If it fails, the younger brother takes the blame, and the elder brother mediates. However, the previous rice plague indirectly helped country A. Although the food crisis in Southeast Asia is not as serious as that in India and Bangladesh, it is not much better. The most serious situation is in the Thousand Islands of Southeast Asia, where people have already starved to death. The main reason is that they have too many people and insufficient food reserves. In addition, some grain merchants are hoarding grain, so it is strange that people do not starve to death. Only Siam can barely be self-sufficient, and other Southeast Asian countries have more or less experienced food shortages. In this situation, they have no energy to find fault. Because famine is very likely to cause civil unrest, when people are hungry, it is very easy to arouse the evil intentions. The food crisis has taken up too much of their energy. They are too busy to take care of themselves. At home, they also know that the current international situation is not optimistic. The world is changing. Even the G organization, which has always been confident, is reevaluating to respond. Sapphire Princess. At this time, the cruise ship is anchored in the Bangkok Bay in Siam. The local branch of Gangdu Company Limited has arranged a tour guide to take tourists to local attractions. Shigetomo Mishima leaned on the deck railing and quietly watched the situation at the dock. As a cruise ship that has been operating in Southeast Asia all year round, he is very familiar with these Southeast Asian countries. The port where the Sapphire Princess is moored is called Sriracha. About 30 kilometers to the south is Pattaya, a famous tourist area in Siam. 3 months ago, he came here to patrol, and the situation was a little different from now. "Captain, do you want to go down and play?" Muto Daisuke asked obscenely with narrowed eyes. Mishima waved his hand. "You go. The situation in Siam is not very good recently. You should pay attention to it." "Hi." Looking at the excited crew leaving, Mishima's eyes were calm, and he took out a notebook and wrote some observations and numbers on it. In the afternoon, Mishima, wearing a mask, and another young sailor entered the city of Sriracha together. Along the way, Mishima saw the real situation of the people in Siam more directly. "Captain, why do you want to buy rice?" Kobayashi Hung asked in surprise. "I just want to know." Mishima answered casually while recording the prices of street goods in a notebook. After walking around for half a day, the two sat down in a cold drink shop. Mishima had seen the price situation in Siam through these data. The average price of goods has generally risen by 20 to 50%, and the number of bankrupt poor people has increased significantly, and social contradictions are accumulating. In addition, some poor people are very dissatisfied with the big businessmen hoarding food. Mishima took a puff of cigarette and asked slowly, "Kobayashi, do you think the situation of Sriracha is reasonable?" No," Kobayashi Hung said uncertainly. He put a piece of data in front of Kobayashi Hung. "Look at this." After reading the information in the notebook, Kobayashi Hung realized that the situation in Siam was serious. The prices in Japan are high, but the income is also high, but the income of the poor in Siam is not high, while the prices are rising. This gave Kobayashi Hung a great shock. Chapter 169. Although Kobayashi Hung was in a state of distress, he only lamented the difficulties of the poor in Siam and did not empathize with them. As a sailor on the Sapphire Princess, his salary was decent, at least his life was decent. However, Mishima thought to himself, just because you can stay out of it now doesn't mean you can stay out of it in the future. The cruise ship operation of Gangdu Company Limited is not going well, and there may be layoffs one day. Ordinary sailors, like Kobayashi Hung, will definitely be on the first list of layoffs. Smoking a cigarette, Mishima continued to take notes as the sun set. Kobayashi Hung, who was standing by, was sipping coconut juice, and was quite surprised by the captain's behavior, but he didn't feel strange. Because Japan has this habit, that is, to investigate the situation in East Asia and Southeast Asia, especially those who use civilian names, such as tourism or work, to spy on the local situation. Let's go back to the cruise ship. Hi. The two walked on the street, and many Thai people's expressions were filled with anxiety and frustration. Whether it was the waiters, the operators of the street stalls, or the workers and farmers coming and going, few of them had happy faces. Turning a street, it was an electrical appliance street selling electronic products. Mishima and Kobayashi walked slowly and looked around. Suddenly Mishima stopped at a mobile phone store. Huawei Mobile Phone Direct Store. Captain, what's the matter? Let's go in and take a look. Huawei Mobile Phone. The two pushed open the glass door of the mobile phone store. Sawadee ka, hello. The waitress quickly put her hands together. Can I see the phone? Mishima greeted in English. Okay. The waitress took the two of them to the counter and started introducing them while picking up the phone. Mishima looked through them and chose a reasonably priced Honor 10 to pay for it. Suddenly, he saw 3 pairs of glasses on a small counter. He pointed at the glasses and asked, "Is it VR or brainwave?" "It's brainwave glasses, but brainwave glasses can only be used in areas with terahertz base stations. If your country does not allow terahertz communications, you can't use it even if you buy it. Can it be used in Siam?" "Sure. Give me a pair." Mishima bought a pair of brainwave glasses without hesitation. The waitress did not take out the glasses immediately, but kindly reminded him, "Sir, they cannot be used in Japan." "I know, swipe the card." "Okay." The waitress could only take the bank card and take Mishima into the brainwave glasses experience room to try out the brainwave glasses. Carrying the mobile phone and the bag of brainwave glasses, Mishima and his friend bought some snacks and fruits on the street before returning to the Sapphire Princess. As soon as he got back to the cruise ship, Mishima found an excuse to rest. In the captain's lounge, Mishima hung a micro base station on the window. After starting it according to the instructions, he couldn't wait to enter the Nanka dream world through the brainwave glasses. Back in the library again, in front of the same bookshelf, he took out the book he hadn't finished reading last time and continued to browse. For 3 consecutive days, whenever Mishima had time, he went online to the Truth Library of Nanka Dream World and browsed those books like crazy. Until noon on July 3rd. After lunch, Mishima went online to Nank Dream World as usual. On the page of a book he had bookmarked, there was a letter and invitation to the Truth Society. He frowned and opened the invitation, but it was not as he had imagined, but a question popped up. Where is the future of mankind? A. Destruction. B. Maintain the status quo. C. Great unification. D. The sea of stars. Mishima pondered, and finally he chose great unification, and the second question popped up. Please choose your own camp. A. Capitalism. B. Imperialism. In more than 3 hours of questions and answers, Mishima answered 239 questions, and finally came to the last question. If you have a chance to change the world, what would you like to do with it? Mishima pondered quietly for half an hour, and the question window was suspended in front of him until he entered his answer. The question window turned into a starlight, and turned into a silver-white bracelet on his left hand. There was a red 5-pointed star on the bracelet, and there were 4 5-pointed star grooves, but it was empty. He looked at the bracelet carefully. There was a line of tiny Chinese characters engraved on the inner side of his arm. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Mishima, who knew Chinese and had read related books, naturally knew the meaning of this sentence. He looked at the bracelet and thought about why he got the hand. Could those questions be a test? He accidentally touched the 5-pointed star with his right hand. A light screen appeared in front of him, with some icons on it, namely Personal Center, Organization, Database, Help, Settings, and Virtual Life. After completing his personal information according to the prompts, Mishima stopped his eyes on the icon of Virtual Life. After clicking it, he realized that this was a game, a virtual game. The full name of the game is Virtual Life, Glorious Mission. This game allows participants to participate in various historical events, or use their own identities to deduce every decision they make now, and analyze the possibilities of the future, which is equivalent to reviewing their lives. Mishima's eyes lit up, and he had vaguely guessed the real purpose of this game. He took himself as the protagonist and Japan as the starting point, and began to input his plan. Life deduction is in progress. It is expected to be completed in 6 hours. Mishima hurriedly went offline to eat, and then looked at the itinerary of the passengers on the Sapphire Princess. The passengers' journey in Siam will end the day after tomorrow, and he arranged for the crew to purchase some supplies. At night, After smoking a cigarette, he went online again in Nank Dream World, and then clicked to enter the game Glorious Mission. Life deduction has ended. Do you want to start the experience? Clicking yes, Mishima's eyes went black, and he woke up after a while. He was observing his virtual life from a god's perspective. How could it be possible? I see. I actually made such a mistake. In the courtroom, the Chief Justice picked up the verdict with an expressionless face. According to Article 77, Paragraph 1 and Article 81 of the criminal law, Shigetoshi Mishima is sentenced to death and deprived of his political rights for life. Snap! The wooden hammer hit hard. 3 months later, he was sent to the gallows, ending his tragic life. From the perspective of God, Mishima realized that his plan was full of loopholes. He did not have the power of force, and was betrayed by a traitor, and was finally killed by the corrupt forces. In the past few days, he has changed a lot. Every time he failed, his plan became more perfect. Nanka Dream World, underground of the citizen city. Wang Mingzhi looked at the world map. In the foreign areas, some red dots were flashing. After repeated screening, people like Mishima have not yet gained real recognition. When they gain real recognition, they will gain the support of the Netherworld. G organization can leave the world, and the Netherworld can also penetrate the world. The real battle has just begun. Wang Mingzhi paid attention to these seeds, and then went offline to return to the real world. He has returned to Shanmei from Rongqing. Now he is conducting research on the Jinwu nuclear fusion reactor and preparing to accelerate the development speed of the nuclear fusion reactor in miniaturization. Chapter 170. Next to the Lianhuashan Nuclear Power Plant in Haicheng County, the Nuclear Fusion Power Generation Research Institute. In the open laboratory, a nuclear fusion reactor several times smaller than the Jinwu No. 1 was installed in the middle of the laboratory. A dozen researchers were busy debugging, and Dong Quan and Wei Feng were also there. Mingzhi, are you done over there? Wei Feng asked while looking at the computer. Just finished. Wei Feng stopped his work and remembered something. By the way, why install a neutrino barrier on the reactor? This is confidential. Wang Mingzhi replied directly. Upon hearing that it was confidential, Wei Feng did not want to ask about it, so he changed the subject. This prototype is already the smallest size at present. Wang Mingzhi took the design report and scanned it at a glance, memorizing the information and adding it to the nuclear fusion knowledge system. Then, sparks of inspiration were aroused, and countless knowledge bodies collided and merged fiercely in the brainstorming, and the nuclear fusion knowledge body was getting closer and closer to perfection. However, the perfection of the evolution of the knowledge body is only theoretically perfect. In reality, the material problem is definitely a stumbling block. He quickly turned on the computer, entered the virtual world through the brain-wave glasses, and started the simulation space for auxiliary design. In the simulation space, Wang Mingzhi burst out with engineering design capabilities that ordinary people could not achieve, especially with the assistance of the ghost. He re-examined all the systems of the nuclear fusion reactor from beginning to end, and made improved designs based on the current materials. 6 hours later, a new nuclear fusion reactor appeared in the simulation space. Through the simulation experiment system, the new nuclear fusion reactor was running rapidly. Whenever there was a loophole or operation problem, the problem could be quickly analyzed. Based on these prompts, Wang Mingzhi could quickly adjust the design plan. When he exited the Nank Dream Realm, it was already dusk. He stretched his waist and got up to move his body. Wei Feng, who was next to the nuclear fusion reactor, saw Wang Mingzhi appear in the laboratory and asked, "How has your design changed?" "You know when you see it." Wang Mingzhi smiled and handed over a memory stick. Wei Feng, who came running over, took the memory stick and inserted it into the computer. Then a bunch of design drawings appeared on the computer screen. After watching for more than 10 minutes, Wei Feng turned his head and stared at him. "Mingzhi, I want to cut open your brain to see if the structure is different from that of ordinary people." "Ha." Wang Mingzhi smiled and shook his head. Dong Quan on the side also laughed. Wang Mingzhi could complete their work for several months by himself, and even more perfectly than them. The smallest nuclear fusion reactor designed in front of them is a device with a length, width, and height of 14 meters, and weighs about 6,000 tons. This does not include the distribution station and substation, as well as other supporting facilities. If these supporting facilities are included, tens of thousands of tons will be guaranteed. The designed annual power generation is 20 to 40 billion kilowatt-hours per year. With this size and weight, it can be put on an aircraft carrier, but the only troublesome thing is the byproducts of the nuclear fusion reactor, those neutron absorbers, and the super deuterium produced. In addition, The power generation system of the nuclear fusion reactor is also different from that of the nuclear fission reactor. After all, the nuclear fission reactor is still boiling water, while the nuclear fusion reactor is directly generating electricity. When installed on an aircraft carrier, in addition to the need to consider the neutron absorber and superdeuterium issues, the problem is how to drive the propeller. You can't use the electricity to boil water after generating electricity. That would be like taking off your pants to fart, which is a waste of effort. Therefore, the installation of the nuclear fusion reactor on an aircraft carrier still needs more verification. Whether it is directly using electric propellers or steam turbines, these need to be carefully studied. Dong Quan and others saw the nuclear fusion reactor newly designed by Huang Mingzhi, which is a real miniaturized nuclear fusion reactor. It is only about 5.3 to 5.5 meters long, wide and high, weighs only about 320 tons, and has an annual power generation of about 5 to 8 billion kilowatt-hours. Mingzhi, how do you plan to deal with the problem of neutron absorbers and deuterium? Wei Feng asked while looking at the design drawings. Open page 658. There is a solution there. After Wei Feng opened it, he looked at it for a while before he suddenly realized, you plan to use a self-consumption method to re-inject the deuterium in the neutron absorber into the nuclear fusion reactor. Dong Quan also clapped his hands and praised. Great. Very great. If it is used on ships or satellites, we should try to improve the self-sustaining and nuclear fuel utilization rate of the nuclear fusion reactor. This solution is very suitable for small nuclear fusion reactors. However, Huang Mingzhi shook his head. It is still too big. It is okay for ships, but too heavy for satellites. That's true. Dong Quan nodded helplessly. This year's improved version of the Long March 5B carrier rocket has a maximum payload of about 33 tons in low Earth orbit, while the newly designed nuclear fusion reactor has a payload of about 320 tons, which is a difference of almost 10 times. But it's not that there is no solution. Huang Mingzhi already had a smaller design, but the materials did not meet the requirements. Wei Feng pondered his words carefully. Your solution, wouldn't it be room temperature superconductors? Wei Feng is the one who knows me. Huang Mingzhi smiled and explained. Now the weight of the nuclear fusion reactor is mainly concentrated on the superconductor, which accounts for 42% of the weight of the entire system. But our Thinking Society's Superconductor Research Institute doesn't seem to have many results. Wei Feng thought for a moment and said. If international colleagues heard what Wei Feng said, they would probably vomit blood. At present, the Seaway Society Superconductor Research Institute can mass-produce superconductors, which only need -15.6 degrees Celsius to generate superconducting magnetic fields, and the superconductors in the laboratory can already maintain superconducting magnetic fields at -3.7 degrees Celsius. And the superconductors required by Wei Feng can still stably maintain superconducting magnetic fields at 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Huang Mingzhi spread his hands and said, for the time being, this is the only way. You first make my nuclear fusion reactor, and we will improve it step by step. The nuclear fusion reactor developed by Wei Feng and his team fell out of favor as soon as it came out, but the one they developed is still usable, and is more suitable as a medium-sized nuclear fusion reactor. In order to facilitate the classification of nuclear fusion reactors, the Nuclear Fusion Research Institute divides them according to annual power generation. Super-large nuclear fusion reactor. Annual power generation is more than 1 trillion kilowatt-hours. Large nuclear fusion reactor. Annual power generation is between 100 billion and 1 trillion kilowatt-hours, such as Jinwu Type 1 and its improved version. Medium-sized nuclear fusion reactor. Annual power generation between 10 and 100 billion kilowatt-hours. Wei Feng and his team recently developed the Jinwu 2. Small nuclear fusion reactor. Annual power generation between 10 and 10 billion kilowatt-hours. Huang Mingzhi's newly designed Jinwu 3 is a reactor within this category. Micro-nuclear fusion reactor. A nuclear fusion reactor with an annual power generation of less than 1 billion kilowatt-hours is a micro-nuclear fusion reactor. However, there are other reference values for these levels, especially volume and weight, which are very important for micro-nuclear fusion reactors. They can also design reactors below 1 billion kilowatt-hours now, but the problem is that the volume and weight have not been reduced, so it is not as good as a small nuclear fusion reactor. In the nuclear fusion laboratory, the prototype of the Jinwu 2 is being tested, while the Jinwu 3 is entering the construction stage. Chapter 171. Lingnan in July was so hot and humid, and the continuous typhoon weather not only brought abundant rainfall, but also brought devastating destruction. Huang Mingzhi rarely appeared at the headquarters of Seaway Society. In order to deal with the problem of increasing number of personnel in the R&D department, he discussed related issues with a group of research institute leaders and company management. In the end, it was decided to reorganize all research institutes under Seaway Society to facilitate management and coordination. At present, Seaway Society has a total of 47 research institutes of various types, including physics, chemistry, mathematics, biomedicine, materials, computers, semiconductor equipment, optics, nuclear physics, etc. Among them, the Materials Research Institute is the largest, with 32 laboratories and 1,273 researchers. It is the most powerful research institute in thinking society. After all, materials play a very important role in applied science and play a basic role. Without the support of materials, no matter how exquisite the theory is, it is a castle in the air. There are not many changes in this reorganization, except that a Scientific Coordination Management Committee was added to be responsible for the logistics, finance, and coordination of various research institutes. In addition, the work and research fields of each research institute were sorted out and fine-tuned. The reorganization work did not have a big impact on the research and development work of the institute. The reason for setting up the Scientific Coordination and Management Committee is mainly to facilitate internal management and deployment, because research and development work is often not handled by one institute. For example, the development of lithography requires the cooperation of optics, materials, engineering design, computer programming, chemistry, and other institutes. Coordination work is very important, and also very energy-consuming. The precious energy of scientific researchers should not be wasted on management work, just like Huang Mingzhi handed over most of the management work of Siweish to Wen Na, otherwise he would manage the company all day and have no time to develop technology. On the other hand, the Scientific Coordination and Management Committee is also responsible for cooperation and exchanges with the True Society, the Ivy Alliance, universities, the Academy of Sciences, and the Academy of Engineering. After this reorganization, the entire system has indeed become much smoother, and researchers can concentrate on developing technology. Institute of Materials Superconductor Laboratory. More than a dozen researchers are busy mixing materials, and a large number of automated equipment are used in the laboratory to assist researchers in their work. There is another very important place in the superconductor laboratory, which is the computer room where superconductor calculation models are stored. The material law model is the specialty of the thinking society and the crystallization of the wisdom of computational materials science, so it is naturally very important. The person in charge of the laboratory is Shin Songrong, who came from Harbin Institute of Technology 2 years ago. President, long time no see. Songrong, is your work going well? We still haven't broken through the 0-degree limit. Shin Songrong replied helplessly. After reading the laboratory log, Huang Mingzhi also understood the progress of their laboratory. Let's go to the computer room. Okay. Shin Songrong hurriedly led the way. In the Materials Research Institute of Seaway Society, Huang Mingzhi is definitely the soul and core. The computational materials science he pioneered, if announced, will definitely shock the world. When I heard that Huang Mingzhi was going to the computer room, it must be to upgrade the superconductor law model. After all, Huang Mingzhi was very busy at work, and it was impossible for him to come here to chat. In the computer room, 30 computers developed by Siweish were quietly displayed inside. The chips used in these computers are Supernova 5 designed by Xinguang Instruments and manufactured by SMIC using 6-nanometer technology. A single Supernova 5 can provide 600 billion floating-point computing power per second, and a single computer equipped with 6 Supernova 5 chips can exert 3.6 trillion computing power per second. 30 Supernova 5 computers are combined in parallel to provide the Superconductor Research Institute with 108 trillion computing power per second. This is only the computing power of a laboratory under the Thinking Society, while the Dream Company, which has a large computer center, uses terabytes as the unit of computing power. This is also the internal driving force for the rapid development of the virtual world. The strong hardware foundation allows the software to let go. Huang Mingzhi, who has the highest authority, directly logged into the internal network of the superconductor laboratory. After putting on the brainwave glasses, he did not enter the virtual world, but activated the brain control system. No matter how fast you type, it's not as fast as brain control input. The brain works quickly, and in an instant, lines of code refresh the screen like a torrent on the computer screen in front of you. Although it's not the first time that Shin Songrong has seen Huang Mingzhi use the brain control system, the terrifying speed is still shocking. The average person can use the brain control system more than 10 times faster than typing or voice input, but Huang Mingzhi can do it at least 100 times faster, And he can do it quickly and accurately, which is precious. The person who uses brain control input the fastest is not Huang Mingzhi, but those mentally ill patients. Some mentally ill patients can even input more than 1,000 times faster than typing manually. However, that kind of messy speed is useless for practical applications. In less than 10 minutes, Huang Mingzhi has updated the superconductor law model. Songrong, you can try it. Okay. Shin Songrong, who woke up, quickly started the law model, started to enter some parameters, and then clicked on the material calculation. In less than 3 minutes, a material bias was calculated, and the data was saved. Huang Mingzhi saw that the regularity model was running well, so he ordered, "You continue to develop higher temperature superconductors. I will go to other laboratories to take a look. I see you off, President." He waved his hand. "Don't be polite, get busy." Okay then. It took Huang Mingzhi a few days to update and upgrade the various regularity models of the Materials Research Institute to improve the speed and accuracy of research and development. After busying himself with the upgrade of these regularity models, he stayed at home with Wen Na for a while before returning to the fully enclosed Nuclear Fusion Research Institute. For more than 10 days, Wei Feng and Dong Quan tested the Jinwu 2 while building the Jinwu 3. "You are quite fast," Huang Mingzhi said as he looked at the Jinwu 3, which was already more than half completed. "You guys are finally willing to come back. I thought I had to wait another week or two." Dong Quan joked. Wei Feng pointed to the Jinwu 3 not far away and asked, "Why not use the latest laser?" Huang Mingzhi explained, "Suitability is the most important thing. The Jinwu 3 is a miniaturized nuclear fusion reactor, and the new laser is too large and heavy." The three discussed several models of nuclear fusion reactors, especially the Jinwu 2, which was independently developed by Wei Feng and Dong Quan, and had many minor problems. At the same time, next to the Nuclear Fusion Research Institute, in the factory responsible for manufacturing the Jinwu I, the second Jinwu I nuclear fusion reactor has been accepted, and engineers are disassembling the parts, packing them into boxes, and transporting them to DQ City in Hejiang. The third and fourth units have also completed the manufacture of some parts, and it is estimated that the task of 3 nuclear fusion reactors will be exceeded this year. The locations of the 2 new nuclear power plants have been determined, and the supporting facilities will be built first. When the reactor arrives, it can be put into use directly. Nuclear fusion power plants are very important to a region and can directly or indirectly promote industrial upgrading. All this is changing quietly. Chapter 172. Nangori, Sanshin Electronics Memory Chip Factory. After working hard for 2 weeks, Yin Doji dragged his exhausted body and walked slowly towards the dormitory with heavy steps. Suddenly, he was patted on the shoulder. Senior Ingnan." Yin Doji turned around and greeted him. The person who patted his shoulder was also wearing work clothes and thick glasses. Quan Ingnan took out a box of arrang from his pocket, opened it, and handed it over. "Want one?" "Thank you, I be polite then." Yin Doji thanked him first, then took out a cigarette from the box, took the lighter, and lit it impatiently. He took a big breath, and seemed reluctant to exhale. The smell of tar and tobacco that he had not seen for a long time made him drunk. In fact, he held his breath for too long, and the smoke caused the suffocation. Quan Ingnan on the side was also puffing. The two walked and smoked until a cigarette was mostly smoked. Quan Ingnan raised his glasses and said, "Doji, have you heard?" "What?" Yin Doji replied subconsciously, a little confused. Quan Ingnan looked around and whispered, "The company has decided to lay off some employees." Yin Doji was stunned for a moment, and after a while he asked nervously, "Senior, didn't the company lay off employees last month?" Quan Ingnan continued to whisper, "The company's memory sales are not ideal, and this has caused another loss of 460 billion, equivalent to 2.76 billion Chinese yuan. Hallelujah, why do we have to fight a price war?" Yin Doji said bitterly. Nam Goryo's three-pronged strategy finally met its match for the first time. Sanshin and Hynix, 2 memory chip manufacturers, have always used government subsidies, countercyclical price wars, and cheap labor to defeat other competitors. In 2012, Sanshin and Hynix's memory chips accounted for 70% of the world's memory chip market, and the rest were Micron and some other small factories in the mid-range market in Country B. By 2015, Sanshin's market share dropped to 15.3%, Hynix's to 11.4%, and Micron's to a pitiful 8.1%. Who occupied the market? Of course, it was the rapidly advancing semiconductor manufacturers in Country A. Yangtze Memory Technologies Company Limited gained 28.4% of the market share, and Tsinghua Uni Group gained 21.5%. Although SMIC only occupied 12% of the market, all of SMIC's memory chips were top-level products, belonging to the high-tech and high-value-added types. Sanshin and Hynix's three tricks failed in front of country A, because the production speed of domestic chip production lines is about 7 to 8 times that of foreign countries. For the comprehensive cost of memory particles of the same level, only Sanshin and Hynix are about 20 to 40% of domestic manufacturers. This gap has caused domestic manufacturers to have a way to retreat in the price war, while Sanshin and Hynix have no way to retreat. Everyone has lowered the sales price by 50%, which may make less money in China, while Sanshin and Hynix are directly losing money. They can hold out for a short time, but once the vicious competition lasts for a long time, Sanshin and Hynix will definitely not be able to bear it. The price war of memory particles has been going on for almost 2 years by July this year, with an average loss of hundreds of millions of US dollars per month. Who can withstand this war of attrition? If there is a possibility of defeating the other party, Sanshin and Hynix can still grit their teeth and persevere, but unfortunately domestic manufacturers do not give each other a chance at all. While fighting a price war in the mid and low-end market, they are quickly developing high-end and top-level products. For example, manufacturers such as SMIC that fully produce high-end and top-level products have not been seriously affected by the price war. Sanshin can still digest part of its production capacity by itself, while Hynix is about to collapse. Quan Yingnan helplessly patted Yin Doji on the shoulder. Doji, this time the layoffs may reach 50%, be mentally prepared. Damn it, Yin Doji cursed in his heart. He still had a mortgage and a car loan. If he lost his job, he would be finished. After the two returned to the dormitory and ate a meal of kimchi rice cakes and instant noodles, they were very anxious about the layoffs and tossed and turned in bed all night. The cruel reality of the times. Once the dam breaks, the low-lying areas are always the first to be hurt. They are powerless and can only silently bear the impact. Either they find a new job and get a chance to survive, or they rely on their parents like parasites on rotten meat, or they become eliminated and live on the streets, or even starve to death in the steel jungle. On a hot and irritable night, countless ants at the bottom of the society are waiting for tomorrow. Perhaps some people hope that the sun will never rise. 3 days later, Indoji, who was testing memory chips in the workshop, was called into the manager's office. He was in a daze from beginning to end. He didn't remember how he went back and forth, nor did he remember the despair of others. He only remembered the cold sentence, Indoji, you are fired. Like other fired employees, Indoji walked out of the factory in despair, leaving the factory where he had worked for more than 5 years. Helplessness and confusion filled his heart, his pupils lost focus, and he walked towards the dormitory in a daze. Bang! A drop of warm liquid splashed on his forehead, and it was not until the pool of blood red came into his eyes that Indoji could see clearly what was in front of him. Quan Youngnam's lifeless eyes were staring at him, and he was already in a pool of blood. The air froze at this moment. Indoji could not hear any sounds around him. Only the low beating of his heart was left, and his mind was blank. He just stood there quietly, like a wandering ghost. He didn't know how he got back to the dormitory, nor how he moved out and returned to the old house in the countryside. Looking at his parents, who were busy pickling kimchi, Indoji didn't dare to look at them directly. He could only hide in the room alone, staring at the ceiling in silence. In my mind, the pool of blood could not be dispersed for a long time. The decline of South Korea was like a burst dam, comprehensive and rapid. The three-pillar industries of semiconductors, electronic appliances, and automobiles collapsed, and the wave of factory layoffs or salary cuts became more and more turbulent. Sanshin headquarters. Li Kunhee, who was in poor health, looked at the increasingly worse operating conditions and felt a sense of disintegration. Father, our Sanshin Electronics factory in China has been completely shut down. If this continues, Li Jaeyong hesitated to speak. Li Kunhee knew what his son wanted to say, but he had no choice now. This was not a battle between Sanshin and the manufacturers of Country A, but a fight between two giants behind. Sanshin was caught in the middle, and it was destined to be a tragedy. If it wanted to surrender, Country B behind it would not agree. If it insisted on resisting, Sanshin was now seriously injured, and the risk of bankruptcy was increasing day by day. SK Group, which also controls Hynix, LG Group, which owns LG Electronics, and Hyundai Group, the parent company of Hyundai Motor, are all facing a life-and-death decision. After decades of hard work, after the financial crisis in 1998, most of the money has been plundered by Western forces, and now even the last underwear is almost gone. Unfortunately, They stood on the wrong side, and were destined to become victims of the game of the times. In order to save the four major groups, Li Kunhe had to summon the presidents of the other three groups. A secret meeting to decide life and death was held in a villa in Seoul. The presidents of the four major groups in South Korea were all present, and their expressions showed uneasiness and anxiety. Perhaps they are not the low point of the times, but they are definitely not the high ground of the times. Chapter 173. The extravagance of the wealthy area in Seoul is not reflected in the villa. Whether it is Li Kunhe and his son of Sanchin or the presidents of the other three major groups, they all have gloomy faces, and the atmosphere in the room is very depressing. The current head of the Gu family of LG Group, Gu Banmu, and his adopted son Gu Guangmo. The current head of the Choi family of SK Group, Choi Tae-won, and his brother Choi Jae-won. The Jing family of Hyundai Group, Chung Mong-koo, Chung Mong-jun, Chung Yi-sun, and Hyun Young-sa. These people are the core figures of the four major chaebols in South Korea. This is also a rare occasion for the four major chaebols to sit down and discuss one thing. Li Kunhe looked at the people present and said slowly, "Now everyone knows the situation. Today, we called everyone here to come up with a solution." Gu Binmao nodded and replied, "It really can't go on like this." Choi Tae-won, Chung Mong-koo and others also agreed, but Choi Tae-won stood up and said solemnly, "We want to reconcile now, but will the people of country A be willing to reconcile? Will the people of country B agree to our reconciliation?" Obviously, Choi Tae-yun's question directly revealed the essence of this crisis. They are just pawns in the game between big countries. Whether the two chess players agree to let them go is the key to whether this crisis can be resolved. This is Choi Tae-yun's awareness as a pawn, and others also understand their situation. Jung Mingjio lit a cigarette and exhaled. There are only two ways now, either follow country B to fight to the end, but country B's economy this year is not optimistic, I'm afraid. Li Kunhe, an old fox, knew the situation in country B. When he couldn't even make ends meet, he was just daydreaming to expect the other party to save the Sanchin group. "We have no choice but to break with country B and join country A," Jung Mingjio said at the end, with a slightly sad tone. "This is the helplessness of a small country. It's impossible." Gu Binmao shook his head and said, "The real behind-the-scenes controllers of these consortiums are Western capital. Most of the group shares are in the hands of Westerners. If they want to break free, they will lose a layer of skin if they don't die." At this point, everyone was indifferent. First, it was difficult to break free from the chain, and second, whether the people of country A were willing to accept them, these were all problems. Even if they were accepted, it would be equivalent to betraying the Western camp, and they had to think about the consequences. After more than 3 hours of intermittent discussions, no one was willing to make up their minds. No matter which option they chose, it was equivalent to cutting their own flesh, and they might kill themselves if they were not careful. Choi Tae-yun finally said, "How about this? Let's talk to the chip manufacturers of country A. It's not good for anyone to fight a price war like this. This is the best way." Li Kunhe nodded helplessly. Hyundai Motors Chung Mong-koo has also decided to fully promote electric vehicles in order to adapt to the market of country A and produce them according to country A's electric vehicle standards. However, these decisions are at the corporate level. They intend to ignore other aspects and continue to sit on the fence. Hope to maintain the living space in the cracks by using the power of others. July 15th. Shanmei, the headquarters of Shinguang Instrument Group. Li Jae-yong, the prince of Sanchin, Gu Guangma, the heir of LG Group, and Choi Jae-won, the vice chairman of SK Group, all appeared here together. Looking at the building in front of him, Li Jae-yong felt suffocated. Shinguang Instrument Group and the thinking society behind it were too powerful. Chip manufacturers such as SMIC, Tsinghua Uni Group, Yangtze Memory Technologies, and High Silicon are not scary. What is scary is the Shinguang Instrument Group behind them. What a scary existence a group that controls the production of a full set of semiconductor equipment is. Shinguang can continuously support chip manufacturers one after another through chip production lines. In addition, the man behind Shinguang, the thinking society, is known as the person with the highest IQ in the world. That man has built up the semiconductor industry, high-energy battery and electric vehicle industry, brainwave and virtual world industry, and terahertz communication industry of country A, and these industries are all high-tech industries that are closely linked. Facing one of the semiconductor companies, Shinguang Instrument Group, Sanchin felt that it was difficult to compete, which made Li Zaiyong feel really small and powerless. Stepping into it step by step, Li Zaiyong and others felt more and more restrained. After being taken to a conference room and waiting quietly for more than an hour, Gao Ziyuan finally arrived. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Gao Ziyuan said casually. It's a great honor to meet Mr. Gao. Hello, Mr. Gao. Li Jieyong and the other two hurriedly greeted them. Gao Ziyuan could neglect them, but they didn't dare to show any emotion. Everyone sit down. After a meaningless greeting, Li Jieyong and others hurriedly took out the cooperation agreement. For example, purchasing semiconductor equipment from Shengguang Instrument Group, being willing to comply with the semiconductor standards of country A, opening up the internet, terahertz communication, brainwave glasses, terahertz mobile phones, etc. They almost took out the conditions, and they were just short of kneeling down to beg for mercy. After reading these conditions, Gao Ziyuan knew that these Koreans were giving in. It is estimated that Thinking Battery and Dream Company also got similar conditions. But this is not enough. I also really want to cooperate, but this year's security agreement seems to be expiring soon, so we need to consider the impact. Gao Ziyuan said with a hint of meaning. What? Li Jieyong, Choi Jae-won, and Gu Guangma broke out in cold sweats. This kind of thing is obviously forcing them to take sides. The three people's minds turned quickly. In fact, it was not that the security agreement with South Korea could not be cancelled, but they did not want to pay, and they could use this to have the best of both worlds. But now Gao Ziyuan had obviously seen their idea of sitting on the fence. Since they wanted to cooperate, they should be thorough and want to be both the boss and the boss. After thinking for a long time, everyone could only go home temporarily and report the matter to the family. The matter of canceling the security agreement could be big or small, especially in this international situation. If Sanchin is not careful, it will be in big trouble. After 3 days of consideration, the four major chaebols finally decided to take a risk. July 18th. It was still the same conference room. We will push for the lifting of the agreement as soon as possible. After Li Jieyong finished speaking, he was sweating profusely. Gao Ziyuan raised his mouth and said with a smile, when you finish, we will welcome you. By the way, remember to reserve more Huayuan. Reserve Huayuan? Li Jieyong and others became more worried, but now they have boarded the pirate ship. Unless they regret it immediately, once the security agreement is successfully lifted, it will be difficult for them to get off the ship. Everyone signed and stamped the cooperation memorandum one by one, and then Li Jieyong and others took the cooperation memorandum and immediately took a plane back. Although the cooperation memorandum favored Siweish, the four big families were not vegetarians. The agreement they signed was signed in their personal names. Once something went wrong, these people would be scapegoats. Moreover, the joint ventures in the cooperation agreement were all participated in by them in their personal capacity, and had nothing to do with the Sanchin, LG, and other groups themselves. Obviously, these guys were making another preparation, that is, preparing to steal the sky and change the day. Once the plan goes smoothly, they can use these joint ventures to confront Western capital, and achieve a certain degree of independence by playing both sides. If one party has an overwhelming advantage, they can also use other means to annex the other party's company. Chapter 174. South Korea. In the mansion of the Sanchin Li family. Li Jieyong, who hurried back, reported the results of the negotiations in Shantou to his father Li Kunhee seriously. Father, the people of country A are ambitious. Li Kunhee squinted and nodded. He certainly knew that the other party was ambitious. If promoting them to lift the security agreement is to cut off the security threat, then asking them to reserve Chinese yuan is to challenge the hegemony of the US dollar. It's better that the other party is ambitious, so that we can drive away the wolf and swallow the tiger and maintain balance. Li Kunhee knew very well that this was a tightrope walk, and if they were not careful, they might fall into the abyss, but they had no other choice. Father, I don't think we should fight alone. Li Jieyong raised his glasses and reminded him. Li Kunhee paused after hearing his son's words, and then smiled with relief. Jieyong, tell me what you think. In Northeast Asia, it's not just our family that is affected. The other two families are having a hard time now. As for who the two families are, they are naturally Japan and Tainan. Japan Semiconductors, electrical appliances, and automobiles, and Tainan Semiconductors, all of which have been shaken by the impact. Li Jieyong continued, we can form a semiconductor alliance with Japan and Dayuan, increase our bargaining chips, and form a situation of three powers of Wei, Shu and Wu. Jieyong, your idea is very good. We really can't fight alone. Leave the domestic affairs to your father, and the affairs of Japan and Dayuan are left to you. Li Kunhee stood up, patted his son on the shoulder and continued, you are old, and after this matter, the future of Sanchi will depend on you. Yes, father. Li Jieyong suppressed the excitement in his heart. The father and son immediately took action separately. Li Kunhee frequently contacted the other three chaebols, while Li Jae-young immediately flew to Tainan Island. The reason for choosing Tainan Island is mainly because Tainan's semiconductor industry is a unique one, unlike Japan, which has other pillar industries, so it would be less difficult to persuade. After getting off the plane at Taoyuan International Airport, Li Jae-young went straight to the Hsinchu Science and Industrial Park where TSMC is located. This is also the Semiconductor Industry Center in Tainan Province. Semiconductor companies such as MediaTek, World Advanced, Power Chip, and UMC are also here. In addition, Qualcomm, Apple, Intel, Nvidia, and other companies also have branches or offices in Hsinchu Science Park. Although the scale of the domestic semiconductor industry has become the world's strongest, accounting for 34% of the world's semiconductor industry. However, Taiwan still maintains a scale of about 7.14%, Korea is 5.2%, and Japan is 5.7%. This shows that East Asia has become the core area of the world's semiconductors, accounting for 52.04% of the world's semiconductor industry. This is still the case when East Asia is in internal friction. If East Asia forms a real semiconductor industry alliance, the consequence is that the industry share will be further increased. TSMC Headquarters. Sanshin's office in Hsinchu Science Park has made an appointment with TSMC President Morris Chang in advance. Mr. Zhang, it's a great honor to meet you. Vice President Li, please sit down. The two of them didn't rush to say anything, but drank tea and chatted, as if the sky outside could fall and everything would be calm. In the end, it was Li Jae-young who made the first move. He waved his hand to signal his entourage to leave. Morris Chang also gave his assistant a look, and the assistant immediately understood and hurriedly left. There were only 4 people left in the office. Vice Chairman Li, just say whatever you want to say. Then I get straight to the point. Li Jae-young paused, raised his glasses, and said seriously, we need cooperation. Cooperation? Does Sanshin still need OEM? Morris Chang asked in surprise. Li Jae-young shook his head and explained the matter of the Semiconductor Industry Alliance. You are playing with fire and getting burned. We are saving ourselves. The two looked at each other without giving in, and Morris Chang saw determination and resoluteness in each other's eyes. Thinking of the actions of Sanshin and Hynix before, combined with what Li Jae-young said just now, he had guessed that the other party might have already taken action. Morris Chang, who was gray-haired, was also hesitant for a while. Although TSMC had Western capital, the board of directors was still firmly controlled by Morris Chang and other locals. Moreover, TSMC also holds 4.54% of SMIC shares, so it is not impossible for it to change its ownership. Sanshin can survive, but TSMC may not, Li Jae-young reminded. Although the sentence made Morris Chang very uncomfortable, Li Jae-young was right. With the continuous rapid development of the mainland semiconductor industry, their living space is being squeezed. You should know that TSMC could occupy 55% of the world's chip foundry capacity in 2012, but it has now dropped to less than 29%, which is more than half of the total. If they don't find a way to save themselves, the consequence will be death. Are you really determined? Zhang Zhongmo asked uncertainly. After all, he didn't trust these Koreans. Alliance means win-win for the industry. If only one party benefits, then the alliance doesn't matter. Of course we are determined. In order to gain trust, Li Zaiyong talked about part of the agreement reached with Siwish, as well as the verbal agreement. Crazy. Zhang Zhongmo was frightened by the verbal agreement, and at the same time he also knew what Li was up to, probably to drive the wolf to swallow the tiger, and form alliances. The purpose of bringing in the big guys and Japan is to create a balance of the three powers. Although he knew it was a poisonous pill, Morris Chang thought about it again and found that this path was the best solution at present. The problem they are facing now is that if they take this pill, there is a 50% chance of poisoning and death, and if they don't take it, there is a 100% chance of death from illness. Forget it, I go all out. Li Jae-young was overjoyed. With TSMC joining, this trip to the big guys was more than half successful. Under the leadership of Li Jae-young and Morris Chang, they quickly persuaded companies such as MediaTek, World Advanced, Power Chip, and UMC. Now they need to form a strong coalition with a large number of people. Tokyo, Japan. Under the fluttering bald eagle flag, 2 white men in black suits hurried into the white building. Major Gordon, is Ambassador Hubbard here? One of them took out a certificate from his body. Gordon took the certificate and flipped through it immediately. After confirming it, he said, "Please follow me." The 3 of them came to the door of an office on the 2nd floor. Gordon knocked on the door and said, "Mr. Hubbard, it's important. Come in." Behind the desk, The old man with glasses and a hooked nose put down the newspaper in his hand, and Gordon whispered a few words in his ear. Hubbard then became serious. "Please sit down, both of you. No, we need your help." The leader in a black suit took out an envelope from his body and handed it directly to Hubbard. Looking at the letter sealed with fire, he took out a paper cutter from the drawer and cut the envelope open. After browsing it, his face changed drastically. "What do they want to do?" The man in the black suit said coldly, "They are challenging our bottom line. We must take action to let these lapdogs know who is their master." Hubbard nodded. "No problem. I will contact the headquarters in Japan. The dark clouds covering Northeast Asia are becoming more and more oppressive and heavy. The storm is coming." Chapter 175. Tokyo Bay, Yokosuka Base. The Pacific Command of Country B is established here. As the command center of the Pacific strategy, it is not only the brain, but also the display of strong muscles. The current commander is Vice Admiral Willard. It has the 7th Fleet, a powerful aircraft carrier fleet, and can almost walk sideways in the Pacific Ocean. It has 3 port bases in Yokosuka, Sasebo and Guam, and its home port is Yokosuka in Japan. The 7th Fleet alone has a flagship, Blue Ridge. The USS George Washington, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, 3 to 4 missile-equipped cruisers, 18 to 20 missile destroyers and frigates, 5 to 6 attack submarines, 5 to 8 landing ships, 18 logistics support ships, and several hovercrafts, auxiliary ships, etc. In the Western Pacific region, it is definitely a decisive force. The commander's office at the Yokosuka base. Hubbard hurried here, ignoring the guard's obstruction, and came to the door of Willard's office and knocked hard. Hearing the gasps inside, Hubbard frowned and knocked hard on the door again. F*******. A disheveled man opened the door angrily, and his throat was choked when he was about to curse. Hubbard walked into the office expressionlessly. The room was filled with the smell of decay, and 2 Japanese women in sailor uniforms were shivering in the corner. Willard, who was tidying up his clothes, waved his hand unhappily. "Take them away." The guards quickly took the 2 Japanese women in sailor uniforms away, leaving only Hubbard and Willard in the room with an awkward atmosphere. "I don't want to bother with your private life, but there are some things you should pay attention to, Willard," Hubbard warned angrily. Although Willard was thick-skinned, he didn't want to cause trouble, so he replied perfunctorily, "I know, why are you in such a hurry?" Bang! A document was thrown on the desk. Willard opened it carelessly, and after taking a look, he couldn't believe his eyes. "Are these guys looking for death?" Hubbard stared into Willard's eyes, and said seriously, "So Willard, you should take action." "Okay." Willard, who was furious, immediately contacted the Pentagon and exaggerated the situation. July 27th. The Yokosuka Command proposed to South Korea to conduct joint exercises in Gangwon Bay, and the tone was very direct, leaving no room for South Korea to refuse. The announcement of the joint exercise was released with great fanfare on the same day. Obviously, Willard had no good intentions for this so-called exercise. The situation in Northeast Asia suddenly became tense. Above the port of Yokosuka base, countless soldiers are moving supplies. Even the things in the strategic reserve warehouse are being pulled out. The captain of the Los Angeles nuclear submarine, Lieutenant Colonel Hami Adams, and the deputy captain, Lieutenant Colonel Jack Fan, are in the strategic reserve warehouse. Lieutenant Colonel Adams, Lieutenant Colonel Fan, please sign to confirm. The officer who manages the reserve warehouse handed a transfer list to the 2. Hami Adams took it and signed it directly, and handed it to Jack Fan beside him. The Los Angeles belongs to Ohio class ballistic missile nuclear submarine, the first of which was officially commissioned in November 1981. Its surface displacement is 16,600 tons, underwater displacement is 18,700 tons, the length is 170.7 meters, the width is 12.8 meters, the diving depth can reach 300 meters, the underwater speed is 20 knots, and the self-sufficiency is 70 days. The first 8 submarines of this class that have been commissioned are each equipped with a range of 7,500 kilometers and 8 warheads of the Trident I missile. From the 9th ship onwards, each ship carries a range of 11,000 kilometers and 14 warheads of the Trident II missiles. In addition, the 4 533mm torpedo launchers at the bow of this class of boats can launch 48 Malawang Quachas torpedoes. Watching strategic weapons being pulled out of the storage and directly loaded onto the Los Angeles, Jack Fan encountered this situation for the first time, fully loaded with strategic weapons. He turned his head and said solemnly, "Hami, something is wrong." "I don't know either." Hami Adams was very calm. In fact, he knew, and he also received a secret order. The two of them just watched these things quietly being loaded onto the Los Angeles, and more soldiers felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere in the entire base was unusually solemn, and the soldiers who were usually smiling and laughing were in no mood to joke. After all, going to Ganghwa Bay for an exercise fully armed was too sensitive. If they were not careful, they would be finished. July 28th, around 8 o'clock in the morning. Dozens of warships set out from Yokosuka port, passed through the narrow waterway between Tokyo Bay and Sagami Beach, and entered Sagami Beach. After entering Sagami Beach, the aircraft carrier fleet quickly adjusted the distance and layout, formed a combat formation, and prepared to pass through the waterway between the Isa Peninsula and the Isa Seven Islands, and enter the deep-sea area of the Pacific Ocean. On the fleet flagship Blue Ridge, Vice Admiral Willard did not dare to be careless. After all, the exercise area was too close to Country A, and he could not be too confident. Radar, early warning aircraft, and satellite monitoring were running around the clock. Fighter planes on the aircraft carrier were ready to go to deal with enemies and attacks that might appear at any time. 8 nuclear submarines were also formed into 3 groups, quietly lurking in the deep sea about 200 meters deep. Tommy Adams looked at the radar and communication system, raised his hand to check the time, turned his head expressionlessly and ordered, "Jack, you will be on duty before passing the Okinawa Islands." "Okay." Tommy Adams turned around and walked to the back, but he did not go to the lounge, but came to a shipboard computer room. "Captain Adams." The 3 soldiers in charge of the computer room saluted. Tommy Adams took out something similar to a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to the soldier. "This is a system correction patch. Patch the submarine system immediately." "But this is not," one of the soldiers said hesitantly. Tommy Adams directly took out a document signed by Willard himself and ordered the soldier seriously, "Execute it immediately." "Yes." The soldier immediately inserted the memory into the computer and completed the system patch in less than 5 minutes. He checked it again and found that there was no problem. Tommy Adams left the computer room and returned to the lounge. He quietly went into the bathroom. He took out the document agreeing to the system upgrade from his side pocket, looked at it quietly for more than 10 minutes, and then took out a Marlboro and slowly lit it. Whoosh! Tommy Adams looked at himself in the mirror, his bloodshot eyes and pale skin under the incandescent light, as if his soul had been sucked away by the devil. He lit the document in his hand with a lighter, and threw it into the wash basin. The document burned quickly, and soon burned to ashes. Press the faucet switch, and then all traces will be washed into the Pacific Ocean through the drainage pipes. Perhaps no one will ever know the truth. The truth of history is always shrouded in a fog. Tommy Adams finished smoking a cigarette and washed his face. He left the bathroom, as if nothing had happened, and lay on the stiff and cold bed. He couldn't calm down his inner depression for a long time. The situation of the 7th Fleet going out in full force was like a firefly in the dark night for Country A, which had the Beidou system and the Terahertz satellite system. The peaceful world began to become restless. Chapter 176. When the 7th Fleet is coming fiercely. In the deep Qinling Mountains on a sunny day, inside Base 006. Yi Chi, who had just come down from the virtual world, immediately summoned some of the base's personnel and began to arrange tasks intensively. The previous neutrino launcher is still in the base, but after several months of improvement, the neutrino launcher has changed from the previous rough to a bit of science fiction. The launch pod has been modified to a mobile type that can rotate at multiple angles, and there is also a high-energy battery storage power station as a backup energy source. Although this prototype cannot cover a large area, it is very simple to shield an area in a targeted manner. It can shield a radius of about 10 to 300 kilometers, and the shielding range can be adjusted according to the situation. Chief Engineer Zhang, is the debugging completed? Yi Chi asked impatiently. Zhang Tingyu nodded, but he still reminded carefully. This time it is a long-distance shielding. It is best not to exceed 2 hours. The so-called long-distance shielding means that the shielding range of the neutrino flow has exceeded the predetermined range of the neutrino emitter, and can only reach the other side of the blue star by directly passing through the mantle. Obviously, Qinling is more than 2,100 kilometers away from the opponent's position, and the neutrino transmitter of Qinling Base 006 is underground, and its safe shielding range at sea level is only about 1,100 kilometers. The neutrino transmitter station in Wui Mountain has not been built yet, and now only the prototype of Qinling can be used. As long as the neutrino shielding is not turned on for a long time, the impact on the mantle layer will be minimal. Okay. Yi Chi turned his head and ordered loudly, "Everyone, Take your positions. Let us use this invisible sword to defeat the enemy thousands of miles away. Received. All of the people in the control room immediately took action. Report, the power supply system is normal. Report, the cooling system is normal. Report. In the synchronous orbit 36,000 kilometers from the ground of the blue planet, there is also a medium-high orbit 21,000 kilometers, and a low Earth orbit 915 kilometers. The Beidou satellite and Xingtong satellite systems can see the mighty 7th Fleet clearly. This is also due to the arrogance of the people of Country B, who think that no one dares to confront the 7th Fleet head-on. Report, the target has been locked. Please enter the command. Base Commander Yi Chi and Chief of Staff Li Yuanchao each opened a briefcase. After confirming the pupils and fingerprints, the two received a random password on their internal communicators. Quickly enter the password. 569,973. 753105 beep, beep. The green indicator light in the briefcase turned red. The red launch button was also unlocked directly. Yi Chi and Li Yuanchao looked at each other and nodded seriously. The two of them pressed the red button together. Instantly, the neutrino transmitter fired a high-energy neutrino stream toward the ground on the east side. Neither the rocky crust nor the mantle filled with boiling magma could stop the high-energy neutrino stream. The 7th Fleet was in high spirits. Inside the island of the USS Washington, Captain Martinsbury was looking at the surrounding sea with a telescope in his hand. Suddenly, he felt his body leaning forward. This was the phenomenon of the ship breaking. Martinsbury immediately held the handle beside him and shouted with displeasure, "Who ordered you to break?" However, the three soldiers in charge of breaking looked confused. "Captain Barry, we didn't break." "What happened?" Martinsbury frowned, thinking to himself, "Did it hit a reef? What a hell. This is the Pacific Trench with an average water depth of 2,000 to 4,000 meters. How could there be a reef? Even if they have been sailing here for decades and know the hydrology of the Northwest Pacific very well, how could they hit a reef?" "Captain Barry, nuclear." The leader of the power system operation team looked panicked. "Nuclear what?" "Gurgle. The nuclear reactor is out of flames." The leader yelled nervously. "What? The nuclear reactor is out of flames." After a moment of shock, Martinsbury reacted immediately. "Start the troubleshooting system immediately." "It has been started, and the nuclear reactor maintenance team is already repairing it. The power is decreasing." Martinsbury picked up the communicator and connected to the channel of the flagship Blue Ridge. "Commander Willard, the nuclear reactor of the Washington has failed and is currently under repair." "Barry, your nuclear reactor is also out of order?" Willard couldn't believe his ears. "Are there other ships that are also out of order?" "The Los Angeles nuclear submarine is also out of order." 2.7 nautical miles below the sea level behind the Washington, the Los Angeles was in chaos. Hami Adams, who ran over from the lounge, was stunned by the situation. "Hami, what should we do?" Jack Fan was sweating. The consequences of a submarine losing power in the sea can be imagined. "Report, our depth is sinking." "Report, the reactor has been extinguished." F*******, maintain immediately. Jack Fan grabbed the collar of the equipment maintenance soldier beside him and roared. The equipment maintenance soldier shook his head. "No, we have tried our best, but the reactor still has no response." Looking at the depth on the instrument getting lower and lower, and the water pressure rising rapidly, Hami Adams knew he had to make up his mind. "Start the emergency buoyancy system." "But..." Jack Fan was about to say something. "Jack, do it now." Hami Adams roared. "Yes." The Los Angeles activated the emergency buoyancy system, and 20 bottles of special solid fuel were instantly ignited in the air tank inside the submarine. These solid fuels are similar to the explosion of gunpowder, which can instantly produce a large amount of gas and quickly discharge the seawater in the seawater tank next to the air tank. The rise and fall of the submarine is based on the density difference and ratio of the seawater and air inside. The sudden high-pressure gas caused the Los Angeles to rush to the sea surface quickly. However, Hami Adams did not know that their behavior had caused an unexpected consequence. Since the submarine emergency surfacing system is used in emergency situations, during the sudden explosion and surfacing process, the submarine's bow was tilted at an angle of 45 to 60 degrees and rose rapidly forward. In just 37 seconds, the Los Angeles rushed out of the sea level. Boom! In the island of the Washington, a violent collision sounded, followed by a tooth-grinding metal tearing sound. "Oh my God! Damn, what's going on? Were we attacked?" The Washington slowly tilted to the north, and the Los Angeles directly smashed the side of the Washington, leaving a hole more than 10 meters long, and the surging seawater poured directly into it. If it was a normal buoyancy collision, the Washington could withstand it, but the problem was that the Los Angeles was buoying urgently, and the impact force increased by more than 10 times. Everything happened just like that by accident. The Los Angeles itself was also seriously damaged, with a large hole directly knocked out of its head. Hammy Adams and others, who were still in shock, had no time to dodge and were drowned by the turbulent sea water. On the Blue Ridge, Vice Admiral Willard was stunned, his mind was blank, until the Chief of Staff reminded him, "Commander, hurry up, order a rescue." Willard, who was awakened, shouted hurriedly, "Yes, destroyers immediately rescue the Washington and Los Angeles." At this time, the Washington was lying on its side on the sea, and rows of expensive F-18s were directly slid into the deep Pacific Trench. The seawater poured into the interior of this steel behemoth mercilessly, and the watertight compartment could not save the Washington. Everything happened too suddenly. Chapter 177. The Washington, which had lost power, turned sideways on the blue sea surface. The turbulent waves of the Pacific Ocean contributed to the influx of seawater. Although the watertight compartment had been activated, the seawater had already filled most of the cabin, and most of the island on the right had sunk into the sea. Help! Oh my God! Gulp, puff! The soldiers on the deck fell into the sea along with the plane. Even more unfortunate was that one of the fighter squadrons on standby, the pilots were in the plane, and had to pull the ejection button in the cockpit and abandon the plane to save their lives. As naval aircraft, their cockpits are waterproof and can be used as lifeboats, which is a blessing in disguise. And those soldiers in the cabins that did not have time to close and start the watertight compartments basically had no hope. More than a dozen destroyers and auxiliary ships were rushing over from all around. If the Washington could still be rescued, then the Los Angeles, which was hit and bleeding, was really doomed. Due to the huge impact, the head of the Los Angeles was smashed and torn apart, and two of the air compartments leaked, and the air was quickly squeezed out by the seawater. The influx of seawater caused the submarine's weight to increase continuously, and with the rupture of other compartments, the Los Angeles, which had just reached the sea level, sank rapidly again. In less than a minute, it dropped more than 30 meters. Hammy Adams, who was hit by the collision, just stood up from the floor and found that Jack Pham beside him had lost consciousness. "Captain, our buoyancy is decreasing rapidly. It is expected that in 5 minutes, it will exceed the submarine's design limit of 800 meters. The water intake of the front left first and front left second air tanks has reached 75%. As bad news came one after another, Hammy Adams' heart sank, especially when he heard that his submarine hit the USS Washington. He was already uneasy. Because the escape plan of Country B's submarine was different from that of Lucia, Lucia adopted a plan similar to the ejection of the lifeboat, while Country B adopted a submarine emergency surfacing plan. Originally, their plan was more suitable than Lucia's, but unfortunately, the Los Angeles hit the steel plate, which turned the only emergency surfacing opportunity overturned. The submarine's solid fuel is disposable, so it's really over now. Los Angeles, I got it, please go back. Los Angeles, I got it, please go back. Hammy Adams quickly grabbed the communicator and replied sadly, "This is the Los Angeles, we are sinking. I am Willard, and I now order you to abandon the ship and save yourselves." "Yes." Hammy Adams put down the communicator, forced himself to calm down immediately, and glanced at the leaking area and fault area of the submarine. Now the Los Angeles is descending top-heavy. Since he woke up, the depth has dropped to 124 meters above sea level. We must find a way to escape as soon as possible, otherwise once the submarine drops below 300 meters, even if we escape from the submarine, we will be crushed to death by the water pressure. Hammy Adams, with cold sweat on his forehead, asked hurriedly, "Can the torpedo tubes be opened?" "Only D3 and D2 tubes can be opened, the rest are damaged and faulty." A soldier replied with an ugly face. Hammy Adams knew that he should make a decision now. There were only 2 torpedo tubes left, which meant that at most 2 to 4 people could escape. There were 155 people on the Los Angeles. He knew it was a difficult choice, but as a captain, he had to make a choice. Reactor maintenance worker John Smith, Hank Invis, data worker Pris Hahn, and damage team leader Oki Olsen put on diving suits and go to the torpedo launch chamber. The selected people were not too happy, but hurriedly put on diving suits and went to the torpedo launch chamber. Now every second that passed, the danger increased by 1 second. Hammy Adams obviously wanted to die with the Los Angeles. In fact, he had no other choice. Sinking to the bottom of the sea with the Los Angeles was the best choice. If he returned alive, he would definitely not be able to escape the responsibility of the collision. Now, if he died with the Los Angeles, he could also gain a reputation. The other soldiers or officers who stayed behind either looked dejected or calm. After Hami Adams made the decision, he felt unprecedented relaxation, because death was certain and all struggles were in vain. Turn on the music on the command desk. Everyone hummed along, wishing their stars and stripes would never fall. The water depth was 244 meters. The 4 people who rushed to the torpedo launch cabin had extremely gloomy faces. 2 torpedoes were stuck in the D1 launch tube, and now only the B3 launch tube was left. Among the 12 torpedo soldiers in the cabin, except for 3 who were seriously injured, the rest also looked desperate. As for moving the torpedo, forget it. The torpedo weighing more than 10 tons was very laborious even with machinery, not to mention their current situation. It was another damn choice, and a life or death choice. Data clerk Prison, damage control team leader Oki Olsen, and the other 4 looked at each other. In the midst of oppression. Bang, bang, bang. Damage control team leader Oki Olsen's hands were shaking, and a wisp of gunpowder was coming out of the pistol in his hand. Oki Olsen knew. Prison covered his chest, blood kept oozing out of his palm, and there was also a big cut on his back. The other 2 reactor maintainers had already fallen to the ground. The torpedo soldiers were horrified, and were thinking about what to do. You retreat immediately, or else. Or else, you son of a bitch. One of the torpedo soldiers roared, and then rushed towards Oki Olsen. Everyone, come together and kill this rubbish. That's right. It's all death anyway. Bang bang bang. F*******. Pushed forward by 9 torpedo soldiers, Oki Olsen fired 4 shots at the crowd in a panic, killing 2 people and injuring 1. However, he was also approached by the remaining torpedo soldiers, and Oki Olsen's head was smashed by a wrench when 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. The water depth is 297 meters. In the cockpit, Hami Adams watched the internal conflict on the monitoring screen and roared in despair. F*******. The remaining torpedo soldiers were also on guard against each other, looking at the only escape route. No, I don't want to die. Bang. You are looking for death. Go to hell. The remaining 6 torpedo soldiers wrestled and fought with each other. In the face of the desperate situation of life and death, the ugliness of human nature was exposed. They used all the killer moves in military fighting, or poked the crotch, plucked the balls, stabbed the eyes, hit the kidneys and the head, or directly locked the throat and twisted the neck. The water depth is 357 meters. Inside the cockpit of the Los Angeles, a group of officers just watched the torpedo soldiers fighting. It's too late. It's all over. Hami Adams sat in a chair, looking at this depth. No one can escape. He pulled out his pistol with a dead heart, pointed the muzzle at his temple, and picked up the communicator with his other hand. This is the Los Angeles. I am Captain Hami Adams, and I bid farewell to the 7th Fleet. After saying that, he closed his eyes, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A gunshot. The Los Angeles sank to the cold and dark seabed. The depth of the Pacific Trench of 2,000 to 4,000 meters was enough to crush the Los Angeles and everyone inside. Chapter 178. Blue Ridge's Island Command Center. Vice Admiral Willard silently listened to the voice from the radio, Hami Adams' final farewell communication, and the gunshot. It was obvious that the Los Angeles had no chance of being saved. The 8 destroyers and 6 auxiliary ships that had rushed to the scene were surrounding the Washington to rescue it. Fortunately, the watertight compartment prevented the Washington from sinking completely, and 1/3 of the hull was still above the sea level. 2 special maintenance auxiliary ships approached the Washington on the left and right, ready to help the Washington drain water and straighten the ship. Qinling, Base 006. Yi Chi and Liu Enchao looked at each other in bewilderment as they watched the satellite surveillance footage. They had not expected things to turn out like this, and the result was unexpected. Originally, according to the plan, they were going to interfere with the nuclear reactor of the Washington irregularly, making the other party think that the reactor had malfunctioned, and forcing the Washington to return to the Yokosuka base for repairs. Unexpectedly, the neutrino flow shielded a nuclear submarine. And the nuclear submarine actually collided with the Washington by mistake during the emergency ascent, and directly overturned the Washington. It is estimated that the nuclear submarine itself is also in danger. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of teammates who are like pigs. What should we do now? Yi Chi asked helplessly. Liu Enchao thought about it, and then looked at the satellite monitoring screen carefully. After a while, he suggested, I suggest turning off the neutrino shield in 10 minutes. Why? That nuclear submarine must be in danger. Without power, it was hit, and should have sunk to the bottom of the sea in about 10 minutes. Li Yuanchao explained. Yiqi thought so too. And now our neutrino shielding is actually helping the Washington suppress the reactor. If we... In 10 minutes. Li Yuanchao said with a sly smile. Yiqi's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of the situation after the neutrino shielding was lifted. Now the nuclear reactor of the Washington was uncontrolled. Once the neutrino shielding was lifted, the reactor would inevitably release heat automatically again. If the power system was not shut down, the propeller might run again. If the power system was shut down, the heat that had nowhere to go would inevitably cause the reaction to accumulate heat overload. No matter which result, it would be enough for the Washington to drink a pot. The auxiliary ship was helping the Washington to quickly drain water, and then slowly straighten the hull by balancing the water volume in the left and right cabins. And the helicopters and rescue boats were also busy, rescuing the sailors or pilots who fell into the water. Willard reported the current situation to the Pentagon with a headache. He knew that this time he was in big trouble. Before he could succeed, he sank an Ohio-class ship on his side and seriously damaged the Washington. On the USS Washington, the island capsized and entered the water. Although the command cabin inside did not enter the water, the sudden capsize also caused the people inside to be thrown all over the place, and many people even had bloody heads. Now it was very difficult to control the ship. Captain Martinsbury, who survived the disaster, did not care about his broken arm and pushed away the person who was pressing on him with difficulty. At this time, he felt that the ship was slowly returning to the horizontal. All awake people helped to correct the hull immediately. Ahem. Okay, Captain Barry. Several soldiers who were not seriously injured quickly climbed up to the console that was tilted above. However, they did not know that at this time, the data on the reactor on the dashboard was returning to normal. If the ship was in normal condition and the reactor returned to normal, there would be no problem. But now the Washington was lying on its side, and the power system that was not shut down was slowly started again, and the propeller in the sea started to rotate rapidly. The two auxiliary maintenance ships that were discharging water suddenly felt something was wrong. Oh, shit! The captain of the auxiliary ship was shocked because he saw the Washington was maneuvering. Quick, evacuate. However, before he finished speaking, the auxiliary ship was dragged into a circle by the Washington, which was circling in place. Willard, who had just reported the sudden accident, was stunned by the situation in front of him again. What's going on? Has the power of the Washington been restored? However, the out-of-control Washington had no intention of stopping. The propeller was fully powered and desperately pushed the hull to circle in place. The two poor auxiliary ships were immediately in bad luck, and the auxiliary ship on the side of the ship island was directly blown up by the ship island. After all, the auxiliary ship was only about 15,000 tons, and compared with the Washington, with a displacement of more than 100,000 tons, it could not withstand such a brute force collision. Martinsbury, who had just woken up, was thrown against the bulkhead again, and the soldiers who were about to climb up to the operating table were also thrown down. Suddenly, the protective glass of the Washington's cockpit was cracked by a heavy object, and the terrifying propeller was directly inserted into the cockpit of the ship island. Martinsbury felt a pain in his body. It turned out that the propeller had penetrated the cockpit and directly cut off many people inside. But even if they were not cut off, they would still die, because the seawater had already rushed in. Gurgle, gurgle. Martinsbury felt unprecedented pain, the pain of his body being torn apart, the suffocation of being drowned by the seawater. In those long 10 seconds, he experienced the last pain in his life. Countless fragile flowers of life withered at this moment. The destruction of the island cockpit meant that the Washington had lost the last possibility of control. After a series of accidents, the water that had been discharged from the Washington rushed in again recklessly. As the ship kept circling in place, other ships could not get close at all. The power of the nuclear reactor is not like that of a heavy oil steam turbine, so there is no possibility that the fuel will be completely consumed in a short time. Not only is the Washington itself doomed, but the two auxiliary ships caught in the circle are now in tears. The ship that was hit by the ship island has been paralyzed and sank for more than half. In the trench of the Northwest Pacific Ocean, the Washington lingered for more than 3 hours, and after sinking two auxiliary ships, it finally sank. Willard could only watch as the Washington sank itself. It's over. Willard slumped in his seat, perhaps mourning the sinking of the Washington, or perhaps mourning his own future. Chiling Mountains, Base 006. God really helps me. Yiqi laughed. The others also discussed enthusiastically. They didn't expect that the neutrino launcher would overturn an Ohio-class nuclear submarine, a Washington aircraft carrier, and 2 auxiliary ships in its first shot. And they only paid a few million kilowatt-hours of electricity. This deal is definitely a big profit. When thinking about the future, when the 12 neutrino launch stations are completed, Yi Chi and others can't help but get excited. Everyone take a break, I go report the results. Yes. Huang Mingzhi, who was in Shanmei, was also shocked by the results of Yi Chi and his team after receiving the relevant report. The Nether Palace immediately held an emergency meeting to discuss the next situation. In addition, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. If it is exposed, it will be a rhythm of full-scale filming. Even if it is to be exposed, it must wait until the 12 neutrino launch stations are completed. Chapter 179. At the same time, the Japanese fleet that rushed over from the Okinawa Islands saw the last bit of the Washington. Listening to the information coming from the communication channel, Captain Yamamoto Teiji of the Yamamaru couldn't believe his ears. What? Other officers also wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh, and their faces turned red. Don't think that the Japanese are the sons of Country B, and they will be sad. On the contrary, for the Japanese, Country B is the obstacle that hinders their progress. Don't forget the Plaza Accord that broke the backbone of Japan. The forbearing Japanese will never forget this deep hatred. Watching the Washington sinking to the bottom of the sea, Yamamoto Teiji even felt a sense of pleasure, like shouting to the sky. This group of Western devils has also come to this day. Lucia, Moscow. The Kremlin. The head of KBL hurriedly entered. Moscow time, around 9 o'clock in the morning on July 29, 2015, the USS Washington aircraft carrier and the USS Los Angeles nuclear submarine of the 7th Fleet collided with each other and sank in the Pacific Ocean trench one after another. Is the intelligence accurate? Our satellite has been tracking it since the day before yesterday and confirmed it is correct. Are there any signs of human intervention? The man asked with a hint of meaning. We are investigating. Yes. Keep an eye on it. Yes. After the head of KBL left, the man frowned and thought for a while in the quiet office. He had a hunch that this matter was not that simple. He then picked up the phone and called the head of the North Pacific, asking him to be alert and pay attention to the movements of the two neighbors. Britain, London. 10 Downing Street. Gaul, Paris. Élysée Palace. The 5 gangsters all got the information almost immediately, and then the whole world knew about the Pacific Trench incident. Although Country B did not announce it, there are a lot of satellites in the sky, and they made a big fuss before. It is hard for others not to know. This time, the friends were all shocked. Originally, the small bench was ready, waiting to eat the melon of the Jianhua Bay exercise, but Cheng Yaojin suddenly appeared. Lucia thought the incident was not big enough, and directly issued a news. Deepest condolences. Eagle Sauce, in the spirit of humanitarianism, will send a search and rescue team to help find the victims. As a neighboring country, Country A certainly cannot lag behind others, and quickly announced that it would send 10 sea rescue ships to the Northwest Pacific Trench to assist in the rescue. When other brothers of Country B saw their big brother capsize, they also quickly sent a message to express their deepest regards, and sent a search and rescue team over. Washington. White House Press Briefing Room. Press spokesman Con Keitel is holding a routine press conference. A lot of reporters raised their hands, and Con Keitel casually pointed to the BBC News reporter, Vinica. Excuse me, is the sinking of the USS Washington of the 7th Fleet true? Con Keitel replied with a dark face. For some reasons, the USS Washington and the USS Los Angeles did sink in the Pacific Trench. After the Xinhua News Agency reporter was called, he stood up and said, according to relevant data, the 2 ships that crashed were nuclear-powered ships. Will the reactors on the ships cause nuclear leakage? Con Keitel replied righteously. Our technology is very advanced, and the possibility of leakage is very small. However, the reporters obviously did not buy Con Keitel's answer, with an expression of I don't believe you. Thank you very much for the spokesperson's answer. Our rescue fleet is on the way, and will do its best to help your country with humanitarian rescue. Xinhua News Agency reporter said righteously. Thank you very much for your concern and help, thank you so much. Con Keitel replied with a fake smile. Similarly, the reporter from Lucia News Agency also deliberately mentioned the humanitarian spirit, and dispatching a rescue fleet. Con Keitel was disgusted, and wanted to hit someone. If it weren't for the cameras of reporters from various countries, he would have greeted them on the spot. Even the reporters of several younger brothers greeted them, as if they were willing to help their big brother, and quickly said that they had dispatched a rescue fleet. For example, Maple Leaf Country, Australia, Japan, etc. have already dispatched fleets. Instead, as spokesman Con Kettle admitted that the USS Washington and USS Los Angeles had crashed, the world suddenly became more lively. And the tragic India and Bangladesh were once again ignored by the world, as if the starvation of tens of millions of people was not as important as the two largest ships in the world. Perhaps this is life. The USS Washington and USS Los Angeles crashed, and the nuclear reactors on board became a safety hazard. Global Times after the Fukushima nuclear leak, another major nuclear accident in the North Pacific. Kyodo News: is it an accident, or was it a man-made attack, combined with the analysis of the current situation? BBC: taxpayers need to know the truth. Fox News: the vacuum period in the North and West Pacific may be an opportunity for the rise of an Asian hegemon. Mirror: the last cry of the Los Angeles. San Francisco Daily News. Internationally, everyone is constantly eating melons, and domestically, people are also deeply sympathetic, warmly celebrating. On various forums of the citizens' home, the popularity of this Pacific Trench accident has skyrocketed, and in less than a day, it has occupied the top spot on the hot search list. It was still so aggressive a few days ago, but it exploded on the spot. Melon-eating crowd. I heard that the Los Angeles surfaced urgently and accidentally collided with the Washington. Zanhuaja 0047. At Zanhuaja 0047, so miserable. Sweet air. Will the nuclear leak affect our coastal areas? I'm so worried. I quickly stocked up a few bags of iodized salt. Salted fish turned over. It's 5102, and there are still people who believe that iodized salt can prevent radiation? Human stick base. Even if it leaked, it would first reach Japan and North America under the influence of the Pacific circulation. A big bite. South Korea. The villa area of the Sanchin Lee family. Lee Kun-hee squinted at the intelligence in his hand. The situation in the past few days was overwhelming him, and the other three families were also shocked. Unexpectedly, things turned out to be so unexpected. Although he knew that Country B would not give up, this accident directly hit the 7th Fleet hard. It would take several months to replenish forces from other regions. This vacuum period is their opportunity. As long as they create a fait accompli, they can have the best of both worlds. However, Lee Kun-hee, an old fox, felt something was wrong. Everything was too coincidental. At this critical moment, such a thing happened, and he couldn't help but have doubts. Who is the biggest beneficiary of this accident? It's not him, Sanchin, nor TSMC, but the behemoth next door. However, Lee Kun-hee could only bury this doubt in his heart. The impact of this incident was too great. Whether it was done by the neighbor or not, he pretended not to know. On the other hand, he hurriedly called his son in Japan and asked him to act faster and settle the matter within a month as much as possible. Lee Jae-young in Japan also knows that the opportunity cannot be missed. This window of opportunity is rare. If they miss it, they may be strangled by Western capital. He visited semiconductor companies such as Tokyo Electron and Edison Chemical intensively. Those Japanese semiconductor companies that are having a hard time are also ready to move, especially during this window of opportunity. If they can successfully form an alliance with Country A's semiconductors, it is not impossible to revive. A semi-public linkage action spread in the semiconductor industry in South Korea, Japan, and the UN. Chapter 180. 3 days have passed since the July 29th accident. The 7th Fleet, which suffered such heavy losses, was forced to postpone the exercise in Ganghwa Bay on August 5th. Some auxiliary ships stayed in the accident area, and the remaining warships turned to the Sasebo base in Japan. As the commander, Vice Admiral Willard did not go to Sasebo with the flagship Blue Ridge, but stayed in the accident area. In the past few days, he thought more and more that something was wrong. If one ship had a problem, it would be understandable, but if two ships had problems at the same time, and at this critical moment, he had to wonder if there was something fishy going on. In fact, Willard had a little trick. If the investigation found that the accident was caused by other reasons, he could still pass the buck. Otherwise, he would have to bear the responsibility for this accident. So no matter what, he had to stay. Willard would not rest in peace until he figured out the matter. A C-5 transport plane flew in from California and quickly landed at Naha Airport in the Okinawa Islands. Then 4 special research submarines were unloaded from the C-5 transport plane. These special research submarines are round and specially prepared for deep-sea research. They have an empty weight of 2.16 tons, can carry 400 kilograms of items, and have a maximum diving depth of about 8,000 meters. The U.S. military leader in Naha quickly transported these special research submarines and a large number of materials to the accident area via transport ships. Following the transport ship, there were also special envoys from the Pentagon and 5 experts in related fields. As soon as the transport ship arrived at the accident area, one of the auxiliary ships approached. 2 serious commissioners, 1 male and 1 female. Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, I am Simon Manhattan. The male commissioner smiled and shook hands with Willard. The female commissioner on the side seemed indifferent and only said one sentence, I am Karina K. Eddie. Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, let's fish out the black boxes of the 2 ships first, Simon Manhattan said. Okay. Willard was also impatient. Not all of the 4 scientific research submarines were put into use. After the mechanical arms were modified, 2 of them were put into the Pacific Ocean Trench that afternoon. This Pacific Trench is actually the Okinawa Trench. Fortunately, they sank in the northern part of the Okinawa Trench, where the average water depth is about 2,000 to 4,000 meters. If it was the southern part of the Okinawa Trench, it might be more troublesome because the water depth there is about 4,000 to 6,000 meters. As the depth of the sea increases, the difficulty of the submarine's work also increases exponentially. 6 scientific research submarine remote control personnel operated the submarine to dive quickly. This small scientific research submarine can only be controlled by unmanned remote control. There was also a designer for the USS Washington and a designer for the USS Los Angeles, who were also on the side, ready to provide technical guidance at any time. Half an hour later, the research submarine found the USS Washington at a depth of about 3,470 meters. At this time, the USS Washington was lying on its side on the seabed, and the propeller had stopped working. Director Simon, the situation is not good. The reactor has burned through the protective layer, and the nuclear radiation concentration in the surrounding seawater is now very high. The operator reported with a bad face. Simon Manhattan thought for a moment, then turned to the aircraft carrier designer Anthony and asked, Dr. Anthony, we need your technical guidance. Okay. The Mediterranean old man nodded. He looked at the radiation dose level, the monitoring screen, and the sonar detection results, and took out a piece of draft paper, and wrote, and drew for more than 10 minutes. There are 3 black boxes on the Washington, one at the bow, the island, and the stern. The one at the stern does not need to be considered for the time being. The one on the island is the easiest to obtain. You guys do this. Under Anthony's guidance, the operator quickly maneuvered the small submarine to approach the island. As soon as it approached the island, a lot of debris or skeletons, incomplete bodies, appeared in the monitoring screen. Coupled with the cold and dark environment, it was even more creepy. Many sea creatures had begun to occupy the island. It was obvious that the bodies inside attracted these sea creatures. Despite the guidance of designer Anthony, the position of the black box was designed to be very solid, and the island was hit by the propeller of the auxiliary ship before, which increased the difficulty of removing the black box. They worked hard for more than a week before successfully taking out a black box from the Washington. As for the black box of the Los Angeles, although they had determined the sinking location, it was a pity that the Los Angeles fell into a seabed crack. The specific depth reached about 4,590 meters. What was more troublesome was that the head of the Los Angeles was directly inserted into the seabed crack, and the tail was also leaking the reactor. After discussing with Vice Admiral Willard, Simon Manhattan decided to analyze the black box of the Washington, while waiting for the black box of the Los Angeles to be taken out. Since the black box of the USS Washington contains very important information, the overseas base has no authority to retrieve the contents. Special Correspondent Karina K. Eddie personally escorted the black box back to the mainland. And the poor Vice Admiral Willard can only continue to salvage the black box of the USS Los Angeles in the accident area. However, these days, bad things happen one after another. First, he was suspended, and then Lucia, the humanitarian rescue fleet of Country A, and the rescue fleets of other brothers came here to play soy sauce. Especially after detecting signs of nuclear leakage, they continued to express their deepest regards to Country B. Previously, they vowed that there would be no leakage, but now the radiation dose level in the surrounding waters has increased by more than 10 times. Lucia and Country A, who were causing trouble, quickly spread the news to the world through the internet, such as the serious excess of nuclear radiation concentration, and the Pacific circulation would bring radioactive materials to Japan, California, Hawaii, etc. For a time, large-scale anti-nuclear protests occurred in Japan and California, making the whole world pay attention to this matter. California. In a heavily guarded base, a small transport plane quickly landed on the runway of the base. Karina K. Eddie came here with the black box, and the designer Anthony came with her. They came to the inside of the base, and handed the black box to the relevant personnel. After obtaining authorization, the black box data of the Washington was finally read out. Technicians including Anthony and intelligence personnel of Karina K. Eddie conducted a comprehensive analysis of the data of the black box. Strange. Levis Ford, the engineer in charge of the reactor, frowned. Karina K. Eddie asked, Dr. Ford, is there a problem with the data? Levis Ford nodded. The reactor was shut down suddenly, but there is no fault data in the control system and the detection system. It seems that the neutron dose suddenly dropped to zero. Doctor, under what circumstances will the neutron radiation return to zero? Karina K. Eddie asked hurriedly. However, Lewis Ford shook his head directly. No, the neutron radiation of the reactor will never return to zero. It can only be prevented by the graphite barrier rod to prevent the large-scale chain reaction of nuclear fuel. Is there any way to prevent nuclear fuel from producing neutrons? Karina K. Eddie asked without giving up. Levis Ford shrugged with a smile. Ms. Eddie, it is impossible to prevent radioactive substances from releasing neutrons. Maybe God can do it.